Hi guys, MrRoflWaffles here. Today we are going to be doing more Edge of Fate prep. Going to be joining the fellas, the boys, the fellas, and the boys. Here we go. Hello, Smile. Hi, Zen Garden. Hey, Matt. Hey, Evis. Hey, Angry. Hey, Giga. Hey, Zen. What up, what up? Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm joining the gang now.
You know,
hello,
through various channels for years, right? Like a lot of these changes they're making are not functional changes. They're not actually changing how the game works, but people seem to think that they are because it looks different, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's how a lot of things have been, to be fair.
Yes,
That's how it's always, that's pretty run of the show. Something
Milo,
is like, you know.
We're just saying, like, people taking issue with them time getting tier 5s makes sense, but they're not time getting tier 5s.
Correct.
If people were like, why are they time getting the 500 activity? Like, just say, hey, they've been doing that with GMs the whole time. You know? Like, that, like, I don't know. That part is kind of nonsense. But
I
yeah,
also,
no,
I think it's one thing to say, this is something you should have had at the beginning, and then they've arbitrarily held it back for, like, no reason. But, like, for all we know, they could still be tuning the difficulty of Ultimate. Like, Ultimate's Ultimate. We're not running Ultimate Nightfalls now. So I think it's...
oh, wait, I need the chest here, boys. I need the chest.
Oh, same.
Yeah, let's do it. I don't know how to do it, though.
I can shoot the one from here.
Yeah, we gotta...
Weird to get the first one.
Milo knows how to do it.
I certainly do, brother. But I'm gonna be lazy and I'm gonna let you guys do it.
Gage.
Watch out for...
Waffle?
Waffle?
Oh, you're being dramatic.
Oh, Bog?
The Gorgons
Bog?
have become dramatic again. It's time to kill this one.
Let him know. Oh, that was my bad.
This one's not dying.
So, Aran in my chat says GMs didn't have unique rewards. Neither does Ultimate.
Yeah, I don't like.
Gage.
Them time getting tier 5s would be dumb, but they're not, you know?
Yeah, they like, and it's one of those ones where, like, people just...
In the same way that I think time getting adept nightfall weapons and adept raid weapons is also dumb, but they do that too, you know?
So at the,
like,
so at the root of it all, at the root of it all, you're saying that Bungie's communication could be better.
Guys.
Communication on one hand, and they could also remove time gating from the world.
Guys.
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't, yeah, well, I think they need to have some time gating stuff. Like, I think you would agree, right, Milo? Like,
yeah, I think a little sprinkle of it is likely healthy for both players and...
like,
oh my
for
god,
example...
sorry, I just have to... Cost consultant, no. Tier 5s are not time gated. We need to eradicate this even being a question in the community. They are not time gated, okay? Just to be as clear as I possibly can. They are not time gated. Okay. Sorry. I apologize, Bob. Go ahead.
So, like, dude, I did it again, bro.
Guys?
I'm going AFK. I don't need this chest. I'm going AFK, sorry.
It's okay.
You're good, man. You're good.
I can't talk and play at the same time. So, okay, like, one of the things that it's annoyed you, right? So, as like a broader topic, like, I find it hard to talk about the game at large because I do very niche things, right? Like, first of all, I only really play the game for raids, like, for the most part, which is already puts me in, like, the bottom 12% or whatever. Like, it already puts me in a minority of, like, players. And then I also only really do, like, low man / solos, which is, like, 1% of that 12%. So, like, I find it hard to, like, talk about the game from an objective standpoint because, like, the things that I'm interested in and I care about are not what, like, 99.9% of players care about. But, like, and this is topical because, like, one of the things that annoyed you was that you have to wait until the raid is featured in order to do the challenges, for example.
Yep.
Right? So I think for the new raid, that makes sense. Right? I think it makes sense because when the new raid comes out, they want to kind of like spread out the challenges. So like the week after the raid comes out, you do, actually it's usually like a month after the raid comes out, you get master. And then with master comes the first encounter challenge. And then the next week has the second encounter challenge. And then the third week has the next encounter challenge, and so on, right? I think that makes sense. Feel free to disagree with me if you do.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that makes sense. Once the raid is no longer the new raid, or even once they've gone through that rotation like 2 times, why not just have all of the challenges available, right? It's not like, because the reason I think that time gating makes sense is because of player retention, which has like an insanely negative like connotation, but like it is an important thing, right? Like you need to give people a reason to log in like week to week.
Yep.
And I think like dispersing the raid challenges like that makes sense for a new raid. But once the next raid comes out, why can't I just do all of the challenges at any time?
Yeah, at that point they should be available. I agree.
Because the only people doing those challenges for those raids are like,
dude, like such a small percentage. Yeah,
and it's people that are gonna play anyway. You don't need to time gate them. I don't know.
So
work out open nice.
If you disagree with me, then I'm happy to hear that. But yeah, that's
no. I agree, but there is a relevant detail here that I can't elaborate on because I don't know if it was like there's a relevant detail that I can't elaborate on, basically, and so rather than professing my strong opinions one way or the other here, I'm just going to agree that generally I agree with what you said, and I think that time gating generally is bad. Yeah. Thank you for
Do you think there is good time gating then?
Sorry, that was me, guys. My bad.
I think the raid,
as long as you can make it to the chest, all that matters.
Yeah.
Wait, is it open?
Red found verdict. Yeah, the door's permanently open now.
Oh, I didn't realize we got it last run. I like stopped moving. That's my bad. One more time.
You're good.
Like, I would say the like master raid and raid challenges coming out at a later, like them being time gated, I would say is that's a form of, in my opinion, good time gating.
Let me.
Do you think that? Okay, like just to abstract it more, because I know you're trying to avoid talking about whatever you're trying to talk about. Like, do you think, like in a theoretical world, like even if we're talking about a different game, that good time gating exists, or do you think everything should be available at all times and like time gating is inherently bad? Like,
no, I think good time gating can exist.
Yeah.
Guardian down. Oh, I'm so close to the chest.
I feel like
I just think the way that time gating has been done in the past has made people believe that time gating as a whole is a bad idea, whereas it should just be a lot 100%. More selective.
I 100% agree. Yeah.
Like,
yeah. I think that's the actual issue.
I think that time gating as a phrase is like really loaded.
Yeah, it is.
And
it is.
In some instances for valid reason, and in other instances it's people molding. I think that the best scenario for it is when whatever the like time gate is abstracted away from just like arbitrarily done for player retention, and instead it's like there's an aesthetic reason for it, right? Like this has an aesthetic quality. For example, the curse weeks in the Dreaming City, I think that's cool. I think that the fact that they gave it that aesthetic essence to it is awesome. And yes, it then has implications, but it's like, at least then it feels so much less arbitrary. I think it's worst when it's arbitrary of, like, the devs have only done this because they need retention to be increased.
Yeah.
I think that makes it much more easy to feel like it's a cynical decision instead of one that could contribute to your enjoyment in some other capacity.
Yeah.
So that's part of it for
me.
Again,
I just think that like it's situational, but the way that time gating has been seen and the way that it's been done in the past has led people to feel very cynical.
Yes, I don't disagree. I definitely don't disagree with that.
I think also like when you have a game like Destiny that like went from absolutely no time gating at all to figuring out.
Can I just interrupt? Are we not meant to jump here? I don't actually know how this works. I think I might have just thrown.
You gotta hug the wall. You gotta hug the wall.
Yeah, hug the wall. Yeah, just right there. Just hug the wall.
And not jump.
No,
just, like,
no double jump.
No
you
jump,
can single, but no double.
Can I sprint?
Yeah, I can also.
Yeah, you can.
I got a smoke now. I can just make us invisible now.
Okay. I just didn't know how that worked. That's my bad. Sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I really think that it's mainly there's just a huge amount of people that like it just depends on when they started playing the game that have different opinions on time gating as a whole. Because if you started playing like I guess nowadays and you like the way that Destiny is handled, then like of course because you've already been kind of trained to expect some variation of time gating, whether it's good or bad, it's up to you. But like I think that there's also a huge amount of people that started Destiny when there was absolutely no time gating at all, and they're like still very frustrated by the amount of time gating, and they feel like it's only increased and not decreased in that way. Even though, you know, you could argue one way or another if it has or hasn't. Like again, I'm with Bog in the fact that like I only play a limited amount of activities in Destiny these days. Like I don't explore every single avenue of Destiny. I mostly enjoy just the end game side of it.
Yeah, I think I slightly disagree with the perspective being different if you're newer, because I think it's actually more annoying for new players to have time gates now, because like I'll have like a thing that I want to do, whether it's for content or just like because I'm new to the game, and to be told, oh, you can't do that for a month, I think is more annoying for a new player who's not like entrenched.
No, true, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like a lot of people who have, I guess, left the game or have like not wanted to sit through it because of the transition change of going from like an era of no time gating at all to time gating. Like there was a lot of people frustrated then. There's a lot of people frustrated now still. Like it doesn't take away from people that still feel like time gating is bad now. It's just saying that like there was such a shift and such a pivot that I don't think it's never not going to have a negative connotation with it when you even say time gating.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's like maybe the way to phrase it is like, for the older players, it's sour. For the newer players, it's frustrating. Both of those are negative things. It's just that they're negative with different lenses kind of situation.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I'll just say my opinion. Like, I'm not a fan of gating in any sort of way. Like, I don't even like health gates. I have never enjoyed stuff like that. Even if like, I can understand now, like, that they're a lot more necessary than I think I gave credit to for, like, some things. But I just don't enjoy health gates as much. But I also, like, I enjoy really watching like the very, very high-end players go for things, like going for like speed runs, going for like that sort of stuff. So like anything that kind of puts a blockade in that is going to be against what I personally enjoy.
Yeah. Are you going for chest, by the way?
I'm all good on chest. Bog, does anybody else need chest?
Oh, you good? Okay.
Do you already have chest, Milo?
Yep.
All right, cool. We're good.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I like the thing you said about the aesthetic. Like, I feel like I'm whoa, what's my arm? Oh. I feel like I'm totally unsympathetic to that side of it, and I think it's like I think it's a shortcoming. Like, one of my biggest things with the whole like featured gear thing is like people are like, oh, it feels bad because it's just like, oh, you get a buff for playing new stuff. And I'm like, but they've done that before. Like, it's the same thing. Like, the Vogue origin trait artifact perk is literally the same thing as what they're doing for featured gear. But, like, because it's an artifact perk, it's fine. Or because it's, you know, just like a power crept, like, damage perk, it's fine. Or because it's, like, you know, whatever, X, Y, and Z, it's fine. And, like, for me, like, that always seemed illogical. But I think, there is actually, like, a tangible, like, thing there that's not like it's not illogical. Like, yes, two things might be like functionally the same, but the way they're presented, one might be a lot more like aesthetic, I guess is a good like to go back to what you're saying is like than the alternative, and like that is actually important. So
yeah, I mean that's
like,
that's how I feel too. Like there's a lot of things that like when you actually break it down are very similar to what they've done before, if not the exact same thing. It's just presented in a way that makes it feel new. That is not a new concept.
yeah.
Yeah, I think.
But I don't know. It's also just hard because like I feel like a lot of people are just like change equals bad, and also Bungie equals bad. You know, so it's kind of hard to like.
Yeah, like no matter what you say, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but obviously, you know.
Oh,
that's...
Warlock jump.
I think it's hard to
Saved,
have like
saved,
measured
saved.
responses when the I guess like the room environment definitely is not like not everybody's getting down the way that they used to with this kind of stuff. It's like ultimatums are being set everywhere from the community, which like I understand people's frustration, but like also like when it comes to feedback of individual things, be a little bit more measured.
Yeah, something a lot of like something that I like kind of hate because it's just like a go-to for people that want to complain is like they should have made Destiny 3. They should have made Destiny 3. And like while that annoys me because like it's just like a dude, they should have just like made all the expansions really good and
yeah, they should have made $1 billion. They should have made $1 billion. Like, okay,
Yeah,
it's
just
that
like,
simple,
okay.
right? Like, okay,
it's just like a oh, you're homeless, just get a house, bro. Like, it's
yeah,
easy, like,
literally.
come on, like, but like as much as I hate that side of it, like the very like non-nuanced view of like, give me Destiny 3 now. It is like it does speak to like this community is so what's the word franchise fatigue. Like it's insane.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Crazy.
I think a lot of, I mean, like, like, just because my brain is always going to be in, like, the history of what's gone on, just because that's always been, like, what I've done. I would just say, like, a lot of the frustrations have been kind of built up and have been, like, definitely exacerbated over the years. But I would definitely say that, like, the big turning point that is now rearing its ugly head for a lot of people was back in 2020. Was just like the way that Beyond Light was launched, and I think a lot of people back then were very frustrated just due to like the loss of just, I guess, a lot of things, not even just like the activities, but more so like filling in the blanks. And it's now like people are going like, really, like now we're still doing this thing and blah,
Wait,
blah,
can
blah.
you
So
just
it's
explain what you mean by the loss of
frustration
things
there.
for Beyond Light? Because Beyond Light was the COVID DLC, right? So like,
Yes.
Shouldn't it be expected that you would lose stuff there?
That was when the DCB was introduced. Like there's
DCB.
still
Oh,
a lot of people very, very frustrated about the DCB. And I mean, I honestly, like, I'm still frustrated about the I don't even think Bungie is happy about the way that the DCB stuff went down, but it was during a pandemic and there was a lot of moving pieces.
I mean,
So it's
look,
like-
I think it speaks volumes that, like, I don't know if you guys watch like Moist Critical, but he does like very
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
you think I watch
everyone should
YouTube
know,
videos?
like-
Hell no.
Well, but you know of Moist Critical.
I've
I'm
seen his
sure.
face. Yeah, that's about
Well,
it.
he does very what's the word, like
It does commentary.
he does very dry commentary on just like everything basically.
Yeah.
And his 2 seconds or his like 10-second summation of what Bungie is in its entirety is the company that robbed all of its players of stuff that they paid for, you know, like, and it's just like, yeah, like that is like the outward facing like that's like the view that like I would say like the general public might have of this game and Bungie as a whole is just the game that like had a bunch of really cool content and then they like deleted it. It's like, okay.
I mean, he still plays Destiny on like raid
He
days
does,
and
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
But like, you know, like that is a pretty bad rep.
But like, I think that's more of the outside of Destiny space opinion in general.
Right, but
like,
I guess my
yeah.
point is like, if
It's
they're
definitely
trying to get
not it's definitely not like deeply thought out, but it's definitely the more like general opinion.
I guess my
from, like, the
my
outside
point is
space.
like, my point is like, if they're trying to get new players, you know, it's kind of hard when that's a thing.
Oh, for sure.
Before we start Atheon, I have a question. Do we want to save Atheon checkpoint and farm it for a little bit for red borders?
It's not farmable. It is not farmable.
It's not.
Oh,
farmable.
it's not this week. Pain. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do we want to
yeah.
just do it on other characters?
We could save the Atheons. I mean, I was gonna do the whole raid on all three just because I needed more stuff, but I'm down for whatever.
Well, the whole thing will only certain stuff drops from certain encounters, right? So if there's a specific thing you want, you might as well farm that checkpoint. No.
I need
Like
let's see.
Atheon will give you Pradiths, Corrective,
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
Tezen. So if we farm Atheon, I think you'll get all those three. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
'cause
we can
noob.
just save this CP for Atheon anyway.
I'll hold the checkpoint.
You can't be
Yeah.
saying those. You can't be saying it's called, they're called checkies now.
Oh, checkies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of the just no matter what anger in the room from people, a lot of it definitely is like jumping on the bandwagon of hating even more than already necessary, but a lot of it is also people that like for years have felt frustrated in that way, but like didn't know how to convey their thoughts, so they're all jumping on a really easy moot point, right? Like I think that's
the biggest thing for me on this topic, that like what you're saying about the Destiny 3 thing is like it feels like the Destiny community, like from my new perspective, it feels like everyone in the Destiny community thinks that like they are having a unique insight into the world of business by saying make
Yep.
Destiny 3.
yeah.
And it's like,
Dude.
do you think that that is a novel thought? Like,
Dude,
has
you know how many
ahead.
years that people have said like, oh, this would be great, but there should be more like this, and like there has been the backseat driving of this game since it came out. Since day one,
Yeah.
the backseat driving has been there.
and it's
And, like,
specifically
yeah.
like it's backseat driving that presumes that Bungie haven't even thought of the thing being suggested. It's like, no. They're idiots, because the logical thing, if they were smart enough to do it,
Right,
would be
if
to just
I was
make
running the
Destiny
company,
3.
yeah.
And it's like, well, you're probably saying that, like respectfully, you're probably saying that having never ever in your life had an upper, like senior role in a video game publisher or company in general. Because 99.9% of the people in this, whether it's in chat or whatever, have also never been in that position, because we're not Bungie execs, right? Like, obviously.
Yeah.
But people
Yeah.
make out like, it's like, no, it is the logical thing to do. And I'm like, okay, with what data are you making that decision? Like, how are you so sure that that makes sense for their internal finances that you don't know? How do you know that it is going to boost the player numbers in specific ways based on the data that only they have access to? Like, you just don't. And people are still so brazen. Close right, far mid. We're not doing challenge, right?
No.
Okay. So, like, that
Middle, left, right.
I don't get. Like, Bungie, as much as people don't want to believe it, they do have brains, and they have thought of the ideas that are being suggested here a lot of the time. If they're obvious ideas like make Destiny 3. But people just don't seem to be able to get their head around that for some reason.
I just think from like, I know from a very outside of like Destiny space perspective, what I've been noticing is a lot of the like I don't know, just a lot of negativity all around. I think like we just kind of have to wait and see with Edge of Fate personally. Like that's just where my head is at. But oh wow, you guys are all up in Atheon right now.
Get inside him.
Milo,
Yeah, he's over
Are you
here.
blind right now? Here, I got you.
Yes, thank you. Oh, where is this man? Why is he so far back?
He's way up here.
Also,
yeah.
you're about to detain,
I'm
detain the whole team. He's about to detain the whole team.
I was coming to try and ruin it for everyone. Alright, I'm doing boss damage.
Ow.
I'm helping.
won.
I'm helping.
Dude, Atheon, you didn't even
Yeah,
let Atheon leave his room. What's wrong with you?
I'm helping.
Something that really annoyed me with like, it's kind of topical because it's still Bungie, but like the marathon thing, like everyone was like, they need to delay marathon. 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 Like that was the thing, and it's just like if they don't delay marathon, the game dies. If they don't delay marathon, Like my wife will leave me, and it's just like
No, their wives will leave them.
I don't. Why do we jump to the Why do we jump to the delay? Like the same way that we jump to they need a Destiny 3. Why are we not like? I feel like, and even like they did delay it, right? So like maybe that was the right decision, but I feel like that is not our like. Why is that? Why is that a thing? So many people were like, "Do you think they should delay Marathon?" And I'm like, I think if they think they should delay Marathon, then they should delay Marathon.
Literally
I played a slice of the pie of the game, and if they think they should delay it, then they should delay it. I can tell you the problems I had with the game. I can tell you the positives and the negatives. I can tell you the things that were lacking. I can tell you all of this stuff from my perspective. What I can't tell you is whether they should delay the game. Like that's not a thing that I can say, right? Like if the game comes out when it was meant to come out and it's like, you know, that was really like a tiny slice of the pie that I played and it's like a, you know, much deeper game than people realize, then no, they shouldn't have delayed the game, you know? Like
I don't know. I think from what I played, I mean they even said like very publicly that the build that they were on was like 6 or 7 months old. Originally it was meant to be a closed alpha as well. It wasn't even meant to be shown to the public. Like I thought what I played was like fine. I don't think, like, in my opinion, yes, I'm in the same boat. Like I had issues, I had things that I would obviously change, but I put that in the feedback. I feel like most of the people that were saying needs to be delayed, I mean, didn't really play it themselves. I'm not saying that everybody has to, I think, like, maybe didn't get a good fair shake of it. I don't know.
I think this is where the problem lies, is that a player would play Marathon and they would feel, several things here are not working for me. X isn't working, Y isn't working, Z isn't working, right? And the problem is that they then make the jump to say, because it's not working, I know how they should run the company. And what should actually happen is they should say, these things aren't working. And then the people at the company should say, well, we have a bunch of problems to solve that the players are experiencing. And we know what our finances look like. And we know what our dev resourcing is going to look like across putting people on a Destiny 2 expansion stuff versus putting people on Marathon versus other projects versus other bits and pieces. They know that. Nobody else does. And so as soon as the disgruntled player makes a decision on Bungie's behalf without knowing any of the internal stuff, you're like, you're just yapping. Like, it means nothing. Now, you can see their ultimate decision and see how it plays out and be like, well, I feel like they made the wrong decision here. Like, just because they have the data doesn't mean they only make correct decisions, but you can never make an informed decision if you're just a player. And that's the key. You need it to be an informed decision for it to have merit. Otherwise, it is gambling. It's literally just random guessing. And that's why it's like, it's just armchair development to be like, they should have done this categorically, because we just don't know. As frustrating as that is, we just don't.
Yeah, I guess, the thing that just rubs me the wrong way is like, you put it perfectly. Like, I can tell you that the game is bad. I can tell you the things that are bad about it. I can tell you, like, what it's missing. But only the developers and the company can go, okay, all of these people are having all of these problems, but we can fix them by the time, so we don't need to delay. Or, the more likely scenario, I'm not saying it's, I don't, when people were saying, do you think it should be delayed? I'm like, it's not that I think it should be delayed, it's, I think it will or won't be delayed, is the actual thing.
Yep.
Again, I can't say whether it should be delayed. That's not not up to me.
Yeah,
like,
I think also there's a side of it where, like, a lot of discourse that gets likes in general on anything is going to be negative discourse. I can't really think of a ton of positive discourse that gets like a ton of likes and a bunch of, like, because negativity is ultimately what feeds a lot of, like, algorithms in general. So it's like, I don't know. I think a lot of it is also just the fact that, like, people get more brownie points if they're more negative than positive about things. And I think if people are positive about things that they actually like, then they're called things that are negative by people that don't like those, and blah blah blah. And then, it's just it gets down to, like, things that are, like, I think it's just more popular to be negative, especially right now. Like that's all it is, to be honest. I wouldn't. I still think people who are frustrated about a lot of the things but are still buying Destiny are still gonna enjoy what they're gonna get out of Edge of Fate. I don't think that's gonna change. But like in regards to Marathon, I think people who are still interested in Marathon as an idea are probably still gonna buy it, delay or no delay.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I think it's just the discourse is frustrating, especially because like if you're streaming it every day and you're hearing it every single day, it's like extra frustrating. But I do just think like the internet thrives off of negativity.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no. I don't know. I see like reasonable people saying Marathon should be delayed, and it's just like you're just like why are we feeding into it?
Waffle, no! Waffle's dead. Waffle, I'm coming back, bro. I don't care. Whoever was with us, I'm so sorry if you're blind right now. Okay. I'm coming out of the portal. Just stay right outside that portal. Oh my god. We got a blind raider out there. I don't know which one. Is it Ryano? Come
I'm winging it.
Come here. No, come here.
Right?
You're no
Guys?
longer
Did we
blind.
lose one?
Guys?
Ow.
Guys?
Guys?
I got another well.
Captain?
Two-phasing
guys?
ATM. Just keep going. Just keep it rolling. We just gotta stick with our decisions. We gotta stick with our decisions.
Wait. Oh, we're terrible.
Mahis for DPS. Let's go.
I mean, I went back. I saved
You saved me.
a fallen.
Blame Haminator, honestly.
What'd I do?
I say it's
Not enough Gollum accent.
Old hand would have won.
My bad.
yeah. Melito would have won phased.
True.
Alito would have been on the floor faster.
Melito would have.
I also think it's like people are just looking for like things to like point the finger at. Like there's got to be a boogeyman for why everything isn't as good as it was when I first started playing. I don't know. Like I think that's also just
like it has become a meme, but like that Pete Parsons guy really takes a lot of crap for everything that Bungie does bad. Which is kind of funny, but also like like I'm sure he didn't. I'm sure, like I don't know. I'm sure it's overblown. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe he's a bad guy. I don't know. I don't like to feed into stuff like that generally though, because it's just like. I mean, when it's funny, but like
Oh, whoops!
Where'd
There's
my
one more.
relic
What am I
go?
doing? Uh-oh.
Guys?
Your relic's coming back soon. Somebody else take relic. Yo, Pog, take relic.
Guys,
I can take. I can take.
I
I got it.
Captain, that's fine. We win. We won.
Team, I can't see. Team, where am I?
Guys.
How'd I get here?
He led.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yo, did you try to like, I don't know, like brush your eyes and like open them all the way?
I did, but it's like soap. You just brush and it gets more irritated. Like,
Guys, stinks.
Alright, join on me for the last one.
And I'm probably just gonna buy a bunch of Praetus just so I can harmonize.
can you harmonize them if they're from the chest?
Oh, maybe not.
Oh,
I
Captain.
don't think so.
Uh-oh.
Why am I getting cutscenes? How long has it been since I played on my hunter? Oh
Hey,
boy, what am I being pulled into?
Someone in chat said a delay will never be a bad thing, giving the devs more time to cook. I
Not
disagree
true.
with that.
Literally factually untrue.
I very heavily disagree with that. You know what's crazy? Okay, I'm gonna blow people's minds right now.
Oh, hit me.
People are going to be disappointed with Silksong.
Oh,
That is fact. It is
that's the
going to
mortal
happen
sin that you're committing.
because Silksong has been hyped up for like an entire decade, and so even if it is literally the best game that will ever be made, it's still going to fall short of people's expectations. Like that, like.
Disagree though, because Silksong is also like a single player indie project that's just fun as fuck. Like I don't think it's not the same scale of game. It's not being like this ambitious, like crazy over the top. It's just saying like, yeah, we kind of need more time. Like I feel like Silksong will be fine to people that just are gonna pick it up.
If you're talking ambitious, look at GTA.
I'm not saying
Like
it's going to
GTA 6 would be probably a better thing to.
I'm not gonna say it's gonna be. Well, yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have gone Silk Song. Now I feel like that. I feel like I'm hurting people's feelings. But like, even then, it's just like, like, I'm not saying Silk Song is going to be bad. Like,
Yeah.
I'm saying that there are going to be people that are disappointed with it because of like the amount of hype, right? Like the thing that Milo experienced with Deep Stone Lullaby is a good example. It's just like, like when there's a lot of build up, it doesn't really matter what's at the end. Like your expectations are set so high that like, nothing can live up to that. I feel like.
There's also like
Shadow Drop games do so well. Like Shadow Drops feel so like good sometimes because like people aren't expecting anything and then they get this like really cool thing and it's just like, well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm spewing, but yeah.
No, hype is definitely like hype can definitely ruin a lot of games. I agree. Like I don't think that's a hot take that hype can ruin things before you even get started. Because I think that's how I felt with something like Beyond Light. Like I set myself up to be a lot more hyped than I think what we ended up getting.
Yeah.
Like I set myself up with all these things, bro. I said the pyramids, oh my god, they're coming in. I was like, oh my god, we're gonna get like a crazier thing than what is being shown to us. I was like, oh, there's got to be a bigger thing after the raid. Like they never said it.
Patrick W, thank you so much for the 20, my man. Huge W. Can we get some W Patricks in the chat? Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. That is very, very appreciated. I hope you are well. Hope you're having a good day. Good times in the streams. Good vibes. And yeah, thank you so much. Huge. Tons of people just got big subs.
What if it's just like, what if it's like a scenario where it's just like, they can't figure out how to make the like thing good because it was just kind of like wonky from the start and like no amount of time will like fix that. But they've got like an attachment to it, so it's just like kind of doomed, I feel like that can happen as well. I don't know. I don't think delays are inherently always a good thing. I think they're important. I think being able to delay a game is good. Like that's why I think indie games are so good because they like don't have like this like insane amount of pressure to release at a certain time, like meet all these things. But yeah, I don't know. What were you gonna say about? What were you gonna say about that, Milo? I kind of cut you off.
No, you didn't. You're fine. I think it's just too reductive. We need portal. We need Rainforest Cafe portal.
Guys. I'm gonna keep it a bug, Captain. That's probably not happening.
Huge
two-phase.
two-phase.
Rainforest Cafe was pretty good.
Okay, wait, I'm actually gonna go open it.
Guys, I need to be undetained as well.
Welcome back.
Oh, wait, what? That's the... Oh, never mind, that is the right... Oh, okay.
I just kind of guessed which portal. I didn't know what cafe portal was, so I threw a shot in the dark.
I knew which one it was, and I went to the wrong one.
Telepathically,
Well, I'm gonna be blind in a corner for this part, so...
No, man.
Hell yeah.
I'm just gonna chill here, blind. What do you guys...
Listen, you're a stormtrooper. It's not going to affect your aim anyway. It's already busted.
Yeah, it's already sure.
I just see names running towards me and it scares me.
Rogue Dragoni, thank you for the sub. Yeah, I think what I was going to say, Bog, is like to just blanket say like delays are always good or whatever I forget what the exact wording of the first statement was. Like it's too reductive because it's actually quite easy to think of a world where that is not the case. Like you can just think of a random scenario where that is not the case and instantly it's like, okay, we shouldn't be talking in absolutes like this about multi-billion-dollar businesses. So like let's be extreme just to show that like hypothetically, this is not the case, and then we can be less extreme. Let's say there is a studio that has had a game delayed 15 times, and the devs are sick of it, and then upper management says, we're going to delay it again here, just keep cooking. Right? Morale's going to be in the toilet. At that point, it's probably not a good idea to just endlessly delay the game. You're just going to lose all the devs. Like, it's going to be a bad vibe, right? Let's conceive of another situation that's maybe slightly less extreme. You have a game from a company that has a limited budget to make their game, right? And I'm suddenly blind now as well. I'll just let you guys finish. You have a company that has a limited runway. They've got a limited amount of money to make their game. Let's say outside backers came in and the outside backers gave them $15 million to make their game, right? And so they're working on the game. It's getting close to finished, but like, it's just not quite polished enough. It's not quite there. Joe Public might say, if it's not polished enough, everyone should just vote to delay the game. Like, that's always the better solution. The problem might be that in order to get enough extra runway to delay the game and keep paying your staff, they might need to raise more money, for instance. Raising more money might mean that they need to give up more of the company. Giving up more of the company might mean that they then need to have the outside random execs, the VCs, etc., having more creative control over what the game ultimately actually is. That might mean that the game goes from being something that's for the player and it turns into something that's actually completely morally bankrupt and corrupt because it's the VC video game instead of the devs video game. That might mean the game sucks. So like, the world of business is not as simple as like, just delay it and get money without any consequences from nowhere and just make a better game with some longer time. Like, at the end of the day, you have to balance the fact that money is required to make the game in the first place. And sometimes you get the money to keep making the game by selling the game. Like, sometimes that is the way you have to do it. Sometimes you have to go to market and sell a worse product so you can fund the continued development of the product. It's not all scenarios. Like, there's absolutely other scenarios where it would be better to just delay something, polish it more. You just eat a little bit into your runway, but you've got plenty of runway anyway, so you're chilling and you're fine. But it's nuanced and it depends on the circumstances. It depends on the data. It depends on the numbers, which the player will never have access to. And that's why I get so frustrated when people armchair, backseat, develop video games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later.
See you later,
Alright,
alligator.
GM's time.
Oh, see ya.
Yeah,
GG's
GM time.
Gamer.
GM time.
It's time.
All right, later.
It's time for
Bye-bye.
Grandmasters.
I fall into the, I do a bit of dev backseating from time to time because I'm like, wow, this really stupid bug that would, surely take a single line of code to fix and has been in the game for 2 years and what? Fix it! You know what I mean? And that's not how the game works.
But that's the thing is, that's you expressing, that's the first thing, is you expressing your frustration about a thing in the game is always valid. It's literally always valid. Yeah. And Jump is kind of getting a bit defensive, it sounds like here, and saying, so we should just stay quiet and just let the devs do what they want? No. You are allowed to say that you don't like something. You are allowed to say that a change that they're making doesn't suit you. You are allowed to say that you feel like this has negative consequences. You are literally hallucinating if you think that I'm telling you you're never allowed to dislike things. But what I'm saying is there is a massive difference between sharing something that doesn't work for you in the game and telling them how to run their business. They are different, and you do not have the data to tell them how to run their business. You just don't. Yeah. And if you are headcanoning the fact that you do, yes, it's going to be a bit uncomfortable when someone like myself says, you don't know what you're talking about. It's not even a dig. It's just, that's actually reality. None of us, not a single one of us here, knows what we're talking about when it comes to what Bungie's exact runway looks like. None of us can say anything meaningful about that. You can't, I can't, no one can. But that is
Like,
pertinent
a lot of-
information to all of these things.
And not even a lot of the people that work at Bungie have that information either.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
People act like devs are like an it's like the devs is like an autonomous like
Yeah. There's the hive mind.
There's
Like-
a lot of people and a lot of moving pieces. I think there's an argument to be made that sometimes like some of the companies like it comes down to the amount of scale and how many people they have to go through in terms of how things get done. But like I think again that's a conversation that if you've even like had those conversations to begin with and you know that, then you're probably not somebody that's just saying like should have made Destiny 3 lol, right? Like I think a lot of the people that are saying that probably just have no, I don't think it's worth paying attention to begin with,
Like,
personally.
there is a world where if they like for example, like let's ask a question, right? A hypothetical.
Wait, hold on. Before we do that, I have to ask one thing. Bog, and Milo, for my Heathen's Vengeance, what am I looking for in this thing? Because I just crafted it. I have it ready to slot the perks. What am I putting on this bad boy?
Envious, bait and switch.
Oh, so the classic.
Wait, have you leveled it? You're gonna want to level it to 17.
Yeah, it's
first.
already leveled. It's already leveled.
quick launch
And then
back
it-
facing and space.
Okay. Well, all right, cool. Thank you. I just,
But
I kind of figured, but I just, hey, maybe there's something
have you?
there.
Yeah,
But-
for the attachments, have you done hard launch impact casing?
Yeah, hard launch impact casing, and then what kind of frame am I looking at here?
Gauge? Hard
Wait.
launch?
Velocity.
Do you disagree, Bog?
No, sorry, quick launch. Sorry.
Quick launch.
Yeah,
Oh, I have
quick
hard launch on
and
mine.
then
Should I be quick launching?
You should be quick launching, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, just velocity, right? Like prioritize
Yeah.
velocity here. Okay.
Oh,
I mean, that one doesn't matter that much. Impact casing definitely does matter. And then you want handling masterwork. Envious bait and switch up.
Handling masterwork. Okay.
could you enclave us, Bog, so I can just do that while we're waiting for him to finish his as well? Thank you.
I can just join Evan. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
just join up, boys. Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out my loadout for this GM. Like, what's the strat here? Before we jump
what
back in,
class?
then we can jump right back in.
What class are you on?
The Titan.
You can just be conk or bolt charge, whatever you want.
I'll just bolt charge. Okay, bolt charge with, I'm guessing, Queen Breakers.
I wouldn't run that for the. I mean, I don't know. Make sure you have Tenacious on, I would say,
Okay.
and then you can run whatever you want, like Lord of Wolves, Lemonarch, Eager Edge, a machine gun, Queen Breaker. It doesn't really matter. Run whatever you want, bro.
Tenacious.
Should be chilling.
What was Tenacious again?
It's the
It is the
first slot
Sidearm.
rocket sidearm, stasis sidearm. It's
Oh,
kind of like-
yeah, the one that I have. Gotcha. All right, cool. All right, continue on. Sorry about the ways. Tenacious
I
Mastery.
forgot what
There
we
it
were
is.
talking about, dude. I'm so spacey today.
I was about to make a Destiny 3 reference. So just give me a second. I'm just gonna
Okay.
switch my...
Destiny 3. I mean, yeah, yeah.
Why is it not letting me? Oh, item needs to be unlocked. That's so goofy.
I think a lot of the Destiny, like, to be fair, like, a lot of the Destiny 3 came about when they were like, hey, why are you making a new game that we all hate called Marathon when you could have spent those resources on Destiny 3?
100%. That's where it comes from.
That's definitely, and like, to that end, that does meet the, like, you know, if the issue with people saying Destiny 3 is like kind of dumb is like, well, they don't have infinite money, then I'd be like, well, they don't have infinite money, but they did spend a lot of money on Marathon, for example, right? So it's like, and that is a valid, like,
I wouldn't say
is
it's.
valid.
I wouldn't say like the idea of Destiny 3 is dumb. Like if the Bungie devs were considering Destiny 3, I wouldn't instantly be like that's dumb because again, like they're gonna know better than me. But I think people assuming that it is by default the best solution. Yes, I think that's dumb. And I want to present a. I'm ready, by the way. I'm ready to go.
I'm ready as well. I got Eager Edge, Tenacious, and Lord of Wolves.
lead.
Oh, I am.
You're
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Should I make you lead here? Because am I not even able to like boot up the
oh
correct
yeah,
one?
you should actually make me lead.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
like as an example, like, would you take the following, like what would you pick in the following scenario? Either you can guarantee the next 10 years of Destiny and it stays Destiny 2, or we get Destiny 3, but there is a, let's say, 50% chance that Destiny dies in 2 years because Bungie goes out of business. Which would you pick?
I think there's. I think we can just let history present itself, man. Like Destiny 2 at launch was just not like outside of like the first week because there was just enough new toys to play with. Destiny 2 came to a screeching halt. I mean, Curse of Osiris numbers were really bad, and same with Destiny 2 after 2 weeks after launch, like they lost almost everybody. So I think like they just don't want a repeat of what happened at Destiny 2's launch. So
you're saying if they did a Destiny 3, there's a chance that history would repeat, the first X window would be rough, and then within my example, that would mean that within those first couple of years, there would be a reasonable chance of the game going tits up, and so that would be the destruction of Destiny.
Then. Yeah, right. No, there was then. Like, we have the exact roadmap of how they were able to reconfigure Destiny, but that was when they had Activision fully backing Bungie as well.
And wasn't there a month where like they were 1 month from bankruptcy or something? People like float that sort of like phrase around. I feel like I've seen that.
Yeah. That was
like, just not to like dive too deep into it, but just like, so that is the thing, right? That exists. And so if we recognize there is a pretty reasonable chance that a Destiny 3 would be the end of Destiny, I think it's therefore suddenly categorically no longer just the only logical option to make Destiny 3. And yet you've got all of these people that are so self-assured being like, the devs are idiots for ignoring this, or even the upper management, the execs are idiots for ignoring this, where it's like, if that is the death of Destiny, I don't know about you, Captain, I don't want that to happen. So yeah, I would take Destiny 2 for longer.
You've answered your own scenario by just using previous things that you've said, because you've said that like people are frustrated with, Bog even said, I know Bog for sure said this, I think you said this as well, Milo. People are frustrated, they have franchise fatigue. All these things are true, but what's to solve the franchise fatigue? Make a new franchise that coexists within your already existing IP. Like, I think that was the plan, right? It was to let Destiny 2 have smaller yet more like substantial in terms of core gameplay changes while letting another franchise do its thing. That would still be under the Bungie umbrella. That was the idea. I think that they already were going that way. It's just Marathon in the alpha stage needed either more time or they weren't as confident with it, and they wanted to make sure that it was actually like ready to go.
I'm confused. Like PTD saying that you're saying I'm using circular reasoning. What is my circular reasoning? I'm lost.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. Or PTD. Well, I don't really. I'm confused.
No, I'm just saying like you've already said, because you were saying like you were giving a scenario. Would you rather have this or this? But the scenario is that they've already chosen the scenario for you. They've already made that decision. Like obviously, you know,
but I was talking about the hypothetical. I was saying, in a hypothetical scenario where 5 years ago, you could look at where Destiny 2 is right now, like, or right then, and you could say, do we make Destiny 3? Well, here's the equation. If we make Destiny 3, it's 50-50, it kills us. If we stick with Destiny 2, we can guarantee the next 10 years. In that scenario, the point I'm making, there's nothing circular about it, PTD. It's just, is that an obvious, easy, no-brainer decision one way or the other? And the answer, if you're being, like, realistic, is no, it's not an obvious, easy decision. There's obviously a whole load of stuff that you're going to need to weigh on both sides. And so I'm arguing that the people that say, yeah, it is an obvious, easy thing to just be like Destiny 3 only, are way oversimplifying something that is, like, there's very high stakes. Because Destiny 3 could kill the game, and as you said, Evan, it nearly already did. Like, so it's not even an unrealistic hypothetical. It's like the way it is.
It's like proven science.
Yeah, literally. Like, I fear for the people that think that it's just like, just make good game forehead, because, like, if only it were that easy. If only.
Yeah, games are definitely the hardest, in my opinion, the hardest medium to like just make very, very successful. Things are
Right now,
changing,
the
like every
industry-
2 minets.
Yeah.
And I mean, we just saw what happened with Microsoft. Like, people are getting laid off consistently. It's rough.
How many was it? The other was it 9,000 employees, or is that the
Just-
last one?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think this one was a crazy amount of studios. And it's like some of these games were looking super promising, man. And some of these games were super successful too. That Indiana Jones game was like absurdly successful.
Wait, did they have a bunch of layoffs there?
I'm pretty sure they did.
No, that sucks. Yeah, that game was so well reviewed, like crazy well reviewed.
I want to make sure that that is true before I say that that one was one of the studios, but I believe that they were.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, this GM is so chill. I remember when it first came out, it was
It's because Bog's done it all, that's why.
No, I know, but like, dude, when this one first came out, like, you had to like sit in certain corners of the room so that you didn't get bullied.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I want to play my ultimate Nightfalls, but they're time gated. Wah.
Oh, drop your shield, drop your shield, drop your shield, please. There we go. Hey, my super doesn't even kill him.
Skill issue.
I know. That guy had his shield up for like, he delayed it, bro. He just decided to skip putting down the shield like it was, like we were in Oracles all over again, and they just didn't play the sound.
That was so weird.
I've never had that happen before,
Yeah.
like ever. Yo, Bog, watch out. You got a guy on you?
No worries, no worries. Got it.
He's getting one guide by one guy.
Yeah.
Getting one guy, no man. I'm like Milo, bro, getting one guy.
Oh no, man.
Uh-oh, that's a hyper open.
Let that not be my legacy.
No,
Here
man.
lies Milo. He got one guide regularly.
Oh, one guide. You guys get the I think there's another chance right there. You guys.
Yeah, we're working on him.
I'm coming to you. Oh, you got him.
Flank.
You guys.
What is good about the Le Monarch? Why do we like this weapon?
It is extremely good with bolt charge, specifically with Storm's Key.
Oh, good thing
yeah.
I'm running Storm's Keep then.
Yeah, so yeah, when I said Lemonarch, I meant specifically for Evan because he got
Yeah.
Storm's Keep.
I was like, oh, I'll try that. I haven't got the counter yet.
I mean, dude, no. Speaking of like when GMs used to be hard, surely you've heard of Esoteric by this point.
Yeah. I've seen one or
Yeah.
two esoteric things
Yeah,
pop up in my-
that guy, like, I used to watch that guy a lot, like, and he would just do like solo GMs, like that was like the thing that I watched him do a lot of, and he was the Lemonarch merchant. That's like the only gun bro used, I'm pretty sure. And it was awesome.
Lemon, man.
No, the Esoteric cops a lot of flack just because like everyone like glazes him, but he's like he's low key.
No, he's
Dude,
a
that's
really good
so
player.
sad,
I mean, dude,
like-
he's a world's first raider as well. Like he doesn't have a belt.
It's crazy sad that he gets flack because other people glaze him. Like, that is so messed up. Like,
I think it's people trying to balancing act the glaze.
yeah.
And I'm sure
People are
there
trying to
like,
balance the glaze.
for every person that like. I bet the thing is like no one's actually like giving him shit for the most part. I think they just give the people who glaze him shit.
Right.
It's
So
kind of
it's
like
like-
entry, like you know, end game entry level. Well, I know end game bog of my dog level.
Yeah.
What you know about the dog
people
lore?
trying to, like gatekeep. But no, that guy like from an end game play perspective, that guy is insanely good at the game. Like, and no one will ever take that away from him.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, no, but he's
Oh,
like,
I got
yeah,
psionic quaked.
I got deleted as well.
Bog.
My team,
Captain.
my team's gone.
Sword block, Captain. Thank you, Captain. Just kill the boss, forehead, Captain.
Yep. Have you done this GM, Malik?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Ooh, what, bro? I whiffed my charge melee.
Gladiators.
Oopsie.
Gladiators still scary. Good to know.
What was SO's first, first?
Crown of Sorrow.
Is that Destiny 1 or is that a Sunset thing?
Nope, that was Sunset thing.
Oh, okay.
It was a pretty intense day one. That was when they decided to make the raid the same day as the season coming out.
Oh,
So
Jesus.
like 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours after launch of the season, they were like, here's a raid, by the way. And we introduced contest here for the first time. Like, what?
Yeah, that's pretty gnarly.
And them going back to the like couple of days, like Evan. What do you think? Like, what are your thoughts on that? Like, your opinions on
which?
Like,
On
what
what thing?
well, my first day one raid was Deep Strike Crypt, and that released like 2 weeks after expansion.
Yeah,
And I think they did that for.
I believe.
I think I did that for Val as well. I think it was about 2 weeks for Val.
Yeah.
And then Ron was also. I think Ron was also 2 weeks. But then Salvations was 3 days, and it looks like I thought that was going to be a one-off just because of like how they worked that raid into like the campaign. To be, like that's what they did. But like yeah.
Wait, real quick, Bog, before I answer this, do I want to keep Cruel Mercy at all or no? Is that one just a no? That's the pulse rifle. Okay. Okay, cool. And then for Lotus Eater, what am I looking for on this?
Destabilizing rounds, repulsor brace.
Okay, destab repulsor. Got it.
And
Okay.
I think shoot to loot is good.
Shoot to loot is on this one too. That's cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so in terms of this day one, I'm of the opinion that it's cool to make people feel like they need to get ready for something cool.
Yeah.
I think that like giving people like a 2-week window when it's not always necessary is not a good thing, especially when you're ready for the raid after you beat the legendary campaign. Now, admittedly, I am biased because of like, in my opinion, the most like insane day one outside of Salvations was Last Wish, and that really required people to grind and be ready. But Salvations, if you remember, also really made people grind and get ready in a different way. Like, it wasn't as intensive in that way, but like it definitely made people like get hyped, get ready to go, get as many things as they possibly could done in time for it. And like, were people fatigued going into it? Probably, but like that's what makes like the story of day one.
Yeah,
that's what makes it like day one feeling is like, okay, we did all the prep we can, let's go, it's Destiny Christmas.
Evan, I have a question.
You for like a couple days.
Yeah.
How much are you allowed to say to us about the plan for you being at Bungie? Are you able to tell us anything about like structure of how, like, is it going to be any different because you're at Bungie, or like anything you can say?
I mean, all I can say is that like in terms of raid zone, like I'm trying to think, like I think
the
all
mustard.
I can really say
Muscles.
All I can really say is that it's actually it's gonna be during my my birthday week that we're setting up everything.
Yeah.
But and that it's we're going in a little bit early to get things prepared because it's gonna be a crazy show on that raid day. We're going all out. Like that's all I can really say. I want to keep a lot of it a surprise.
Fair. That's super valid.
Yeah, but it'll be really fun, man. I think this one will be like obviously the biggest stakes because it'll be right there with Bungie themselves.
It's so cool. Like, okay, like don't answer this then because you're gonna be keeping stuff secret. But like, just the idea of you being able to have like devs like come on during encounters and like potentially talk about, like, if an encounter's cleared, to like talk about something that's already been cleared, or just like give any like insights live, or just like walk it, or like to see the devs like being excited about a clip, like that's gonna be so cool. Like I'm very, very happy for you. I think it's so.
Wait, I want to hop on the last. Oh, sorry, Dad. I want to hop on the last bit for a second. So to get, so I am not racing for this day one.
You're not?
No.
Oh.
So I'm on a team as a coach. I'm not a player.
Oh.
Like technically I'm racing because I'm part of the team. But so one of the things that we do to get ready, because like as much as you can just like run raids, like that's not very good raid day one practice. Because like one of the big things on day one is like figuring out new mechanics and like working well in an unfamiliar environment, right? So one of the things we do is like, I will invent challenges for encounters, and like that they have to figure out and then complete. Like, think like the actual challenges for like raid encounters. I make up like fictitious ones, and like if they fail that challenge, then I'm like challenge failed, right? And then they have to, and then they go like, well, okay, what happened? Like, why did we fail the challenge? Like, what could it be? And then they have to figure that out. And then once they've figured it out, then they have to like do the challenge essentially.
Basically, Bog is Destiny.
Yeah. So I'm John Destiny, and
Yep.
And dude, like it is so fun, like making challenges and like watching people have to try and figure it out.
It's cool.
And I can only like that is probably like that fulfillment from doing that is probably like single percentage like of the fulfillment that like the devs, like the raid designers get when they watch people solve the mechanics of the that if you can get them like live watching people solve mechanics like that would be so cool. Like,
I will tell you this now, the one thing that I'm gonna go into with this raid zone, like we're both going into, is like we don't want to know really anything until at least a solve is done of something.
100%.
Like I don't think there should even be an expression shown. I don't want to see any expressions until something's already done, because I don't want any sort of like they think they're doing this but they're not doing that, like
that's
even
fair.
Smirks on people's faces.
That's a good point.
Because like I think it just, the integrity of day one is so special, and I think like we just got to keep that intact. That's
I would say, dude, if you have like they do like sports replays when like a team scores and they have like the reaction on the coach's face and like the opposing coach's face. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. If they could have like a dev cam for something like that, that would be sick.
Dev cam, cat cam, dog cam.
I probably shouldn't even be saying this because, like, if that's not a thing that's gonna happen, then it's just like.
I mean, you can speculate all you want to. I just won't tell you yes or no. You guys talk about it like all you want to, but there's definitely just like the ideas are going crazy in my head for like what we can do.
Like that. I don't know. Just that idea of like the Rad team always hits. Like I don't care what anyone says. Like they always do good, and
they do a great job.
I'll shit on like Bog and stuff, but like they always.
You'll shit on Bog? No, man.
No, man.
Oh, right.
Bog on my dog, dude. That could have been the title, bro. Bog on my dog.
I'll shit on raids that like I don't like, or like I think are basic, or just for funsies. But like on a real, like they always do such a good job, and I would love to like see them reacting to people like enjoying the experience they've curated.
Yeah.
Like I would like that would be awesome. But I mean, even just like anything like even like once the world's best over, just like an interview like that.
Yeah.
So that would be so cool. But yeah. No, it's gonna be good. I can't wait for the raid. I hope it's solvable. Basically.
I hope that if there's like a solo, I hope that it's like a witness level thing where it's like really difficult to pull off. At least,
I have not done salvations. Please hold. Please hold. Please hold.
Holding.
Please hold. Please hold. I heard the word witness and I was like, that's the end of that.
Guys?
Yeah. Yes, no, I 100% agree. Yep.
I think that like this raid zone will be like I don't get like as nervous doing those anymore, but like, dude, I definitely am nervous now because I'm like, dude, I'm in front of like, there's the whole squad is there.
Oh, that's gonna be awesome.
What if I accidentally like fart or something, bro? That's gonna be bad. Like I'm nervous, like,
guys,
like, It's like, I don't know. I don't get stage fright, but like, I think that might give me some version of stage fright, just because like, dude, I don't know, like that level of scale, and like that was like the dream for Raid Zone from like the beginning, was
I think I
like,
DC'd.
go to Bungie. Yeah, I got it. No, I'm black screen. We're just
Oh
joining
no.
allies.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, I don't have the right resists on, is what I've realized, so I'm gonna need to change that after this run.
Resable.
I got you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be surreal, dude. That's gonna be awesome. I like
for,
that they've
for you guys and
like,
everybody in all the different chats, like I'll just say ahead of time, like I won't answer yes or no on anything, but like I definitely like the speculating. I think it's fun.
Yeah,
I think we have a lot of cool ideas.
Dude. Okay.
I think
wish they would,
like just
I wish they
breaking
would
down the
force-
barrier between like
Yeah.
Bungie and the community a lot more, even on raid day, is such a cool, like
Yeah.
being able to be a part of that is really cool, because I feel like the raid team is like the one team that I think everybody wants them to like be pretty tight-mouthed about stuff until the raid is over. But like at least having like the raid team, like I don't know, just being more center stage on their day would be really cool.
Yeah. No, I agree. Man, I wish they would force people to stream day one. I feel like it's going to be worse than SE with the black screens and such, or people just not even streaming. But yeah, I don't know. I think I've talked to you about that before. Maybe not though. Like
Like at length about it?
Not really. I feel like, I mean, surely it must be frustrating for you, like, since your whole, like, the whole thing is like you trying to like spectate the race and.
Not really, because CB and I can jump to different POVs, and we can also just like CB and I know how to just kind of stall and just kind of speculate on the encounters.
Yeah, I guess it's also part of the story, right? It's like
it is
like you're not purely doing it based on like this encounter is 50% completed, but it's also like this team feels like they're making progress, and that player story is also part of the drama, right? Like that's probably interesting to the viewers.
Yeah,
I think
it's probably more frustrating for like coaches that are looking around than it is for me.
Right. I guess I don't know. I think of the extreme where like that people like I don't know.
Oh, dude, oh no. Oh
no,
no.
man. No, man.
You win these.
I win these.
Play safe, King. Play safe.
I have no ammo and no barricade. Ooh.
Ooh. Muscles. Nice
oh.
No, man.
I got backhanded.
Are you alive?
Bog is back. You guys
Hello,
are both
lad.
back.
I don't know. I think of the extreme where like, you know, the three teams that are 2 encounters ahead of everyone are not even streaming, and the other teams that are even like not even in first place are black screen, and then you just have like first encounter POV when everyone's on the like 8th encounter. You know, I don't know. I think there's a bigger nightmare. Like,
yeah, there's a bigger conversation to be had about like, it just depends on what the goal of raids ultimately becomes. Is it meant to be a competition first or a viewing experience first? I think like, because like if it's a viewing experience first, then it absolutely hurts the fabric of raid racing if everybody's hiding their screens. But if it's a competition first, then it definitely would have less people streaming than more. So it's like it ultimately just like comes down to what you personally fundamentally see raiding as. And for me, you know, like I used to raid race. I used to like I definitely enjoy the competitive aspect. So I get why people do it. But it's also like as a viewing experience, and the people that maybe have made raid racing bigger than what it like ever was before because of just tuning in and being hyped for those moments, it's definitely hurting the experience. Like there's no doubt about that. So it's like both answers are true. It's just like Pandora's box gets opened, and how do you even begin to think about closing that?
Yeah, and I feel like I want your 2 cents on this as well, Milo. But like before, because I feel like we've talked about this as well, like in the context of like zombies Easter eggs. But I wholeheartedly believe that they should force, like, in order to get the world's first title, you must have streamed the entire raid race. I wholeheartedly believe that because I think that Bungie should be making it more of a spectator sport entertainment value event than it is a competitive thing. But the fact that they haven't done that.
Can I just interrupt you 2 seconds? Just real quick. Did you guys get Lotus Eaters from that run? I didn't get one.
Yeah, I did not either.
Do we know what happened there?
Oh, we didn't get platinum. We probably missed a champ.
Oh, I missed the champ?
Right.
Okay. I just wanted to check it wasn't just me. Can we... If I leave and join Fireteam while you're playing, will that mess anything up? Because I want to just change your gun real quick. It will mess up?
I'll orbit us.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just orbit, because I got to change up summon on my loadout anyway.
I guess, like...
I got a nice juicy salad here, boys.
I really do respect... I would love some.
Oh, yeah. It's got chicken. It's got dried cranberries. It's got
smells good as hell.
Pecans. It's got sweet potato and some little bits of cheese here and there, and some Brussels sprouts, cooked Brussels sprouts.
Okay.
That sounds fire.
Yeah, man. But yeah, no, in terms of like day one, I see it from both perspectives, but I guess it just depends on like who you're asking. Because if you're asking the everyday kind of Destiny player and viewer, they're gonna hate that raid day is just literally boils down to like which screen can I hear better besides view better.
Yeah.
And it's like, but if you're to ask a day one raider, they're gonna go, well, if I want a belt, I have to do this, or else it just feels like this. But it is cool that at least with Sundered and with Vespers, like we've kind of taken a break from that. But I feel like, I don't know, what has the vibe really been that like everybody's going black screen or not streaming at all for Edge of Fate? Is that what's been consensus?
I just look at the trend, and 4 raid races ago, no one did any obscuring at all.
Yeah.
And then 3 raid races ago, people started blurring out their buffs. And in the last raid race, it was just black screens, you know? So I can only assume that a lot of seriously competitive teams won't even, like, they might stream the raid, but they'll literally just be a black screen the whole time.
The one thing that I will say is that that's actually not true when it comes to people who have never hid their screens before. Math class did in Vault for Last Wish.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was because it was a puzzle solve, and it was something that like they hid their screens for that, or they at least like muted, like there was forms of blocking things out for the solve of Vault.
Okay,
yeah,
that kind of takes it to that means my like trend line argument takes a bit of a hit, actually. Yeah,
I think it's totally up to like the Destiny community, and like everybody in everyone's chats can agree or disagree, but like it's up to you guys if you're gonna want to be somebody that wants to watch that content. Nobody can make that ultimate decision for every single team, right? Like every team that's racing, they can't make that decision. It's up to the viewers if they want to watch that, and it's up to the people who are streaming if they care that the viewers are watching that. If it's up to me, it's, hey, listen, everybody just play the game with just nothing at all on the screen. But it's not up to me. It's up to, unless there's like a clear rule put in place. But it's hard to put that rule out there. I would say it's easier to make people stream now just because the access to streaming is so, like, it's so easy to be able to just like go live somehow. Like you can go live from your PlayStation, your Xbox. There's basic go live functionality on every single platform.
Xbox record that.
I hate the logistics argument, because people always bring up like they wouldn't be able to do that because like it would be unfair, because what if your whole team cannot stream at 140p, and it's like, I live in the country with the worst internet on the planet, and I can stream.
Even though you guys invented the internet.
It's crazy, I know. And I can stream at high definition and pretty much have like 100% uptime. And I'm one person on a 6-person raid team. Are we seriously making the logistics argument? Like, come on. But like that aside, like, I don't know. I think it's like, I really respect that they have kept it as, because because I think there are, as you said, like there are merits to both. Like I think if you want to keep the full competitive integrity, people shouldn't have to stream at all. Like that 100%. Because especially in like puzzle solves, like it's if your team's strength is solving puzzles, then that should be a legitimate factor in whether or not you get a world's first. It should be. Like
totally agree.
Like the fact that if everyone was forced to stream and you can see everyone's POV, then essentially teams that are strong at puzzle solving but weaker at execution have zero chance. Yeah. They lose. They cannot win. It's not possible.
Yep.
Unless the final encounter is like a crazy puzzle solve, which could happen, maybe. But
even then, because like Sundered is an example where with Sundered, it was a puzzle, right? Like there was some puzzle component, and
the shield breaker puzzle, 100%.
Had they not cleared on the run where they had figured it out, they would like easily have been overtaken by another team. Like that could easily have happened.
Yep. And I mean, I think Sundered is the reason why we're gonna, in my opinion, see more teams than less with at least some form of blurring or muting comms.
Yeah.
I think that's a given. It's really hard to put rules in place because I really feel like raid racing to me is somewhere in between a competition and a viewer experience. It is this weird thing that kind of exists on its own, and that's what makes it so special, but that's what makes those conversations so complicated.
Yeah.
I think it's the
backpack, bro, every time.
Wow.
Yep,
Yeah. Oh no. Oh no, man. Oh, who are these guys? Hey, get out of here.
I don't know.
The backpack, man. No, man.
Backpack, bro.
Triple kill.
I'm in Evan's backpack right now, I guess.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Anytime, man. Anytime.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think of the whole situation as like a sort of outsider? Not really anymore, but like as a newer, fresh perspective, Milo. I think
holding it against people for blurring buffs or whatever you want to call it, blacking out, while it's allowed by Bungie, is just molding for no reason.
Yeah, no, that's terrible. I hate that.
Yeah, like if someone does it and it's in the rules, who gives a shit? It's in the rules. You can complain to Bungie and say like, hey Bungie, I'd like you to change this, but at the end of the day, if you're following the rules, I kind of don't think that there's anything.
Okay, wait, Milo. This brings up a bigger conversation. Chat, everybody's chat who has played Destiny long enough should know this one.
Yep.
Well, you might be familiar with this one. Coil glitching was a big one, man.
Foil?
So, Wardcliff coil glitching.
Oh, coil.
So,
okay.
It was during the Prestige Leviathan raid.
For Redeem.
And Redeem ended up winning World's First for Prestige Leviathan because, not just because, and there was other teams doing this too, but it became a huge controversy because they were using the coil glitch, which was essentially swapping to Wardcliff, picking up a heavy brick, swapping to a different heavy, because Wardcliff, each rocket was counting as like a piece of ammo. So it was filling your full kit of ammo on any other heavy that you put on. Okay. So essentially you could swap to Wardcliff and then swap back off of it and still have, and you'd have full heavy instead of just the one brick. Okay. But it was never put on Bungie's banned things, like glitches, like known glitches that would be not counting as World's First. So they used it, but the whole community got real angry about that one. So what do you think? If
it's not on the ban list, it's not on the ban list.
Should have been able to use it? Yeah.
Like, I really think it's like people misplacing blame. And like, if during the race, if it hadn't been on the ban list, the Bunge list, if it hadn't been on the ban list, and then Bungie saw that it was actually a massive problem that was breaking things, and they just tweeted to say, we are now, from this point, we are disallowing the usage of coil glitching for the remainder of the race. Yeah, then if someone
Yeah.
uses it, obviously they don't win, but that's on Bungie. It's still a Bungie thing, and
Yep.
I something I've seen quite a lot in the Destiny community is creators being blamed for game decisions that people don't like, and it's just
Say
like
Divinity one more time.
yeah, well, Divinity's
guys?
the only valid reason. Yeah, no, that one's valid. Salt was wrong for that, but but it's just crazy. It feels like it's quite a persisting theme, I guess, for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like people saying like creators ruin the game or what have you is a thing in all video games, but it's definitely present in Bungie or in Destiny. And yeah, like, if they coil glitched and it was allowed by Bungie, whose fault is it that it was allowed by Bungie? Is it their fault? No. It's Bungie's fault, because it's Bungie. Like, yeah, it's,
I don't know. Yeah.
that's my view
When
on
we talk
it.
about this, I'm very clear, like, well, I try to be very clear in that, like, at the end of the day, the decision is on Bungie. If Bungie wants it to be competitive, like a competitive experience, then they shouldn't force people to stream. If Bungie wants it to be an entertainment experience, then they should force people to stream, right? But both of those decisions are on them.
Yeah.
Whatever people decide to do after that is like fair game. Like, that is. It's their prerogative to stream a black screen, or stream the full thing, or stream a blurred, or not stream at all.
Oh, for sure.
It's on. Why did I T-crash?
For sure. As long as people are following the rules that are put in place, that's all that matters.
Yeah, and like, there is a rules document for a reason. Like, this stuff is not just like left to random chance. Like, they have a bans list.
And
for this exact purpose.
On top of like bans list, like they do, once a world's first like they think has happened, they do take quite a while to verify for a reason. They're going through the full run, making sure nobody was.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, after any world's first, like they take a decent little bit, and they make sure that like whoever got the supposed world's first actually got it, and they weren't cheating.
Nice. Okay.
I mean, next thing you know, you'll have somebody like, you know, spinning around with a xenophage just killing everything. Otherwise, like, they make sure the verification process is there.
Does that mean that they have? Oh, go ahead.
I don't know if that means they have like an in-house replay system. I have no clue how.
Yeah,
to
I was about to
verify.
say, like, what is it?
Kind of crazy.
They have the
just had an
technology for
in-house-
theater mode.
I bet they do, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, like, they probably have like API stuff that helps them like know where people are.
Yeah.
Or whatever, but,
Bit of data analysis.
yeah, but like, I don't know, man. Someone in chat said, I'm surprised that Bungie hasn't done what a lot of sports formats do, which require face cam or screen covers. Like, I think the lens I always see this through is like, I think raid racing should be Destiny 2's esport, and that is not, like, it's just not possible for that to be a thing, because that's not what it is. But like, the only way to achieve that would be to force people to stream. But like, dude, in a world where we could get every, you know, the top 1,000 teams, raid racing teams, all on LAN, like, you know, so we can see all POVs, and they don't get to see other people's POVs. Like, oh man, transporting me to that universe, you know, like, that would be insane.
Yeah.
As is,
I just hope that, you know, all you can really hope for if you're somebody that's really frustrated by blurred screens is that you kind of just have to hope for somebody who's not doing any of that to be in the lead, so that you can see everything in action.
And
All you can really hope for.
I sort of think about like the thought experiment. Like, I'm not, I'm by no means sort of egotistically saying like, when I'm first, da da da. But like, if I was in a leading position, let's say I happen to just big brain a puzzle and it puts my team in the lead. Like, what would I do in that scenario? And I'm just gonna follow the rules. And if the rules mean that I can, like let's say. It's almost like this. Like, let's say there's a gun that some people think is corny, but it's on the allowed guns list, right? But like, people have just a problem with it, like, for whatever reason, because that just happens. Like, sometimes game communities are just like, oh, if you're using X weapon, you're low skill or something, right? If it's on the allowed guns list, am I gonna use the allowed gun to get an advantage? Hell yes, I am, because it's allowed, right? And so simultaneously, if I'm solving a puzzle and I've cooked, and I can use that to be first, yeah, I think I would blur my buffs or whatever. I would do whatever the appropriate thing would be. Because yeah, otherwise puzzle solving teams, like you said, Bog, lose all advantage, and it just becomes about mechanics execution, and it's just a different event, and I just like I'm not.
And that's why I think Pandora's box in this case will just forever remain open, because like it's this blend between competition and viewer experience that on one hand is really nice, but on the other hand, because the competition has become so fierce, it's like definitely escalated to that point. But you can make the argument, and I think this is a fair argument to make, that the only reason that the competition has become so intense has been because of the spectacle of people tuning in to begin with. I think that's a fair argument to make.
Yeah, I think that's a super valid argument, because that's prestige at the end of the day, right? It's the notoriety, it's the excitement. It comes from that. Something I want to get your opinion on, guys, is for this upcoming raid race, not swap. Do you think it should be on or off, given the... Or should we get like a different version of not swap, given the fact that A, we know that not swap itself is weird. It works in a weird way that's like pretty confusing. B, we have all these Armor 3.0 changes now, and yeah, I'm just curious, like, what is the Bungie community take on this? Because I'm obviously new, so I don't really know the vibe.
Not swap should be off for the raid.
Yeah, in my opinion, same. I don't think there's even
but it's only just because the raid is so close, right? Like I don't
think it's even because of that. I think it's because when you're thrown into a new environment and it's a race, you want to see the most potential out of people, not the least.
I mean, like, look, I think there are two lines of like discussion here, and the more pertinent one for this particular question is, I don't think they should do anything like not swap that would drastically change how people play outside of sandbox changes that they've already talked about.
Yeah.
Because it's like we're like 2 weeks away from the raid, you know, like that would just be so dumb. That would like you know what I mean? That'd be like
all the prep would go out the
If they dropped a balance patch, like a major balance patch, the day before the raid, like that would be stupid as well, you know, like
isn't like not swap gonna just ruin, wouldn't totally free loadouts ruin the whole Armor 3.0 thing? Like, because it kind of invalid, because it means you can just switch to whatever you need whenever you need it. You can switch to your super, to use your super, get all the super damage, and then switch off, and it's like, the whole point of the trade-offs is invalidated by loadout swaps there, no?
So like,
but I guess when you already have a contest modifier, like, why throw another modifier into the mix on something that's like a brand new thing and for day one, especially? I don't know.
I think that's not swap is a lot more nuanced than I think people like actually like realize. So when you say I can swap from 200, I can be on 200 super and then use my super and then swap to 200 weapons and then use my weapon, right? There are two things that come with that. The first thing is you are not using 200 weapons and 200 super at the same time. Like that's not what you're doing.
That's what I mean though, is that you would be in a scenario where you were like on an armor. So what's it called? It's gunner, I think, which is it's weapons and dis, right? Yeah, weapons and grenade. Like for that, you conceivably would want the super damage when you get to damage phase, but with the current system, what it's intended to do is it's intended to make you make a difficult decision of, okay, I'm going to choose to be on something that does buff my super stat and isn't just my weapons and my grenade, so that when I get to damage, I have the bonus, and it's a trade, right? Like, you're having to give a little to get a little. Whereas with loadout swapping, I can be on the optimal thing during mechanics phase, and then the optimal thing during damage phase, and there's zero reason to have to worry about, oh, if I'm on gunner, that means I have low super stat. It doesn't matter. Like,
I just don't think that they'll do it. I think that's I think whether it's a good or bad thing is to be decided, but I think that they just won't do it because it's already day one. It's already like the contest modifier. But where I do think that they could try it is in that, like, because aren't they doing a thing with the raid this year where there's going to be the epic raids or whatever?
Yep.
Yeah. So like that would be a place where I could see them trying it. I just think, like, for the actual, like, first contest raid, I feel like they don't want to mess too much with the science that works for, like they don't want to mess too much with the formula that they've created for day ones, because I don't think they should.
All right, 50% completion
So
of this.
I just want to address what you said, Milo.
Yep.
Because I feel pretty strongly about I feel pretty strongly about swaps. Because a lot of the the biggest thing is what you basically just laid out, which is I shouldn't be able to use the optimal thing at all times in an encounter.
Yep.
Because I don't have to make any trade-offs, right?
Yep.
I would argue that being able to swap what you're using mid-encounter to optimize is a skill expression, and we should be able to do it. That's my whole thing. I think a lot of the reason why, like, you know, how do I say it? A lot of the skill gap when it comes to, like, players in this game is the build crafting, the loadout choices, and what you use for certain circumstances. And if I just have to be on the same thing the whole time, that really dilutes the, like, skill expression that I have in this game. Because there is going to be a loadout that is correct, and like, I'm going to be on that loadout the whole time, and it's just like it's just a nothing burger. So it's like, if I'm able to, like, you know, pick a good neutral loadout and a good damage loadout, and even, like, during damage have two loadouts, which is like, one is like my super loadout and one is my damage loadout, there is, like, a lot of skill expression there, in my opinion, right? Like, on paper it's not. On paper it's like, oh, you just have 3 loadouts, it's easy. It's like, no, there is like. There's details in that are lost when you just say, oh, you have to be on the one loader the whole time.
So for the record, I kind of agree with you, but I'm going to steel man it regardless. Would you not argue that it is a greater example of skill expression to have to make a difficult decision? Like, it's not difficult to say, I want super stat when I do super. I want weapons when I do weapons, right? Like, that's not difficult. And I think there's an argument to be made that's not skillful either. It's very sort of base desires. And so, just to round out the example, it's like, would it not be a greater skill expression to say, within a sandbox that forces me to make a trade-off, I am good enough at using my weapon without the buff that I can forego that buff so I can get the super damage? Or I know that the weapon buff is going to be more impactful and I don't need to worry about it, and therefore I'm going to make the trade to prioritize my my weapon damage and not focus on the super. Like, the actual way that you play is then the determinant for where the skill expression comes in, rather than I just have one helmet that has 200 weapons and another that has 200 super, and Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, I click my loadout and then I change when I need the damage. Like, is that still skill expression?
Yeah, so the first thing is, we literally have there's a system in the game called surges that increase your damage, and it is the most straightforward system you could think of. It is put on mod, get more damage. And I would bet so much money that, like, the vast majority of people who play this game never use surges. Like, just straight up.
I agree. I don't disagree. Yep, go ahead.
So as much as, like, putting on 200 super to do more super damage isn't like I'm not making a hard decision. Like, that's obvious to me. I think that putting it in that context is like
So
misleading.
I can agree with you, but do you not think it's a greater expression of skill to have to play better with the hard decision made?
Sure, like greater skill maybe, but the thing is, the thing that gets me right is I already have to do that, right? Like I already have to, you know, do I want an ad clear super or do I want a damage super, right? Do I want to have like, I'm already making decisions like that in the game. Wait, hold on, I gotta make a decision on whether or not we're gonna.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting schmirked on this one. Oh.
Thank you for the rest.
Like, you know, I already have to make decisions like that. I don't think at every point in your build crafting, like, you need to be making decisions like that. Did you get a god roll?
I got a shoot to loot destabilizing. And then what am I looking for in the first two?
It's heavily corrupted.
You want repulsor destabilizing. I got the exact same roll twice in a row.
Oh man.
Well, didn't you say that shoot to loot wasn't bad on this one?
Yeah. I think. I don't know.
You still want the repulsor destab?
Yeah, you still want repulsor. I always just keep shoot to loot just for solos mainly. Like it's not a huge. I wouldn't worry about like. I mean.
That's fair.
I would just keep it just as like cope, maybe even.
I don't know. Yeah, no. Hey, listen, man. I'm a fan of shoot to loot across the board. I think it's one of the best perks that's in the entire game.
Here's the thing, Milo. Like, there is nuance even in like being able to swap loadouts, right? Like, what you said is true. Yeah, I swap to my 200 super, I super the boss, then I swap to my 200 weapons, shoot the boss, boom, Mickey, right? What if instead, like, what if instead of doing that, I have a 200 super build, and I forgo the weapon swap, right? Which gives me extra time, and then I just get my super back faster, and then I get off like enough supers that like it doesn't matter, you know?
I don't follow the example, because are you saying the 1 second you're spending in your menu swapping loadout is going to mean that you get your super back faster?
Well, like,
if that's not what you're saying, I don't want to misrepresent it, but that's I just don't understand.
I guess the super generation isn't based on. It's only up to 100, is it?
I believe so. Yeah.
Example. I guess my point was like sometimes going into your inventory and doing a loadout swap is a damage loss, and that's like even from the perspective of like not like someone who regularly does damage swaps in like high intensity situations, like. Sometimes you just lose damage by sitting there in your inventory for 2 seconds doing nothing, you know? So like having to decide when you do those swaps is like takes skill. But as to like the greater discussion of like, is it not more skillful to have to land on one loadout and play the whole encounter with that one loadout? Like maybe, probably actually. I think that could be more skillful. I just think it's less fun. Like, is the other thing, right?
I agree that it's fun.
I think it's just fun, like not being able to swap, you know?
Yeah, because I do like swaps. I worry that I'm good for another, by the way.
Yep.
I worry that Bungie is putting all this work into this new system, right?
Yeah.
And the system is designed to make you make slightly more, I would say, slightly harder decisions about what you're speccing into at a given time. Would we agree thus far?
Wait, sorry, go back.
Yeah, like, the system, I think, is designed to make you make harder decisions about what you're speccing into.
Yeah.
Agreed?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I think Bungie's perspective is that those harder decisions are beneficial in some way, right? And we could talk about the different axes on which they're beneficial. I think it could be the they actually feel like it makes it more interesting for build crafting, because when you have a like it's the It's the same thing that you sort of talk about when, like, if you're writing a story and you have a scene that's going nowhere, there's like a sort of meme in like the screenwriting community and like stuff like that of like, the way you make something happen is you just have someone like walk into the room with a gun and like suddenly, okay, stuff's happening now. Like we're not messing about anymore. You create a problem, right? And that through those problems, things get interesting. Similarly, just with art in general, if you're making art or you're creating something with zero restrictions, a lot of the time, that means it's just worse than if you have some kind of restriction that you're working around in a creative way, because that's where the human ingenuity is. Like, that's where the magic is made, right? So I think Bungie feels that the same applies in this case, and they're going to create a problem for players, and the solving of that problem will be more interesting than a completely open season sandbox where everything is equally viable at all times, and you can do whatever you want. And so, at face value, that sounds like Bungie saying less build crafting, right? Like, they're saying less options. But sometimes less options could hypothetically be better in my view. And I think this is one where if we have this whole new system and then we just bypass it, what's going to happen? It's going to mean people are going to stop farming for gear, because why would they care, right? It's going to mean that a lot of the effort that they're putting into balancing the sandbox is going to be negated, because they're going to balance it assuming that people aren't going to be just swapping to negate the whole system, and then the people that negate the system are just going to be free in like random extra plus X% damage territory at all times. That's going to mean stuff like contest feels Mickey. It's going to start feeling easy, because there's going to be a band of players they can't balance for, because again, they would have to be balancing 4 people to be doing swaps. And like, for all those reasons, it's like I'm actually very like wholeheartedly in favor of swapping, because I like doing it. I think it's fun. But I think that there are scenarios where Bungie, and this is where it's about like, I don't hate the swappers. I hate the fact that swaps are allowed in certain places, because I think it's a Bungie decision, which they could easily just say not swap or something better than not swap, because I think not swap's a bit weird, but like some loadout restriction element in a contest environment would be more interesting, because you'd be overcoming the greatest problem in the game with the tools available to all players and the extra restriction of not swap, which not all players don't otherwise have, and you're still winning. And I think that's cool. I think that would be a W.
Yeah, look, to be very clear, when not swap was first announced for Riley 9, I was like very openly against it.
Okay.
As soon as I saw what Armor 3.0 was doing, I'm like, guys, like, they're gonna have to not let us do 200 super into 200 weapon swaps.
Yeah.
Like, that is gonna be absurd, right? Because obviously it's gonna be absurd, right? When I saw the new system, I'm like, oh, now not swap makes a lot more sense, you know?
Yeah.
Because in the current system we have, I think not swap is terrible. Like, first of all, it doesn't do the job that it's trying to do. I mean, like, but just restricting us from swapping in general, I think is terrible, because, like, again, I think a lot of the fun in this game is swapping. Like, I think that's what makes it fun, and I don't think having to make decisions like, oh, am I going to be on a damage, like, loadout the whole time, and just, like, have a little bit of ad clear spec so that I don't lose. I don't think that's that interesting. Like, I feel like...
So can you elaborate on that? Because I think Bungie's thesis is actually that is interesting, and you just need to give it a chance. Because that's the whole, like, premise of the system in general, is that it is interesting.
Yeah, totally. I guess, and again, as an idea, I 100% agree that it's interesting and it seems interesting, but practically the way the game works and the way I play the game, which I'd like to think is like pretty optimal for the most part, you're just gonna have, everyone is gonna be on Purus, and they're just going to have slightly worse ad clear because they're on Purus, for example. Or maybe you just have like one guy dedicated to like ad clear Joe, and then they're just on div, you know, like to make up for the fact that they're ad clear Joe.
Yeah.
And so their damage is great, you know? It's just, and like, maybe that's interesting to people, but to me it's just like, and it probably is just I'm like, an endgame player, so I arrive at the correct position, like, basically instantly, no matter what variables they throw, but, like, it just doesn't sound that interesting to me, you know? I mean, the main thing is, like, I don't think the game is hard enough for those choices to be interesting.
But the game would be harder if those choices were present. Like, the argument that you want it to be harder, it requires you to accept when it is offered to be harder, right?
Well...
Or do you disagree?
Yeah, well, I would say that...
Maybe harder, but it feels like you're getting handcuffs put on you. Is that a better way to say it?
Yeah, I don't think they're actually making
There's also
it
a
harder,
champ
is
back
the
here, and I
point.
cannot break this barrier. I'm out of ammo.
Okay, I'm coming.
I got it. I think the issue... I think the thing I take issue with that is, like, I don't think it's making it harder. Is the point. Like, I think if you make the enemies, like, harder to deal with, and, like, or, like, do more damage, or take less damage, like, that's obviously making the game harder.
But that is what's
making-
happening, because your weapon is doing less damage. Like, if you're not speccing into your weapon stat, or...
I guess so, yeah. I guess so. Yeah, you're probably right, honestly. Like, I think the issue is, like, I can't see it happening. Because I just think, like...
Also, maybe you've been just, like, trained to, like, just from what you've played, you don't want to slow down. You only want to speed up. But with new challenging things that are, like, even going beyond that, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess, I don't know. The whole, like, the whole idea of, like, you know... what you said, like, making a problem is like interesting and requires like people to like think of solutions, or like stuff happens basically. Like, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, you know, a way they could make the game harder is delete all abilities from the game, and that would be uninteresting because now I don't have my abilities, you know, and restricting loadout swaps is a form of that, as much as that is a very hyperbolic example, of course.
Yep,
but like,
it's valid. I think it's valid.
Restricting my loadout swap, like, I don't know. Let me just think of like I kind of like being able to use Radiant dance machines on Hunter to get more dodge charges, so that I can use like 3 dodges back to back in a specific part of an encounter, and then swap to Frosties to get my abilities back faster by running, because I need to do like a running section, and then swap to Celestial Nighthawk to deal damage to the boss with my Nighthawk, and then swap to you know, Knucklehead Radar, so that now I deal more damage to the boss because it's lower health.
Yeah.
I kind of like doing like that, like doing like a bunch of swaps to like utilize, like maximally utilize different exotic armor, I think is really interesting part of Destiny. And without it, I think people are using
they're using less things. They're definitely experimenting with a sandbox way less.
And
can I grab a res real quick after you?
Oh, yep.
Thanks boys.
Like that thing that I just laid out, like not a lot of people do that, and like I think the whole issue that they have is like, hey, the people that are hyper optimizing and that are doing those like insane psycho swaps are making it so that we have to balance the game around that, and people don't want to do that. So like, to me, when I saw Not Swap, I saw it as a way of them going like, hey, we don't want to have to give the raid boss 1 million health because you guys are swapping to Sanguine. So we're just going to stop you from swapping to Sanguine. And I'm like, what if, like, we promoted armor swaps as, like, a part of the game, and we gave people, like, you know, like a radial wheel, I think Leopard put it really nicely, like, so that people can swap loadouts faster and easier, and then, you know, like, maybe we normalize the, hey, I'm on my ad clear loadout and now I'm on my damage loadout sort of thing. I don't know. Because I think that's an interesting part of the game, but I don't know, maybe I'm just maybe I just want to change how I play the game. That might be it as well.
I guess one interesting way to examine this as well, without wanting to sort of beat a dead horse too much, but like, one thing I'm just curious to get your opinion on is, what is the most important thing for you Is it overall net, like, aggregated just difficulty? Like, would you like things to just be harder no matter what? Or is it the variety even if it's easy? Like, do you want 100 ways to do something that is just generally easier? Like, that's free? Or would you rather it be something that is just sort of, again, in aggregate, a much bigger challenge? Like, which of those two things appeals more to you?
I understand.
Sure. Cook the pizza.
Like, I mean, I want the game to be more fun, right?
But what is fun for you is what I'm asking. Like, is it the difficulty or is it the variety or like, maybe it's a difficult question to answer, but I'm just curious if you have a strong initial opinion on that.
I don't know. I think I just have a weird opinion. Like, I have a weird perspective on this because I like that things that are supposedly really hard are possible because of the variety and the like way you can become really OP.
Yeah.
So like, I think my opinion isn't not aligned with like the average player because like,
absolutely, but I want the bog opinion in this instance.
Okay, well the bog opinion is if they make it so that I can't swap my stuff around, it will make the game harder, and so the stuff that I normally do, which is like, you know, soloing 6-person activities, is not going to be possible anymore because I'm not able to like stretch and optimize the systems in a way that allows me to do like stuff like that. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
So you know, to put a cap on that, like kind of is like, I think for like contest raids, contest dungeons, grandmasters, like the very top end content and like the competitive content or whatever you want to call it, right?
Yep.
I think like restricting swapping is like makes a lot of sense, and I would even go as far as to say is probably important for like the integrity and also like the balancing. But just don't make it a game-wide thing, you know? Like speedrunners and low meners do like pretty insane stuff because of the like openness of the game. And if you like make locked loadouts in like combat a thing that's like normalized throughout the game, then it just ruins the game.
Interesting.
I also think, I also think in general it just trivializes a lot of the enjoyment of experimenting with the sandbox.
Yeah.
Can I ask a totally time-related question just before we queue here? Post in my chat is saying, oh, can you cancel? Is it too late?
Oh, sorry. I can't. I'll just order something.
Okay. Post is saying I should work on getting Conqueror. Is that...
Oh.
Why might Post be saying that? And... I thought that reset at the new season. Am I wrong?
It does.
Pretty sure it does, yeah.
Yeah, it does. But like, it's just if you want a title.
Yeah, I'm not so interested in that. I think Post is probably saying it for some sort of... Oh, Julie's saying it doesn't reset.
Huh?
We've received limited intel regarding Vex information.
Getting Conqueror during this discussion, you can check the requirements. Why though? What's the point?
And Post, you're saying you need to finish a title for rank 8, but we're all being reset to rank 2. So... The guild resets. If you have the base seal, you have guild access, which means you can access all the GMs personally.
I just don't think that matters.
Wait, am I...
Like,
am I...
you know,
And again, if you really want to get the title, you can, but it doesn't really make doesn't make a difference
for loadout slots. But loadout slots are gonna be a thing that we're gonna need to. That's what DMG said on Twitter, is that like loadout slots would be available early in the sense that you're gonna have to work back up from 2 to get them again. I think.
If they require Conqueror, if loadout slots require Conqueror,
no, they won't. Well, actually, never mind. I'm gonna take that back. I don't know.
That is gonna be insane if they do that. Yeah. I wasn't being very eloquent because I was like trying to lock in, but
No, you're
basically,
fine.
yeah. I actually do think like they should restrict swapping to some degree, like for contest stuff, just because of the new system. The way the new system's working, like what you said is true. It's going to be absurd if you can.
But do you think that they'll do it on the very first?
No, I hope they don't. They
Yeah,
shouldn't.
that's what I'm kind of hoping for as well. Because, like, in my opinion, like, if it's the very first one, you don't want. You're already experimenting with so many changes. Why also change like what is essentially Destiny Christmas for people that might not even be playing the game at the current moment? You know, like I think it's fair to say that not everyone is going to buy Edge of Fate, but everyone is still going to tune into Raid Day. Similar to like very similar to how like World of Warcraft works. Like there's not that many people that have a WoW subscription, but they still tune in to World of Warcraft raid races. So like why like complicate things even more for your racers at that point?
To go back to like your whole thing of like if you want the game to be harder, then you kind of need to embrace stuff like this that does make it harder.
Yeah.
My issue is like from a practicality standpoint, if they put Not Swap in the Edge of Fate raid, there will be zero people playing Hunter. 0 people will play Hunter. It will not be a class. No one will ever play Hunter in the Edge of Fate raid.
So
you know, which is like that's dumb, right? Like
okay, first of all, just why? Just help me understand why.
Yeah, just explain that to everybody, Bog.
Because right now, all 3 classes have access to like good neutral game and good damage. And if Not Swap is a thing, Hunter has like you pick one or the other. Whereas Titan and Warlock, you don't have to pick. You still get both.
Wait, sorry, I still don't understand. Like, what is it that Hunter is deficient in?
I'm making the elimination of carbon your priority of this operation.
Hunter, in order to be useful during damage, Hunter requires a specific exotic that offers no benefits during neutral.
That's Celestial, I'm assuming, right?
Celestial, yeah. That is not the case for Warlock, and that is not the case for Titan.
Is it really that, like, in terms of what the numbers say, like, is Celestial really the only option for damage? Like, realistically, if you're a top 50 team, are you just straight up throwing if you're not running Celestial?
Celestial or Tether. So you might have one Hunter.
Okay.
On Tether.
I mean, it's not the only difference, but it can make a difference. Like, I don't want to say any spoilers, but, you know, it can make a difference.
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's just, like, in theory, yes, they need, like, in order
especially
for this
with,
to
like,
work,
sometimes on contests, Bungie, like, they keep the damage windows pretty tight for some bosses. Like, I mean, like, I can think of a really good example since you just did this raid. Caretaker on day 1 was, like, pretty much it was a damage check for a lot of teams. So if you didn't have access to something like that, I mean, I don't think even half the teams would have gotten through that.
Yeah, and
like I don't even think Bog is talking necessarily from like just a racer perspective. I think you're just talking from like a player that wants to be useful as a hunter in general. Like that is a huge part of playing hunter, is having utility like that.
it just like, again,
at least right now where things currently are. So it's either they change one thing or they have to change a lot about hunters' kits that make them useful in different things. They'd have to change a lot. And that way, like different exotics, like all
that. So like obviously I'm working with limited knowledge here, but just taking what you said at face value, like assuming that's entirely true, I would agree if there was anything, it doesn't even need to be this, but if there was anything that Bungie did that meant that on day 1 0 people were running Hunter, that would just be objectively bad. Like that would just not be good, right?
Dude,
I'm not making the argument that hasn't already happened or that's like
no, yeah, that's
like
fair.
I think that it's just, we can all agree that more class variety is probably good, but I would say that to use that to then therefore say, and thus not swap in general should or shouldn't be the case, is like using one thing to explain another, when really we should just have a hunter buff or nerf or change or whatever so that they're more viable in the scenario that Bungie is designing towards, you know what I mean?
Great, yeah, no. And that's what I'm saying, like,
yeah.
I'm saying not swap for all like hard like contests, end game content in 6 months. Perfect sense. Makes perfect sense if they like, lead up to it. Not Stop Tomorrow ruins the game. Like, Like, obviously I'm being hyperbolic, but like straight up, if you're a hunter player, you're just like in your depression mode, and it's just like it's just bad, right? Like, and you know, and it comes out of like the factors of like, you know, Titans and Warlocks just have builds that are better for like all around purposes. Like I don't know, like you know Synthos on Titan, right?
I actually don't know if I can recall what
the gauntlets, the Titan exotic gauntlets.
But what do they do? Oh, I'm lost the life.
They increase.
Oh man.
They increase melee damage.
Hold on. I gotta lock in 1 sec. No man.
Fog, I was gonna tell you already that like you already know that this happened with Titans, and that's why they were kind of reworked across the board and are now OP.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. I don't want to say
like
more.
fully,
yeah, like that. That is I think that scenario is a bad scenario. You know.
Agreed. I don't think it should come down to that.
Yeah, it should never come down to that. But yeah, like, and it's not. I'm not saying like hunters forever and always will be bad in that. I'm just saying like in the current meta, there are builds on Warlock that are good for neutral and good for damage, and the same is true for Titan, and the same is not true for Hunter. Like,
as in true for both at the same time. You're saying there are builds that work for both simultaneously, right? Yeah. Okay.
It also doesn't really help that Hunter's just like kind of weak-ish right now as well. But yeah, the reason
and only babies play Hunters as well, so that doesn't help.
Exactly. Yeah. True. The reason I bring up Synthos is because Synthos is a perfect example of like why Titan would be so good in that scenario. Synthos buffs your melee damage when you're surrounded, which is really good for neutral game. Like as is, it's very, very, very. It's like being the Titan exotic for 5 years ever, probably. Yeah.
Since Destiny 2,
and
it's definitely
also,
there.
it also buffs your super damage when surrounded, right? So if you just chuck on Synthos on Titan, you are going to be better in neutral game and during damage than any Hunter. Like Hunter could be slightly better in neutral and slightly better in damage, like given the right exotic, but it will lose that other side.
Yeah.
It's just, like that's why I'm like so against the non-swap thing. But like the new system would be terrible if they never address swapping, because it's just gonna be dumb, right? Like I don't know. I also just don't want not swap for the raid, because I feel like the raid can be like a really cool way for us to like be super OP, and like we need to be super OP, you know, like.
I think you're already like you're bringing your best, you're putting your best foot forward. Why limit that foot? Yeah,
like what? Like I want to feel like when I do the 200 super stat super and then swap to 200 weapons, like it actually matters, right?
Just real quick.
Because in my opinion, raid days and day ones especially are the days where it's like, okay, all that grinding for that god roll might have been worth it for just that very marginal amount of help there. They decide so much, so I think taking away the toys on day one raids just definitely hurts the whole reason to even grind for day one raids. To some degree.
Yes, I found the title screen. So I will guild, or no, I will conquer my conqueror next
my
run.
god, I got destroyed.
I got you.
What do you have to do for it other than build?
I just need to do 3. I need to do on Strand, Stasis, and Arc. I need to complete a GM, so we can do exactly what we're doing.
Have you just
keep doing this?
Have you just done all the GMs?
I guess I have all the other 3 things on that screen. I've already done, so.
Oh, Mickey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well. Easy.
Oh, okay, free then. Yeah, no. Again, then Post was right. I thought he was saying like.
And no, Post was cooking.
Yeah, Post was cooking.
You might even say Post was the master.
Yep. Okay.
On a
hype.
different note. A question, Bog. What do you think if I play with Avery today?
Yeah.
What do you think I should do for preparing him? Should I just run into any old GM and make him survive?
Does he have the class item?
I've told him to get it, but I don't know if he's got it yet. Yeah, I don't yet know if he's got it.
I mean, I would like, I don't know, do a dual destiny just to get the vibes up and also to get a class item if he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
And then you could run some GMs, honestly.
GMingtons.
Yeah, like get him. Dude, I'm getting awful rolls. What's going on?
I'm getting horrible rolls.
We got it!
man.
Let's go!
You got it. Let's go.
Let's
Okay, well,
go!
that makes one of us.
Yeah.
Hell
someone
yeah!
What is
Woo!
and who is Odzot?
Freedom for one of us.
Those are questions for another
What do I want on the
day.
first two
But
calls?
for now, well done.
Couldn't tell you. Ask chat.
Well,
As long as the
I-
last
I-
two columns are good, that's all that really matters.
I always just ask my chat, bro. I don't know.
Oh wow, bro! I got a roll that literally has its repulsor D-stab and the alternate perk is recon. So like,
That's good.
if recon is
Oh yeah, you're ready for
good
recon.
next season, then I just swap to it. Like, that's crazy. Hell yeah!
Wait, did you swap?
Wait,
Did you swap so that you're ready for your title for
yeah.
GM here?
I need to swap class. Is it am I too late?
I'll orbit us.
Sorry, I was in my menu celebrating.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom. That mossy tweet about reserves is that taking into account the fact that they're deleting the inventory stat order that it's called. I don't know how that stuff works.
The data for Lotus Eater. Wait, what is
I think,
this?
I think you just want a pendant mag is like the long and short.
Okay, I didn't get that. I got extended.
Or
and
high
away.
explosive ordnance, I think. I've heard that's good on rockets items for some
I
reason.
also didn't get that.
I'm gonna BRB for 1 minute.
Yeah. Oh my god. Damn, dude. This can't be your first time running this GM. You've run this plenty of times before.
Oh, I need to switch my class, don't I? No, yeah, I've done this. I've done this one a couple times.
Okay. How many times have you farmed for this sidearm? Because this is my first day, so.
Today, and then I did I've done maybe 3 other hours of it total, something like that, 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad I got that. That's good news. Oh wait, there's an adept backup mag? That's a thing. Somewhere over here? Oh. Oh. Mickey. So if I'm extended, I'm on 21, and if I'm not, I'm on 16. Do I want hard launch or confined, chat? Fair, Spider. Alloy and... Wait, is Adept Mag different to Backup Mag? Oh, that's Magazine. Wait, Spider, is there any reason not to use Adept Mag? I don't know if there's like weird, different codey things that mean that Adept can be bad sometimes. Hard's better in this case for the projectile speed. Damage is tied to blast radius, is that true? Adept gives you different values. I just look at Mossy tweet. Yeah, I was just struggling to interpret it a bit. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong bit here. Okay. Like, what is base mag perks? That's misinfo. Damage does not equal blast radius? Okay. Oh, any perk not mentioned is base. High explosive tactical appended extended. So alloy is base mag. If you have base mag, use backup mag, not adept. Okay.
Apologies, I'm back. That took longer than expected. Okay. Guys?
Gosh.
Guys? Governor?
This Mossy tweet says, like, if I'm using alloy, I should use base mag. Oh, sorry, I should use backup mag instead of adept mag. But I'm a bit confused because what that does is it, like, with backup mag, I have 15 in the mag, and with adept mag, I have 16 in the mag. So, what would be the other potential reason to not want the extra mag bullet? Gosh.
I don't know. There's something weird with, like, if you have more in your mag, you have less reserves or something. I don't know.
Oh, it's a reserves thing. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. Like,
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know, bro. That stuff is so complicated for no reason.
Yeah, amen. You know what else is
we
complex
get
for
to
no
go.
reason? Freaking weapon skins. The weapon skin system sucks ass. I hate it.
What do you mean?
Like, I have these mementos, right? I should be able to just right click on the memento and see what it would make my gun look like. Why do I have to go down and find it in the menu and it's got a different name? Who designed that? Like, what?
Yeah. Guys.
It's so frustrating.
Dude, and when I agree with you, and when I do that, I'm like, which one's the memento? And then my chat's like, oh my god, he's a noob. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, my fault for not learning this dumb system.
Yeah.
My bad, I guess. I should.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
Alright, I'm just gonna RNG it. We're going Nightfall Memento. Hopefully it looks good.
Oh, guys. I hope you like
Okay.
orange. Hope you like
Is that
orange
what it
and
is?
navy blue. Guys.
Wait, which... Where is it?
I'm back. I'm back.
What did you put the Nightfall memento on?
The Lotus
No, you
Eater.
used to trans. Oh. Are we all good captains?
Oh,
I
we're
see-
all Captain. We are super
I
ready
see
to go.
Milo is on arc with a class item. I like it.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am
Like a
officially
boss.
throwing.
Like an actual boss.
Oh. Oh, it requires level 30. Oh, I see. That's dumb as well.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the level 30 thing's a little bit outdated for those mementos, I think. There's kind of no reason for them to still be level 30.
I'm uninstalling.
Mementos as a whole feel like this idea that just kind of went whoosh after time. Like, when they came out at first, I remember being so hyped because they were pretty rare, if I remember right. Like, I'm pretty sure they were rare. Maybe not the Trials one, but every other one was like pretty rare. And then like Salvation's Edge. I remember running Master every week, being like, "Yo, when's the memento supposed to drop?"
Got you.
Did you guys get a memento? No.
Limited
Oh,
intel
okay.
regarding a Vex
Damn.
information depot.
Yeah, you should.
I want you to get in there and figure out what they know.
It's cool that they do mementos, though. I like the idea.
Yeah. No, Milo was just complaining about the memento has a different name than the skin that you get from it. And it's just like,
Oh yeah, that is very confusing.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just like really unnecessary complexity.
That's-
yeah.
Well, I mean, I
Welcome
don't
to
want to say welcome
Destiny.
'cause you've been here for a while. But
Yeah.
welcome to Destiny.
Yeah.
I'm just glad to be here and not farming armor.
Oh yeah.
Well, at some point I'm gonna want to farm some armor. If you're gonna go back into the mines at some point, you let me know.
I mean, like my plan was after helping Evan, we'd go and farm armor. So wait, Evan, did you?
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever got an answer. Do you or do you not have Kvostov?
I do not have Kvostov.
No, man. Okay,
Oh,
now I did cut
Yeah.
you off. Was I correct in assuming that you're at 15 out of 16 of the moats?
Yeah, I'm very close on the modes. I don't know if it's
Okay.
15 out of 16, but I can tell you why I don't have Kvostov. Because that was when we were setting up like raid zone for that
Yeah.
that first time around, and it was like,
Yeah.
all right, you know, it was like, do I prioritize getting Kvostov now, or do we make sure that this set isn't like completely ruined
Yeah,
for
yeah, for
raid
sure.
zone itself?
Well, so the reason I was wrong then about what I thought that you didn't have Kvostov because there was a bug for.
Oh
well,
yeah, oh yeah. I mean,
there's
that
a
definitely
bug-
impacted it when I tried to get it after.
Yeah.
I remember
so,
that. Yeah.
I don't know if do you know about this bug, Milo?
I think I ran into the bug because that bug still exists. Actually,
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
It's,
oh,
It's,
that's great. No, I love that.
he's called like
it's not on the notice.
Cranky
not on the
Crankix
notice.
or something.
What?
Oh, wow,
Oh,
man.
yeah, that
The
guy.
meatball.
Yeah, that freak. Yep.
Yep.
Crankix.
Crankix is
What was-
still bug.
How did you solve it?
There is a order of operations which you can follow, which basically does get you around it. You have to
This operation.
let the boss teleport the maximum number of times that it will move. And then once it's in its final position, you have the player that is trying to get the drop stand under the boss and get final blow on the boss from underneath the boss, and then keep shooting the boss while it's dying as well. And if you do all three of those things, 1 in 3 times you will get the drop. Basically.
What?
Yeah.
Very interesting. So that sounds like some like
Very simple
that
stuff
sounds-
there. No, very
That sounds
simple.
like some like that sounds like some ancient Chinese wisdom.
Yes, it really
you know
is.
You know how I solved the issue, which I'm pretty sure is like a way better way of doing it.
Uh-huh.
Not to shame your like Chinese wisdom.
My Chinese wisdom, yep.
Yeah, if you move the moats to your vault and then bring them, which I didn't. By the way, I didn't know you could do that. But if you move them to your vault via dim, and then something, I forget what the exact thing you do is, but it involves moving the moats into your vault dim, and then getting them back on your character, and then you do the boss, and it is
the actual Kvostov summoning ritual.
Yeah, literally.
you know. It is actually insane. Like, like Milo,
Yes.
when you know how you were like, how you were like, what? The player base, all of the people that are like angry at Destiny, seem to think that they
Oh
have
my
like some
God.
like
Oh, we're
that
cooked,
Bungie's
captains.
wronged them. Oh no, you got this.
Oh.
I'm on Arc. I've never used it before.
You have your
Okay.
people?
I do not. I will actually in a minute. Does it? I'm Chaos Reach, I think. Is that what it's called?
Okay.
Storm
Are you
Trance?
on Eagle? Jonathan is coming. He's on your left.
Oh.
Alright, nice, good job. So now Benson is coming, and Benson is a lot stronger than Jonathan.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's good. Oh, and
Benson.
then now
Oh.
Oh, that's not how that works. No, man. No, man.
Where's he going?
guys. That's my bad. I died in the backpack. Literally died the backpack. Classic.
I threw as well. I threw.
Oh, sorry, I just don't know how this works.
Your first Chaos Breach, that was a movie, really. I mean,
okay, that's not
Okay.
Storm Trance. Yep. Okay. Oopsie.
Yeah. When I think of like I'm allowed to be mad at Bungie because they wronged me, I just think of the 35,000 bugs that they never fix versus the bug that like the very very rare occasion where a bug will like benefit like it'll be like some bug that I can like abuse to like get like a bunch of in-game currency or like use like some overpowered weapon and they just immediately nuke it like within like less than an hour it's gone like absolutely send to the shadow realm. It's just like
limited intel regarding
as
the
mu-
next
like-
information depot.
you know
I want you to get in there
yeah
and figure out
glimmer
what's going on.
like bugs shouldn't be in the game and like they should get nuked like when they're found but you know it just kind of it makes me go like well why can't you just apply that for 1 second to all these other bugs that are like kind of game breaking as well, you know, like I don't know, it just rubs me the wrong way, but that's just because I play the game 12 hours a day. Like I'm always gonna get mad at stuff like that, right? That's a very but yeah, that's my thing. Because I struggled to come up with examples for you because like a lot of the examples are like I don't really care about them anyway, so I don't put much thought into it. But
Yeah. Yep, there's definitely a lot of stuff in this game where like players' time has been like less optimally spent because there's been a weird bug that the player has then like been like, well, I still want to do this right now while the bug is active, and so I'm gonna like suffer through whatever this thing is. And like the more I play, the more I experience those myself. Like it's like, oh, okay, this is busted, but I still want to get Kvostov, so I'm gonna still do it.
Yeah.
And
it's like the other thing is, yeah, there's just so many things that just happen that way where it's like, okay, yeah, this is how it used to work, but like, how does it work now? And like, what is the new way? What is the
Yep.
How do I apply these tutorials that were made a year and a half ago to what's happening right now with the game? Because it just doesn't work this way. And that's gotta be frustrating for you, I'm sure, in a lot of ways.
There is quite a bit of like people being like it's often when people try and solve my problems that I'm having on stream, and they're like, oh, yeah, you can farm this, and then everyone's like, no, you can't farm it. And then everyone's like, wait, no, hold on, it was bugged, but then you can farm it. And then they're like, no, they changed it, so it was bugged, and you couldn't farm it, but then they made it so that you could farm it, but then they changed it. It's just like those sorts of things where chat can't even get to the bottom of what's going on, and nobody knows, and there's no source of truth. It's just like, it's a pain, man. It's a real pain.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yeah, it happens a lot. I mean, that happens to me.
Yeah, I'm sure it happens to probably everyone. Like,
all the time. The time. I'm like, chat, what the hell do I do? And then there'll be 3 people with 3 different answers, and I was like, okay, let's investigate.
Like,
and the scariest thing is that like not everybody even has access to chat because you know not everybody can be like, hey chat, what about this, what about that?
The example I always give is it took me over an hour to just start the first mission of Episode Heresy. Like, just to start the mission. It was impossible. Oh, guys?
We both just died to the backpack. God damn it.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, Darth Vader's here.
Yeah, thank you, Vader. But yeah, like,
you are welcome.
The fact that took an hour is just like, it's just crazy. And it's emblematic of the fact that as much as Edge of Fate is making a lot of progress on core fundamental systems to improve the new player experience, they need to do a second like round of it basically to fix a lot of the other stuff that new players are going to have issues with, which are not going to be fixed by the portal, for example. Like, that is not going to solve those problems, and I hope that they are very aware of that.
Yeah. It is interesting for sure. like, I mean, another one for the Destiny 3 camp, but like, there's just so much stuff in this game that like, even if it was organized perfectly, it'd still be like kind of confusing. And
Okay, where is this guy? Where is he? Where is he? Where is he?
Just
Where is
break
he?
down of sight. Break down of sight. Mickey.
Oh, okay.
Well, that boy dead as hell. Hold on. I got this. Yeah!
Let him know, man! Let him know! Okay,
Alright,
okay.
get yourself up, King.
Yeah. Holy moly.
I got hit by the Pokeball. I'm sorry.
About to get hit by one with you. Oh. Yeah, that's like the fresh the Destiny 3 fresh start would be awesome, Loki. The new players.
Yeah, that is. I think that's fair.
I think Portal's a great start to like trying to like reorganize, just make it.
Excellent work,
not.
Captain.
But that's the thing is like, so we can say that, like, I just realized the Destiny 3 would be a great way for those new players to be less overwhelmed. But that only happens if what we're saying is Destiny 3 doesn't ship with all the content that Destiny 2 has. And then people would just be moaning about content vaulting. So, like, we got to have it one way or the other. Like, it's...
Yeah, no.
It's...
I always talk about this stuff with people. It's just like people are like, I don't want to grind my armor again. I don't want to. I don't want to do this.
I don't want to play the game.
I'm like, how are we simultaneously so excited for Borderlands 4?
Yeah.
Where essentially they've sunset the entire game of Borderlands 3. And people are like, well, because there's a new game to play, and
Well,
because
they haven't exactly sunset Borderlands 3, have they? I mean, it's just a different Borderlands to play.
Right. Well, I guess I'm talking about like people have this like, dude, I hate this. The soft sunsetting rhetoric needs to like end now, bro.
Yeah.
Like the people who are like, oh my god, they're sunsetting my old armor by introducing new armor, and it's like, okay, dude. Like,
Yeah, no, that's
we're just making up.
I'm dead. I'm dead again. I'm dead again. Guys,
Back here?
just
Okay.
guys,
I got you.
just do your thing. But
yeah.
in regard to Borderlands, so I feel like that's just a whole different argument. That's just a different game at that point.
Yeah, for sure. No,
I think people would still get mad if Bungie made Destiny 3 and stopped supporting Destiny 2. I think people would be pissed off because people love to hate Bungie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they did with Destiny 1. People were really mad that their stuff got vaulted, that their stuff was quote unquote gone forever, even though realistically it made perfect sense that you would restart. I've been looking for a reason to restart for years, man. The fact that Insight Terminus is where we're getting the best loot in the game right now is like, even though, you know, systematically it makes sense because it's just the Nightfall, but it's like Insight Terminus, you know, I was playing this GM in 20
when I was 2 years old, brother.
Bro, we were doing this during the pandemic.
No, man.
So that's kind of my only thing is like, I just wish they threw all this stuff into everything new. I'm ready for a fresh start.
No.
Yeah, no, I mean, me too. Like, and I really love the 10 power and like the 10 power thing. Even if, I mean, it is literally just a number. Like, it's not. It doesn't actually mean anything.
Yeah.
But I like the feeling of the fresh start. From the 10 power.
Cannot agree more.
Yeah. As much as like, you know, we're still probably gonna be doing Inside Terminus for good loot, you know, even with the it's something, right? Like it's not Destiny 3, but it's nice to have a reason to play the game, to like regrind or like all that stuff. But sorry, when I say sunsetting, I think the DCV is like unforgivable sin like level of like bad, right? Like I don't know. I can't think of a single good thing to say about DCV. But, like, in terms of, like, them vaulting raids, for example.
Yeah, raids, I think they would probably even regret doing that at this point, to be honest. I think that was just, like, a decision made to service the fact that we got to get something out for the fall.
Yeah.
Can I ask a hypothetical question, just like a thought experiment?
I love hypotheticals, bro.
Okay, so if Bungie had to make a decision between either the game is 1 terabyte in size or we have to vault something, what would you rather them do? Because obviously if the game's a terabyte in size, your player base is going to be dramatically lower because like you're not going to be able to even download the thing on a lot of people's PCs. Like it's going to be pretty gross, right? So you are consciously hurting your player base numbers by doing that. But obviously the content vault also might hurt your player base numbers. So in that scenario, what do you think? I'm just curious.
I think that it just like with regard to Destiny, I think I forgot who said it, but somebody said like they could finally talk about it, and that the whole reason that sunsetting even happened to begin with was due to DCV happened was due to storage limitations of consoles, of like older gen consoles not being able to handle putting that much on the console.
Yeah.
I am of the opinion that the way that the first thing that should have happened was just a full like sit down of, hey, we need to figure this out without breaking every part of the game. However, hindsight is really powerful because I don't think any of us knew like, hey, not having a story for the first year of the game has made all of these people confused on what the story is. And now they've been trying for years to to fix that, to find ways to everybody to know the story of Destiny, right? I don't think people didn't know it back then. They didn't know it back then. Yada, yada, yada. I just think the only way that you could do it is to give the option for those to be a separate download of like the Destiny Raid Legacy, or like you can queue it up if you have that section downloaded. That would be the only way they could really make that work. I don't know any other way personally, but they found a way to put all these things, not everything, but a lot of things. They found a way to take bits and pieces of that old content that was sunset and put it into newer things. Like we've seen bosses from that old content like show up in different activities that were like seasonal or episodic. We've seen like rooms that are the same exact layout from those places. I mean, we had a whole season in The Witch Queen that season is now gone, but you used to be able to explore the Leviathan. Like it was just a haunted version of the Leviathan. So like they found ways to put it back in without removing other things too. So I don't know, like they've clearly found ways to remedy some of it, but I just want to be able to play the old raids, man. The raids were like, those are some of my favorites of all time. Yeah. And it sucks that they're just like kind of gone. Like no matter what, if it's like reasonable or not, I'm forever going to be frustrated that I lost so much of that stuff. And also those exotic quests that like you will never get to play that were very special to what Destiny was. Like those exotic quests were so good. So again, hypothetical, but just because I'm exploring the way you guys sort of feel about this stuff. If you're John Bungie right now, and the choices in front of you are make a new raid, like in a given year, make a new raid, or bring back Scourge, just to pick a random example of something that I know is in the vault. And obviously you then, as John Bungie, have to like reckon with the fact that if you bring back something old, I think it's fair to say that's more likely to be less sexy than something entirely new, but feel free to disagree with me if you don't agree. But obviously if you bring back the old thing, then the disgruntled, very sort of vocal content vault haters would be very pleased. What's the decision you're making? So they've already made that decision before, and that was, well, sort of. They've made that decision before, but for Destiny 1 into Destiny 2, because they took obviously all the remastered raids from Destiny 1, except, you know, minus Wrath of the Machine, which like magically still hasn't come back, but that's for another day.
Is that the same thing though? Because I think
Sort
correct
of.
me if I'm wrong.
Yeah. So those were not in Destiny 2. Those raids.
Yeah,
and they
but
wanted to find a way to bring them to it.
What I'm meaning in terms of thinking it's different is I think the engine upgrades that they made to Destiny 2 after its launch are at least part of the reason why the content vaulting happened. Is that
Yeah,
that's right?
That was part of it, but a lot of it, I mean, again, it's anecdotal evidence, so take it for what it is, but
Yeah.
a lot of it has now been said by various content creators that were talked to at the time that it was due to like older gen console storage limitations and not necessarily just the engine, although I feel like it definitely alleviated a lot of pressure for the engine. Like, there's definitely no debating that. Like, the game was massive. That was when the game was first experiencing like a big handful of bugs too, so it was very easy to be like, okay, that means things have to change. And now, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people in all the chats that would probably agree with this. I personally think it's time, maybe we'll have this conversation after maybe, but
Yeah.
I personally think it's time that we got to drop the old consoles for Destiny. I think for a new era, new life, new potential of what the engine and mechanics can really do, we got to drop the old gen.
You would halve the player base? You'd make that choice?
I don't is half the player base really on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One original?
In terms of general people playing games, we've only just crossed the threshold where 50% of players are on PS5s.
Can I bring up a question that may serve as a good argument then? Is the only reason that people are on those consoles because they've never had anything to push them to buy a new one?
I think it's because they're all poor because the economy's broken.
Okay, well that's fair, but like I guess if there is still a large amount of people that are able to buy a console like that, like still have the means to buy it, but just haven't really been like, I don't really need to because there's no game that's like I'm like itching to play that's on newer gen. But yeah, I mean that's totally reasonable. But
yeah, I mean, it is definitely like.
I would just say in terms of like the limit for what the game can do, like you'd have to drop older consoles.
Yeah,
like, there's that side of it, because like that's again based off of the clear evidence that creators have drawn. But in terms of like what I would hope for to like satisfy that craving, like I think everybody always prefers a new raid over an old raid.
Yeah.
But like the remastered raids came out the same year that the new raids came out, so it was like it used to be a new and old, and now it's just a new.
Right, but the difference with the content vaulted raids is that like someone in the chat earlier said let me just find the message. We were told Wrath of the Machine coming back would be too hard because the enemy type doesn't exist, so they would have had to go from scratch making a new enemy type and then importing that into obviously Destiny 2.
And I think Vespers, you've already done Vespers,
nope,
right?
I've not done Vespers.
He hasn't.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna bring up an example, but I will I will bite my tongue.
Just like in the what was it called? What did I just say? Wrath of the Machine example.
Wrath of the Machine. Yeah.
Like there's clearly a harder reason why, like VOG is VOG. Like it's simple as hell. It's just some Vex blokes walking around, and like if it was technically easy for them to do it, I think they would have just done it, right? Like I feel like there's got to be a realistic technical reason why it isn't easy to bring back Wrath of the Machine.
Wrath of the Machine is fair, but like things like Leviathan, for example, would be a good one.
Okay.
Everything is already in the game. Like we've seen that because Leviathan, the whole play space of the raid came back already during a season, and Callus like was the boss of Levy, so Callus was already.
Is Callus in Leviathan?
Callus was the boss of Levy. Yeah.
Okay.
Like he was the boss of the raid. Have you? Which campaigns haven't you done for Destiny 2?
I think I've actually now done them all. I think.
Okay, so Callus, as you know, then would be a part of Lightfall.
Yes. Yeah, we did Lightfall last night. We finished it last night.
And on top of that, like there was other raids where the boss model. Oh wait, we gotta kill this champion, guys. Where the boss model is in the raid or is in the game, like we've seen with like Valkor, for example. Valkor's boss model showed up during Season of the Deep as like one of the final bosses. It was like a taken version, but it was Valkor. Like the asset still exists. so like I think in regard to like the raids that were vaulted, if there's now a way where they can bring it back the way that they've brought in the environments of Vaulted Glass and they've remade those environments, and same as King's Fall, they like remade all those environments. If there's a way they can bring in those Leviathan raids, but like maybe give it a fresh loot pool, add some encounter mechanics that differ so that people feel like it is a true remaster, I think they can do those. I mean, like Insurrection Prime from Scourge of the Past is just a brig. It's just the same model but bigger with like some different mechanics. So like in regards to the vaulting, it's not as hard as a task of Wrath of the Machine. Wrath of the Machine, I think that was everybody's assumption in general. Like they'd have to remake like the splicers. They'd have to remake all that stuff. But like with the vaulted raids, they wouldn't have to do that. They've already put in those things.
My assumption, I think Bungie's like not so secret plan is they have things like Pantheon, which I haven't seen obviously, but like I know it exists, and they've said that they are doing another Pantheon-like activity in the Year of Prophecy. So we know we're getting something Pantheon-like. We've seen Rite of the Nine, which is also like another thing where they've taken old content and they've added a couple of little sort of small licks of paint to it to make it a bit more fresh. And as you said, they've also done things like the season of whatever it was, Leviathan during Witch Queen, where they've taken old raid spaces and brought them back, right? So like, what I think Bungie is doing is they're basically saying, if we just straight up put all our development resources into remastering Scourge, like we're reprising Scourge now, what that would mean is that we would be giving up on like having an Edge of Fate raid. And we know that that would be like an existential threat for the expansion, so we're not going to do that. But we're going to like slowly but surely chip away at this big whatever the big problem is that they have. There's clearly a big problem, otherwise they would have just done it already. But we'll chip away at that big problem by remaking a boss from Scourge and putting it in this activity, and remaking a room from Scourge and putting it in this activity. And then eventually the big problem they have internally will no longer be a big problem. It'll be a small problem because they'll have done most of the work. And at that point, then I think we'll see them happen. Because like, I don't see any reason why they'll just never come back forever. Like that doesn't feel like that makes
I don't think they're not going to come back forever.
Yeah.
But I think it's been so long at this point, and I think that like, to go back to what you were saying about like, well, like if they did that, then we couldn't have something really cool, like the brand new raid. I find that also like, just my opinion, just as somebody that like really enjoys raids no matter what, and like again, I don't know the inside of how it works on this, so it could just be that it could be that problem and that challenge. But like, in my opinion, they've delivered the best raid, some of the best raids in a long time, while still doing those remasters to bring back an entire play space and make an entire raid from Destiny 1 again. Like they've already done that. They've already proven.
Do you think that they did it because those were easier? Is what I'm saying.
I don't know. Again, that one I can never know.
Fair enough.
That's 100% why they did it.
Do you think though? Because like okay. Like just play devil's advocate here. Do you think that that's why they did it, was because they were just so much like, it was so much easier to bring back King's Fall, completely bring back the Dreadnought, completely bring back all of the bosses from the Dreadnought, remake all of these models, remake this entire environment? Do you think they did that because it was easier than bringing back something that's already something they had in the Destiny 2 system?
No, sorry. I'm saying they did the remastered raids because it's easier than making a new raid.
Yeah, but that's what that's all I'm saying though, Bog, is that I think it would be just as easy to be like, hey guys, Scourge of the Past, it's back. Here's your bi-yearly raid. It's Scourge of the Past.
I personally think bringing back those raids would be easier than bringing back the 1 raids.
Yeah.
However, that doesn't mean bringing them back would be easy. First and foremost.
No.
But I also don't think bringing back those raids is the like trump, like the instant win card that like.
No, it's not. I think more people were attached to Destiny 1 raids than they were to to like some of the raids that left. I think some of those raids people weren't as attached to, so that's why they're probably still like mostly gone. Like people were turning Callus into a complete meme. Like Mr. Sweat was turning Callus into a meme every single day. But
like
it's like with the proper facelift and the proper amount of attention and love, I don't think that it's like unrealistic to be like, hey, like we could bring this back in some way as the bi-yearly experience. So, like, because I'm not against the idea of an epic raid, by the way. I think it's a cool idea to like bring back the same raid that we just did, but like make some major tweaks to it. I think that's cool. I personally, I love that, but I also think that it's not unrealistic to think that they could have also done the Destiny 2 raids, just given the evidence that we have of the older Destiny 2 raids and the Destiny 1 raids.
So the final kind of question I would ask on that is, why haven't they already done it then, in your eyes?
I don't think those raids are as popular. That's my thought process. I don't think that those raids were nearly as popular, nearly as big of a demand as Destiny 1 raids. Yeah. I think everybody would say who like played them that they were really fun for a bit, and then nobody was really touching them outside of like maybe Crown, Scourge. But like I can't think of a single person that was like, hell yeah, guys, let's queue up Eater of Worlds the same way that they were for like Spire, Scourge, or Crown. Yeah, I still definitely feel like they could use like a face. I think everybody would have been that way had they been really fun raids that were super memorable, and the loot wasn't like Levy itself had good loot, but the raid, because they were called raid layers for Spire Stars and Eater of Worlds. So like,
and Scourge, right?
No, Scourge was considered a raid.
Oh, okay.
But like Scourge and Crown are good examples of like, they're called raids, but they're only marginally bigger in terms of scale than a raid layer.
Right.
So like, I just don't think they were as popular, and that's why that they're not back right now.
Fair.
I think that's the reason.
So it's like,
I don't think they brought them back for the same reason that they vaulted them in the first place, which is, I mean, one of the factors is probably what Evan said, like they're not as popular. But like,
I think that's the main factor, to be honest.
Yeah,
I think there's a because if you look at the list of things that were vaulted, if you look at the list of things that were vaulted, you'll notice a pattern of like some of them just were not as popular as other things in the game. Yeah. Like not all of them, but like there's a decent amount of those things, like PvP maps, strikes, and I get maybe not Quest, because Quest is a whole, okay, I just got destroyed.
I got you.
And maybe not Quest, but like a decent amount of that list are things that just weren't as popular as other things. So I don't know. I think it's based off of like player population, the ones that they chose.
When they did the DCV, like when they did it in Beyond Light, how did they say it? Did they like, was it like, sorry we have to do this, or was it like, this is going to be really exciting, or like how did they kind of like frame it?
It definitely was a little bit of both. I think it's more the second one though. I think the message was like, think of all the, in sunsetting, for example, like with weapons and armor, it was, you love your mountaintop and recluse, think of how many more mountaintops and recluses we can make the more that we sunset things, and we can create more of those like ways for you to break the game. That was the exact wording.
Okay, so that was like, it was a good thing, but then what about for the raids?
Honestly, I don't remember.
It was the space thing. Like they were like,
it was a space thing. Like, yes, that's what it was.
Like
it was a we're sorry for the raids.
It was sorry. Okay.
Yeah.
Because
like definitely more of a we're sorry for the raids.
Yeah.
But
it's like a, we're already almost full, and you want the cool new raids, but we can't do them if we keep these old.
But like one of the things that does still frustrate me to this day on that, and like this is just from personal experience, is like a lot of the notes were like, all the storage space, it is breaking the game and it's making it a buggy mess for us.
Yeah.
And so we're doing this so that we can fix the bugs. And then now we just went on like a 15-minute talk about how there's a bug that you have to do like all these hula hoops. Like they're racking up. I think my programmer friends in chat might be able to tell me, but like they're racking up what's called like tech debt, where there's like things that are just bugs that are just known issues that just acquire more and more debt as time goes on. So those bugs are just like still there. And then there's those like priority bugs that they have to fix, like the ones you were talking about, Bog, where you're like, why is it when it comes to like, I don't know, like a bright dust issue or like a glimmer issue, it's like immediately. But there's like things that go up the ladder of like tech debt. And I personally think like, even though they said that it was to fix the bugs, that the bugs can't be the bigger story. It has to be the storage thing mainly, because I just remember the bugs were like a huge part of it. And like, as somebody that played a lot during that time, like, I mean, I can tell you that like Shadowkeep as a whole year was really buggy compared to the years before it.
Right.
But like, I think the bugs have gotten worse overall, in my opinion. Like overall, I think the bugs have gotten worse. Maybe not as like game breaking in terms of like you run through a wall and all of a sudden you're like out of the map all the time, but bugs have gotten pretty bad, and like server issues have also become, I mean, this past year not been great in that way.
Wait, really? I've not really had any server issues.
Oh, dude.
Oh, dude.
Am I just missing something obvious? Like,
not right now. I don't think there's been any since you started playing, really, like any like crazy ones.
it's all good, guys. I fixed it.
Oh, like desync is the reason for like a lot of bugs and issues in the game, and it's because the servers are bad. Like, I'm trying to think of like a concrete example right now. I mean,
we had issues in Rulk, but that was like, that's the only thing I can think of, really.
Well, there used to be a bug. I don't know if it's still in the game, but like there used to be a really common desync issue where like if you just did too much damage, you just didn't get that damage to register. Fourth Horseman was unusable for a long time because Fourth Horseman, it would basically just, I mean, you could just fire so many shots so quick, do so much damage so quick. So like, if you did Fourth Horseman to like for example, like Atrax is a good example. If you did too much damage to Atrax, the health bar would just go back up.
Heal. And we told you about that, didn't we?
I just got destroyed again. Guys, these Scions, these Phils are destroying me.
Phil?
I need a better name for Scions, bro. Phil isn't counting. No. Like, Paul? No.
Oh, yeah.
No, it's gotta have alliteration, so like a P name.
Heyo.
Phineas Scion? No.
I think it's like a phonetic S, so I think you got.
Oh,
like,
dang, yeah, like Sam the Scion. Yeah.
Yeah.
True,
Yeah,
the phonetic, yeah. And those phonetic letters.
Yeah, you know it is. Yeah, dude, I don't know. Like I don't know. The DCV is so weird to me. Like,
it's such a complex conversation. It's like heavy-handed.
Yeah, and when it happens, like a lot of the thing is like also the game, as they update the game and all the systems and all that stuff, like those old raids, like they have to upkeep those, right? Like otherwise you get the like game-breaking bugs that make them not work, and so like it makes like, I don't want to be Destiny 3 guy, but you know,
do it.
Instead of how about instead of DCV, they just made a new game, and it was just, the game was literally just Beyond Light, the game. Like,
So,
you know what I mean? Like,
can I spoil you guys on something that I've been writing for quite some time, and why partially I've been taking a big break from like streaming Destiny?
This is why he's bald, chat. We're about to learn.
This is why I'm
the true
balding. This is actually contributing to why I'm balding. Although I did go back in time and I was like, the day that I started streaming and making content is the day that the hair started to go away. So like there is a correlation. So I've been writing a lot about raids and raid history. I am preparing a video that is going to be the entire history of raiding. Should come out really soon. There's a lot that I've written about like the DCV and Beyond Light, and here is my very cynical take. Can I be extremely cynical for a moment?
Yeah. Can I ask you to be maximally cynical and then tell us the non-cynical version as well? Because I'm curious to hear both.
Yes. Okay, I'll be max cynical first.
Yeah, like
And
lean
then I
into
will
it
be-
and then
Yeah.
like check yourself
And-
almost.
Yeah. Okay, my max cynical version is that Beyond Light and the DCV as a whole was an effort to make sure that Destiny was at least ready to be out in time to make Q4 an important time to release a game during the pandemic where everybody was inside. Maximize player counts, get those ready to go for 2020. That is my cynical take.
Okay.
My cynical take is that all these decisions that we're going, and Bungie's going, like maybe in retrospect, blah, blah, blah. All of those decisions were made to make deadlines in time that Destiny could be ready to go while everybody's sitting inside. Okay? That's my cynical take.
Hey,
My
hold on.
action. Yeah.
Before you go on,
Yeah.
when did DC, like, when did they...
They
when did Beyond Light
announced
come out?
Beyond Light came out in 2020.
What time, though?
Fall of 2020. November.
I don't know what that means. I don't know that. Okay. Was that...
November is Q4 in like marketing terms, like the last quarter of the year.
Right,
like,
I just
think,
don't know,
like,
I don't know what
yeah.
fall means. Guys,
Yeah, fall, yeah.
Dude, oh my god, you have different seasons, bro, I forgot.
Oh, no, wait,
Oh.
I don't know what fall means. Like, is that a season?
That's
Oh,
it's an
brother.
American thing, Evan. We don't say
autumn?
fall either, autumn. Yeah.
Autumn! Oh!
Autumn, yeah. Sorry,
Guys.
we get allergies over here. You guys get hay fever over there. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's a thing. Yeah. Okay,
It's, I don't know why we decided to change that one.
Was that
Anyway,
was that post
I mean,
or pre-pandemic?
that
what you're getting at?
that is while everybody is inside.
Right. Okay. Is that cynical or is that just like a conspiracy at that point?
No. I don't think that's a conspiracy. I don't think it's like complete conspiracy. I mean, it's partially. I think being cynical, you have to be a conspiracy person in some ways.
Alright. So I didn't mean to like load it up with like.
Oh, no,
the
you're good, you're good.
Negative,
So
negative
that- bless you,
connotations
by the way.
of conspiracy.
Thank you.
But yeah.
That's my ultra. If I'm just looking through the lens of like, you know, like Smithers in like The Simpsons, right? Like,
Yep.
that is my ultra cynical like brain. My actual thought is that I think like the timing of it was really unfortunate, but they needed to make some sort of a call that was going to keep Bungie alive as a
What
company.
intel did you discover?
I think that we had talked about that Bungie was going completely out of business if they weren't able to do something. And I think like they had something mostly ready, but they had to shift, and they just had something that they just kind of had to make a plan of action for and just put it out, or else a lot more people
Those are questions
would
for another
lose
day, I
their
suppose.
livelihood. That's what I think.
So in the cynical take, the argument is, had they not done that, Beyond
Had
Light
they-
would have been delayed until like mid 2021. Is that am I
Yeah,
moved out-
probably like
and they-
mid 2021. There probably would have been like a little bit more like delicacy in terms of like how they're gonna go about all of the sunsetting paths.
So you're saying
But
so sorry, when
Yeah.
did it come out in 2020? When did we say? You
it
said
came out in November. The pandemic was happening in the world in like the spring of 2020. So they were already developing something.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, the US shut down what, March 12th, 13th?
Yeah, and the DLC was, and I'm pretty sure Beyond Light was delayed like pretty heavily as well.
It was, yeah, it was. Dude, it's crazy. Beyond Light was
This
the
is
first
like
one I did.
so.
I'm
I want to
pretty
just
sure
stress again that first one is a very, very cynical.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. You
Well,
guys take
no,
that
and-
with a grain of salt.
It
but,
makes
like,
sense. No,
Yeah.
I just like I don't know. Now I'm in the brain space of like if these tech issues and like the game have like getting too big for its like foundations is like the reason that they did DCV, the reason that they keep like, dude, have they not like delayed every expansion since Beyond Light? I swear they have. Like every single one has been delayed. Maybe I'm
Witch,
tripping on that.
Witch Queen was definitely delayed heavily. I don't remember if Lightfall was delayed.
Okay, well,
No,
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
think Lightfall was delayed.
Pretty sure Lightfall was meant to be Final Shape, so I'm effectively calling that a delay.
Okay, then yes, that's the fattest delay of all time. Then.
Yeah, and Final
that's a new
Shape
insert.
and then Final Shape was delayed as well. So in my brain, Beyond Light was delayed, Witch Queen was delayed, Final Shape was delayed twice, so much as that they invented a new expansion just to delay it twice.
God, dude. Into the Light was
like,
so good.
if we're delaying all this stuff because of whatever reason, like
they cooked with Into the Light, man.
If the reason is that the game is getting too big for its boots, why didn't they make a Destiny 3 a million years ago, bro? You know, like, and again, we already talked about the issue with like just saying, oh, just make a Destiny 3. Like, just do what Overwatch did, bro. Instead of the DCV, they could have done what Overwatch did and had they could have copy pasted Destiny 2 with nothing on it, just the engine and like the subclasses and whatever. Put Beyond Light on that, call it Destiny 3. And
I mean,
then,
I think Beyond Light effectively was that. It effectively was Destiny 3.
I know, but they deleted Destiny 2 in order to do that.
And that's what people are mad about.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is like my proposed solution is obviously an imperfect solution.
Yeah,
it's obviously
but then they looked at their own evidence of Destiny 2 and how that launch went, and they went, oh, we can't do that again. And at the time, they were not owned by Sony, and they did not have Activision money, so they were probably very, very much in a. And that's why I said the second take that wasn't as cynical, because it's like, hey, you know, realistically, how do we keep our company alive? I think everybody kind of, I
think you got to be careful saying, why didn't they do what Overwatch 2 did? Because first of all, there's a publisher involved there, and that changes the stakes when you're not owned by a publisher, right? Second of all,
wait, what do you mean? I don't know. Sorry.
Oh no, are you responding to somebody in chat with Overwatch 2? I'm talking about Destiny 2.
No, I said Overwatch
Bog
2.
said.
Oh, you said Overwatch 2.
It was a very crude example, just like to say like, hey, if the issue is space or upkeep or any of these things, then just move people to a different thing so you don't have to delete everything. You know, like that was the like crude. But I want to hear what you have to say about the Overwatch 2 thing, because like I'm interested.
Well, the other thing Overwatch 2 did is it fell off. So
yeah.
I think that they like as much as and also like I think didn't Overwatch 2 get infinite flack because it was feature incomplete, and it meant that we had loads of stuff in Overwatch 1 that was then not in Overwatch 2, and like I think it's just the crudeness of the example maybe got in the way of the point, but I think your point still stands. I just don't think the Overwatch example backs the point. So, if that makes sense.
Let me construct a hypothetical then.
Yeah,
like,
go for it.
Overwatch 2. Like forget I said the Overwatch 2 thing.
Yeah. So, we can move on from that.
So what actually happened in Beyond Light was they added like content with Beyond Light, and then they did the DCV. So they got rid of a bunch of old content, and you know. Like, I don't know, is maybe speculating on the reason they did the DCV bad, but like, let's say that the reason they did the DCV was because it's taking up a bunch of space, right, which is an issue, and it's a bunch of old content that not a lot of people play, that they have to continually update along with the new content that they put in. That they just didn't want to assign the dev hours to. And so their solution was, okay, just delete it. Effectively, just delete it, right? Like, so my proposed solution instead is, okay, we have Destiny 2. Instead of doing Beyond Light as an expansion for Destiny 2, we release Destiny 3. But what Destiny 3 is it is just Destiny 2 with all of that stuff in the content vault, and so like it sunsets everything. You don't have any like new weapons. You don't have all of your weapons or armor. You don't have all of the old raids. But you can always go back and play all of that old contented, vaulted content, because it's not vaulted, it's in Destiny 2. Now we just have the fresh game of Destiny 3. You don't have to, like, assign dev hours to upkeep all of these old things, because the only thing that's on the game is, like, a bunch of strikes and the new expansion content. And the new season content.
And just to speak to that particular question, I think it likely goes back to what we said earlier, which is that, so putting us back in time, it's 2020. They're evaluating this problem. Destiny 1 was 2014 to 2017. Beyond Light was Destiny 2 was 2014 to 2017. Jesus Christ. Destiny 1 was 2014 to 17. As in Destiny 2 came out in 2017. And so so each of them had their like 3-year run. But as we mentioned earlier in the discussion, when they moved from Destiny 1 to Destiny 2, they had a bunch of people saying, you assholes, what are you doing? You're not supporting Destiny 1 anymore. You're criminals, blah, 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 blah. So they probably were like, well, we did that and they hated it the first time round. Simultaneously, we're publisherless, so monetarily, economically, we're in a much more precarious position. Does it make sense to continue with the thing that is generating us money right now, or to make a very big swing for something new that will have no content and we know will generate an environment where people will be mad at us for no longer supporting Destiny 2? And so I think it's like, why didn't they do the obvious thing becomes it maybe wasn't so obvious kind of vibe.
Right, no, sorry, I didn't mean to say that was like an obvious solution.
Okay, fair.
I was just saying, like, I guess my point, right, and what you just said makes perfect sense, which is why it's like, I don't know, it doesn't make sense in my brain, because to me, the solution of just make Beyond Light Destiny 3 and essentially do what they did with Destiny 1, but again,
yep,
like, to me, is effectively what they did anyway. You know? Like, that's what they did. It's just called a different thing.
But they had,
I mean,
the difference is one of them has, I don't know the sales numbers, but one of them has like 1 million people with that disc in their console and the other doesn't. That is the difference. Like, they have an existing, they've sold the game. It's there.
Right.
Those people are captured.
Right. Are you saying it's like, yes. Okay. So you're saying it's easier to sell an expansion for a game people own than it is to sell a new game.
I would be a little, personally, in the way that I would answer it, I'd be careful about the word easier, but I would say yes to the word safer. I think that is a safer bet. If you've got a pre-existing customer base that are there and they have a thing, it's easier to sell them a microtransaction in your app and upsell them on something than it is to say, here's a new app. Can you go through the process of downloading this new thing and like onboarding into this new world and going through all of that palaver?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that's
and so the answer to my question, why didn't they just do what I said? That is the answer, definitively, pretty much.
But if my assumption about safety is correct, then I think that is likely where the answer lies. Kind of thing.
Barrier ammo.
I am running. Just real quick, Bog. Are you good with the Colossus? Got anti-barrier for it?
Yeah, I do technically.
Okay.
Oh.
I would help if I could. I just don't know how.
Yeah, I didn't have any more anti-barrier ammo for a while. I've been just getting railed by these champions. Man.
There you go, Dice. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, Bog, you were gonna say something.
Have we killed our little champion now? This room is. I hate this room because like it's so easy for a champ to just like jump into a corner and AFK.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there is one alive in the back.
Really? Yep. That's what.
Yep.
I literally. Dude, that's so dumb. Like, bro.
I think it's very obvious that Beyond Light was their massive sequel within the game because they wouldn't they but I think it's also just as fair for people to be upset that it came at the cost of removing what was the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think it's absolutely fair for people to be upset about that because I mean again it even if it made sense for Bungie for a lot of people that did spend their money on Destiny 2 and really wanted to still enjoy those things as their own things, they would have preferred them just like find a way to take their time in some way to deliver a Destiny 3 separately. Because the other thing that is kind of important to note with it, just kind of like adds on to the fact that Beyond Light was essentially Destiny 3. The whole shift in the game really happened in Beyond Light. Like, that's when you got not only Beyond Light announced, but also Witch Queen, and then Lightfall, which was supposed to be the end, and then they announced Final Shape, like, I think
like they split it, right? They like put it into two.
Yeah, they announced like during the Final Shape or during Lightfall's reveal that there would be one more DLC, the Final Shape.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's like it was pretty obvious from the beginning that Beyond Light was the sequel within Destiny 2. And I think it's fair to be like, hey, look, like, evidence shows that people weren't too happy with Destiny 2 at launch. Like, actually, it's very strong evidence in terms of like numbers, but numbers don't always paint the picture. Because I don't think the wide like amount of audience was actually that mad at the fact that Destiny 1 wasn't being updated anymore and that Destiny 2 would be a new game. It was more the fact of what they got in Destiny 2 completely scrapped the fabric of what they enjoyed in Destiny 1. I think that's what it was more. That's what
it pulled an Overwatch 2, ironically.
Yeah, totally. I mean, totally. They like every single weapon was a static roll. Every single like everything was double primary. Like it was just a much slower and much more tedious experience to be kind of trying to be a little bit more trendy to something like, you know, esports, balance, that sort of thing, since Overwatch League was popping off. And to be fair, there was a decent amount of people that also asked them like, hey, PvP needs to be the focus because PvP was so good in Destiny 1 for a while for a lot of people. And then the second that they tried to go full speed into that, they kind of shifted the whole identity of the game. And when you have a ship as big as Destiny, steering it in any direction will change everything. And I think like I don't know, man. I think that the data of Destiny 2 should not detract from the fact that a Destiny 3 should happen. It should have happened already at some point, in my opinion. I just think that even if it makes more sense now that it is on Destiny 2, I don't think that data from the past represents the full story. Because I think if you had everything controlled except for the fact that it was a sequel, like if we had all the features right now, but you're restarting from scratch and there's 5 destinations and there's the, you know, standard maybe 1 raid at launch, would people be like, yeah, there's less to do? Sure. But I think there would be a lot of people that you'd at least get your answer better than like changing up every part of Destiny to go with that answer, because then it's not really like the same experiment. And I also think, like, going all the way back to we talked about this a while ago, I just thought of something. You know, we talked about like old consoles and like new consoles, like new gen, old gen. So they actually have already done that before, because Rise of Iron didn't allow the oldest the Xbox 360 and PS3s to even be bought. You couldn't play Rise of Iron in Destiny 1 without a newer gen
comment
console.
on this, because I actually had a conversation with Bungie about this when I was at Bungie.
Okay, well then perfect.
Without wanting to like overstep and say something that is wrong, like that I've misunderstood or I'm misquoting or what have you. There are just various like legal reasons and things like that why it's not like that we would never. Oh, Nezarec Sin helmet. Interesting. Okay.
This can't even roll with anything.
Dude, I can't get any rolls, bro. I keep getting reverberation and feeding frenzy, bro.
I haven't seen either perk, repulsor brace, or destabilizing.
It's been a while, man. It's been a while.
I haven't gotten a single one.
Who is Odzot?
Yeah,
Questions for another day, I suppose. But for now,
I'll be careful with my wording just because I don't want to say something that's not correct. But
sure.
let's say there was a a scenario in Rise of Iron where this happened, right?
What's Rise of Iron? I forgot.
I don't know.
Oda. Evan? Help?
Arm.
We're noobs. We don't know what Rise of Iron. When was it? And what was it? Guys?
Do you want me to actually tell you?
Yes. What is Rise of Iron?
You're messing with me. I hate you.
I don't think of Destiny 1.
No, you're messing with me. I hate
Wait,
you.
is that the one that had
Tell me, Unk. Tell me about the Golden Age, Unk. Tell me.
Was Rise of Iron Wrath of the Machine?
Yeah, Rise of Iron was Wrath of the Machine.
Okay. Yeah.
It was the final year of Destiny 1. I couldn't tell you were fucking with me or not, bro.
Oh,
I never
played
like
Destiny
when you say it like that, bro.
Tell me about the olden days, Unk, when
I
when you weren't a dinosaur.
You doing that, Milo. That place creeps me out, bro. Get it out of here.
So the circumstances that may have been in place from a legal perspective in Rise of Iron in terms of what they were allowed to do with certain players not being able to access certain content is very likely a very different scenario anytime beyond that in the future, because the regulatory landscape is always changing, EU regulation is always changing, American law is always changing, and we're in a new console generation as well with different publisher relationships, etc., etc. So as much as I think
I see. Yeah,
it's like it's tempting to say, well, the common item is Destiny, so we should be able to compare apples to apples. Actually, you're comparing regulatory environments, and then it's apples to oranges. In my understanding of those sorts of things, I'm not saying that is exactly the case with this specific example. I don't want to speak for Bungie, etc. But like, those are the sorts of things where, like, I had quite a few conversations with Bungie about stuff like that regarding both Destiny and Marathon and just Bungie generally while I was at the studio that were really interesting, because there's just a lot of stuff that general players will never realize is the reason why something can't happen. Like, there's stuff that people will moan about that Destiny or Bungie, that Bungie does. And Bungie's like, yeah, bro, I feel the same way, but John Pilkington in this one country has a rule that means that we can't do XYZ, and if we don't follow that rule, it means that something to do with the way that we, like, sell the game internationally has to change, and that means we have to, like, handcuff a bunch of other players, and it's like, holy smokes, why is it like that? And the answer is just... Go ahead, Bog.
Sorry to cut you off, but is there a reason that there's zero transparency in terms
That is what I was saying. I was saying to them, like, you are losing so much potential goodwill by keeping these things quiet. And the response that I got, and I'm going to be annoying and be very, very ambiguous in my answer here, because, like, this was not a conversation that was like them making a public statement, and I don't want to take it as such. But like, sometimes, just as there are reasons why they can't just do the thing because there's a weird rule, sometimes there are also reasons why they can't just explain the thing because there is a weird rule. It's annoying because it would be so, like, and it's annoying for them as well, to be clear. Like, their lives would be so much easier if they could just be like, oh yeah, this is the problem, and like this person or this entity or this government or this a cohort of players even, or like whatever, like, this is where the problem lies. But sometimes they can't do that because that in itself would cause problems with X entity or body or blah 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 blah. Their hands are very tied in certain instances, and that's why I'm like, I mean, part of it is that I'm a new player, but part of it is just that, like, I try to have pretty extensible goodwill towards game devs trying to do the right thing in those sorts of circumstances, because I know that sometimes there's just bullshit that's in the way, and it's really unfortunate, but it's the nature of the industry at this point.
Yeah.
I feel for them.
I think it's totally fair. I mean, now that that's been kind of explained a lot more, then that's again, that kind of clarity would make me not even talk about that.
Right.
And it wouldn't even make me bring it up.
That's why one of the pieces of feedback I gave to Bungie is like, if you're taking a stance of silence on something because your hands are tied, I totally understand that, but you have to be able to look at this thing on like like it's not a binary decision. There has to be a scale. There has to be a spectrum of choices that you could make, from the most maximal extreme binary choice of like, we never say anything, we never go there, through like one step back from that being like, okay, well, we'll say something, but we'll say it in a very vague way that doesn't cause problems. Or we'll explain part of the problem that is fine to say, but we'll then explain that we can't explain the rest of it for XYZ reason. Like, my argument to them was, there are surely ways that even within these restrictions that you're facing, you can still better communicate. And they were like, you know what? Probably. It's just that it's very, very hard, and we are continuing to assess these things, and we are doing our best. But it's tough. Like, I know that they are. I know that they're just.
They can't even explain why they can't even explain.
Yeah, like
Sorry, that's a shout. That's a long time player shout right there. I don't expect you non.
Oh, is that a meme?
Oh, that's an OG meme,
oh,
bro.
okay.
That's a deep cut. That's a deep cut.
I feel like someone mentioned that to me while I was playing something. Oh yeah, such a good shout. I think we're clear, but
No, we're good.
the only shout was the friends we made along the way.
Like, everything you just said just makes me believe what I believe more and more. It's that
yeah, go ahead.
The only good games are indie games. And that will always be true, because there isn't all of this like bullshit, like higher up, like insane, like $1 trillion industry, like waiting on everything. It's just like, hey man, I'm just trying to make a cool, fun experience, and you get to experience that. That's like indie games are just so good, man. That's
and it's also games, like, it's also not just a games thing in the sense, like, so I've done some like marketing work, and the work that I've done in that space, like sometimes you'll be in a meeting with a company that's like market leader in their sector, and they're like, well, we're market leader, so if we behave in like XYZ way, like here's the pressures that we're facing. Whereas if you're an indie, you can kind of get away with like just like breaking the law sometimes, like literally breaking the law, and you're an indie, so no one's gonna come chase you because it's not even worth it, right? And it's similar with many industries, and it unfortunately also does apply to gaming as well.
Yeah, I mean, it stretches like it's this thing in like movies as well. Like I think there's a lot of slop with movies, and it's just because, you know, I don't know, man. That's probably a bad.
I think that's a different field, but I think like the idea of like interest scale laws are still there. That's all still there. Like I could go bust out the old camcorder tomorrow and probably record on an area that I don't have a permit to record on.
Hell yeah. Let's do it at GCX. Illegal filming.
Yeah.
Let's go.
But like at the same time, you know, if Disney wanted to do that, I mean, hell, they'd probably throw me in front of a giant green screen the whole movie. But
what do you mean? We've already broken the Disney laws by hiring Mickey Mouse to read the TWAB earlier. We're already cooked, bro.
What do you mean? But the thing, the issue becomes like indie. Like, there's some things you just can't do, like as an indie. Like,
yeah,
Destiny is not. What Destiny 2 is and has been is not possible by an indie developer. It just isn't.
Correct.
It's too ambitious and too big, and that's why, like, so you do, like, you know, you can't get your Destiny 2s any other way, and so it's just, I don't know. I also I hate hearing stuff like that, like we, like, you know, I don't know. It's just dumb.
I also want to just correct something that I see in my chat. So PTD says, Indie is not a vibe, Bog. Bungie was independent during Shadowkeep. You're thinking of small teams. I want to correct you, Peter D. Globally, the understanding of indie in this context is small teams working on like lower budget projects. Like indie does not mean the word independent. That is not.
Yeah.
That it is no longer about purely whether you have a publisher. Nobody uses that to like with that connotation. It's just picked up its own colloquial wording over the years.
Dude, Lotus Eater hates me, man.
The tower captains.
There's only one data artifact here.
Yeah, we gotta go to the
labeled
tower.
Oxa, and it's seriously
Bro, I just got a repulsor withering.
says it was last accessed by an
Mickey.
Oxa.
Dude, you're so lucky.
I genuinely have streamer luck in this game.
I normally do too, but I'm getting turbo bad rolls.
Before we queue, can I think I'm going to eat some food, so I'm going to skip a run here. Unless you don't mind me just standing in the corner, but...
I'm in the tower, so...
Oh,
like,
Mickey.
I'm having yap in the tower for a bit, yeah. I also need to eat something, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, yeah. I don't know. It's, I don't know. I guess the thing that wasn't addressed with the whole, like... What if Beyond Light was Destiny? Like, I don't know. Interesting to hear you say what you said, Evan, because you were like, this Beyond Light was like it was understood that was kind of like a Destiny 3 within Destiny 2. Like it was like,
yeah, I think most people who were definitely playing at the time would agree that like,
yeah,
like everybody felt like it was like sunsetting DCV was at least like within the Destiny side, like it was frustrating, but at least it was a trade-off to get more Destiny on the game instead of just like having to either wait years and years or like have nothing ever because Bungie might be bankrupt as a whole company by then, because you know, to even get like the game is a very expensive game to maintain in general. But I think hindsight gives us insight into being like, hey, was this a move in order to get everything prepared to position yourself for sales in this time when people didn't have anything else to play? Like, I think hindsight gives us the power to do that. Oh my god, I also got that rocket we were talking about today. Sorry.
Oh, you got the Hezen?
No, I got the Cynicism.
Oh, yeah. Cynosia.
Yeah.
Always something
But,
new in
like,
Eververse.
Also, I just... this is a fun bug that I hope they never fix, but like, when you open up your inventory, you just start a giant foot.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
That's a good bug.
I've literally got it right now. They gotta keep that one.
It's a good bug.
They should have a known issues list and then a known funny issues list. And
yeah, dude, they should have never removed the Bondussy. All I'm saying. Ever since then, been downhill.
The Bondussy, that's crazy. Oh my god.
Never forget the Bondussy.
Yeah, no, the reason I say it's interesting that you say that like everyone kind of had this understanding that Beyond Light was like a sequel within the game. I didn't know that, to be honest. I'd never thought of Beyond Light.
Oh, really?
Well, Beyond Light was the first time I played Destiny.
Well, like, okay, let me pose it this way. Can I pose it? Let me pose it this way for you, though, Bog. You're playing Shadowkeep. You're going you're saying to yourself, without knowing game dev, without knowing like the situation at Activision with Bungie, without knowing any of that, right?
Yeah.
You're going, wow, Shadowkeep is a really slow year. We've gone from getting 3 raids this year to 0, or sorry, one dungeon. It was, by the end of the year, it's Prophecy, so 2 dungeons came out with Shadowkeep. A campaign that's very, very light and almost like nothing to do outside of like just getting ready for the raid. You're like, oh my god, this year is really slow. Now the seasons, you're like, damn, like they still came out swinging with like some of these seasons. These are pretty good. Maybe not worthy, but the rest of them pretty damn good, right? But then all of a sudden, the 2 people who are like in charge of directing the game come out and they're sitting together in a room. There's a camera on and it's like, hey, we're ready to announce like the next thing for Destiny. But instead of announcing the next thing, this is going to completely change the game. It's going to completely change the storytelling. We want to deliver this brand new like world. You're going to Europa. You're doing all these things with like light and dark, like it's the next major shift in the story. And on top of announcing this thing coming this fall, we're also going to announce the next 3 years of content. You'd definitely be like, oh, okay, well, they're getting rid of all this stuff because they're restarting. I mean, they're restarting the game within the game instead of restarting the game within another game.
Right.
I don't know why it wasn't. Actually, I know why it wasn't a decision to make a third game right then and there. Now, the original plan from Activision with Bungie was to make 3 games. That was the original plan. That was what was on their original deal with Activision. 10 years of Destiny, 3 games, and that was going to be how they supported it. Or was it 4 games? It might have been 4 games, but still. Like, their plan originally was to have a bunch of different games so that it was kind of the Call of Duty formula, which like a new game every year sort of feeling, where like you're never running out of like the ability to play something brand new and restart. But like that shift definitely felt like a sequel moment for everybody. I would say everybody kind of went, all right, well, our stuff is going away with Beyond Light. Like, what is staying, what is going, blah blah blah.
Yeah. Well, then I don't know. I would say like from that perspective of like, it's easier to sell something on a disc that people already have than it is to sell a new disc. Like that thing that Milo said that I think is like really the crux of why they didn't do a Destiny 3 at that point in time. Then my like counter is like, okay, yes, it worked. Yes, it wasn't great for them on Destiny 2 launch. Yes, it's safer. Sorry, I used the word easier again. It's safer to release a thing that they can buy on the thing that they already have than to sell them a new thing. But like, you know,
it doesn't. It's less exciting.
Well, also no, but also like if you have the new thing, right? Like if you have a Destiny 3, people can still play the Destiny 2 and they can still do microtransactions
and I completely agree with you there. But I don't think that like I think that like, again, going back to what I was saying before about the situations of why Destiny 2 at launch didn't survive versus what, you know, ended up happening, like why Destiny 2 at launch wasn't received well isn't because it was just more Destiny on a new disc. It was because they changed everything about Destiny to make room for Destiny 2. So like that was a big part of it. And I don't think enough people give credit to that side of it. Like, oh yeah, we already had the Destiny 2 collapse of player base. It's like, well, because the game was not Destiny's identity was so different with Destiny 2. Like the Destiny 1 formula that people loved, they didn't do that for a whole year, and then they brought it back in Forsaken, and then they got rid of it a year later. Like I'm not sitting here being like, oh, Destiny 1, like let's go back to Destiny 1 all the way. Like I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that like it can't just be like, oh yeah, more Destiny but on a new disc and a fresh start is like just a bad idea on its own, because it's not. It's just that like that experiment with Destiny 2 was because there just wasn't this, like there wasn't anything that was like exciting enough to keep you there long term. It was just like a 2-week fun time.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like
this game is such an anomaly to me, because like
it is.
Because I mean, I bet you feel this to some extent as well, Evan, being like someone who's like, I really like the raids and the dungeons, and like that's why I play the game.
Yeah.
Because like, I would really love to get some like concrete numbers on this stuff, but I've always been told, and I've always heard like certain different like stats thrown around about like the percentage of players who play raids and whatnot.
I don't like those stats.
I find them like,
those are super misleading stats, and I can tell you why.
Okay.
What is the highest percentage amount of people that do which raids highly depend on what loot is in the raid that they are going to want to use in other activities.
Can I just interject real quick? The only stat that I've seen of that, which, or at least I've seen repeated several times, is a number which is the number of players that have ever it's either set foot in any raid or it's completed any raid. So it's actually independent of what specific raid we're talking about, and it's just like players who have done anything in the raid sandbox at all. But I also don't know what the source is for that. It's just that that's the only thing that I keep having people talk to me about.
I always hear about those numbers, and like, there's just like, if that were the case, then like if that's to be the case across the board, if there's never been more than 12% of players that have jumped into a raid period, then since Bungie is very much fans of looking at the data, then why would Bungie keep investing into a big raid and make it such a big spectacle to even bring on like me and CB, for example, to like do it at their HQ and make it this big day? Why would they go out of their way to do that if it's only appeasing just 12% of people, period? Like ever that have ever touched Destiny. I don't know. Like, I know that there's this stat somewhere, and I'm sure I'm completely wrong in that 12%. It's really only 12% of players ever that have ever even stepped foot into a raid. But like, I just find it like, if there was more incentive for people to be like, hey, let's jump into a raid just because I really need to get X piece of gear, I feel like those raids tend to have a higher percentage of player population. Like, I personally feel like the reason why people don't do some raids is because there's not good enough loot to promote them to do some raids.
I think that makes the assumption that people know what loot they have and what's available. I think that the majority of the player base,
any activity in the whole game.
Yes, and that's why I don't think that the loot motivation is the defining factor here. I think that
it's not the only factor, but it is one of them, I think.
But like, if they put something busted into like at the end of trials, right? Let's just say this is a random example of some other mode. I still think that there's going to be thousands of players on patrol who log on, shoot a dreg, and log off. Like, I almost think those people's lives don't change if that happens. And I think that there's so many there, and like, it's like raid to raid, I think that the numbers are likely like improved if there's good loot. Also, oh no, I can't say that.
Guys.
Long story short, someone else take the mic.
Yeah, sure. All I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Is that like, I just think that like Bungie clearly loves the raids. Everybody who has played a raid in Destiny and like has actually, most people have come away with a really good experience. And I would say most people out there, the same way that I would actually argue for MrRoflWaffles like zombie side, the main reason that people still buy some of the older Call of Duties is because they want to engage in something like the zombies maps, and in this case, like the raids. Like, they kind of share that identity of like, at least in the Easter egg side of the teamwork, but I know that's even more niche than raids. I know Easter eggs are even more niche. Well, maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
they are. And numbers wise,
okay,
like, completion rates are lower for sure.
Numbers wise, even more niche. But all I can say is that like, there's a reason why they continue to make those things. There's magic in there. There's like something that's like very soulful of what makes the game really stand out. Because every time I tell people, like, they're like, hey, why should I buy Destiny? I'm like, it's like one of the best gunplay games out there. I'm like, it's also like just has tons of loot for you to interact with. But more than anything, what I always say is like the raids are just super, super special. Like, how many people in your chat, every time you were like going through something blind, or like, just wait until he gets to this activity or this raid, that raid, this raid, and you're like, I don't know what that means. Like, it's the stuff that like, it's the magic sauce that makes everything like kind of keep moving. And so I just don't think that like the 12% number, it's a perfect example of why just reading data on its own is such a bad thing to do. Because like, the raids are clearly something special that Bungie clearly keeps investing into, and they've even called it Destiny Christmas. I agree. Raid Day is Destiny Christmas.
Yeah.
But it's like there's a reason why why Bungie keeps making them, and I don't know the only reason why people don't show up to, like, I don't know the one reason why people who play the game don't want to engage in raids. I would have to think it's lack of teams. I'd have to think it's like, oh, I'm you know, when I hop on the game, I don't really have a lot of friends to play with. But like Bungie's tried to do things to remedy that, like fire team finders, which again, I'm not saying they're perfect, but I'm just saying like they're trying stuff to do that.
Right, the 9. What's it called? Explorer mode? Isn't that?
Yeah, Explorer mode. Explorer mode is, I mean, perfect example. Explorer modes, like those are things they're trying to get people in the door. I don't know how successful they're going to be because I just think there's also a good amount of people that if it's not enough reason for them to be like, I have to do this, they won't do it.
Yeah.
And then I think that there's also just the other side where there's like the team play. But I personally think the first step to get me into a raid on day one or any day is to make loot that actually like completely changes the game in a way that I'm excited to be in there for the loot.
Yeah.
Like that would be the easiest way to do it.
Because I've had this conversation with Zombies devs like so many times. And the problem is that they will always be in a pretty much impossible position here because if they put categorically incredible loot that changes everything behind a raid, there will be people that are like, this is bullshit. I can't get the really incredible stuff because I can't do the raid because I suck, and therefore I'm gonna quit. Like I hate the game.
Totally.
And it goes against all of my desires as an elitist, a proud elitist. I will always be in favor of saying, gate the cool stuff, gate it, make people aspire, actually make them work for it. But from the devs' perspective, and it's understandable because they have to sort of please every single one of the player base. Like in Zombies, there is only so much you can put behind the really difficult, crazy stuff, and especially when it comes to cool gear, skins, like anything along those lines, it creates a lot of resentment when it's behind the really difficult stuff, and the risk of them sinking lots of dev hours into a raid and then sinking more dev hours and more, especially dev hours in the best loot area of things and the best skins area of things, which is extremely important dev time, sinking that time into stuff that then very few people will see is just bad ROI when they could be making stuff that more people will see.
I mean, true for the mass amount of people. I agree there. But what I would say is that, like, I think at least having the best doesn't necessarily mean it has to make everything the worst. I think with a game like Destiny, like, the best is only so marginally better. Yeah. I think having the best could still mean that there's still good other places while still having the best within the highest level content.
Yeah,
like, I don't think that's unpopular to say.
Like I think you could be more extreme, and I would still agree with you because I do agree with what you're saying. I'm just saying that like the dev response will always be, I guarantee it will be, we have to be careful about the amount of content we make for people that will never see it. And if we have content that people already are not engaging with, and we put really, really cool stuff behind it, it sounds like it would just make them do the hard thing, but oftentimes it means that they then don't see the really cool thing and they don't see the raid. That is just the dev argument that I've heard in Zombies a bunch, which I hate. I hate it, but
yeah. I mean, definitely my brain is definitely, again, very much like that elitist take where it's like, you know, hey, look, at the end of the day, by giving into the fact that, you know, this is my very elitist take, by giving into the fact that that everybody should have the option to get the best thing in the game, you're taking away from more people that would engage in the best thing in the game.
Yeah.
Like you you are
And
then
also-
limiting the
I'm gonna-
potential of your best thing.
I'm gonna bro back just to
Also-
put my food on. I'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah, no worries. Bug. Yeah, Bug, go ahead.
I guess I don't know. Like the reason, I mean, while Mo's gone, I can talk about this because like it's more of just like a. The reason why I bring this up is because I find it really hard to talk about this game because I feel like I'm like a really big anomaly in that. First of all, I'm in that low percentile because I enjoy the raid content, and then I do like very specific niche things in that content, and so like my interests are often completely like they're like not just aligned but like opposite to what the average player has or even the game should have. Like for an example, right? Like what's your take on crafting? Like as
I don't like it.
You don't like it, right?
I like it, but I don't like it. I don't like the means that crafting has been reduced to, but I like the idea that some things can be craftable.
Yeah, and so like for me, well, yeah, I mean, and maybe this is a less like I think crafting ruined the game. I legitimately think that. And I think CB made like a seminar like rant video about like
loot and why it doesn't matter.
And like and like that video is just
I'll take it a step further if you want me to.
Yeah.
I'll say that I think the whole pivot shift in identity of what Destiny was versus what it is now has absolutely ruined the fabric of the game. I think a lot of things in terms of loot on how it used to work in terms of like, people can say it was like spinning a virtual slot machine, like how we're doing in the GM.
Yeah.
Like, I think that system was way more fun for me personally, even if people disagree. Like it was more fun for me personally. Again, I had more time to sink in. I'm not saying everybody had that same amount of time, but like I think the loot, the power fantasy and loot in general felt way worse after probably after Shadowkeep and then Beyond Light and then Witch Queen. Like I think it just kept getting worse, and now they've definitely reverted back on crafting because they've seen like retention clearly is not there when people can just hop on, get their red and then leave. And I think it's ruined raids too. I don't think I know this is probably a hot take because raids are already so less played, but like as somebody that really enjoys raiding and getting my weapon, knowing that I can get all the weapons done within just a few weeks really sucks to me. I don't really like it. Stopped me from maybe playing some raid days that like otherwise I would have played because I really don't need to like I might do it for fun because I just enjoy the raids that much, but like dungeons don't have craftables, and like we were talking about going and farming the dungeon. Like we're sitting there talking about farming the dungeon because look, like I already finished Heathens is done. I don't need to ever touch Heathens in Vault of Glass again. And I don't like that. Like if I got the god roll, then great, great. But I don't like that I just have no reason to be in that activity anymore.
Yeah.
And I know
That's the thing,
people
like the way I played the game, or at least the way I used to play it, was I have a solo that I want to do, I have a challenge that I want to do, and I need X, Y, and Z to do it. And so for me, crafting is imperative because I don't want to sit and farm something for 8 hours and not have a guarantee of getting it. Whereas with crafting, like I'm guaranteed to have all of the tools that I need to do what I want to do in the game at all times. And that's like, and so it seems like Root of Nightmares, people see it as like a huge failure, like from Rad for making a raid that was just like, maybe I shouldn't say this. Wait, Milo, can you hear? Are you here? Milo's not here. It's just too easy, right? Like the raid race was too fast. I don't know if Milo knows.
And what sucks about that one, if you want to talk about, if we can go back to data specifically, that people forget that Lightfall was like the highest amount of people on Destiny 2. I think maybe since launch, that was the highest. Like that's crazy, man. They built up so much good faith because Witch Queen's launch, even though hey, I'll be honest, like chat can roast me all they want to. I was not a fan of Witch Queen past the first like honeymoon phase. I think there was a lot of decisions in Witch Queen that are still hurting the game today. That past honeymoon phase, honeymoon phase is like raid at itself great, campaign great, some of the exotics, great. Everything else didn't really like that much because I just think like the three, I don't know. I think a lot of things wasn't a huge fan of. I made a video about that a long time ago, but basically, yeah, I think crafting for something, that's why I say for some things, I think it's fine. I think for some things it's totally fine to have crafting. And I think if sunsetting existed the way that it did with Beyond Light, where you're going, hey, like the idea at least of like, hey, these things won't be able to be brought up anymore, then like let's say it's only for seasonal or episodic things that you can make craftables, right? Let's just say that. And then you're able to make a roll of a weapon that you can use in solos, but you just know that it won't be able to power wise be brought up into the next year of stuff because it's just a craftable thing. If they're to distinguish a clear line between craftables not being brought up, but you can get the next year of craftables and then blah, 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 it would still create issues. Like, don't get me wrong, long term that would create issues, but it might be a little bit, it might be seen as better by people. I don't know. That's maybe they even considered that. And maybe they decided against that.
Yeah. But like, yeah, like all of this is to say, like, Root of Nightmares, like, for all intents and purposes, like, the like people who like day one racing and like they saw that as a flop because it was too easy, right? And whereas I am on the complete opposite end, because you know what happens if a 6-man activity is easy? It means that it makes it potentially more possible as a solo, right?
Yep.
So like, I guess like all of this is to say, like, you know, I like raids, I like low mans, and so like crafting,
you're not wrong though. Like, dude, that
raids, I love like all of the stuff that is like objectively bad, probably. Like, I
mean, it's not objectively bad unless it's just pure like if you like it, then subjectively you enjoy it. You know,
I think crafting objectively was bad for the game. For example.
Crafting. Well, some people would say that they actually prefer it. So like, I don't know. Like, I think data and like player base counts, you can attribute crafting to be one of the main reasons that people left. I mean, it's just because, like, again, like you know, everybody's chat, raise your hand if like during, let's say, crafting's reveal, Witch Queen seasons, raise your hand if you were hopping on every week for the story and then like getting off once you got your red border for the week. And then you were maybe coming back like every once in a while, but you were only coming back once a week for that story so that you get the red border after completing a mission. That's where I was at for the most part. I mean, I feel like that's how most people were. And like, the thing is, it is a looter shooter, right? Maybe Bungie doesn't want to call it a pure looter shooter anymore, but Destiny is a looter shooter. And when you have that and you have a problem where like loot is really easy to obtain by just hopping on once a week for like an hour, that's not, that wasn't good.
Yeah. And so like, so I don't know. I find it, but
you're a fan of things that other people don't necessarily like love.
I think I'm a fan of things that I think overall, like on a grand scale, aren't good for the game, the health of the game.
Yeah. There are things that benefit you, but maybe not the health of the game.
I think Last Wish is way better for the game. The Last Wish raid race is way better for the game than the Root of Nightmares raid race was.
Yeah.
I think like having crafting be like more restricted or harder or not exist at all is better for the long-term like player retention of the game. I think I don't know, just like so, and even like to a like lesser degree, like if I was running the show, I would delete Strikes, and I would delete Crucible, and I would delete Gambit, and I would delete all of these things that a lot of people play, because I would just say triple the size of the raid team and make 3 raids every 6 months and 5 dungeons every 6 months. And the game is now no longer Destiny 2, the a billion things to do game. It's Destiny 2.
Wait, let me save you here, Bog. I would prioritize things that are core to what will keep me playing longer term, including prioritizing Strikes, Gambit, Crucible, and maybe getting rid of things like having a longer story, having more investment in stronger cutscenes for the story. I personally, Bog, I don't know if you agree. Milo, I don't know if you're back. I don't know if anybody's chats agrees or disagrees. I
Matt, it
personally,
blew up when I said delete strides.
I bet they did because I did too. I did a huh? Like I looked directly at the camera. I just stared. But all I'm gonna say is that I forgot what I was gonna say. Bog, damn it, damn it.
My point is that. But my point is that.
I was gonna go on. I was gonna get on my soapbox, man. Damn it.
No, dude, no. The point is, chat blows up when I say what I would do with the game is because they're right, and I'm wrong.
That's
my whole point.
Bog,
is like,
thank you.
I'm wrong.
Oh, you reminded me. So all I was gonna say is like for me personally, like I enjoy the story of Destiny, but I think I enjoy the story of Destiny when it's not being like told to me, rather shown to me through the activities that I'm playing. Like for example, when I'm in a raid or a dungeon, I really enjoy interacting with the environment, looking at like maybe like some voice logs, maybe some lore tabs that are in the actual environment that I'm in, because I care about the activity enough to want to interact with it further to enjoy the story. I don't think I care about the story being like the first thing that I like have to watch like a long cutscene for, or like that I have to listen to a character stand still and like tell me dialogue. I know some people prefer that, and that's totally fair, but just for my taste, my version of Destiny would be literally just like you go into an activity, you maybe have a lot of questions, and you have to find out through the environment and through like the lore tabs and through like the audio logs what's going on, or like what the full story is, similar to how they do in raids and dungeons, because I personally want the gameplay to speak for the story and not the story to speak for the gameplay.
Right. I just want raids and dungeons.
Again, I don't know if people agree or disagree with that. I know there's a lot of people that really enjoy some of the cutscenes that I don't really get that same emotional response from. Like, I have no problem with like them existing in the, like, you know, I don't have a problem with like the cutscenes existing, but I don't have the same emotional attachments to like a cutscene as maybe some other people do.
I really like the cutscenes in the story, and I think that's actually a really important part of the game to me.
Is it? Yeah. See, for me, like for me, it just depends on the cutscene, right? Because if it's like, oh, dude, like what would be like, what's your favorite cutscene that you can think of off the top of your head?
My favorite cutscene in Destiny is the cutscene after. Wait, is Milo here? Actually, I think this happens in a thing that he's played. Maybe it's a cutscene in how do I even say this?
Is it in the campaign? Is it in like a raid?
It's literally the cutscene after like probably the most infamous cutscene or famous cutscene.
Oh yeah. See that one, but that one's impactful because again, that one actually like I'm more talking about cutscenes that are not technically labeled as cutscenes. So things like I finish mission for season, I'm in Helm, I'm listening to characters stand still and talk to me.
Oh, dope! Like character dialogue?
Character dialogue, and also some of those cutscenes that go with those character dialogues. Like, I'm fine. I'm fine with. Yeah.
Sorry, Seraph finale. Someone brought that up. I remember.
Oh,
that.
But that one's good.
Oh, that
I mean, there is times where cutscenes I think are a little bit like the ones that are more in game, but they're not cinematic. Like that's a cinematic. I guess like those are great. Like because like the Forsaken one with Cade, right? That one is like all timer. Seraph finale all timer. I guess I more mean like what would be like a good example? Like you're in a mission. It's not the dialogue because the dialogue is one of those. And that I would argue is like a cutscene without being a cutscene. I guess the one that I would say is more like it's like this in between of cinematic, but like in the game. I don't know. Like I always think of like a shot. Think of like a shot where the camera's looking at your guardian holding out your ghost, and your ghost is just like talking. Like
you mean you mean like when you're loading into a raid, like those things?
No, like Here's a good version of it. I'll give you a good version. I'll give you a good version that had no impact on me. Okay. Amanda Holiday cutscene. No impact on me. None. I felt no emotional attachment at all.
That was an actual cutscene.
That was an actual cutscene, yeah.
Right.
And I didn't. I don't think that would like. Even though it had a place in the story, I don't think that I I didn't really like it. I just like I think more people took away that was funny than it was like serious.
I guess I don't know. I would chalk that up personally to I agree with you that I don't think that was like very like it was kind of a whatever burger, but I would chalk that up to it like even like my favorite TV show has a bad episode here and there sort of thing. Like
sure, but I guess what I'm just saying is like in my scenario of Destiny, like I would scrap about 80% of the cutscenes that are in the game. I'd focus on the like if I'm gonna have a cutscene, it's gonna be those crazy cinematics. It's gonna be those like after I do X activity, then something pops, and it's like you know it's like because I've earned that moment. You know, I feel like I've lived through the gameplay, so then the story isn't telling me that something is going on. Because dude, we found out through I think it was like a lore piece that Osiris had lost his light. I think that was through like a lore piece in a I think that might have even been through like a twid, or at the time it was a twab. Like we learned that through there, and like that could have been handled in a really cool cinematic cutscene, and that one would have made sense. But instead we have some cutscenes that don't make as much sense, and I'm like, I guess I just cut down on a lot of those cutscenes. I'd put the priority in terms of like the spend into things that you were talking about, like the raids, like I don't know.
Like, dude, there's so much lore about.
Sorry, somebody asked what my opinion on inkblot cutscenes are. I just think again, it's substance over style. I think if they have cool substance, then I'm totally down with the inkblot cutscenes. If there's like no substance to them, then like there's no point of having them. I don't think they're like. I don't think inkblot. I don't think the style of a cutscene is the problem. I think what it is the problem. Because like people really enjoyed the. I hope Milo's maybe Milo's here. I don't know, but Milo, did you do this newest episode? The story with this newest episode?
Yeah,
not yet.
I would say those are good cutscenes.
Okay, yeah, but there's like that one cutscene in there that I won't spoil for Milo, but there's that one cutscene in there that like actually is pretty good for even being in the style that I don't really enjoy. So like there's stuff that moves the story forward, and then in my opinion there's kind of more like waste of kind of resources to me.
You don't know what the best cutscenes
selfishly.
Best cutscene in Destiny, or best cutscenes in Destiny?
The chess puzzle solve?
No, sir.
Gage.
Oh,
Lightfall.
I thought you were
Lightfall?
Lightfall has some bangers.
The Lightfall cutscenes are so good, bro, with Callus and his chubby little cheeks. Cinema.
Oh yeah, how did you like the Lightfall?
Lightfall was great. It was great.
Thank you. Yeah.
And
finally.
I think that everyone that hates on Lightfall needs to grow up. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, are you kidding about not liking?
No, I like Lightfall. I like Lightfall. I put it. It's basically on par with Shadowkeep and Beyond Light for me. And then, well, actually, I liked Beyond Light a little bit less than Shadowkeep in like true hindsight. But yeah, 6.5. Maybe being generous, it's a 7.
I think Lightfall caught a lot more flack though because of like where it was placed in the story.
Yes,
I had people wanted the Empire Strikes Back. They didn't want like what was basically filler.
I had a chat. How long was I with Bife after I finished it? Bife and I had a long chat. And Bife was like, listen, young grasshopper. Let me tell you why people are not so happy about this expansion. Yeah, it was a good like 3 hours or something.
Like I think contextually speaking, if I were to play some of these things, I might be a little bit more like I think for any long-term player, some of these things are like way worse than like somebody who would start now. And I think that's a good example because like Lightfall for me, actually, hot take, I didn't actually hate Lightfall as much. I thought it was a little corny, especially when Nimbus decided to hit the little fist bump at the end. I was like, bro, time and a place. But I think that like without knowing the kind of impact of some of the things and like where I think a lot of the drivers were, things have a lot different of a take from it.
One of the things I explained to Bife is I have experienced these campaigns in isolation from one another. Because of sunsetting seasonal stories, the Beyond Light story does not lead to the Witch Queen story for me. It just doesn't. Like, I got to Witch Queen and I was like, what the hell is going... No, actually, better example is Shadowkeep to Beyond Light. I'm just like, huh? What? Like, it's every time. Yeah, literally. Like, how did I get here? Because the connective tissue is not there, I'm treating all of the expansions in isolation. And the gripe that I think people have with Lightfall is entirely reliant on it not being treated in isolation, but rather it's reliant on the fact that it was the penultimate expansion. And like, I'm almost not treating it as a penultimate expansion because there is no linearity to something which is just a series of independent nodes. Do you know what I mean? Like, when they don't lead to one another, no one can be the penultimate one in the line.
And that's why the removal of like that seasonal content, like, is definitely again one of those things where it's like, oh, that's why again we're like DCV comes in hand and like all that other stuff that people bring up. It's because there is no connective tissue with the story, because there's so many people that started with Beyond Light that went, what the hell is going on in this game? Like, we have nothing to tell us about, like okay, I'll give you a perfect example. They're running one of the strikes and all of a sudden Cade is talking to them and they're like, who the hell is Cade? Because he's not in the game in any other way. He's just there on a voiceover.
That's so funny.
Like, that issue applies, like, I was running the Shadowkeep campaign, and then I got to a mission, and it was one of the, what are they called? You know when you're like, it's like hunting? What are they called?
Empire Hunt.
Empire Hunt, yeah.
No, for Shadowkeep.
Nightmare Hunt.
Nightmare Hunt. Nightmare Hunt,
yes. So for the Nightmare Hunts, I loaded into a Nightmare Hunt as part of the Shadowkeep campaign, and Cade starts talking to me. And I was like, brother, you're dead. Like, you're not alive. Like, why are you talking to me right now? And it's because there's a final shape mission that makes you go back through one of the Shadowkeep campaign missions, and it replaced my mission. And so I was just like in the middle of the Shadowkeep campaign listening to a dead character be like, yeah, I'm just having a normal day. Like, I was like, what the hell, dude? So there's quite a lot of instances like that in Destiny, I think, right now, where it's just like your emotion is broken by the fact that everything is just like layered on top of itself in such a weird way.
And like, and again, that can go back and you can use that as fuel for the argument that Bog was making before about a Destiny 3 versus a Destiny 2, but continuing Destiny 2 within it. It's like there wouldn't be that layering because there would just be one layer across the board.
Imagine you could go.
I'm imagining,
play Destiny 2 and play the full story with everything in it, all the seasonal stuff, everything.
I'm definitely imagining.
Stuff, and then playing Destiny 3, which starts with Beyond Light now in this universe, and then you play all through that story, and you get to the final shape, which is another game, and then you play that. It would just be better, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know who's doing that, but
they also need to put all the cinematics from all the seasonal stories in the game.
Yeah. Well, they don't need to do that because they're already in the game because they didn't get rid of them. It's
the seasonal stories they got rid of. Those cutscenes are not in the game.
Yeah, I'm saying in my world.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know. I don't know.
About us.
But yeah, anyway, like the thing that I had with Lightfall was like, the story was pretty nonsense, but like, I don't know, man. The actual gameplay of that campaign, if you skip every cutscene,
They had a mission that was so good too. Like, I think that training mission and like that, because they added it as a separate mission where you could like speed run all you wanted to. That mission was so sick, dude. Give me a whole plate of those types of missions. Those were cool. Whereas, like, race against the clock, those were so cool.
If you literally skip every cutscene, Lightfall is better than every other campaign apart from maybe Witch Queen and apart from Final Shape.
Bro, the cutscenes are peak.
Better...
Callus's little cheeks.
Whoa,
I'm saying if you literally just remove the cutscenes completely, like Beyond Light is a bunch of fetch quests and like BS.
Okay, wait. So hold on. So you're saying if I remove the cutscenes and I just play the game, Lightfall is debated. It is good. It's better than all of them except for Witch Queen and Final Shape. That's what you said, right? Okay, can I also drop a little knowledge bomb on you? Those are the only 3 that have a legendary campaign and a campaign focus at all.
Yeah. Exactly.
Like in that way, I feel like I don't know. I feel like I feel like that's not a great argument because it's like those are the only 3 that even like focused heavily on trying to give you a campaign experience, like a crazy campaign experience.
Well, okay, but my issue is like when people are like, "Oh, I miss the old days when, like, back in my day," and then I'm like, "Dude, you had to do 3 patrols and a strike, and that was the campaign."
I would say though that I think
it's like okay,
I would argue. Not to be like Forsaken Fred over here, but I would argue that Forsaken's campaign was better, and I would also say that Red War's campaign was significantly
must
better.
be nice. Must be nice.
I actually have done both of those. I did those before they got sunset.
Yeah,
like it's not even comparable to Lightfall. Like how much worse they are than Lightfall. The gameplay of them, yes, the actual things that you do, cutscenes.
Well, okay, but
like story,
but again, had they prioritized making a hard mode campaign, I think the same things could be applied. Like I think had the goal been like, hey, let's make hard mode version of Red War. I think Red War would have been significantly like, I mean, dude, Red War on its own is like an 8-hour campaign, like a 6 to 8 hour campaign. I think Red War, had they made a hard mode, you would be saying Red War is like really good. Like it would have been way better than like
maybe, but like, you know, like
I mean the fact is Lightfall does have the hard mode campaign. It has a legendary difficulty. Yeah,
that's
but
the point I'm trying to make.
I don't know if I don't think a campaign. I don't think like just the missions, like running the missions over and over again, does a campaign for me. I think a campaign is built on the back of story.
Look, I agree with that, right? Like I'm not here to say Lightfall is the best expansion campaign experience of all time, right? I'm not being that guy. I'm just saying it
wasn't as bad as what people were saying.
In a lot of games, I do just skip cutscenes. I don't care about the story. I just want to play the game. You feel me? And I can't be the only person on the planet who feels that way about any game. I feel like if you're just playing Destiny and you're like, oh man, screw these characters, I don't care about them, I just want to play the game, and you're playing through the campaign, like, you're gonna have a way better time in Lightfall than you are in Red War, Forsaken, Shadowkeep, especially Beyond Light. Oh god, that campaign is terrible. Beyond Light has the absolute worst campaign.
Yeah, like, I don't remember it.
It's not even close. It's so terrible.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
Cool, but
I won't stand for this hate. I won't stand for it.
The fact that you get stasis is cool, like, but dude.
I mean, yeah, like I think the actual like mission structure is like, it's pretty on par, like with like Witch Queen's campaign in Lightfall. I mean, I replayed them all not that long ago. It's like I think Final Shape's campaign is actually my least favorite out of all of them. It just from the missions, I don't really enjoy it that much.
You say Final Shape?
Yeah.
Oh really? Yeah.
I don't enjoy the missions in Final Shape as much as I do the other ones. I think like the first half is just not as good as the last couple of missions are cool.
Wait, really? What?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought that Witch Queen had much better missions.
I'm not gonna lie. Oh no, I dare I say this? Witch Queen is overhyped.
Oh, Witch Queen is an expansion, dude. Milo, I made a video on that, bro. I got torched by the Destiny community. They hated me for that one. And I'm not saying that like the hate wasn't deserved, because I think at the time everybody was rocking with Witch Queen across the board. But I'm just saying, like, I've always said that Witch Queen as a year was pretty overrated. But I think Witch Queen campaign, I don't think there's really an argument to be made that the campaign wasn't like absolutely absurd and so cool.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
I think the campaign, especially that first time around, was like mind-blowingly good.
Why? Can you just explain why? Because I just don't get it.
It was like more from the story and less from the plot structure, place in Destiny as a whole. And on top of that, it was like the first time we actually had something that was genuinely like a great challenging campaign that had its good twists and turns. I mean, Light Hive were also very interesting enemies.
Dude,
like
wait, hold on. Didn't you just make the argument that you can't call Final Shape, Lightfall, and Witch Queen campaigns better because they have a hard mode? But now you're saying it was the first time we had a hard mode and it was epic.
I'm saying that you can't take away that it was like legendary and absurdly cool, because it was at the time, especially contextually, it was great.
But
I'm gonna say
but I'm also saying in terms of missions, it was really fun. Like, I don't know, I thought it was like you basically got to have like a slice of every single part of the throne world, and they had I thought they had really cool missions. I don't know, I really liked it.
I
and also like yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, in the same way that I like to poo-poo like Forsaken and Shadowkeep and Beyond Light, because like in my eyes, objectively, they are just worse in at least gameplay wise. Like I like the story of those.
Sorry, you're just talking about the campaign, right?
I think you have to take sorry, just campaigns. I don't want to talk about expansions because I wasn't
yeah.
Expansions, but like
the
campaign missions, like for those, I just don't think they even compare. In the same way that I like poo those, like I probably have a bias towards Witch Queen over the other two because it was my first legendary campaign. It was off the back of doing Beyond Light, which was a horrendous nightmare, and it was at the point where I kind of
thought it was cool.
I thought it was pretty cool. It was at the point where I actually kind of understood what was going on in the story, and so like everything had a lot more weight. So like, objectively, the missions in I think the Final Shape missions are probably better than Witch Queen.
I don't enjoy the Final Shape campaign that much.
Right.
And I can't put one finger on why. I just don't enjoy it as much as I just think it has like the first half feels very slow compared to like the final missions. The final missions are great, but the first half of that campaign feels so slow.
I know why you don't like it.
I think there's like
I know why you don't like it.
Why don't I like it?
I've cracked the code.
Oh no, I already know what he's gonna say.
You're scared of touching grass.
Yeah,
okay, good. I thought you were gonna say like it's about a bald man getting harmed,
Getting blown up,
which it is.
Getting ran.
Not a bald man getting harmed.
Sorry. Go ahead. You were being completely serious, and I diverted you.
I'm trying to think like bro, like I replayed Final Shape, especially the most recently, and I was just so bored of the first half of that campaign. When you skip the cutscenes and just do the missions, it is not my favorite at all. And I think maybe I just don't like the dread as much.
I want to just interrupt real quick. If you were watching Mission Impossible, but you skipped all the moments where Tom Cruise wasn't in a plane, and then said, this kind of isn't holding my interest.
Well, but I'm just going off of what Bog is saying. Bog is saying that if you just played Lightfall without, like, skip the cutscenes, just play the campaign, it's better than almost all of them.
I interpreted that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Bog, I interpreted that for him to be meaning if you take the cutscenes out of the equation and you just evaluate it based on the gameplay. Is that, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so what I'm saying is, yes, you can evaluate like that one bucket of it.
Sure.
But to evaluate the Final Shape campaign without its cutscenes, like, surely that is an integral part of it.
Milo, you've walked right into my trap.
Oh, hell
because
yeah.
what's really happening is
Yeah.
I'm calling you out for disrespecting the Witch Queen's cutscenes then. Because the Witch Queen cutscenes are by far the best in the game.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah,
Why?
Yeah, buddy. You walked right into that trap card.
Can you
The
can you
Witch
remind me
Queen-
what they were? Because they were so forgettable that I can't even remember, and I played it 2 weeks ago.
Oh my god. I mean, which one do you want me to remind you of? There were so many.
Was there more than
You
one?
want-
I couldn't remember.
You want the origin of Savathun, the whole plot twist with the pyramids. You want to talk about the Savathun looking at the traveler and that like fucking beautiful music playing. You want to talk about the scene where you have the worm and you're like putting it together to like solve the equation on how to stop her. The trick that she laid for you, the trap there.
Was the one with Savathun looking at the traveler? Was that in that like
yeah, that was in
cartoony
Witch
style?
Queen. No, that was in
I'm trying to remember.
cinematic. I mean, they had one where it was all three of the Hive Gods in like with the traveler, I think somewhere.
Oh,
But,
yeah.
They also and then of course the biggest reveal of Witch Queen was the first time we even saw the Witness, and that was at the end of the Witch Queen campaign.
Oh, dude, yeah, wait, yeah, no, Evan's
Like,
right.
dude, you walked right into my trap card, bro.
Yeah, wait, yeah, Evan's
Your life
right,
points
Evan's right,
gone.
You know where we
Evan's right.
saw much more of the Witness? Lightfall.
Guys.
Yeah, unfortunately, we saw almost nothing of him because he looked at Callus and went, "Rrr," and then Callus like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And
We
then
saw, bro, he literally entered the traveler in Lightfall. If you want an ending with the Witness, that's the
So we
ending
could-
with the Witness.
We could take the first cutscene and the last cutscene and play those, and absolutely nothing changes in all of Lightfall.
Yeah.
No, you've seen the Witness cooking.
No, true. But the first thing of the first cutscene where the Witness is doing the thing and is like, "Oh, I'm attaining all this power," and then the final cutscene, and then just combine those two, and that's all you needed out of Lightfall. Everything else you could have been like, "Yeah, that's filler." Even with Palace and everything. Yeah, no, you really could have. No, you really could have been.
No.
And I know. And the thing is, I know everybody in chat's like, "Yep, yeah, 100%, dude." And hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay.
Final shape cutscenes were cool in terms of like a lot of like sentimental value. Like I mean, you've played through all of it, so this isn't spoilers, but everything with like Cade, everything with like I mean Zavala, all that stuff was really cool. And I also really liked how, like, I think I'll give them a lot of credit. I like when they get weird. I thought that Zavala with all the smoke thing out of the chimney and like I thought all that stuff was so cool. I thought the Destiny could have been rated M if they wanted to in that campaign. I thought it was really cool. But in terms of just like, because you've played each of these, but you haven't played them in order. So the reveal of the Witness, right? You said campaign wise, you haven't played them in order.
Correct,
you played Final Shape first.
Correct. Yep.
So that impact of like the Witness being the big bad of the darkness doesn't hit the same for you, because you didn't have all these things for years telling you that the darkness, that there's something out there, that there's something that's talking to Callus.
I would argue though
that reached out to Savathun.
Just seeing his face also doesn't hit the same way as starting to get a feel for his power. And that's what Lightfall's cutscene do. They show you that he not only has massive control over Callus, but then at the end, bro, Cap, when he literally index fingers his way into the Traveler.
Cap, you see the planets behind him, and this motherfucker just starts radiating aura. Cap.
Wait. I don't understand what you're saying.
Cap. Dude, in Witch Queen, that cutscene of Witness was probably one of the coolest reveals that we would ever get. I mean, half the people definitely saw him and were like, "Whoa, that's Megamind," which, like, fair. But at the same time,
Megamind reveal.
Okay, hold on. I need to check.
reveal.
Chat, is this a cutscene I've seen? Because all I remember seeing in Witch Queen is don't you just see his face and then that's it?
Yeah, you see it, but he also says something, and like all I'm saying is that you may not see the full extent of his power, but you know that guy's powerful. You're like, damn. Witness is powerful.
Like, what does he do?
To know yet.
He literally moves planets like in the cutscene.
And you see you see all the planets behind him. Doesn't he say like you have no pieces left to play?
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
I can't lie to you. Like, that's an aura-filled cutscene. You don't even that's an aura-filled cutscene.
I just want to like we could go back and forth all day, but the thing is the reason why I said if you skip all the cutscenes in Lightfall, it's a like top 3 campaign. The reason why I say that is and everyone goes like, oh, you can't say that. Like, the point of most of the point of the campaign is the story or whatever, right? The reason I say that is because if you don't do that, then you end up in this loop where it's like, oh, but I understood the full story at the point where I played Witch Queen, so it had more weight, or but I'd already seen the Witness, so like seeing the Witness reveal in Witch Queen didn't mean anything, so it was bad, and like all of the like external factors affect the story, but they don't affect the gameplay. Well, I mean, I guess they technically do affect the gameplay, but like they don't affect the gameplay nearly as much, right? Like the contextual factors. The point is like I don't know, if you play all of the stories back to back in like, and you understand everything that's going on, like and
I
which
think
is,
the
by the
gameplay
way,
of Witch Queen is still the best.
You think the gameplay of Witch Queen is still the
I
best?
totally do. Yeah, I really do.
I can't have an objective opinion on it. I just know for a fact because I played like the Beyond Light campaign after I played Witch Queen. Like I played Beyond Light campaign, and then a bunch of time passed, and then I played Witch Queen campaign, and then I played Beyond Light on a different character. That campaign sucks. It's terrible. It's awful.
I mean, I'm not here to argue Beyond Light with you.
Yeah, of course.
I just think Witch Queen as a campaign is still the most enjoyable, like from a gameplay perspective. I do hear you with Lightfall though. I tend to think that Lightfall is actually a really fun gameplay experience. Like when we were goofing around with Strand for the first time, that was so fun. Yeah. And even like still, it is really fun to just like goof around with Strand, and like some of those missions are really cool. Like I like the one where you're on top of the building, you have to like get out of the building in time. Like that's cool. I just personally think that like genuinely, Witch Queen's campaign from a gameplay perspective is still my favorite. But I also really enjoy fighting Light Hive, and I also really enjoyed like the ribbon kind of thing that they did. I enjoyed some of the boss fights and some of like the spectacle while you were going through some of that stuff. Like when I think you're on like the kind of entering the throne world, and you're like scaling through those giant pillars, and you're shot off through the man cannons like all the way up in the air. I thought that like the Savathun like final boss fight was really cool. I thought it was much better than Callus's final boss fight, and I think Witness final boss fight was pretty good. But I think Savathun's is still my favorite for what you're doing. Like I thought that was really cool, and I liked every part of that. I don't know. I
final
think
boss
Witch
was
Queen,
Savathun was cheeks, terrible.
You are just out here getting ready to jump into more trap cards, or you're just out here hot taking of the day.
No, I think this.
Hi guys, Mr. Hot Take here.
I think the Savathun final boss fight is the weakest of the 3. I think Callus is the best, actually.
Big ups, yes.
I think dude, the Callus fight was insane.
What are we saying?
The Callus fight beats the Witness fight. 100%.
That's fair. I can hear that argument because I don't enjoy health gates, so I'm biased to that one. And that is Witness fight is the ultimate health gate of all time.
Savathun kind of was.
Savathun has a health gate as well, but it's
Savathun. It was just boring.
But you at least. Oh, the rage bait is so real.
Okay,
oh my god, he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard.
Again, going back to we actually can't do this because, dude, the contextual factors also matter here as well. Because I'm not. Dude,
it was our first time fighting a big moth. Oh no!
Dude, Savathun throwing a Nova Bomb at you and then Chaos Reaching you is like that is insanely cool. That is insanely cool.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Callus, the thing that I never enjoyed about that campaign was that Callus and Keitel, whatever happened with them never happens on screen. And you're like, dude, why wasn't Keitel the one to make the final call here? Like,
I just realized, Milo, when
Hello.
you did these campaigns,
Yeah.
did you do, what were your like restrictions, so to speak? None or?
I did a different build for each one. So with Shadowkeep, I was running Monte Carlo, Arc, Warlock, and like
Hell yeah!
yeah,
That's what I like to hear.
that was weird. Then God, what was I using for Beyond Light, chat? Does anyone remember?
The reason I ask, like, it's not actually that important. The reason I ask is because Witch Queen, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Witch Queen, like the campaign, was the final campaign before they introduced resilience. So that campaign is fully tuned with 30% less DR in mind.
yeah.
Interesting.
So
Okay.
maybe
yeah.
when Savathun throws the Nova Bomb at you and it only does half your health, you need to have imagined it one-shotting you, and then it would have been a better fight.
I think that is the problem, because
she-
I'm thinking about it here, and I was like, you're saying like it was so epic, and I was like, I'm pretty sure, like I think I died once because I like blew myself up or something, and then like I cleared the next guy. Like it wasn't. I was not
Legendary
challenged.
That was hard, bro. That was hard.
At launch on Legendary, dude, that was brutal.
It was hard.
That fight was hard.
So was Callus, to be fair.
So
as
was
well.
Callus, yeah. So was Callus.
Yeah.
I just think that the Callus fight in terms of creativity is like, dude, way less to be desired. Why is Keitel not in the room slicing that fool up? Like, come on.
Nah, the Callus fight's awesome. Like I don't know, were you on stream for Callus, Milo?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, good. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it kind of like tells you like, hey, there's Strand grapple points. You should use Strand.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, that like, oh man, that fight's awesome.
Wait, that's a huge like pro play on the contextually speaking bug. Great call on the DR. Great call. Because now I have even more fuel to prove Milo wrong.
That's exactly, dude. And then that's the thing, like, dude, if you go and do blind Last Wish right now without any restrictions, that is the worst raid you'll ever play.
Yeah, genuinely.
Yeah. Oh my god.
It's awful.
Yeah.
And then like compare that to everyone's opinion that like Last Wish Day 1 was the greatest thing that's ever happened to anything ever. And it's just like, well, yeah, it like with different contexts, like.
So there's two things I want to say. One is, I agree with you, because for me, the hardest one to beat out of all of them, out of everything I've played, all the campaigns, was the Witness in the final shape. That Witness boss fight where he's chucking Doritos at you. And
the Doritos.
And
you be doing that.
Part of the reason I remember it fondly is because it was really difficult and I was new to the game, so I was getting cooked. Like I was not running any Rezeal because I didn't know it existed. So I was just I got so overwhelmed by my chat telling me what to do during the campaign. I refused to use any mods. I was like, I will not do it. Get away from me. I think the only thing I put on was like a Glimmer Finder or something. And so I remember it fondly because it was a real combat challenge. All the others were not a combat challenge. However, my second point is that I still really enjoyed Lightfall, and I did Lightfall co-op with 2 other players. I was on Priz running Lightning Surge. Everything fell over, and I still had a really good time. So, like, it's not just about the combat diff. Witch Queen was just forgettable for other reasons, clearly.
Oh my days.
I want to know what you liked about Lightfall then, like, just like.
I think the location's awesome. I really like the location.
The
cutscenes are incredible. Like I'm actually not rage baiting when I say I don't remember a single cutscene from Witch Queen. Like, that's not bait. I might just have received multiple concussions by streaming too much Destiny over the last 3 weeks. Like, maybe that's the problem here.
I think that's got to be it, but I also think Witch Queen's campaign was meant to like service the first time through more than anything, because a lot of it hinges on you kind of going into the story not knowing the things that happened after, and I think the fact that you started with Final Shape, it's like you already know all this stuff, like Sabbath, like the Hive and the Dark and like the pyramids and all that stuff has already been well said to you.
Yep.
Like
However,
Yeah, that is
just real quick. However, sorry, I've got sourdough in my mouth. However, I can replay Black Ops 1 and still infinitely appreciate that game, knowing the twist.
But did you play Black Ops 2 before you played Black Ops 1?
No.
Then that already invalidates that.
But what you're saying is that it's about the first time, right?
No, it's about the first time, and that was what I said before. But what I'm saying is that
I'm obviously responding to the words you said.
yeah. And what I said was what I said, bud. What I said was that you played Final Shape before, so you already knew all the stuff in Witch Queen that was supposed to be the big twist.
Okay. Yep. And so
like Black Ops 1, you didn't play Black Ops 2 before BO1. You played Black Ops 1 first.
Okay, sure, but but I have replayed Black Ops 1 since playing Black Ops 2. So why now do I, in hindsight, having played Black Ops 2, not look at it and go, oh, well, it's whatever. Like, it's not just the nostalgia of the first time I played it.
But it might be.
No, I think
because
in general,
Black Ops 2 is a much better campaign, in my opinion.
Well, we've already established that you're wrong in Destiny. You're wrong in Call of Duty as well. That's no surprise, really.
Guys.
You are crazy, dude. You're actually crazy.
Evan's wrong. What the fuck?
Evan is wrong. We've figured it out.
Black Ops 1's campaign is great, but I just like Black Ops 2's campaign. I like the Raul Menendez plot.
What I was gonna say is I think Lightfall campaign story wise.
Wait, hold on. Bog, I'm sorry. I don't do this very often, but I definitely have to interrupt you here. Somebody said that I'm nostalgic for Witch Queen in Milo's chat. You are so unbelievably wrong. I was dogpiled by the Destiny community for being outspoken that the year of the Witch Queen, outside of just the first couple weeks, absolutely damaged the game in a way that is still having effects today. I got absolutely blasted by the community for disliking Witch Queen.
So, Evan, tell me if playing Final Shape impacted my enjoyment of Witch Queen. Explain to me why it didn't impact my enjoyment of Lightfall.
Ooh, damn. Now that one, that's a bar. That's a bar.
You know, okay, I'm gonna give it a buck. It's literally just like, so like, I don't know. Savathun is always, in my eyes, until the Witness was revealed, being the big bad of Destiny of all time. Like, Savathun is like the very mysterious, but like very clear enemy. Yeah, well, I don't know. Again, like, when I came into Destiny, I had to catch up, and at the time that I was playing, like, Savathun was always just like the puppet master of all things bad, and like, if you'd have asked me until the end of Witch Queen, who is the, like, and also before Witch Queen even started, if you'd have asked me, like, who is like the biggest villain in Destiny, like,
it would have been Savathun. Yeah,
I would have said Savathun.
Yeah,
like,
it would have been
Savathun. Whether or not that would have been technically correct, that's what I would have said.
No,
right?
I mean, like, Savathun was a part of like a lot of plot lines.
Yeah, and so
that affected, yeah.
So for me, like, when Witch Queen was about Savathun, I'm like, oh, this is so relatable. Like, this is like the big bad. And then you get Witness, and you're like, okay, now that's the new big bad sort of thing, right? At the end of the campaign, I think the fact that you played Final Shape, like, you're like, oh, okay, so the Witness is the big bad, and then you play Witch Queen, and you're like, who the hell is Savathun? And then you play Lightfall, and you're like, oh, the Witness, I can relate to this now. This makes sense to me now. Does that sound somewhat accurate? I don't know. I feel like jumping into Witch Queen feels really weird if you don't know, like, all of the like plot twists and like intricacies of like the Witch Queen campaign that, like, I think make it really interesting.
Yeah.
Heavily rely on you knowing stuff about the story. Like, I had to have my friend live, like, while playing the campaign, explain to me why things were like crazy. Like he would like freak out when someone said something. I'm like, what just happened? And he'd be
Yeah.
oh, this is crazy because this thing happened and then this thing happened and then this thing, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense now. And then when we finally get to the final mission, like he'd explained to me like all of these things that like all like kind of come together and make sense and matter in the final like cutscene, and I'm with him there. Like he's now done all of the explaining and I now understand everything. And when you see the traveler res her, you're like, holy moly, that is crazy. Whereas like I literally watched you watch that cutscene for the first time and you were like, I don't understand what's going on. What happened? Like not quite, right? Like, but it was kind of like
the London accent.
My name's Milo and I'm stupid.
What? That wasn't
kind of
very
like
Bosch.
a lot of the details just like didn't register because obviously they didn't because you haven't played Destiny for like 4 years before that, you know?
Yeah, I think Lightfall probably hit a little bit harder because you were at least like, hey, you know, I know the witness. Hey,
I think it's a good point that you're making. However, like for example, in the whiteboard video that I did with Bife before I started playing the Final Shape campaign, and we ran through like, what do I know of Destiny? I like couldn't remember the name of the witness, and Bife had to like prompt me on it.
Yes.
But I sure as hell remembered Savathun, and so Savathun was there, and I could remember that she was like she had something to do with lying or something, and but like I mean to counter my own point here, I also mentioned Sepix Prime, so like there was definitely limitations to my knowledge, but like I've known that she was involved. It's just that the content that I've always seen, yes, to your point, she's never seemed like if we work from Shadowkeep onwards, right? If we actually assess the media that I've consumed of the game, Savathun's just like not that big a deal, I suppose.
Yeah.
She's not in Shadowkeep. She's not in Beyond Light. She's not in. She's just not that big a deal.
She is. No, she definitely is. She's like. It's so frustrating because I agree with you and I disagree with you. Like on one end, I fully agree. Like she's not like the main driver of the main plot in the campaign, but like everything that was a part of, like I'll give it to you this way because you won't be able to play this content. This is in between Shadowkeep and Beyond Light. Okay.
What?
And this is the most frustrating way they delivered the story. I'm pretty sure a TWAB, they put a message that Osiris like lost his light somehow lost his light.
Yep.
Then through like various lore tabs, you kind of hear about like you hear tidbits of the story, and then magically Osiris reappears back in what, like Season of the Splicer. It was one of the seasons later on.
Yeah, and then eventually
like,
we find out he'd been replaced, right? Like
yeah, he had been replaced by
this is the thing.
Savathun.
What I said was
yeah,
the content I've consumed.
And that's frustrating because again, you should be able to have consumed that content in some way.
The way that I consumed it was Bife explained it to me, and I had a whiteboard out, and I wrote down what he said, which was like
totally.
It was a blessing that Bife could do that for me. But yeah, it's like in the media in the game.
Yeah, in the immediate game, she was not as big of a deal as
she's just around
as other characters. She's around, and like you know, I don't want to speak on some other stuff, but she is around. I mean, wait, we did Last Wish together.
Yep. Yeah.
So like that, and have you done Shattered Throne yet?
Yep.
Is that something that you've done? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, then you already know where her place is in the story there, and like how she affected the whole Dreaming City. You know that.
Actually, no, not yet.
Okay, that was explained sort of in Last Wish's thing. So
yeah, I mean, Savathun is not mentioned by name in Last Wish, like in dialogue, though.
No,
right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So
but like everything with Shattered Throne and everything with Dreaming City and everything like with Raid, it's like that was like another major like lore wise that was put in, that was injected in there, that like she was responsible for all.
But
this
so this
stuff.
is the thing. It's like, so I've read all of Maracena, and I've read a good chunk of the Awoken of the Reef, and so the story that I've consumed lore-wise so far is the first 2 pages of Maracena, which is Archiloquy, which is talking all about wormy stuff. So I'm like, well, it's probably Savathûni, and then it is like in the way that I've got it written out in my tablet. It's about 150 pages of like Awoken stuff happening, but I've not yet got to any point where Savathûn is like relevant or mentioned or like named. So I may agree with you significantly more once I'm like 50 pages further into reading that lore, but I'm just not there yet. So our opinions may converge. I might just need to consume a bit more.
It's more that like Savathûn is like, she goes from like in the background being this like puppet master to like being very much present in the main story. But it was always really cool when she was the puppet master. And I mean, since you won't be able to play this, she was responsible fully for Crown of Sorrows, like the raid.
Is that Destiny 1?
No, that's Destiny 2. That was one of the raids that was sunset.
Oh.
She is the reason why like all that stuff happens with the Crown of Sorrow, with Callus, with Galron, all that. Like she is, it's literally called, like, one of the mechanics is like the Witch's Brew, and like that's her.
Literally never heard of Golron. Who is that?
Yeah, just some raid boss that fell into a vault somehow. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. DMT, did you do the exotic mission DMT, like Dead Man's Tale? What is it? Presage exotic mission?
The drug?
DMT, guys?
You literally just said the words
DMT?
to me, DMT, did you do that? I was like, guys?
Destiny DMT?
My DMT.
No, Presage. Did you Presage yet?
I think so. People have told me that I have, but I don't really remember. Is it the one where there's
Egregore.
man showing up a bunch?
No,
Egregore.
you have to get Egregore. You have to pick up Egregore and use him for your ways. You haven't met Egg?
Bog,
you haven't
what
met
are
Greg?
you saying?
You haven't met
What are you
Egregore?
saying, bro?
You didn't. Okay, he hasn't done Presage. If you don't remember Egregore, then you haven't done Presage. Just saying. Categorically, it
I
has
mean,
to be
I
true.
remember Egregore, but not maybe how you remember Egregore.
I believe I have
He
done
did
Presage.
He has done it.
He has done it.
I just
And
don't know
you
who
forgot
Egregore
Egregore?
is. Egg?
You forgot Egregore?
That's me.
Dude.
Bro, I
Egg,
forgot
that's
Witch
me.
Queen as well. Like,
Dude, I hate you.
oh no, man.
Dude, no, yeah, like, have either of you watched Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Fuck yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
I think Milo hasn't.
I actually have seen all of it. Yeah.
All of it.
So, the way I think of it is, Savathûn is like Zuko, and the Witness is like Ozai. Like, one is
Ooh,
like the
I
big
see what
bad.
you're going for, but
One is like the tool of the big, like the guy that the big bad uses to do all the bad stuff. But like one character is just inherently flat and like just pure evil, just because it kind of needs to be for the story to make sense. And one is like very interesting and intricate, and there's like an arc. And I feel like,
Are you saying that
that's
the
why-
Witness is flat and boring because he has to be?
not
Yeah.
not as much as Ozai. but, like,
Cappingtons,
Not-
massive Cappingtons. No, I won't stand
No.
for that.
not
Hate
as
the
much as
Witness.
Ozai, but
Witness
like,
hate. Ugh.
Witness is still just like.
Correct. The Witness is
Nah.
correct.
The Witness is. Oh, that's right. I forgot you had that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
Well-
you've got to have that correct opinion.
Yeah. Well,
No wonder
either way,
you're sitting
either
here
way,
saying
either
that
way,
Final Shape
either way,
campaign
if
is
he
better
was-
than Witch Queen
even
campaign.
even if he's right, okay, under that pretense, I still think that the character with like that you see more often, there's more development, there's more of an arc that actually changes throughout the story. I think is more interesting, which is why I think I like Witch Queen campaign story more than Final Shape.
I think what is
Final Shape is literally go go and kill bad guy, and then you kill bad guy. Like, that is the overarching plot of Final Shape.
You don't even kill bad guy.
You kind of do.
Well, I would
No.
count Excision. I'd count Excision.
Yeah, that's part of the story, yeah.
Ugh.
But, like, you know what I mean, right? Like, you know what I'm trying to say.
I don't count Excision. That's that to
I'm
me.
trying to say the story of, like...
I know
the
what you mean.
story, I'm just like the story of, like, twists and turns and, like... And is just inherently more interesting than story where you go through a straight line to kill bad guy, and then you kill bad guy, and then that's the story, you know? Like, I'm not saying that that's all that Final Shape is, but that is the baseline premise of it.
And that is why they should have killed Zavala.
Exactly. Wait, Ghosh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ghosh?
That is the that is the missing piece for the Final Shape campaign. Is Zavala should have died, and it would have put the story in a better. Obviously, rest in peace, Lance, but it would have put the story in a better spot in my view if that had happened. And the fact that it didn't made it feel a lot more like. And now, once again, everyone's happy and we win. Yay! Imperialism is the answer. Woo! Like, and that was something I did feel was missing from that campaign. And I think the loss of Zavala would have cemented that.
I still just think, and this is I think this is an overarching opinion that I have about literally any story that you can concoct.
Yeah.
End of the story is inherently boring because, like,
it's over.
When you get to that point, there is like it's foreseeable. There's like we now see the end point, and we know that at the end of the story we're going to get to the end point, and then we get to the end point, and it's like a known quantity.
But
yeah.
I have two.
That's a necessity. That's a necessary evil of like storytelling.
I have two disagreements. Number one,
okay.
Like
Breaking Bad.
I haven't seen it, but in good in really good media, really good stories, a foreseen ending that you then have to actually deal with by playing it through can be incredibly satisfying, even if you know what's going to happen, because sometimes knowing what's going to happen and still having to actually go the distance and see it through is the power of the story. If you have a Greek tragedy, if you have a tragic hero, and you know, like, the example I'm thinking of, weirdly, I don't know why this is the first thing that's coming into my head, is the play. Sorry.
Sorry, I'm uncultured, so I'm not gonna know. But continue.
That's fine. It's a play called A View from the Bridge, and it's a very simple story. It's a pretty short story, and it is. I'm gonna really massively simplify it for you here.
That's good.
It is a story where you can tell there is a flaw in a character, and you become aware of that flaw, and you as the reader want to resist against that flaw, but the point of the story is that the character is flawed, and those flaws have consequences, and you ultimately have to reckon with those flaws, because in real life we aren't perfect Zavalas who just kill the big bad and then happy days, everything is good and imperialism is the answer. But sometimes it doesn't work out, and that is still a complete story, right? It's not to say anyone loses. It's not to say that, like, it's a story about an anti-hero. It's not that, but it's that sometimes the tragedy is the point. And where I want to bring this back to Destiny is that I think you are saying you draw a straight line from there is a big bad to you kill the big bad, right? And then it's over. But I, from the day that I first did Excision, have been chewing on the fact that maybe one of you can help me out here with the exact thing so I don't misquote it. What are his final words? Do you remember? Chat can help me for sure. Yeah, the witness's final words. What does he say?
He says,
Oh,
we.
it's like I don't understand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He sounds totally confused. If he is the straight line big bad god that you are set up to believe that he is, right? If he is that character, I think his final words would have been like, they would have been like, I'm still better.
Don't kill me, no. I hate you.
Genuinely, something like that. It would have been a corny sort of caricature of Big Bad, but instead it's like
said, "No, man."
Instead, there is a you see a weakness in him, but not just a weakness, but a lack of information in a character that up to this point seems to basically have everything figured out, and that is super intriguing to me. Like,
that's cool.
It makes me want to reevaluate all the moments of confidence that I saw in that character previously. It makes me want to reevaluate all the assumptions that I was making about him just being the big bad, because there is something else going on there. I don't know what it is. I haven't figured it out yet, but like, well, I'm still processing to this day.
Yeah, I don't want to say anything because I think that like, I think you just need to keep playing the game in some ways.
Fair enough.
I have some theories. I have some personal theories, but I think like, again, you just need to keep playing the game in some ways.
Yeah, that's valid.
I think I really got really funny.
I got unked.
I think
he really said, "Pipe down, little bro."
Bro, no. Don't call me unkin when you're out here like yapping. No,
don't call me unkin. Back in my day, I was a youngster.
Back in the old God of Destiny. Look,
when
man, I'm a forever unk because I just talk about the history of the game. So I'm dead set on being a forever unk.
I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry, you go.
I'm just gonna say I'm gonna interrupt the conversation just for a moment for all of our sakes. Let's do an activity because we're all here. Let's be in something while we yap.
Yeah. I was actually gonna get off for the day.
Okay.
It's getting late, but I'm down to game again. Let's say either tomorrow or the day after. I'm down. Y'all are.
I might.
If we're farming armor, then I'm down.
I'm down to
farming something.
I'm down to farm armor now, Bog, if you want.
Let's do it.
Oh, hell yeah.
All right. Well, the yapping will continue without me, boys.
You know why this is happening, by the way, Evan?
Why?
You're getting off at 9 p.m. because you're an unk.
Unk status! Crazy! Dude, I called Evan unk because he hadn't played Destiny in a while, and then he immediately went to, yeah, I'm old, and I'm like, dude, I wasn't calling like, you old. I was just saying,
no,
like,
dude, I said I'm turning 28 next month. I'm gonna be turning 28 while it's gonna be cool, man. I get to celebrate my birthday at Bungie.
That is sick. That is sick.
That's
gonna be like really cool. So like, we'll do some happy birthdays during like Raid Zone or something. I don't know, but I just think like
happy birthday extends damage.
Listen, just. What's up?
Happy birthday extends damage. Let's go.
Dude, I got destroyed for the commune. Dude, commune was crazy.
Was that you who spread the commune?
I'll take responsibility for it because I have one of my mods like just constantly look at like what is going on in the encounters, and we have somebody who was like playing the encounter at the same time that was like trying to give us like updates on it. And they just kind of made the command, but I take responsibility for them making that command.
Fair. That's the sign of a good unk, you know?
Good unk.
Takes responsibility when his team messes up.
I'm
good
just saying,
unk.
bro, 28 is like unk in terms of like Twitch chat, internet. That's internet unk. Like you're not uncle yet, but you're definitely uncle. 28. Yeah, uncle is like the big 3
it's like 45, bro.
Yeah.
That's like grunkle shit, bro. That's
grunkle.
That's heavy grunkle.
40 is definitely grunkle.
40 is grunkletons, and 50 is like you've been fossilized at that point. I mean, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's grunkle stiltskin is 50 plus. I reckon that's where we all end up.
All right, fellas. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow or the day after.
You go on, Evan.
All right.
GG's,
Later.
lad.
Later.
Much love. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, Milo, join up. Do you have a third?
I think I actually do.
Okay, big. 'Cause I'm looking at my clan and everyone is on farming armor. So, Gage?
Let me see.
Yeah, no, I don't know. It's interesting. I feel like you definitely have some hot takes, which is nice. Because I don't think they're that hot. I think it's just like if you play the game at different times, you have different, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
I
I
think
really do think starting with Beyond Light and then immediately going to Witch Queen, you're destined to hate Beyond Light and love Witch Queen because of the stark differences between them.
I just didn't hate Beyond Light, though.
Oh man,
Because for me, I think this is my perspective on it is like, I did Final Shape, but Final Shape almost didn't feel like a campaign to me. It felt like Destiny to me. Like, it felt like all of Destiny. I know this sounds weird, but like, when I started the Final Shape campaign, it 100% of my modern Destiny knowledge was the Final Shape campaign. So it felt like the Final Shape campaign was the game, right?
you just played Destiny, yeah.
Yeah. And so I got out of that, and then I went like 2 months or something, and then I did Shadowkeep. And so for me, Shadowkeep, by that point, I was a Destiny player, and I was then loading into a campaign, and that meant that I kind of engaged with it almost more on the terms of what a normal Destiny player would engage with a campaign. And so I remember it as a campaign. And so, like, imagining almost that was my first campaign, going from Shadowkeep to Beyond Light, they're basically the same thing. They're like, there's very little difference between them. It's just the aesthetic of Shadowkeep is cool for its own reasons, and the aesthetic of Beyond Light, and also the story of Aramis and what Aramis is trying to achieve, and the twist of the fact that actually the darkness isn't always bad, like actuallying the community in that way, is really cool, and you get that from Beyond Light and nowhere else, right? So in that regard, I was like, if Shadowkeep is a 6.5 to a 7, Beyond Light is also a 6.5 to a 7. And then I think that Witch Queen, I would probably say is like a 7.5, maybe. And then Lightfall was probably a 7. I think it's more confidently a 7 than a 6.5. But they've all been like very close. Like I've not so far felt like X like random campaign is like 5 times better than any other one. Like, they've all just been like Destiny campaigns, and they've all been fun. I've had good times in all of them.
That's good.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, no, as much as I dog on Beyond Light, it was my first campaign, and I loved it when I was playing it. It was awesome. I loved, like, you know, using a rating scale, as much as I shit on Beyond Light, I don't know. Do I rate Beyond Light on what I think it is, or how I enjoyed it as an experience? I don't know, you know? Because the thing you said about Black Ops 1, I think I could go back and play Final Shape, and I would enjoy it more than replaying any other campaign. But especially, I think if I replayed Beyond Light, well, I have replayed Beyond Light. It's awful. I hate it. But when I first played it, it was great, you know? I feel like all of the campaigns, when I first played them, they were great. But I think the replayability of the newer campaigns is way better than the older ones. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm just getting
I had to redo Shadowkeep. Oh!
Okay, my one is about to eat, so we could pull someone else for a bit and then pull them in a little later. Should we, if Avery's online, should we pull in Avery for some grass farming?
Do it. Yeah, do it.
Avery.
You want to you want to go to someone else's Discord? I don't know if I have perms in Evans.
Let's just call each other. It's gonna be easiest if we just make a
Sure.
call. Bog on my dog.
That's me.
That's me. Oh, I'm still streaming my. Whoopsie. All right, let me.
Get Minecraft Joe in, guys. Guys.
All right, I'll call you. Hello.
Okay. I'm gonna use all of my fibers to not call Avery Fortnite Joe.
He's actually not online right now,
Okay.
so he might be busy. It might be best if we just pull someone from chat for the time being.
You can hit up the clan, or you can hit up your clan if you want. Or
The
you can
math
pull someone-
classes.
I don't mind.
Let me check this. Oh, it might
Yeah,
maybe.
just let me know if. Oh,
They're typing. Typey.
Mickey.
While we're waiting for them to type their message, do I need anything equipped to make this super fast? What's the like?
Just Queen Breaker.
Queensicle.
Breaker.
Queensicle, Brainsicle.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, and like lightning surge is fine.
Sure. Yeah. Whatever.
Okay. Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
So make sure you have mobility focus on your armor. Lol. Never thought I'd say that one.
Yeah.
Nah,
Alright.
so many people have come in to chat. Oh,
Nah, we need to. I'll ask the clan chat. No.
I can also ask my chat.
Okay.
So many people have come into chat being like, never thought I'd see the day when people wanted mobility on Titan, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Sam said, leave now, and apparently Melito is home soon. So if we don't get one... Luna is down. Luna is down. You don't got a third.
Froggy says, I've been wanting mobility on Titan since before it was cool.
Nah, Froggy said some funny... what did he say? It was so funny. Oh... I forgot. He says really...
He probably said Witch Queen is good. What a joke.
No, he said something so funny in your chat earlier. I forgot what he said now.
Let me look at his message history here.
Oh, yeah, do that. Oh.
The two
I'll
big
go
bads,
find
Savathun and Sepix Prime.
Yeah,
Yo-
that!
Yep, so true.
Dude. Oh, Pacific Prime. The biggest bad. Oh, man. So funny. The Witness and Sepix Prime. I don't know. Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Good comms.
Oh yeah, like, I don't know, the story to me, like, the story in this game is really actually important to me. Like, there's one of the reasons why I kept playing the game past the raids, or like, it was a nice bonus, I guess, to get ready for the raids, was playing the story, because, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, dude, that the people who read the story for this game, like, they're incredible. They are so talented.
The lore in this game is the
It's crazy.
best video game lore I've ever like read. Like the written lore, I've never like. It's rivaled by the Halo 3 terminals. Hilariously, also Bungie.
Guys, yeah.
It's hard to find comparisons because they're so good. They're so good in this.
Yeah.
Like there's other games that are good for other reasons, that tell stories that have their other richnesses, but they're apples to oranges in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Um,
The other thing I really like is this game has a lot of style. Like it's got a lot of so many people. I'm sure you literally complained about it earlier. So many people complain about not being able to see their buffs on the screen, which is a valid complaint. But I'm just like, dude, the reason that that's a thing is because I'm sure that they've had a test build where you have all the buffs on the screen, and it's just gonna look like wow, and that's just not what they're going for in this game, bro. Like they're going for like, this game is sexy. That's what it is.
Yeah, that is true.
It's cool and it's sexy, and it like everything feels nice, like feels clean. Everything looks cool. Dude, bro, like the boss names, like what?
Jimmy,
Just read out some of the boss titles in like raids and even like story missions and stuff. Like, they just do such a good job of making stuff like sound cool and look cool. I don't know. I feel like such a nerd when I talk about it like that, but I don't know, man.
No, I entirely agree. It's
like the caretaker. I don't know, bro. This has got a ring to it.
Yeah, it's poetic, is what it is.
Disciple of the witness. Like, come on, man. Come on.
It is.
No one uses the word disciple. Like, come on now. That's such a it's so cool. Some of them. Oh, dude. Like the garden bosses. I forget the first one, but Sanctified Mind. Like, huh?
Yeah.
No, look at that. You know what it is? It's Sanctified Mind, isn't it? Wait. Sanctified Mind boss title.
Anyone posting the names of bosses from Salvation's Edge in the chat right now is getting a permaban. Just a heads up.
Yeah. Don't do those. Don't do those.
Just FYI, you are getting permed.
Walk Indomitable, dude.
I'm gonna invite someone from chat.
Okay. I have one if you want.
Okay, yeah. You can. Let's do that. And then there are two people that said in a bit to me. So.
Okay.
And while they join up, I'm going to just refill my water. I'll be right back.
Chat, what's the one that says soul inherent? Isn't it Sanctified Minds? I thought it was Sanctified Minds soul inherent. What's the one that's soul inherent? That is so cool, dude. I'm sorry if I sound like a dweeb, but like that is so cool. It is Sanctified Mind. Sanctified Mind soul inherent. Like, what? Who thinks of that? It's so nerdy. Like, that is insane. Oh, dude. Consecrated Mind, yeah. Is it Consecrated Mind soul inherent?
Hello, Governor.
Hello, Governor. Alright, I'm letting us in. Yeah, no. The garden boss, the final boss is called Sanctified. Like, you've done it. Don't permaban me, please. His title is Sanctified Mind, soul inherent. Like, I don't know, dude. That's got some crazy aura. You feel me? Like,
I do. I want to read. I want to read something out here. Because it's just poetry on the page. It's so good. And it's like one of 10,000 instances of this.
Is it a lore excerpt?
Yeah, can I just read you a lore page and we can just enjoy it?
Send it, bro.
You know what, I'll read it in 1 second. First, I'm just going to make sure I'm not throwing in the encounter that we're in. So,
well, you gotta wait till I join back, probably.
You're saving the checkpoint, or?
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we run this for the speedrun? Because I've only ever done it solo so far.
So, I'm gonna be on Titan. Wait, is Luna on Titan or Warlock?
That looks to me like a
Luna's on
hunter, but
Titan. It's fine. I'm gonna be on Titan anyway.
Titan?
So, you're gonna
Titan?
be on the side that I normally go because it's the easiest one. And
which side is that?
I'll show you when I get in. Don't worry.
Sure. Okay.
It'll be Mickey.
Mickey.
So Luna is going to insta kill the
men.
bingies,
The two
in
men.
middle, the
Yep.
men in middle.
Yep.
Luna's gonna T-crash those. You're gonna come over with me.
Okay.
There's a barrier that spawns here, and he's now gone.
Okay.
Now you just have to get over here and grab modes when we send.
Okay, and you want me to grab all
If,
10?
You want to grab 20.
Yeah, so
20.
all 10 from my side and then grab the ones on you, or...
No, you can just grab the ones on your side.
Okay, okay.
And if Jonathan is on your side, then you just got to kill him, and you can do the squash cannon. But you know how to do that, right?
Yes. Give me the sweet Gemectons. Okay, got my 20. You want me to deposit a 20?
Yep. And then we kill the boss.
Mickey.
You're gonna TP, so just watch out.
Captain. Nice.
Okay, low key. This would be faster if you went well. What do you think?
Yep, I can totally switch.
And yeah, you're looking for high mobility and high. I mean, you know what you're looking for.
Yes,
You're a big boy.
sir. you're a big boy now.
You're a big boy now.
Do you get one armor drop per?
Yeah, so
Okay.
you get 2 drops. One of them will either be a sniper, hand cannon, or helmet.
Yep.
That will, even if it drops as a helmet, it will basically never have a good roll.
Nice.
That's not the good stat distribution one. The second drop will guaranteed be armor, and it will have good stats, like guaranteed, basically.
Okay, I got a
Unless it's
class
a
item.
class item. Yeah,
Yep.
If you get a class item, it means you got stiffed, basically.
Okay. My third that was busy has just said that she's no longer busy. Does Luna want to run? Shall I say to my third that like we're good now, or is Luna just filling while we needed someone? Do you know what the vibe was?
Um,
Oh, Luna says I can hop out if needed.
There it is. W Luna.
Yeah, massive W Luna. Oh, Luna's already gone. Oh, wait.
Thank you, Luna.
Yeah, massive thank yous, Luna. And then Luna was gone. Right. While you join back, I'm going to read the law.
Yep. Let us hear it.
Secrets. Do you come in hope, O reader, for the secrets of my reign? A parable. In the nitrate earth of the lightning crater, where the firmament has joined in electric fury with the fundament, there lives a burrowing insect with 2 trembling antennae thin as whiskers, long as life. A grasping hand reaches for the buried secret, finds the antenna, and pulls. Comes away with a single whisker, meaningless. The searcher, disappointed. A wounded insect buried deeper. The secret, now half blind. That which digs for truth may bury deeper lies. If you recognize my authority, then I command you to pass onward as gently as the lover passes a razor over beloved skin. If you do not, then I name you Magicept, doubter of royalty, and I suggest you watch your edge. Cut too deep and too quick, and you will kill the thing you want to know. Think too eagerly, and as the digging hand leaves its print in soft earth, so you will find only the image left by your own presumptions. Beware the one who feeds on truth-adjacent lies. Beware the space between reality as imagined and reality as is, for it is abundant to those with appetite. So then, the brave Voyager's fate, the timeless birthing place, my Milton reenactment, the ruins made ours, the riven twice riven, the daughter's blood scabbed hard on mother's wound, all things told, all things revealed, if through mist and mystery. If you have grace, then see our sorrows, but swallow back your tears. We were made to pay this price. I led us to our fate. Seek me in my place. Hear these whispers from the lips of queen-egged God. It's just cinema. It's cinema. I love it so much. So good. Ah.
It's so it really is. They got a style. It's good.
The only thing is, often the written stuff doesn't end up in the game. Like,
yeah,
it ends up in text rather than like a character saying it, and that's where the little I've internalized of Rulk so far, I really like, because Rulk is just straight up talking about drowning, and I love that. Like,
dude,
it's good.
Dude, one of the coolest things, like, talking about, like, one of the coolest things, like, I freak out over, like, flavor text. I think that, like, the flair of, like, the flavor text and the, like, the boss names and all that stuff in this game is, like, so cool.
Yep.
Dude, when you get to, like, as you progress through the raid, you know how you have the, like, objective thing? Oh, shoot, I didn't rally, that's my bad.
Oh, my bad, sorry.
Dude, when you get to Rulk, it just says drown, drown, drown. Like, isn't that cool? Like, ah, dude.
Oh, I'm getting cooked. My pizza's getting fried.
But yeah,
I wasn't ready for this.
Yeah, that guy's gonna be a problem. I can't Thunder Crush anymore. So I gotta
how do I deal with him right now?
He has Hellion and Pray.
My Hellion is not on. So is he barrier? Is that? Yeah, he's barrier.
Yeah,
barrier. Okay.
Barrier.
In that case, I'm gonna just well for Radiant because my charge thing is down, and then not have well for later. But I think that will be okay.
I mean, you get 2 back from that thing, so it's all good.
Yeah, I need to just change up my weapons a little bit.
Yeah, no. I a little bit smoother
Those Sketchingtons. Yeah, this game is dripping with aesthetic quality, always, and I love that. It is very good. Very, very good. Why is it that we are getting 2 dispenses of thingies?
Oh, did I do that? I'm just like putting one rocket in one Jemectin and then going over and doing the next one immediately.
Oh.
You know what I
Okay.
mean? Like, watch out, captains. Cool. Yo.
Nice. That's a cooked pizza right there. guys. Is this okay? It's a good pizza. I was like, hold on. And you've got 0 good rolls, is that right? You said you got like a...
I've gotten basically nothing good. I just got something better than what I had, but this is in the wrong slot, of course.
Hmm.
Which is what it is. When I say 0 good rolls, like, I'm getting good rolls. They're just not, like, best in slot. Like, they're not going to be better than tier 5, which is all I care about.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like, I care about the fun.
Remind me, each time we end, do I need to join on you? Yeah?
Yes, you do, yeah.
Alright. Do I need to, like, wait at all, or do I just do it the second it's available?
You can, as soon as it's available, you can do it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so I need to change to this... No, anti-barrier.
Yeah, I don't have surges. I don't need surges, chat. Like, come on. What are we, chumps that use surges or what? So, Ron tomorrow with Salt? Is that what
Yeah, man. That is the plan. Yeah.
Are you excited?
I am. Yeah, I'm a bit fatigued from, like, just the amount of Destiny that I'm having to squeeze in for this DLC. Admittedly. Like, it's been a lot of Destiny. But still, I'm not, like... I'm not having a bad time by any means. It's just, like, it's just a lot of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if you go to, like, a convention, like, it's very tiring, but you're still having a good time. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Oh, you're on invite only, by the way.
Oh, crap. Okay, I'll change that now.
Yeah.
It should be clan and friends only. Are we not friends?
Yeah, if you do clan and friends, that will be good. Yep.
That's what it was on.
Oh, that's weird then.
I switched it and switched it back, so hopefully it'll work now. Can you join now?
Yeah. Why?
Okay.
Huh. That could just be a weird Destiny Bungie Destiny thing. Yeah, no. Yeah, dude, I'm not gonna lie, bro. I woke up to an alarm because, like, you know, 2:30 a.m. You know, like.
Yeah.
And I was just like, bro, because I streamed like 15+ hours the last 2 days doing armor farms.
Yep.
And I realized I'm like, oh. But yeah, no, playing some GMs with you guys and just yapping really helped because the armor farm was getting
soul destroying.
Gauge, you know, like doing the same thing over and over and over again. Yeah.
Oh, I already. Yeah. Okay.
What happened?
I was just making sure you rallied. Like you're fine.
Oh yeah, I got it. Yeah.
All right.
I may die here, Captain. Just letting you know.
No, man. Are you under the world, Captain?
Hello, Captain.
Hello,
I've
Captain.
resurfaced. I'm now above the world.
Put up zone. Yeah, I'm also just like a bit stressed about Salvations. I think like there's just so much pressure for it to be good, like from a content perspective, and the logistics of planning it all. I'm just sort of like, oh guys, like
I feel pretty good about Salvations where it's at, right? Like, well, like I mean, it's your thing, but like, I feel like I feel like you should feel pretty good about where it's at right now. Obviously, I mean, yeah, the being good for content, but
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
I think it's just like it's little things. It's just like having the space for real quick, how are you doing this? What is the process that you're doing to like get the checkpoint back instantly?
So I have the checkpoint on my hunter, which is the character I'm on right now.
Oh, so you're hitting change character. We're joining you on the hunter, and then you're swapping character.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It seems to have lost Lynn.
No man, we lost our team. No man. What were you saying? Sorry.
Yeah, it's the logistics of like the making everyone's schedules work and like adding a player last minute and now being like, okay, that means that like realistically I should spend another several hours like getting him up to speed with how the game works, and then I've also got to figure out like random like sponsor stuff that I have in the works right now, and just like there's just like a bunch of stuff that is hectic. It's a lot. I need like a clone of myself just to help stay on top of things.
You need a day off, my man's.
Oh, that's not happening for about a month. There's too much to do.
I low-key might take a day off tomorrow to and like I'll still be riding armor, but just yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
It's rough because part of me is like there's so much prep that needs to be done. It's like the DLC's already out. Like the amount I'm playing the game. It's just
yeah.
It's tough.
Yep. Yeah, no, like when I used to play a lot less regularly, I would log on for new DLC.
Yeah.
But obviously, like if you log on for new DLC and then you don't really play the game for 6 months, you actually need to log on a little bit before the new DLC because like otherwise you're missing stuff.
Yeah.
And so like, yeah, it was kind of like even with, I mean, we used to have 2-week lead ups to raids.
Mm-hmm.
Even with that, like it was actually like a month of lead up for the raid for me personally. Like I would spend 2 weeks grinding all the stuff that I'd missed out on essentially. So yeah, but that was really fun.
I
don't know.
Oh, go ahead. No, it's just like a sort of separate note, but just something that just popped back into my head. How come you don't race? How come you coach? Is that like, have you always done that, or is that like just for this, or what's the?
So previously, I did the day ones with my friends, like my.
Oh, okay.
Basically, Salvation, like, wasn't great. We didn't clear, but like, there were other issues. And,
Sure.
For the next one, I was legitimately like, I didn't know what I was gonna do really. But then like a bunch of my buddies were like we really want you to like scout for us. They, like scout, not really, but like they were basically like, we need someone to like sort of like organize what's going on.
We need a brain. Yeah.
We're really they're like we're really good players, right? Like we're confident that we're really good players. We know the metas, like we know like the game, but like they kind of just had an issue with like putting it all together.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm doing that.
Fair.
I don't know. I really enjoy it, to be honest, because I like like no amount of hours will ever make me a player that I personally believe is like dude, I'm so lost. Is like good enough to get a world's first, and if I'm not getting a world's first, then I don't care. You know, like
Right.
for me,
Okay.
it's all or nothing. Like I don't care about 7th place. I don't care about 12th
Yeah.
place.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's a bad attitude to have. Like, don't get me wrong. And if I did care about world's first, then I would care about those placements. Like, because you know, like you don't get a world's first on your first run through sort of thing,
Right.
right?
Right.
But yeah, like for me, it would be like I want to get worlds first, and like I don't know, I don't know, I just don't. I'm not that guy. I don't know. I'm not Joe in Fortnite. You know, I'm not like cracked gamer Joe. Like
I just feel like, and maybe this is me not understanding what it's going to be like next week or the week after, but to me, it feels like there's got to be a world where if you just solve a puzzle first, you win. Like, and while that is even like, while I'm not jaded and while I have that hope in my mind,
dude,
I want to race. Like, I want to experience the race.
Yeah.
The likelihood of that actually going anywhere is 0. But like, I want to really take it seriously. And like that's the really great thing about the group I'm in is they're all just like really good vibes and really like taking it as seriously as is appropriate. Like, it's great.
Yeah.
But yeah, I still can't help but feel like if people are stuck and you cook the chicken and everyone else is cooking the pizza,
yeah,
that's gotta mean something, you know?
Literally, it's crazy. It sounds like I'm talking to myself, like, or be online.
Really?
That was really me. Like, and all of my friends were like, dude, unfortunately, like, that's great. Like, that's a great attitude to have, but, like, it just doesn't work like that.
Right.
Really. But it kind of, like, I mean, I don't know, you've probably heard of this by now, but the world's first Eater of Worlds team was an LFG group.
What? I did not know that. That's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, like, look.
The LFG, how? What? Sorry, I need to understand. Like, what?
Yeah, I don't really know the, like, full lore on that one.
Yeah.
But that's all I know is that, like, that is, like, an infamous raid race because the LFG team won. Like,
that's amazing.
The thing is, when you say, like, surely if you just solve the puzzle first, then, like, you can win the race, like, a lot of people, like, a lot of, like, Destiny unks will want to tell you that, like, you're wrong, basically.
Right.
But what it actually is, like, even if you're, like, 80% as good as the best team,
yeah,
and you're really cracked at puzzle solving,
yeah,
the issue is, like, there's two, like, things that can happen, right? One of them is there's just no hard puzzles and no one gets stuck.
Yep.
And then you're just gonna lose, right?
Yep.
It's like you're only 80% as good as them. And then the other thing that can happen is there is a puzzle, but like you get it faster than them because you're really cracked at puzzle solving, but they don't get it much slower than you. And then if you get skill checked on anything else,
yeah,
they're clearing it faster than you, right? Sort of thing. So, like, yeah. I guess what I'm trying to say is, it would be a very rare occurrence for a team that isn't, like, super cracked to win a world's first. But it's not a 0% chance. It's,
yeah.
I don't think it's even close to 0, actually. Look, again, I've never raced, I've never, like, properly placed, but that's the way that I see it personally.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, just quick separate question. I can just scrap all of this armor, right? Oh, sorry, all of the weapons, right? Like, none of them are going to be any good.
Yeah, the weapons you can get rid of.
Okay, cool. The thing I think, like, my understanding of the problem, and you can tell me if this is a correct understanding of it or not, is like, let's say I'm cracked at puzzle solving or like someone in my team is cracked at puzzle solving and they solve a puzzle, right?
Yeah.
If the impression I have is that if we then don't basically flawlessly clear everything else from that point, the cracked mechanics people win. Like, not the puzzle people. And the likelihood of that is very slim, right? That's very, very slim. And I recognize that that's very slim. Like, you have to be perfect mechanically while also then getting that, like, call it, I don't want to say lucky in the sense of, like, blind luck, but, like, lucky in the sense of sometimes you have just as good a puzzle-solving brain as someone else, but one of you chooses to try one of your two theories first, and the other chooses the other of the two theories first, and they're correct, right? So, like, there's luck in that sense. And, so you need that luck, like, you need fortune, let's say, combined with a perfect mechanical skill. And, like, Lord knows I don't have the perfect mechanical skill.
It's funny. There are literally raid mechanics that are like orange. I'm trying to think of a concrete example from what you've done. Like
Last Wish Vault. You can RNG through Vault.
Yeah, exactly right. Like, dude, there are literally like, and dude, sometimes there are like RNG checks that you luck into getting right, and then that like permanently destroys your like perception of what's going on. Because you have this like false positive, and it's the first thing that you see, and so therefore it's like the most like impactful observation that you have, and then you just lose. Like, it just lose. Like there is a bit of like luck involved for sure, you know. But there's it's no coincidence that, you know, Elysium has won 4 belts, for example.
Right.
You know? There's no coincidence there. And the thing that isn't a coincidence about it is they just work really well together as a team. They don't make like mistakes. They just execute. They just insanely good at executing. Like, that's it really is as simple as that. Like,
how do you get to that point, do you think?
Dude, $1 million question, bro. Like, I'd love to say the answer is hard work and determination, but you know, it's just not. Like, I'm gonna die. Man.
How do we recover from your death here? Do we?
If you just clear out middle and then res me, then it's fine.
Okay. As in, dunk my moats middle and then res you?
Yeah, you can.
Just for my timer. Okay.
It's Mickey. Like, the other thing with the whole, like, if we're just really good at puzzle solving, then we can win, right? Like, the other thing with that is, how many raids have you done now?
Maybe like 5 or something.
And how many actually, like, difficult puzzle encounters have you encountered? You know? Like, encounters that people would actually get stuck on for a meaningful amount of time on day one.
Yeah. I mean, like...
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
Vault like... is, I'm pretty sure, like, Vault, like, from the stuff that you've done, Vault is literally the only one. Like...
Yes.
There's
definitely nothing else. Like... And even Vault was like, it was just me and it was 3 hours, and I don't even, like... I don't think it would have been... like, with a full team of 6 brains thinking about that, I don't think it would have been 3 hours, like...
Yeah,
it would have been less.
I mean,
Granted,
that had its other challenges.
Yeah, it had the nights being annoying, and like, so there were other reasons why it would have taken time, but like, even Vault, even solving Vault first, I'm not confident that equates to a first on Last Wish. Do you know what I mean?
It doesn't. I'm pretty sure the team that solved it first was not winning. So
I think quite a lot of teams brute forced. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure a lot of teams did. Which I did the math on like way back when, and I'm like, wait, the chance of brute forcing is so low. But then I
They're
forgot
actually
that you
not.
can just like res. Well, you can just res your teammates if they die. Like I kind of forgot. I was like, if you get the wrong dunk, then you lose and you must restart.
Yeah.
Like that was like when I did the math, that was like the implicit.
Like failure condition.
Yeah, but actually, it's just. I'm pretty sure you have a 100% chance of clearing if you brute force it if you only use reses for the plates, like, which is kind of dumb, you know?
Yeah, it's very easily brute forceable.
Yeah.
And we nearly did. We nearly cleared like an hour sooner because I had most of the idea of what was working, but not the full idea.
Yeah.
And I successfully called the first 2 rounds, and then the third round of it, I got a bit mentally fried and overwhelmed, and I called the wrong one.
Yeah.
And then it was a gamble, and we lost the gamble. But we would have cleared. With me not even understanding how it worked at that point. Like, so, yeah, it's one of those encounters.
Yeah, a lot of, like, that perplexed a lot of teams, because, like, that's definitely the most complex encounter in terms of, like, mechanics, probably, really, that's ever been in the game, and, like, I'm pretty sure a bunch of teams cleared it before Redeem, but Redeem just, like, they just had better execution at Riven, like, and Queen's Walk, right? Like, I don't know. It's, yeah, I don't know. It just, yeah. It's such like a mysterious thing to me, at least. Like, well, maybe it's not really mysterious to me. I don't know. It's just like, you can't die. You can't make stupid mistakes. You can't, like, there's a lot of stuff you can't do if you want to be the world's first, you know?
Yeah.
Or at least you can't do it as much as every other team, like, that's...
Yeah, and when Elysium exists, that means that you can't do it at all. Like,
you know?
That's basically what it comes down to.
Yeah, you know? Like, when you die, like, 2 times, like, to bees, and it's not, sorry, I'm not cheating on you, but, like...
No,
you die,
it's true.
Twice in a row, like, to bees on Caretaker, like, Elysium's already cleared, you know? Like,
yes.
It's just, like...
Yeah.
It's just, like... You know, it's just... yeah.
Are there full runs, like, on YouTube for all of their their firsts? I feel like I should watch some of those.
All of them. Salt has all of them, and I think, I think a few of them have all of them. I'm not sure. I know Quaz, like, uploads them. I think I watched Quaz's, like, Val, I want to say?
It's so fun to watch those VODs. Yeah, honestly, maybe what I should try and do at some point, maybe I should try and grab Salt, and we could just, like, watch some of it together. It could be quite a cool, like, him explaining to me what's going on kind of situation.
Maybe.
I feel like that could be fun. He probably wouldn't have time before Edge of Fate, but, like...
Yeah.
Just to do at some point.
I mean, dude, you should just, like, watch their Val VOD, like...
Yeah.
People always call them, like, the reprise raid, like, one tricks, because they've won every reprise raid.
Yeah.
And they didn't win Ron and they didn't win SE. But it's like, they also just won Val. Like, I don't know why, like, people forget about that.
Yeah. It's pretty important.
Yeah. And, like, the reason people attribute to why they win the reprise raids is because they are an execution team. And so when you have raids that are, like, you already kind of know the mechanics in the first place. Like, obviously they do update mechanics, and I feel like they do a pretty good job of it, to be honest. But, like, you know what it's going to look like going into it, like to some degree.
Yeah, it's different vibe, for sure.
Yeah, it's a different vibe, but it's still, you know... It's still one. I gotta, yeah. I don't know. I've watched a few of those day on VODs. It's just interesting. I don't know. I personally don't find them very applicable to myself. Like, I don't know. It's just like, Dude, did you have 1 second on your
I was like less than 1 second. That was so close. That was crazy.
I didn't. Yeah, I went to middle. I was like, he's taking his time.
Yeah. Oh, guys.
Oh, we're not gonna have enough Motingtons, are we?
Oh, sorry.
Alright.
I don't know what cooked me just then.
Oh, it was the boss. And
Oh.
the Motingtons over here. Oh, Captain? Oh, Captain?
Captain?
Captain? Oh, we're good. Walk in.
Nice work, Captain. How many hours of illegal armor farming have you done so far? Just out of curiosity.
Like, close to 30.
Holy sh... Ooh.
Yeah, you should.
Ooh. Gosh.
Yeah. It is rough out here.
Yeah. So you're really going for your first god roll, not just like god roll on all characters. Like there's no way that you're gonna have enough time to get all right at this point.
No, probably not. Like what I'm aiming for is double 200s on all 3 characters, assuming tier 5 armor, like tier 5 class item. Which I'm like kind of close to my warlock. I'm like, literally, I'm a good Starfire protocol away from it on my warlock. Like if I get lucky on a Starfire, then I'm in.
I got
So I've kind of
got a pretty spicy sanguine earlier.
Oh yeah.
It's I mean I've masterworked it now, so it's I forget how much the masterwork diff is, but it's is it 2 plus 2 for masterworking?
+2 in every stat, yeah.
Yeah, so pre-masterwork it's 25 mobil, 20 int.
That's pretty good.
So it's not like it's not my 30s that I want, but for exotics,
Yeah.
when you get so many fewer pulls of it, I feel like it's pretty
Yeah, I
solid.
think I have a 24-26 sanguine. I actually got lucky on my sanguine.
Oh wow, nice.
But like, I don't even know if they don't fix that well interaction, like that is gonna be so stupid. Like, and if they do fix it, then that like int stat is like effectively useless. Like I don't know.
Guardian down.
But we'll see.
Hmm.
I really just want 200 on my Titan and my Hunter. Because, like, look, there's going to be crazy OP builds if you have 200, and I'm just not going to have it because I don't have the exotic for it. It's just going to be sad, but, like...
Also,
I know
I mean,
that
if you
Curious
get...
and Nighthawk are going to be good, you know? I know they're going to be good.
Yeah. If you get 200, 190, it's still going to be good. Like...
I mean, sure. I just want the flex, you know?
Yeah, yes, yeah, I feel that.
Like, some people care about drip in this game. I care about when I'm doing a solo and I open my menu, people see my 200.
Yeah. I care about when I'm playing this game and I open my menu and they say, what the hell are those unk engrams?
Yeah.
That's like one of my favorite things is pulling the menu being broken. That's what I like. Muscles?
This boss is a loser.
Hey, man.
Yeah, like, okay, cool, man.
Gosh!
Cool, like...
Nice work, Captain.
Give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. Wrong slot. Ah, I hate it here.
Double helmet.
I'm in.
No, man. I just need my streamer luck to come through for me. It's done well for me so far.
Yeah, you gotta lock in.
Yeah.
Dude, ATB had a crazy 29-29 on his first pull. Like,
No way.
I actually hate him. I actually hate him.
Oh.
Wait. Oh, yeah.
$29.29 is wild.
Yeah.
Couldn't be me, dude. Could not be me.
Pretty sure he still can't get even. He still can't even get 200. It's actually like absurd.
Wait,
I,
actually?
so-
you have
yeah,
to have
so
30-30?
Well, his 29-29 is exotic, which is like the hardest one to get, but he doesn't have good enough other armor to do it. Dude, it's like, I did the math with tier 3 class item, right? You only have 14 points of leeway to if you want 200.
Off perfection.
Yes, yeah.
Hmm.
Like, you have 14, like, imperfection points. So, like, your 25-20, that's 15 imperfection points.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's on 1 of 4 pieces, you know? Like... The tolerance for double 200s with tier 5 class item, though, is 23, which is, like, a little more... You got a little more wiggle room, but still not much. And that also, like, because of how Artifice works, it doesn't, like... You could have 23 less than perfect and still not... It won't line up properly. Like, it'll be, like... You might be, like, 201 in one stat and 198 in the other stat. Like this,
yeah.
Oh, sorry, 199 in the other stat, and there's no way to like just take one stat point over, you know. So
Big pain, big disparage.
it is, yeah. People have 200 in the new system. That is going to be a crazy flex.
They're changing fragment stat bonuses too. Well, I guess that's true. They might end up with some kind of a slightly more lenient numbers. Like maybe we'll get plus 15s instead of plus 10 or something. Who knows?
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
Or maybe it'll be plus 20 because if it's plus 10 now when it's out of 100. So maybe they'll make it plus 20 when it's out of 200. You know?
I mean, maybe that. I think that's cope though. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, probably.
I'm pretty sure they said that in the stream, and what they were referring to is they're changing the strength mod to the melee mod.
That's
you know?
that's how I interpreted it as well.
They're not actually changing anything. They're just relabeling them.
Yeah.
But But yeah, no, like those numbers that I just gave you, those tolerances, like that assumes that you don't have any stat mod. So if you have a plus 10 in weapons or plus 10 in super, then you're chilling probably. And vice versa, if you have a minus 10, you lose.
Oh, Matt says apparently you can see in one of the images they are changing the numbers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Matt, if you're able to find that, that's very interesting. Because I also interpreted it the way Bog interpreted it, of that it meant that they were going to just relabel like int into super or what have you. I wonder what it was in my footage. I could check that because I was on that page. Dude, you know what's crazy about this as well is like you'll get a drop and it will look really spiky. Like I was like, oh yeah, like those are pretty good spikes, and then it's 21-23, and I'm like, that's not spiky. That's ass. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Gosh.
Yeah, dude, this is getting perfect armor used to be so free because literally all it was you just at least from a warlock POV, I just didn't want mobility, and I didn't want intellect.
Yeah.
And that was it. Like I wanted every other stat.
Yeah.
You know? Like. And as long as you had as long as it was a 68 total and it was artifice and it didn't have any mobility or intellect, then you're in.
Yep.
And
now it's the opposite. Now you want only those stats.
Like, yeah. Where's Evan F?
He died. He passed away.
He had to go to Zimbabwe for he had to
Bar
go there
mitzvah.
for a marathon, a bar mitzvah marathon like dual event.
Yeah, they're running for the whole bar mitzvah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a beautiful thing, actually. Dude, I can't believe how good Ham's golem is. That just destroyed me. That was like incredible.
I told you had some crazy voices.
Yeah. Like I was just crying the whole time he was doing it. I was actually just in tears. So good.
I think my title's good now. The fear of missing out in brackets on God Roll armor.
Hell yeah.
I think that's good. I think that's suitable.
Guardian down. Guardian down.
Yeah, dude, nah, the golem was crazy. Dude, I can't believe Evan was like, dude, just do Peter Griffin. And I'm like, what do you mean just do Peter Griffin? And he's like, and I'm like, all right, you do it. And he's like, okay. And then he started doing it. He's like, wait, this is hard. I'm like, yeah, that's why I want to do it. I can't do impressions. I'm terrible. I actually cannot do an Australian accent. I don't know why.
That's so funny.
It's just that's just how I talk. It's not an accent. I don't know. Is that weird? Is that weird? I mean, you can do every variant of British accent possible.
I've got a couple of them. Some of them I'm not very good at. But an American or an Australian would think I'm good at them. But a Brit would be like, that's completely wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
One of those.
Quality. Nah, that was some W-LARP. That was good. We're gonna do more group cooperating.
Dude, I was thinking that it was so fun to do it as a team.
As a team.
Yeah, I enjoyed doing it that way a lot. Where is he?
So if he starts walking, when he TP's up there, then he's going to teleport.
Okay.
And he'll either teleport halfway down the stairs or right next to us.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of just whatever flavor he's feeling, you know. And then he will teleport back to the middle a couple seconds later, basically. Which is awesome, you know.
I love that.
I love that. I love when my boss can RNG TP during damage.
My boss is on my DOS.
Yep.
Remind me. So, are we feeling that this artifice armor is going to be better? We're confident the artifice isn't going away, right?
Yes.
Okay. I
Well,
keep forgetting
Spider is confident. Spider is confident, and
Then I'm confident. I trust Spider.
In Spider. Yeah, I trust
Yeah.
Spider. In Spider, we trust.
There's a lot on Spider's shoulders right now.
And if Spider gets something wrong, then I'll forgive them because
It was
they get
Bungie's fault.
For every it's Bungie's fault, and also for every
Yeah.
99 things for every one thing they get wrong, they get 199 things right. So.
Yep. Yeah, literally.
Someone said, because I said I can't do an Australian accent. Someone said keep saying this, the bad word every every second word, easy Aussie accent. That's what I would normally do, but I realized I didn't realize this until I watched the data clip of him crashing out. But I'm not trying to demonetize your YouTube VOD, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
I've tried to cut back a little bit, but it's hard.
There are like, it's really interesting. There are certain times where you don't swear at all, and there are certain times where you are swearing like a pirate, and
yeah,
it's like a different man is in there. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I have my try not to swear, and then I have my free will.
Free reign, yeah. Yeah. No, it's interesting because like I very rarely swear. I actually swear more in Destiny than I've ever like sworn in my other content, and even in Destiny, I'm not swearing very frequently. But certain people, like, I really don't expect them to swear, and then suddenly they're just swearing all the time, and I'm like, oh my god, like, I didn't know you had that dog in you. Like, what? It's crazy.
I mean, I feel like I get a pass because I'm Australian, you know.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's like part of our thing.
Yeah, 100%.
Our shtick.
Wouldn't be you without a little bit of Aussie charm, you know?
Exactly.
Wait, that's a good example of it.
Yeah,
Bife on stream versus Bife on YouTube.
Yes, dude. Yeah, when I did the raw raid with Bife, I was like, holy moly, he's letting it rip. Because every time I play with someone new, and dude, you know, that's crazy. Every time I play with someone new, I'm like down low, like I try and like turn it down, like the swearing.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to like, if they're like family friendly or whatever, like I'm not trying to like.
Yeah.
But so for the law rate, I'm like, I think I even said it to my chat. I'm like, I gotta be on my best behavior. I'm not trying to like, you know, swear like a sailor on Five's live stream.
Yeah.
And then he just we getting called, and he just starts letting it rip, and I'm like, oh, bet, all right, I guess we're swearing today. Let's go. I think that's what happened with you. Is like, I feel like the first time we played, you like. You may have sworn, and then I was like, all right, well that's my permission slip. That's my ticket.
Yeah.
As soon as someone swears, I just let it go.
That's so funny.
Like, all right, well.
Yeah. Permission granted. Yep.
Yeah. But then I realized that if you stream on YouTube, they actually like, that's a thing.
It can like, be, yeah. I've gone back and forth with YouTube themselves on this a fair bit, and it's actually not as bad a lot of the time as a lot of creators make out to be, but then the problem is that sometimes it will still get you, and so it's like, if it's even sometimes, then it's not worth it. Like, it's not worth the risk.
Yeah. Have I gotten you demonetized before, Milo? You can tell me.
No, I don't think so.
Yay.
But if there was frequent C-word usage, then yeah, you would do.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't say that one that often.
I'm actually just looking now at, like, have I had many?
You're about to find out that I've
every single one.
Every single one.
Yeah. Like... No, I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident that's not the case. But literally the most recent Destiny stream is demonetized.
Guys!
But it's for a different reason. It's for copyright for some reason. Let's see. What's the issue? Audio during the Lightfall campaign.
8
8 hours in. It's 2 seconds. Oh no, it's... Wait, it was you, Bog!
No, man!
I opened your stream for a second, and you were playing copyrighted music, and it got me demonetized!
Oh, no, man!
No!
Okay, that one's on you, though. I'm not taking credit for that. That's on you.
I even turned it down because I was like, oh, that's copyright. And it still got me!
Yeah, unlucky.
Oh, no. And because the YouTube VOD is over 6 hours long, I can't use YouTube Editor to mute it, so I lose all the money. Pain.
Oh, no, man.
That's fine, it's fine, it's not a big deal.
That one is on you, though.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that is on me.
I'm not taking credit for that one.
Oh, I got
It
limited
wasn't
ads
me.
on with Sweat. 3-man Last Wish.
Gage.
That got hit with it.
Yeah, that's like an... the low mans are after dark, for sure.
They were very after dark. Let's see, what's the sound of the first? Normally it's chill.
That's
Hi guys,
so
Mr.
funny
Here.
that we're talking
I
about
just
me
got
getting your VODs demonetized by swearing, and I actually did get one of your VODs demonetized, but it was by you opening my stream when I had music playing.
Invited by Sweatsicle.
Oh, that's funny.
to-
Yeah. No, I have like Chrome set to a like my Chrome volume doesn't play on my VODs.
You know what the issue is with the Last Wish stream? It's nothing that Sweat did. It's nothing to do with that. It's someone has said the F word in the chat at the very beginning of the video. And so in the first frame of the video, it has the F word there, and YouTube doesn't like that. So it's demonetized me.
Dude.
Yep. Twin Blades, that was you. Rest in peace.
Man.
No, man.
No,
Yeah.
My YouTube monetization. What the hell?
No, man. Oh. Gosh.
Alright, I got this one, Captain. Boom. Oh, he's barrier.
Bro, you literally booped him out of his barrier. What the hell?
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah, I did that. I get your ropes, Captain.
Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain.
Yes, sir, Captain, sir.
Captain, sir, Captain. Yeah, this Lotus Eater is pretty good.
I didn't get any good Lotus Eaters. I'm pissed.
It's pretty nice.
Who is your favorite raid boss so far, Milo?
So that's a different question to favorite raid encounter, right? You're talking about boss.
Yep.
Damn. Favorite raid boss. It's definitely not Last Wish.
Hey, man.
I think it, It might be Rolk.
Hell yeah.
The thing is that like I didn't really like that encounter, but
Dude.
there's just not a lot of bosses that I've like felt the personality of in the way that I did with Rolk. Like the equivalent would be Riven. Like there's no way where I could say like the final boss of Garden is my favorite boss. Like I like the encounter a lot, but the boss itself is just stands around. Like, I prefer Atheon, to be honest. Atheon's got more personality, I think, than that boss in terms of, like Atheon literally aura farms. And I respect Atheon for aura farming.
Yeah.
I actually really like Atheon's design. And, like, the way that Atheon aura farms, I think is very cool. So... Then again, Rulk also aura farms pretty heavily. Like, Rulk goes toes first out of the little cocoon at the very beginning of the fight. Zooms around.
But he kicks you. Like, dude. That boss is the best. Oh, man.
Yeah, I think he's pretty good.
I really like Atrax, actually. I think
Yeah, I back that.
the duplication of it all, you know?
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
The cabbages.
Yeah. The multiple cabbages. The multiple applications, you know?
Yep. I think Tanix is fine. But...
Panic's low-key aura farms with the... Dude, you know what's crazy? Like, oh, I don't know. We thought you guys were gonna, like, hyper-fixate on trying to deal damage to that boss in that encounter. But you didn't at all. Like, it was like... I think in one of your... Oh, I died.
Sorry.
Ooh, I missed.
Oh,
in
I
one
died
of my,
as well.
like... In one of like the very early runs, you were like just going through like your thought process of what you think was gonna happen in the encounter.
Yeah.
You were like, this is gonna happen, and this, and this, and this, and then we're gonna do damage to the boss. And that's the only time you ever said anything about dealing damage. Like, I don't know. It also, dude, you know, in Caretaker,
Yeah.
you know, in the rooms, how there's the wizards,
Yep.
dude. We thought you guys were gonna spend ages trying to kill them. But you just never did. You were like, oh yeah, there's wizards in here, cool. Sounds good.
Wait, that's
like,
true, actually. Why did we just ignore them?
Dude, I don't know. Because the first thing literally any team did on Caretaker on day one was they went in the room as 6 people and tried to kill the wizards.
You know
and
what?
Then they were like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's not gonna work.
I think part of the reason is probably that we just did Vogue, and you can't kill the Gorgons. So I was probably just like, oh, they're just there to get you.
Yeah.
Because yeah,
fair.
that's a really good point. I don't know why we weren't a little bit more like, but what happens if we do kill them? I think in my head I'm just like, oh sorry, I'm not even doing damage. This is my bad. I was just running around.
Yeah, I did see you behind the boss. I'm like,
what is he doing? I think the instant assumption I have is like, if a boss or if a thing is just like not instantly taking an amount of damage I expect, I just write it off. I'm like, okay, move on.
Yeah.
Let's do something else. So it was probably that.
Fair enough. Yeah. So funny, dude. Do you know how to kill the Gorgons, by the way?
Didn't think you could.
Well, I think someone read out one of the triumphs just to kill them.
Is it?
But,
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. I mean, you can damage them. So if you can damage them, you can kill them. You know.
Yeah.
You can kill the wizard. You can kill the wizards in Caretaker as well.
I mean, even the ones you can't damage, you can kill according to the tech that we found. When they've got their little immunity shields.
I tried that in a different thing and it didn't work. But I want to explore that a little bit. Well, I don't know if it's gonna work in Edge of Fate, so I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, it's so funny. I feel like when we were on Tanix, you actually had like the I was so proud. You were like, what if we used Wardcliff Coil on the boss because it's like a vehicle? Which, by the way, I was wrong. Like that boss does count as a vehicle.
Wait, that would have worked?
No, it doesn't do damage to the boss. But that is such a Destiny Brain thing. Like, if it doesn't work, just try Wardcliff. You know, like what you're originally trying doesn't work, just try Ward Cliff.
Yeah.
It might be the boss.
Yeah,
Because there
yeah.
are just some random enemies that just get one shot by Ward Cliff. Oh, dude. That was so funny.
And then I tried with my microcosm test in Rolk, and it just didn't do anything.
Yeah. Low key with Div, that might have worked.
Yeah,
honestly.
I actually think it. I say it didn't do anything. I think that's unfair on me, because I was doing more damage on microcosm compared to what I was doing on other stuff. It's just that you guys had other options that you could have done that would have done more.
Yeah.
By the way,
you probably should have just swapped it back to microcosm. Okay.
yeah, I think I thought about it, but then there was some other reason why I didn't want to. Technically, I found yet another blind player now for SE.
Who?
Guardian down.
I don't want to say for reasons of planning. I basically just like I want to lock things in beforehand, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But what it might mean is that when Joe has to leave, we might replace Joe with someone who is also blind, rather than having to go to 2 Noahs at that point.
Right. Yeah.
Which is,
I mean that is optimal. Yeah.
yeah, it would be really good.
Oh, now I'm. Are you able to DM me who this potential person is, or no? Is it top secret?
Yeah, no, I can definitely do that.
Oh, because dude, when you said Fortnite Joe, someone in my chat was like, you got Daquan, and I used to watch that guy like all the time play Fortnite, and I was like, dude, if you got Daquan, I would freak out.
Now this person plays plays Destiny. Like it's
Okay. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, not a Fortnite player, basically, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, still gotta do all the logistics of figuring out everyone's schedules and stuff, which is just easily the thing that is like the worst thing about doing all the blind raids is all of the planning I have to do for them. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
Every time.
I think you're not happening.
We done?
Yeah, I trolled. Fine, I'm getting enough time.
Yeah, there's 10 in the back here, so
Damage will start soon, Captain. Oh, muscles. Now we're in.
it's not Ali. No, Nadia, it's not Ali. Ali's got like 40 clears of SE. I'm not sure why.
What? Why?
Yeah, I have no idea, but she's done it quite a lot.
Oh, I know exactly why. Never mind.
Oh. Well, there you go. Well, that's my first plus 30, but it's a plus 16 on my int, so ripping pepperonis. No Manningtons.
Yeah, I took my scope down every time I hit a headshot so I can see the boss better. I don't know, it's a weird tick, I think. I don't know. Alright, wait, yeah, DM me this proposed blind. I need to know.
Yeah. I'll put it in the Discord chat. It's them.
Oh. Yep. Checks out. Yep.
And I was surprised. That they hadn't done it. But
I mean, hey, some people don't raid.
yeah, man, some people like it's like when I first talked to Ali about like just blind raids like way back in I don't know, like maybe like March or something. And she was like, "Yeah, I play PvP, bro." I was like,
Yeah.
"Damn, people like you exist?" Like, what?
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. There's a decent amount of people that just play PvP. I'd bet that there's more people who just play PvP than there is people who play PvE, like who just play PvE. Oh, maybe that's not true. I take that back. Redact my statement now.
Strike it from the record.
Scribe, redact that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry, sir.
Yeah, I thought about it and I'm like, yeah, no, that's not true. Oh, Captain. Oh.
Are you going to be running grasp farming next week to get more spikes?
Rouse is not farmable.
Sorry, no. Pit. Sorry, pit.
Pit will not be in rotation next week either, I believe.
But you can still just farm it, no?
Oh, I don't think so.
Chat, am I wrong about that? I thought you could farm pit anytime.
Nope.
No? Oh, man.
This is our last week of illegal farming, bro. You gotta lock in.
No, bro, I've got Salvation's Edge to do.
I know. I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, when you were like, all right, Salvation's Edge, and I'm like, oh, but my farms.
Yeah, my bad.
I know, it's fine.
It is rough. Like, there's so much prep to do, and I'm here just being like, yeah, let me do Root of Nightmares for 12 hours tomorrow, and then Salvations for 3 days. Like, no, man. Mountains.
Oh, almost good.
Almost sounds like not good.
22:30.
Damn.
Close. It's not as good as what I have though.
Yeah.
Suck.
Spider says you could do failsafe next week. That's true.
Yeah, but it's not Artifice, so GG. But yeah, you can do it failsafe. I really need to get some just really good pieces, because you can just fill in the gaps with failsafe. Like, if you got like 2 perfect Artifice pieces per character, then you can fill in easily with failsafe. Like next week, I'm gonna be turbo farming failsafe engrams and also exotic engrams to try and get my god roll exotics.
Yeah, I think I still need a God Roll Perfect Paradox from failsafe.
Oh yeah, that's easy. You just need trench barrel and you're in. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm just not gonna stream. I might just like watch your duo Ron while farming. Sounds kind of chill. When are you guys starting, by the way?
Like 5 p.m. UK, so an hour before reset.
Oh, dude, man, why can't we start all of the raids then?
Yeah.
I was actually fine. It works out. You guys doing signing them earlier and then me joining in halfway.
It works in the sense that like it can work, but like I prefer you being there at the start because I just enjoy playing the raids with you. Like it's just good energy.
Yeah.
It's good
Yeah, I
vibes.
would like to be there the whole time. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be nice.
It's just time zones, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Trying to play with EU, NA, and OC is like
Literally the world. Like it's
yeah.
rough.
Guys.
Yeah. May TTV Live, I think you're spreading misinformation on the internet.
Uh-oh. Someone lying on the internet?
I could be mistaken. I could be mistaken, depending on if you have done the math.
Yeah, no, that is incorrect. Yeah, no, that's just wrong.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that's wrong.
Because when you masterwork armor, 3.0 armor, you don't get any stats in the 30 stat. Whereas right now, you can masterwork a 30 stat and it becomes 32. Additionally, the artifice is just a +3, right? Like you don't have artifice in Edge of Fate. Like if you have a tier 5 god roll,
tier 5 god roll is, yeah, it's 75, and that means you're at 30, 25, 20, and that's pre-mods. So you can then
with mods, yeah, it's 30. Yeah, it's 30 weapons, 25 super is the highest you can get. With
I think it's 30 weapons, 20 super. No, I don't think you can get
it's
secondary
25,
super.
It's 25 with the shooting mod.
Yes, yeah, okay. I just hadn't, like, I was gonna apply that next. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, no, yeah, it's like, the reason I do the tuning mod, because the tuning mod is kind of like an artifice mod, like, a little bit.
Yeah, fair.
But that's the max you can get, 30, 25, whereas right now you can get 35, 32.
Right.
Right? Which is 5 more in one slot, and 7 more in the other slot. It's 12 more. It's like so much better. So
We
even
might
if
be...
you get a 24-24, it's still... No. A 24-25 is the cutoff for like a foamer armor. 24-25. Or like any like variation of that, like 23, 26.
Wait, so, sorry. You're saying... if it's 49 total, anything there and above is... it's better to be illegal? Is that what you're saying, or no?
Yeah. 49 total of over the 2 stats, raw, like base.
Yeah.
Is FOMO. Like, that's better than anything you can get in... with the Armor 3.0 system as they've laid it out. Well, sorry. With Armor... Yeah, yes. With the Armor 3.0 system as they've laid it out. If we get archetypes, like, if Weapons Super becomes a thing, then you can get 30-30, because you can get 30-25, and then the tuning mod makes it 30-30, which is still 7 stat points less than 32-35.
I'm confused. You can get 30-20, and then you can boost the 20 to 25.
Correct.
So you can get 30-25. So that's 55. So why are we saying 49, not 55?
Because the 49 is pre-Masterwork and pre-Artifice. So you artificially add on 7 for Masterwork plus Artifice. So the 49 becomes 56.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Yummy.
So yeah, like, even if they get a weapons super in Revenant or whatever, or not Revenant, what's it called?
Renegades. Yep.
Yeah. If you have perfect armor right now, it's 7 stat points better. Like, in those 2 stats. The overall stat, like, the stat total will be worse, yeah. Or, actually, I don't know if that's true. Yeah, no, it will be worse.
Yeah,
it's worse
yeah,
by, like,
yeah, it is.
yeah.
You're not getting plus 103s on current armor.
Yeah, you're not, yeah. GG. Lucky.
Yeah. But if you don't care about melee, on a, and
Yeah, I mean,
also
yeah.
if there's no not swap, then why would you care? You only need the stats that you need
Exactly.
because you can just swap it around, negating the entire system, making it pointless.
Also, I do want to say, like, when we say not swap, like, we're talking about a theoretical version of not swap where it, like, actually
that's not busted.
Well, because current not swap, I can swap all the stats I want as long as I keep the exotic. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know? So.
Yeah. Some swapping conditions is what
like
we're both talking about.
I think it should just when you like, you know how when you start the encounter and then it has like the like, it's like, and then you have like the little light fading thing in the bottom right, and like the little ghost symbol like has the thing through it to say you're like in a darkness zone. When that happens, it can just lock your loadout. Like they could 100% implement that. Backseat dev here, that would be easy to implement. Change my mind. But like, you know what I mean? Like that's like legitimately what they could do, and I think it would work fine.
But you'd hate it, surely.
So again, like I hate that for what I do, because I like swapping around armor pieces because I think it's a fun way to optimize.
Yeah.
But like I can see that with Armor 3.0, it is like you can't, like, that's not, it's so unserious to have it like that, you know.
Wait, but I thought earlier you were arguing in favor of no limitations.
Yeah.
And now it sounds like you're arguing in favor of limitations.
Because, well, so, like, I want both, right? Like, I want to have limitations. I want to have limitations for contest, because otherwise I think contest is going to be goofy. But I don't want limitations for, like, speedruns and low man and stuff.
Wait,
like,
in the conversation earlier, the whole time, were you talking about... I thought your whole argument was that you didn't want any limitations in contest.
So, I maybe I didn't make this clear. I was kind of like, I don't know what happened. I was just like freaking out, but like,
guys,
one of the things I said,
okay?
like one of the things I prefaced the whole like conversation with was when they announced not swap for right up the 9, I was vehemently against it. And then as soon as I saw Armor 3.0, I was like, oh,
yeah,
that makes sense. You know, because like in the current system we have, I think limitations are dumb. Like I think they're actually dumb because they don't change the game fundamentally. They just make it more like flat, in my opinion. But with now that stats actually mean something, like I think it's a little bit more, you know, makes a little bit more sense.
But so because I guess just to check my understanding then, because it's now and the raid is in 2 weeks' time. Now would be the wrong time for them to say, okay, we're introducing new limitations. Here they are. That's what you were saying, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I'm up to speed. I thought you were just now saying they need limitations this time around, but you're not. You're saying that as a general like philosophical thing, eventually it would make sense to have limitations, but right now it's not the time. Kind of vibe.
Well, yeah, when Armor 3.0 got announced, I kind of looked a fool, because now what was like, hey, small niche optimizations to eke out a little bit more damage or like fully utilize like certain exotics more is now, oh, you can super and get 50% extra damage and then swap to a different set of armor and get 10% more weapon damage for free.
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, yeah, that's kind of silly, you know? Before it was, I can swap to Sanguine and get 10% more. It was like, I can swap from Curious to, like, I can Thunder Crash on Curious and get, you know, extra damage on my super and then swap to some, like, random exotic that barely increases my damage. And then, like, you know, the whole, like, pretense of that discussion was, like, people are effectively using multiple exotics at once. And it's just like, no, not really. Like, people are using neutral game exotics, and then they're using damage exotics, and like, if you make it so that they can't swap between those two, then they're either going to run the damage exotics and it's going to be boring, or they're going to run the neutral game exotics and it's just going to be boring. Like I don't know. I'm not a fan of that like world, but because okay, here's the actual thing, right? So, I predicted when they announced not swap was going to be a thing for Out of the Nine, I predicted that they would implement it for the raid, and my reasoning was
I agree.
they're going to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my reasoning was basically they have been changing exotics that specifically increase like super damage, to give them like quote unquote neutral game like benefits. So like for example, Curious of the Falling Star does not just buff your Thunder Crash damage, it also has the thing melee final blows while amplified grant you super energy, right? So that's kind of meant to be like a, oh, hey, look, it's also like, you know, when you're ad clearing, it's good as well because you get super energy, which is just fake. It just doesn't mean anything, right? Because like in our current system, no one's using it during like, no one's using it to get their super back faster because they would just use a different exotic for that, you know. Or they just use a better neutral game exotic because, you know, like they're not trying to troll, right? Like getting your super back faster doesn't actually really matter because you like for the most part you can just get your super back anyway. Same with Nighthawk. Like Celestial Nighthawk has that as well, and they've added those like little benefits on like in the last couple of years, like not super recently, but like since those exotics came out, they've added those, and I see it as like a way for them to be like, look, you can use it in neutral game and it's fine, and it's like, no, that's not. It's like saying, hey, like on Sanguine, when you use a healing nade, it gives you restoration for 0.5 more seconds. Like that does not replace Speaker's Sight. Like I'm still using Speaker's Sight, you know? Yeah. Like you can't give me a little like piece of candy and expect me to not use my Speaker's Sight and then my Sanguine, you know? But the issue is if they make not swap a thing, Sanguine's a bad example because people like you can just place the well and then swap, so it's kind of bad example. But if they make not swap a thing for like Titans in an example, you either run Curious or you run a neutral game exotic. And if you run the neutral game exotic, your Thunder Crash is doing less damage, and if you run Curious, then your neutral game just kind of sucks. But like, I don't know. Is that like an interesting choice to make? I don't think it's that interesting. Like maybe it makes the game harder, I guess, but.
Yeah, I guess one of the challenges is like there's a lot of exotics, but there's only a few exotics realistically that are like the exotics for a contest context. And
yeah,
so like, I think sometimes some people argue like, oh, I want to be able to use everything in the sandbox. It's like, well, actually, I think we need to be comfortable with not using everything, but there should still be some diversity within the smaller pool of things that are relevant to the context.
Yeah.
And the danger is that when people say, I want to use everything, then Bungie's like, okay, well, we need to make everything viable and everything. And then that causes its own problems, right?
Yeah. So. I don't know. Like, if you don't want people using neutral game exotics and then super exotics, like, don't put exotics that increase super damage. You know? That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
And like, if the counter to that is, well, we want you to be able to do more damage with your super, but at the cost of your neutral game. Like, I guess. But then neutral game is just kind of like, it's not like, it's not, I don't know. I think I just have a hard time like converting the theoretical discussion to reality, because anytime like you try and like go through the like pros and cons, I'm always just like, well, if the neutral game is so bad that it's like unplayable, then you would just use a neutral game exotic and take the L on damage. And if any other situation occurs, then you just play with Curious and neutral game and it's fine. Like, it's not that bad. I don't know. Yeah.
I do wonder if Bungie thinks like there is a, like, I wonder if they've playtested and had people do the builds with the new archetypes, and like some really interesting play styles have emerged from it, and they're like internally they're like, we know this can be really fun in a new way. Like because to your point, I don't know, bro, like some of it's all just speculation, and it's what what Bungie said in the tribe today, which is literally like, we've talked about this stuff a lot, you also just kind of need to play it, guys. Like, you're gonna find out whether it's good or bad from playing the damn thing. And it is hard to like the sandbox is so complex that it's difficult to just like almost like blindly predict stuff a lot of the time, I feel like.
Yeah, for sure. Look, either way, it's gonna be like sandbox changes are always like the best. It's so much fun. There's so much stuff to test. Like new builds come out. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, you're gonna be able to
I'm very excited.
re-solo the Chungus with a totally new strat, probably. Like,
yeah. I was talking to my chat. I'm like, you guys already know what I'm doing day one at your fate.
Yep.
Like I'm doing the campaign and then I'm straight in there.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, we'll see.
Cooking the pizza. There any content from Destiny 1 that you wish would come back? Like any bosses from that game that you're like, oh, I wish I could like fight that big cow again, or whatever.
I mean, I never played D1, but
oh, fair.
Yeah, but everyone raves about how good Wrath is, and like when I think I asked Sol one time, like, what's your favorite boss ever? And he's like, oh, it's this boss, and I'm like, what is that? And he's like, oh, it's from Wrath of the Machine. I'm like, yeah.
Oh,
and I'm like, what's your favorite raid? He's like, Wrath. I'm like, oh. I don't know if that's true. I don't know what his favorite raid is.
You guys in chat? Anyone in chat agree? Do we have Wrath Glazers in the chat here?
People always talk about Axis, how good Axis is.
Axis.
Or maybe Bossic, I don't know. That raid has 2 bosses, and I think people rave about both of them.
Man, this armor is... I'm just getting nothing. Like, it's not even coming close. It's just ass.
Yeah.
It's pain, man.
Same here.
I mean, like, there's gonna come a point where I'm just gonna have to give up on it, because...
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Like, I need Parasite. I need Xeno.
I mean, if you want to do the Parasite mission right now, I'm down. I don't know if you can do it with the fire tank, right?
Pretty sure. Let's keep doing this for the time being. But let's do this. I'll pull up my spreadsheet. And sort of same as I did last night, I'm just going to take a look at like what's important here.
Dude. I was playing Elden Ring Night Rain. I don't know if you know much about that game, but I was playing with Sol, and I was an absolute burger, and he clipped me and put it on Twitter, bro.
No. No, man. How do I check my Guardian rank progress? There we go.
Oh, you added me on Twitter. Lotus Eater after the Mega Jamecton Twabbington captains.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. And then I proceeded to get my Lotus Eater. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain.
Dude, I got no good rolls.
No, man.
I didn't actually see either of the perks you want. Isn't that crazy?
That is what like, yeah. I don't know how you didn't see either of them.
Oh,
Wait, you were checking for the double perks, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. Perkgate all over again. I knew they'd bring it back.
Do you know off the top of your head which ranks I get loadout slots from?
Dude, I could not tell you.
Okay.
I could not tell you.
From 8. Okay.
7 gets you the last 2, I'm being told.
I think that's a lie.
Oh.
According to my data,
Lying on
that's
the
a lie.
internet?
Yeah. No Manningtons. Alright, I'm ready. Looks like... Dude, I also can't believe that the role that I got was not just destab repulsor, but it was destab repulsor and reconstruction. Like, it's like goofily streamer loot.
I hate you.
Yeah, honestly valid.
Actual lottery merchant.
Yeah. Lottery Jamecta.
Oh, Jamectans. Muscles. So which dungeons have you not done? Is it just Vespers?
Spire, Ghosts of the Dingles. I was meant to do Ghost today, didn't get to it. Spire, Duality, Warlord's Ruin, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Vespers.
Oh man.
I think
You're
that's
in.
it. I've got quite a lot of dungeons left.
Got some content left. Let's go.
Thank God. well, thank God on one hand. On the other hand, I need a break. I need a break.
Yeah.
But I'm skipping Duality until, like, that's coming in, like, August.
Oh, why?
Just because I don't need any loot from it for Edge of Fate.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
What do you need from the other ones?
So I think there's others. I think I'm skipping Warlords as well. I think there's something that is like it would be nice from Warlords. What was it? Greasy Luck comes from Ghosts of the Deep. But
Greasy Luck.
that is like it's low bracket skip in my doc.
It just has a funny name. Greasy.
Velocity Baton from Vespers.
Oh,
But-
yeah, the one that's getting 80% worse.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Well. Wait. Where is...
I love how love how the note was, it's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah,
That's
funny.
so funny.
I can't find what the other stuff is.
What, the other dungeon or other...
The stuff Hierarchy I would get from Spire.
Oh, dude.
And now I really need that. By the sounds of things.
Yeah.
Buried Bloodline
I
is a
did
Warlord's
test
Ruin
that.
drop.
Yeah, that one's. You don't need that.
Yeah.
That's some hella mid. I mean, it's a really cool gun, but for day one, it's not necessary.
Yeah. I think basically like. I think I'm fine to skip a lot of the dungeon stuff right now. The main thing is I need. Well, what do I, now that I've got Lotus, what do I need? I need Xeno and Parasite. And then... I've got my Hezen. Could probably do with getting...
Do you have all the rocket sidearms?
I was about to say, I could probably do with getting the call craftable. It's not quite craftable for me yet.
That's probably easy to get craftable, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it'll take no time. It'll be fine.
Gotta like lock in and you're in.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it's otherwise looking pretty good.
I can't wait to test Hierarchy. I hope it's like actually good.
Yeah, it'd be cool. One game, be good to me. Give me, nope, that's another pistol. Okay, okay.
These are some haunting rolls I'm getting. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. This is pretty bad.
wait.
Waiting. Waitingtons.
Spider's saying Hierarchy is 10 to 20% buff to levies. Oh. No, man.
Is that not enough?
No. No, man.
Wait, is... Spider, can you elaborate? Oh, is this the message? Oh, no, that's the Velo baton, I think.
No, it would be good because the person on Hierarchy could just use the crossbow. Like the ring doesn't go away when you swap off of it, right?
Didn't it say something about you have to shoot through a teammate's ring?
Yeah, yeah. So you have one guy in Hierarchy put down a ring, then they swap to the crossbow to do like some damage, and then everyone else in the fire team shoots levies.
But do you shoot through your own ring?
Oh, I'm assuming if you shoot through your own ring, you get the same buff, no? I don't know.
Perhaps, hopefully, but yeah, the way that it was worded, I feel like I remember being like, oh, it specifically is saying when you shoot through a teammate's ring. But I could be misremembering that.
I think it was like, hey, to Hierarchy, we're adding this, this, and this, and the thing they're adding is shooting through a teammate's ring works. But like on the bow already, if you shoot through your own ring, you get that as well. That's what the bow does by default. It just doesn't. Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully it's like current effect plus new effect then. That would be nice.
Yeah.
I've never seen that ring before, but I'm just imagining like a hula hoop in the air. Like the whole team would like huddle behind it and start plinking bows through like a little, like I'm literally imagining a Doctor Strange portal, and everyone is plinking their bows through the Doctor Strange portal, and they're getting rockets when they go through the portal. Like,
I've never used this bow.
Sounds cool.
Wait, give me one sec. I've never used this thing.
Oh, you gonna equip it?
How does it work?
No, man.
I gotta charge it up. Alright. Time to charge it up. It's time.
Yes, sir.
I'm locked in.
Bow DPS, let's go.
Yep. Wow, this thing feels terrible.
Really? No,
Feels so
man.
clunky. Feels so chungus. Painter loves this thing. This is like his favorite thing in the world.
Wasn't he using it in Val?
He might have been.
I think he was at one point, and he was being like, "Oh, Bog, I'm nearly doing as much damage as you, and I only hit like 2 shots."
Oh no, that was levies. He was using levies.
Was it? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wait, do I have to? Dude, this thing sucks.
No, guys.
Come in.
Guys.
Don't worry. Oh god, where's my fire? Where did it go? What? What happened to my gun? What?
Good deeps. Good deeps.
Did I put it in my vault? I think I accidentally put it in my vault.
Oh.
Dude. That is crazy. Like, damage started and I just put hierarchy in my vault. Like, bro.
Nice. Big moves. Big moves. Chat, can I get rid of all of these embraced identities?
I think I've apparently deleted like 30 gold rolls.
Oh
People
no, man.
People freak out every time I delete a gold roll. Engage.
This is craftable? Okay, perfect. It's craftable and still not good. Pain, okay. Yeah, maybe while we get set up here, I can do a little tiny bit of vault cleany.
Oh, I actually really want to go through my vault. I want to delete because now I fully grasp like, in the process of doing this armor farm, I've like fully internalized and like gone through all of the math on like how the new armor system will work. And when I say that, I mean Spider has told me like 10 different times how everything works, and I've finally like clocked it.
Yep.
But what was I talking about?
You would want it to vault clean.
Oh right, yeah. Like I can even like I can definitively delete even good armor that like because okay. Here's another thing that like gauge.
Okay.
So like when we talk about like the theoretically like oh yeah you want to like you want to have a good stat split for like damage and neutral game and all this blah 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 blah. There are like 2 useless stats. Unfortunately, well there's one useless stat. Like you never want resilience. Like you never want the health stat, right? Like that stat is completely worthless. Which is why like I don't know. When we talk about this game, like the way this is something that annoys me. Like the way Soul talks about this game is like, in a perfect world, this and this and this and this would happen, and I'm like, okay, but like, in no facet of the game is that even close to reality. Like in a perfect world, all the stats would be equally as valuable, and it would be like situational which ones you want. But I just don't ever want the health stat. There's no scenario. Like right now, I don't ever want the intellect stat, or I don't ever want the mobility stat, you know? Like, there are right and wrong choices a lot of the time, which kind of feels bad, right? Like, it's kind of like boring if there's right and wrong choices. But like, yeah. Even if they, like, rework how the health stat works and it becomes, like, OP, I know that some of my armor, even if it has really good reseal, for example, like, it's still worse than armor 3.0, like, tier 5 stuff, and so, like, I can just safely delete it, which is really nice. Like, there's, like, probably most of the armor in my vault I can safely delete, which I'm a big fan of that, low-key. That sounds kind of awesome.
I have not yet internalized all those numbers, all of Spider's numbers, and so I'm very much currently, like, just hoarding everything. Like, I have like 15 speakers sites in my vault because I just don't know. Like, okay, one question I have. You know when they said the thing about, like, the class item's gonna roll at, like, whatever, tier 2 or tier 3, I can't remember what they said. What are the other exotics gonna roll at?
What do you mean?
Like, what will their stat distribution be?
Oh, if you get new exotics in Edge of Fate, that will be tier 2.
Is it all, though? Or is that just the class item?
No. Class items, tier 2. Regular exotics, I think, from the focusing that they said, tier 2, I think. Like, I'm assuming that there'll be a way to get higher tier exotics later on, but...
Yeah, they said that they wanted to do that.
Yeah, but at the start, it's going to be tier 2.
Man, exotics are going to suck ass, then.
I mean, by the way, tier 2 armor 3.0 armor is already, like, pretty good compared to what the armor we have right now, like, honestly. Like, unless you get, unless you get perfect stats, like, the total itself is pretty good. 62
to 65, tier 2?
Yeah, but, like, the most you can get right now is 70, and, like, most people run, like, 67, 68. Like, it's not terrible. And, again, the stats are, like, so... They're way better distributed. Like, I don't think many people have good exotic armor right now. Better than, like, a tier 2 exotic would be. I don't know. Alright, wait, here's the ring. I don't know how to use it, but... Look.
It is a Doctor Strange portal!
Yeah, it is.
Oh my god!
Look when I shoot through it.
Ooh. Oh, that's actually really cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But, like, you can see how it's very impractical, right? Like,
yes. Yeah.
Yeah. What do I even get? No, man.
No, man.
So bad.
Are you scrapping if it's below a certain total? Like, if it's below a 65, do you auto-scrap?
No, I don't look at the total, even.
Yeah, just the spikes.
I'm looking at mobility plus X, and if that is higher than, like, 50, then I, like, consider it against my current best armor of that combination. Which means that I basically shard everything. I'm very, very occasionally getting something slightly better, but they're few and far between, unfortunately.
So Spider says it's 58 to 63 for tier 2.
Yeah, it's undeniably lower, but
Bro, 58.
But again, the stats are where you want them, so that's like the point.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. A 58 is
like the best exotic armor I've gotten in this whole time is my Celestial Nighthawk with 2921. That's the best, and I've focused over 100, right?
Oh, that's very good.
In Edge of Fate, 2921, right? In Edge of Fate, your primary and secondary stats will be 30 and 20, which is literally the same. It's like 2921 is a total of 50, 30 and 20 is a total of 50, and you get it in one pool. Like, every pool is that good. So, like, yes, the upper echelon, like the 30-30, you can never achieve that in Armor 3.0. but
I feel like I can never achieve it now because it's so goddamn rare.
well, the literal bottom of the barrel rolls you're getting in Edge of Fate are better than like 95% of the rolls you get right now. So
Yeah.
I don't know. People
Like we are min
it's
maxing
really
the min max right now. It's very like
yeah. What we're doing is a bit silly.
it's extreme,
a tiny bit silly.
but it's also
Did I
fun.
load you guys in? Did I load you guys in?
Yeah, we're in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you can join in on us.
Okay, with tier 5, you can get double 200 if it's in the archetype, or if it's not in an archetype, as long as one of the 200s is not mobility.
No, man.
So, yeah. And that's purely based off of the assumption that the font mods will work the same as they do right now.
What are the
which
font
could be
mods?
wrong. Okay, so font mods are, you know, you have surges.
Yes.
So Blinky Bill. What was I saying?
Font mods.
Oh, right. Font mods are like surges, but instead of giving you like X% extra damage on like a certain weapon type, they give you a certain stat. They give you like an intellect font mod. While you have armor charge ticking, you get plus 30 intellect.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. Now, the reason why mobility is the only one, weapons is the only one that, like, is annoying, is because currently, the mobility font mod, the weapons font mod in Edge of Fate, generally, is in the boot slot, and so because of the math, you would never run a font mod over a surge mod. It's just not mathematical, it doesn't make mathematical sense.
Right.
Because at most, a font mod is giving you 3 percentage points extra, like extra damage, and at the very worst, like a surge will give you 4% extra damage. Dude,
I wouldn't be surprised if those are going away. Like, I don't know that.
font mod?
Yeah, but that just sounds like that sounds like something that would be going away to me.
Well, I mean,
Sounds like a
maybe.
weird system. I mean,
If
they're gonna
they
have
are
to change
going away,
them,
then, like,
because otherwise they're getting half as valuable for no reason. So they'd have to.
yeah, so like
have to tweak
those
them.
mods have been seen in like the creator footage. So like
Okay.
in that build, the font mods are in those. And they appear to be in the same slots. Like the weapons one is in the same as the mobility would be.
Okay,
I
fair
think,
enough.
if I'm correct. But I don't know if we know if they give the same buffs. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I agree with that. Because okay, I mean, it's kind of dumb. I mean, there are different levels of dumb, but like, I think it's dumb for there to be 2 armor charge based mods in the same slot, and one is just better than the other. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
You know? Then again, have you heard of the armor mod emergency reinforcements?
No.
Oh, brother. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Spider, but emergency reinforcement is a chest piece armor mod. And it requires you to have armor charge. And when you take damage below, like when you go below a certain health threshold, it eats your armor charge.
We've been
and
using
gives you some sort of like damage reduction. And I'm pretty sure the damage reduction you get from it is worse than concussive dampener, which is just DR that you get 100% of the time without eating your armor mods or anything like that.
Yeah. Why would you ever use it?
You wouldn't. You would never use it. I don't know why it's a mod. That's what I'm saying. It's like, some of these things, it's like, this doesn't make sense in any context. It literally Like it does not make sense. It makes zero sense.
Yeah.
But it's still in the game. You know, someone designed it and put it in the game, and it's in the game, and it has stayed in the game, and they haven't buffed it,
Hell
and no
yeah.
one's using it. Well, that's probably the issue. Is people probably are using it. You're like, oh, this looks cool. Let me use it. She's like, gosh.
Gosh.
My 10% DR. Yeah, it's 10% DR. I think concussive is 15. Gosh. I've seen people wearing it. No, man. On Pam Loki got to put that on his bingo card. Running emergency reinforcement.
Yeah, true.
It's
That's
like
what-
to give like a more clear example. It's like if if Boots had a different mod called Surge 2, like Arc Weapon Surge 2, and it was 3 cost, and it was in the Boot mod, and instead of giving you 10% damage, it gives you 1% damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's just
Big.
like, okay,
Very
why?
big.
Well, what's the point? Why are you here?
Good. Also, I see Fire in the chat asking what's the likelihood of achieving tier 5 armor before contest. The likelihood is literally 0.
Oh, it's not 0. It's not literally 0.
It's I mean, if we're being pedantic, yes, but like
Guys,
it's
it's
effectively
not.
0.
yeah.
The one exception to that will be like
Me, I'm getting it.
will be Bog. Yeah, correct. I wouldn't be surprised if there is some mechanic in the game where you can get like your first free tier 5 and it's like a carrot on a stick to make you want to grind for the rest of it, but it'll probably be like a weird fixed role type situation from like legendary campaign. Like I could see that happening.
Yeah. Like a Joshmo roll.
Yeah, like a full-on Joshmo. But yeah, from regular portal grinding, you're not going to be at 450 power.
Yeah,
not
we'll
gonna
see about
be-
that. We'll see about that. I'll see about that.
Oh.
Now we were making predictions on the power, and I was like, I'm gonna get 364 before the raid.
I could see that. I could see 364. And that's all you need. That gets you in your GMs. So that'd be pretty Mickey actually.
Okay, didn't know that was a thing. Did not know that was a thing. Oh my god. Wait.
Guys?
Wait, I think I needed to strat hide that. What the hell? Oh, guys?
What?
Oh my god! I didn't know you could do that. Guys? Oh, the loadouts. Oh, the loadouts. Oh, gosh. Oh, damn it. But I got a god roll. So close.
What was your discovery? Was it a secret or was it I couldn't tell if you were being sarcastic or not. Is Gage? Something
I may have
spicy.
found the loadout. I may have found the loadout.
Hell yeah,
That's
the
why.
holy loadouts.
Oh, the loadouts. Oh, the loadouts. Wait, I want to test something now.
Testicles, testicles, testicles.
Oh, wait. Nah, wait. I'm about to fry.
Do you want us to not do damage so you can test, or should we just?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
No. It's just
No, man.
yeah. Spider must have just gone back in the VOD and seen what I just did. I know, Spider. That's what I'm saying. Okay, I'll just tell you what I did. I procced Envious Arsenal without swapping my weapon.
I thought you knew you can do that from damage over time, no?
I didn't think you could do it without swapping the weapon off.
Oh. I was under the impression that that was just a thing where you like if it doesn't it work where like if you shoot like an area denial and then you just stay on your thing, it damage over time ticks and you don't have to switch? Or am I like high right now? Am I thinking of something else?
Like, that is what I just did, but so the way I thought it worked is if you have 2 damage over time weapons ticking, but you have the rocket out, it won't proc Envious Arsenal because you have the rocket out. That's why I freaked out, because I thought it worked like that, but maybe it doesn't. I'm gonna test it with Witherhoard now. Wait, that's actually insane. I wonder if it's like a special Lemonarch thing, or maybe I'm just tripping and it always worked like that.
I think I've had a conversation with someone in like the last week who has told me that as long as you have damage over time active, you just don't have to swap. And I think what it might be is that you might have done it before with 2 of the same like damage type, so they're both like, obviously if you had like, I'm not saying this is what you would have had, but like if you had a like fire what's it called, area denial in your like primary and secondary slot, for example, then
yeah,
obviously it's gonna be the same type of tick, right? So like I think those wouldn't stack, I think, but maybe I'm
I'm trying it with Witherhoard now because I think Witherhoard's stick is coded differently.
Yeah,
I think it's stacked also.
The loadouts.
The loadouts. You gotta get sold to say. The loadouts tomorrow. But like without asking him, it's
Okay. Yeah, I need to really cook those callouts so that we've got appropriate callouts.
Oh, funny. Oh. Okay, wait. I just had the idea. Okay, you know how we were coming up with callouts? So
yeah,
he says, like the way he says "two" sounds like "chew." Like,
yep.
So you make 2 different letters. You have. Oh my god! Wait, I just realized. Yeah. You make one of the callouts "chew 1" and "chew 2."
Chew 1, chew 2, and then tutu, and choo choo. I feel like we've cooked here. This is good.
It works.
Nice.
Crazy.
So, what that time you were using?
And I still did less damage than QB. Woo!
Oh, hell yeah.
Crazy.
Maybe I should mute my in-game dialogue and leave subtitles on and have Salt be the voice of the characters speaking during the raid.
Oh yeah, it's only a 1. Yeah, you should do that. Wait. Oh wait, that would be fire. Oh, this is gonna be crazy. Oh, dude, we're in. Oh, I can't wait for Edge of Fate. So, like, I'm sure you've heard people talking about Starfire, right?
Yes. The
Yeah.
loadouts.
Do you like? Are you aware that there was a Starfire meta previously?
I'm not aware of that. I did not know that.
Oh, the loadouts! Yeah. I can just tell you this because it doesn't pertain to the raid at all. But
yeah,
like when Ron was coming out, like it was a crazy Starfire meta. Like it was crazy.
Mm.
So it wasn't actually that long ago. Like a couple years ago, but like. Oh, I'm Unk. God damn. But like it was absurd. Like you could do some crazy stuff with Starfire. Like I'm oh dude. When you're finished with all this content, dude, like I just need it. I really just need to show you some like crazy stuff that's been in this game. Like it's insane. But like the Starfire was crazy. Like you literally throw a nade every like 2 seconds. It was wild. And those nades do 1 billion damage. Like actually 1 billion damage.
Do they still do 1 billion damage? Like
they're gonna do more in Edge of Fate. But yes, they still do 1 billion damage. The thing that they nerfed about Starfire was not the grenades. Like explicitly not the grenades. The nades still do a lot of damage. It's just, you know, you don't get many of them. So it's like, it's good. They're good damage, but like, it's whatever, right? But like, we were literally throwing nades every 3 seconds. So you were just destroying everything. And the actual dumb thing about it was like infinite damage, right? You could run whatever you wanted and just shoot a boss with primary during damage and just throw a bunch of nades.
Yeah, I would like it to be viable in Edge of Fate because I haven't really had a chance to build a grenade build outside of Speaker's Sight. So it'd be nice to have a damage grenade build. It'd be a fun change.
Yeah.
Mix things up a bit.
Yeah, definitely. You should try Verity. Verity's good.
Yeah, I need to learn how to use that a bit more. I've only ever put it on for Atheon.
Yeah. Fair enough. I think Velocity Baton's out of a job. I'm Edge of Fate.
Certainly sounds like it. So far.
So much already. He had so much to live for as well.
It was too young to die. King of Cuteness, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. I'm mind-numbingly farming my spiky armor, and I want to never farm my spiky armor ever again. Appreciate you. Bum, 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 bum. Listen, it could be worse. This farm could be twice as long. It really could be.
Dude, yeah, it could be way worse. Like.
Yeah. Man, you do this, like, do this enough and I feel like your brain just starts turning into soup.
Dude, you have no idea.
Yeah, you must feel
like
rough.
Dude, like, I was farming with, like, on the first day I was farming with, like, Ham, and, dude, we were just, like, we had gone delusional, like,
yeah.
By the end of the day. It was terrible. Like, he was straight up just in the golem voice, like, the whole time.
Wait, actually?
Yes. And like, I'm pretty sure our vocabulary was reduced to gooples, schmooples, scooples, scoples, and gopals, you know?
Nice.
Like, that's literally all the words we knew at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... Even the streamer loot has not been able to save me.
Nah, Streamly doesn't care about this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. So have you got Ron tomorrow?
Yeah.
When are we doing the raid again? I forgot.
Sunday.
So that's Monday for me. So tomorrow's Saturday. So there's a day in between. What are you doing then?
Sorry, am I on my Saturday?
What are you doing after tomorrow?
Yeah,
The
sorry,
day
yeah,
after
yeah, it's confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, because I have to go back a day.
Yeah.
In the future.
I might have a sponsored stream. But I might not. And I was kind of hoping to take the day off, but I feel like I can't take it off because I need to do homework. It might be a homework day for me, realistically, where I just like try and learn things about the game so that I can IGL the team for Salvations.
Oh.
Maybe you can give me a very like easy breezy lesson now on like Hunter. Like, what do I need to know about Hunter to just be like passable knowledge?
Actually, kind of easy, low key, because like there's only one. Like you.
So it's the
like,
Siratacnes build, right? Is what we were talking about.
Well, yeah. I mean, like more broadly speaking, just Prismatic Hunter, and I kind of know Prismatic Hunter like kind of well.
Okay.
Again, it's easy to know when there's literally just one subclass, but like, it's just like, so. I mean, I don't know. It's just you know, you run grapple, so you have the grapple movement. You want to be running.
Wait, okay.
Sotoraki.
I'm gonna ask a lot of questions here to like make sure I understand. Are you saying grapple is in strand grapple, or is that a hunter aspect? You're talking about strand grapple.
Strand grapple, yeah. So
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Let's go through the. We'll go through the abilities first, because like those would be easy. So
Sure.
Jump is just like normal hunter jump. Like that is fine.
Yep.
Well, hunter jump. I don't know if you've have you played the hunter?
Like a tiny bit. I know that Hunter's got like the like triple jump thing, like.
Yeah, like the kind of like stock standard like double jumping in like other games.
Yeah.
Or triple jumping, I guess, yeah.
Yep.
So Hunter's class ability is dodge.
Yep, which I have used that.
Yeah. Have you like? But do you know that there's like 3 types and?
I did not know that. No.
So there's 3 hunter dodges. Well, actually.
Where is this man going?
Bro.
Yeah. Take that pizza.
You have 3. Oh, dude, class items suck me. Actually suck.
Keep getting the pistol as well, over and over again.
I'm cooking the pizza now. Let's go. So you have 3 dodges on Hunter. One of them gives you back melee energy. That's Gambler's Dodge. No, yes, that's Gambler's Dodge. Gives you back melee energy. The next one is Marksman Dodge, which reloads your weapon.
Which I've used that one. Yep.
Yep. And the other one is Radiant Dodge, which gives you Radiant.
Oh,
So
wow.
It gives you and your teammates Radiant. Which is kind of cool. So, yeah. The Radiant Dodge is the, like, longest cooldown one, and it also has a different animation. I can actually show it to you. I'm going to load in on Radiant Dodge. Because you know what the normal dodge looks like, right? Like, you, like, shimmy to the side. You, like, yeah. I'll just show you the Radiant Dodge when I load in.
It's kind of crazy to be able to just get Radiant from, like... Without needing a fragment as well.
Yeah, it's nice, yeah. Basically, no one ever uses it, but it is, like... It's cool for those like low men's shoulder stuff, like when
like
you don't
weird
have a teammate.
techie things, yeah.
Yeah. So like this is what the Radiant Dodge. If you stand next to me, you'll see like.
Oh, you're in. Yeah, okay. Oh.
Yeah, That's what Radiant Dodge is. So it's a different. So the other two have the same animation. That one, like a different one.
Cool.
Yeah, Radiant Dodge is only on Prismatic and Solar. But I'm not honestly even going to talk about the other subclass of Hunter.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, let's keep it simple because otherwise I'm going to get overwhelmed.
Yeah.
So most people just run gamblers, right? That's the most common, or no?
Not really.
Or they run marksman.
Most people run gamblers or marksman. I would honestly say marksman's better, like in general.
Okay.
The thing with gamblers, so right now the way gamblers works is you have to dodge near an enemy and it returns your entire melee, like it gives you an entire melee charge. In Edge of Fate, you don't need to do it near an enemy, but it won't give you your full melee. It gives you melee energy based off your melee stat. But don't worry about that. Yep. Savage's Edge, Gambler's Dodge gives you back melee, Marksman reloads, Radiant Dodge gives Radiant to your teammates and you. It's also, by the way, it's 10 seconds of Radiant. Most, like, a lot of sources of Radiant, like sources of Radiant, right? Different... Yeah, like, not really, actually. It's
no?
Just,
okay.
There's just different, like, lengths.
Sure, okay.
The Radiant you get walking out of a well is 8 seconds.
Yeah. I think the Radiant you get from the fragment is 8 seconds as well, no?
Yeah, I think so. But otherwise, it's 5 seconds.
I'm pretty sure it's 8.
Oh, you mean, wait. It's 8 seconds, yes. But if you have Ember of Solace on, then it's 10 seconds or 12 seconds.
Yes, yeah, yeah.
Whereas on Prismatic, I think you only get 6 seconds. Like, you get less amount of Radiant on the Prismatic fragment.
Really? Oh.
Yep, you do. It's not 8 seconds from Priz. I actually think it's 5, but it might be 6, like, technically.
Okay.
Ticks down to 5.
Yeah.
Anyway. So those are the class. That's the class ability. The melees, like, pretty much the only melee people should be running is the green one. It's threaded spike or something. I don't know what it's called. It's just a green one, what I call it. So that one's really cool. It like you throw it and it like bounces between all the enemies. Like it like bounces between a bunch of enemies, and it severs anything that it hits, which is kind of cool.
Sorry, I had to think about the cannon, so I didn't take in that last sentence. So, what was the threaded spike? Sorry.
Threaded spike. You throw it and it. Did you get enough?
I think so. Yep.
Hold on, I'm locked in.
Yeah. Jamock in. Okay.
So threaded spike, which is the green melee.
Yep.
You throw it and it hits an enemy and it just bounces between all the enemies. And it severs anything that it hits, which is nice. You can throw it at a boss, like at the start of a damage or whatever, or during damage, and it will make the boss do a lot less damage. And it's just really good for ad clear in general.
And sever is, don't tell me. Sever's 40%. We said before, right? But the enemy does 40% less damage to you.
Sure. I think so. I'm not sure. I don't know the number, to be honest.
I'm pretty confident that's what we said.
Alright. Then that's
ooh, 29-22. Okay.
Pretty good. That's not bad.
Yeah. Best so far. Definitely best so far for me.
T1, so it's definitely FOMO.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. So, like, there are other melees on Hunter. I think Hunter, honestly, probably is, like, the best suite of melees.
But do the majority still use Threaded Spike?
Yeah, I would say. The only, like, the exception is... I would say that the general exception is Smoke Bomb. So Hunter also has Smoke Bomb, which is really nice because it's a weaken. It's a source of weaken.
So that's a melee, not a grenade.
Melee, yeah. Melee.
That's confusing. Yep. Okay.
I know it is, but yeah, Smoke Bomb is a melee ability on Prismatic and Void Hunter, and yeah, it's weakened for 8 seconds, I think.
Okay.
15% weakened for 8 seconds. So
15.
that's
normal weaken.
Yeah,
15.
that's
yeah.
That's important to know because that can be a tool in your like, hey, how do we debuff this boss? Like that is a legitimate solution sometimes. Like in practice, like we'll be like, like if we're not, I'm trying to think of a scenario where we're not using div. Oh yeah, sometimes we won't use div. Oh, dude, wait. Fuck. Yeah, sometimes we won't use div, and because it's easier for hand to just smoke bomb, and just keep up the debuff that way. And that way our div player can actually deal damage as well. So that's something you should keep in mind. But I don't think anyone seriously runs any of the other melees. Like, people in your chat might be freaking out about Combination Blow. That's another melee that is pretty good with a specific hunter build. But like, I don't know. I just don't think you want Fortnite Joe on Combination Blow.
Yeah.
I just think it's a bad look.
I think it being pretty simple as Threaded Spike
You
severs
literally just throw it at
enemies,
You
gives
just
them.
throw it.
That's a darkness debuff. That's a sever. And it's does it have multiple charges or no?
No, just one.
Okay. And then the smoke bomb is if I want to weaken, and then that's all I need to worry about for the melees.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Okay,
Grenades.
and then the grenade is just grapple, pretty much. There's no real other option, in my opinion. It's just grapple. And you've used grapple, right? Oh, wait!
A bit.
Yeah,
I actually haven't used it a huge amount. Like, when you're using the grapple, should you be grappling and then hitting the melee dash to hit stuff afterwards? Is that...
You can. You don't need to.
Is it... Are you throwing if you don't? Like...
No. Ow, I'm throwing though.
Okay.
Right now. No, you're not throwing if you don't. You can use it for movement. Like, in a lot of cases, yeah, you do want to use the melee, but oftentimes you don't even want to use it to hit enemies. You just want to use it as like a lunge at the end of your swing sort of thing. But the melee does good damage, like pretty good base damage, and it unravels, which is really nice for ad clear, and it's just like unravel is awesome. Unravel's like the best effect in the game, I'd say.
So... Wait. Sorry, wait, what unravels? Just say again?
The grenade melee, the grapple melee unravels.
When you
do the melee part of it.
Okay.
You do the like lunge thing at the end, yeah.
Yeah, okay, so that to unravel something, do I have to first do another effect to it and then unravel it? Like...
Nah, I don't think so.
That wording is always so confusing to me, like...
Yeah.
To me, it's like I would have to, like, make it stringy and then I would unravel the string, do you know what I mean? But...
Yeah, I think that is how it's worded. I don't know. You just grapple and then it's unraveled. I don't know.
Okay, so that's strand, grapple, grenade. Which is funny because grapple sounds like it should be a melee.
Yeah, and grapple melees benefit from both grenade and melee buffs. Gauge.
Oh.
Yeah. You get some funny things with the grapple melees, let's just say that.
So, when do I want to think about unraveling something? Like, when is the right time to be like, oh, we should unravel this?
So, unravel is just the best darkness debuff that you can apply because it perpetually applies itself back onto the target.
Okay, so when I arcane need or something, do I unravel it?
Yes.
Okay, so it's that. That's because I knew that It's why Arcane Needle's crazy. Right, got it. Yeah. Yeah, I knew that Arcane Needle did something that gave, like, persistent strand, but wasn't sure
Yeah.
what.
Like, unraveling a boss is always good because it's just free damage. It's very minute damage, don't get me wrong. Like, it is like a tiny bit of extra damage over time. But it is free damage. And again, it'll keep that boss or whatever darkness debuff the whole time.
Right.
Now, I will caveat this with saying some bosses handle unravel differently than others. For example, if you try and unravel Lockset, you're gonna have a bad time.
Right. Yeah.
Like bosses like Lockset, like there are other bosses, like there are other like types of bosses that are weird with certain things, and unravel is one of those things that is weird with those bosses, if that makes sense. Yeah. Anyway, unravel is always good, but the reason I bring up the unravel with the grenade is unravel's really good for ad clear, actually.
Oh.
Because what happens is like an enemy will unravel, and then all of the like there'll be like little strand like gemectins like flying off of him, and those will like infect other enemies.
Right.
And they'll get unraveled as well. It's like
So I would want to unravel like a champ, and then it's going to continually gemectin off to like the ads around it, and it's not going to just like kill it straight away and then no other ads are going to get infected, but actually it's just going to like infect the whole room.
Well, that's the thing. Even if you grapple melee a Joseph, like a little red bar, there will be like unraveling things that fly off of him, and they can also gemectin. Like unravel is just like good, just flat. Like if there's a bunch of enemies in a group, you unravel, and then like it's gonna infect them all. It's like awesome.
So I don't need to worry about which ad I unravel there.
I think so.
Okay.
Maybe it's optimal to unravel like a major enemy, but I wouldn't think about it too much. I would just unravel and win, sort of thing.
Okay.
But yeah, that's what the grapple is mainly just to proc cert, like the woven mail.
Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there because I don't understand how that works yet.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Got you. Yeah.
So unravel is good. Is where we're at right now, more or less.
Okay. Yeah. So let's actually just talk about the class item real quick because it's important. So.
Okay.
The class item is Hoyle Certarachnes. Now you know what Hoyle does, right?
Yep, that is using an ability empowers the other two abilities, right?
And what does that empower do?
I think it means that you earn ability charge back, but it doesn't actually affect the ability in any other way. Is that right?
Yeah, it literally just it makes them so they like regen faster.
Yeah. And I think you get like a little chunk as well, right? Like if I have Hoyle on and I hit my charge melee, my rift will automatically go up like 30% just from like doing it. It just like jumps up, I'm pretty sure.
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't think so. That's true.
No?
Maybe.
Oh, okay. I could be mistaken about that.
No. Yeah. But either way, like yes, that's the point is basically to loop your abilities like more effectively.
Yeah.
Like you can kind of just spam your abilities and you'll get all of them back faster because like you're using all of your abilities and they're just like buffing other ones.
Yeah.
So the other part of the class item is Certarachnes, which literally is just anytime you use your grenade ability, you get woven mail for I don't know how long is it? Anyone trying to know? Seconds.
10 gemectins.
Yeah, that's insane. Like, woven mail for 10 seconds. Really? Good one. Good
chunks would be facet of balance or arm mods. Okay.
Yeah, that is true. So when I was saying like the point of the grapple is for like movement and just to proc Certarachnes, it's literally like you're familiar with the whole like the movement in this game is like important because you like matrix bullets type thing.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, like it might be nice to think of it like if you're getting hit by stuff, the grenade can be like the grapple can be used as like a okay, let's start moving quicker by like grappling and also plus 50% DR because I get woven mail when I grapple. And you can also use it to get like to unravel everything. And
Okay,
like,
so
when you grapple melee,
woven mail is what?
It's 45% damage reduction.
Holy, that's quite a lot. Wow.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane.
And it lasts how long? And can you juggle it?
You get 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Okay.
What do you mean by juggle it?
Like, is there a way to, like, in the same way, like, you get Devour and then you, like, refresh it? Like, is there a way to refresh it once you've got it? Or you just have to wait?
Dude, that would be insane. No, there is not.
Okay. Because there's a few woven mail things in the new artifact.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's a... Let me do a little read ski here. There's... Well, woven mail's active, gain increased super and grenade stats. While woven mail's active, your melee recharges faster and deals increased damage. And...
Dude.
It's just those two, actually, for woven mail.
I mean, that's just going to be so good on Hunter.
Yeah.
Both of those things.
So faster melee recharge, more melee damage, and then more super and grenade stats, specifically.
Yeah.
If you reapply woven mail during the 10 second, it will refresh to the full 10 seconds. Okay.
Guardian down.
I mean, yeah, but like, that's just you getting 10 seconds of woven mail again.
Yeah, it's like restarts the...
Yeah. Yeah, so... Like, the basic, like, idea is, you know, spam abilities, get woven mail, get more abilities back, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Now, so, let's talk about the aspects now, because the aspects are pretty important. They tie into the abilities a little bit.
Okay.
So, the first aspect you're going to run is Ascension. And what Ascension does is if you use your Icarus Dash button while you're in the air,
yeah,
then what'll happen is you do like a little like vertical like spinny move, like a Beyblade.
Oh, I saw Ham doing this to make us invisible, right? In VOG. Or am I tripping? No?
No,
Okay.
Yeah, that was a different thing.
It's a different spinny move.
Yeah, different spinning move. Yeah, no, Ascension, you do like a little upwards lift spinny move thing.
Okay.
And it I want to say jolts enemies nearby and gives you amplified. You and your teammates in the surrounding area amplified.
Oh, Mickey. Very big, actually. Wow, we're going to need that. 24/7 amplified? Yes, please.
Yeah, so now, like, and that's where you, okay, and then I'll talk about the next, wait, hold on.
We'll do it after the boss is dead.
Yeah.
So that was Ascension. That was the name of it. Sorry, Ascension. Nice. Oh, wow! He got me from beyond the grave. He's crazy. Yeah, having woven mail and amplified at the same time is just like immunity.
Yeah. It's stupid. Yeah. You literally can't die. I wasn't exaggerating. Like, it's the best build in the game for you can't die. Which is why it's like kind of good that Fortnite Joe is on it, right? So yeah, the other aspect you use with Ascension is Stylish Executioner.
Okay.
Which is anytime you get a elemental debuffed kill, you go invisible.
Sorry, anytime you get an elemental debuff kill, is that what you said?
Yes. Anytime you kill an enemy that is debuffed like by
Or just
an elemental
debuff, period. Oh, it has to be elemental debuff. Okay.
It has to be like an elemental. Well, I don't know, like an elemental debuff.
Yeah.
Which I can go through the elemental debuffs because you have almost all of them.
Yeah.
So the first one is Jolt, which you use on Ascension. So if you Ascension a red bar and you kill it, you go invisible. So not only do you have Woven Mail and Amplified, but you also are now invisible.
Okay. Mickey, nice.
Yep. So that's the first way of getting proccing Stylish. The second way of proccing Stylish is, you know how that melee you use has, like, you know how it severs enemies?
That's a debuff. Yep, okay.
Yeah, if that melee kills anything, or you kill anything that you hit with that melee, which, again, like, reminder that it bounces around the room and hits, like, every enemy that it can. Yeah, if you kill any of those guys, yeah, you also go invisible. Unravel.
Wait, hold on. Is that... I thought the bouncing around the room thing was from the dash attack when you grapple.
What?
I thought that's what you said.
No, no. That's
okay.
Unravel. It's a different bouncing around the room thing.
Oh, they both bounce around the room.
Yeah, the actual melee, it like, you throw it at an enemy and it hits the enemy, and when it hits the enemy, it seeks another target and goes for that, and then it hits that enemy, and then it goes to another target and hits that, and it keeps bouncing around. And then what actually happens is I can show you it. Let's just start here and I'll show you.
Sure.
We'll wipe this run, but like I'll just
Yeah.
So come over here. Watch this. Oh. I can catch it and it refunds the cooldown, so I can throw it again.
Oh, wait.
And then I can grapple to the... Now I made a tangle with the melee because it's strand, and now I can grapple to it infinitely.
Wait.
And all of these... I'm pretty sure all of these grapples give me back, give me rock oil.
Wait,
now
I'm confused. Sorry, where does the tangle come from?
From any strand debuff kill. So either
your
that's
from Stylish Executioner.
No.
Oh.
No. That's just an intrinsic thing. If you ever get strand debuff kills, you make a tangle.
So if it's any strand debuff and it dies, a tangle would be there in its place.
Do you have a slice weapon on hand?
Not on hand, but I have one like that.
Pull a slice weapon, proc slice, kill an enemy with it, or just proc slice on the enemy and then
like
kill
now.
It. And yeah.
Okay, yeah. Give me like 2 seconds. I'll put my.
Just so you can see, like it's
Yep.
You can make tangles on like from anything.
Okay. So this is my slice weapon.
So you gotta use your class ability and then shoot something with it and then kill it. So do it like a red bar, preferably.
Yeah, fine.
Or you can do this guy, I guess.
Reddington.
Actually, no, just do this guy. I don't know
where is this guy? Down here? One of these men?
Yeah, just use one of these, man.
So why do I need to use my class ability? What does that do?
Because that's how you proc slice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, he's in the... Okay, this is... I'm just getting too fried.
Look, just take my word for it. If you kill anything with strands,
yep.
It'll make a tangle. Now, if you kill something with a strand weapon, it won't make a tangle.
Okay, Lynn says, watch my arcane needle.
It has to be, like... It has to be... And the arcane needle works because it unravels, right?
Okay.
But yeah, so, like, I guess I'm trying to, like... I want to, like, go back through and, like, talk about all the synergies. Like, so much synergy with the builders.
Yeah. Okay, I also... Yeah, I saw Lynn make a...
Yeah.
Tangle with the needle.
Yeah. So, like, basically, like, so let's just go back to stylish because it's like.
Yep.
You know, repulsor destabilizing, like that.
Yep.
That sidearm that you just got.
Yep.
Yeah. So destab, like, applies volatile. If you kill anything that's volatile, stylish makes you invisible. If you weaken something with a smoke bomb and then you kill it, makes you invisible. If you unravel anything and kill it, invisible. Basically, you're going invisible is the point.
Yeah.
You know? Like Tenacious, right? Another good example. Any kill you get with that, because it has chill clips, so it's applying slow, invisible. Boom.
So Jolt is Arc, Sever is Strand, Volatile is Void. Are there more per element that like?
Yeah, so there's score. Well, yes. So that there's Void Weaken. Well, if we go through it all, there's Void Weaken. There's Volatile.
Yep.
Which is also Void. There is Scorch, and I think it's just Scorch on Solar. I could be wrong. Chat, is it just Scorch? I think it's just Scorch. So like, if you have Incandescent on a weapon, for example.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Which I often do.
Yep. Then any kill you get with that will apply Scorch, and then now you're invisible. Well, I think you have to kill stuff that you apply Scorch to. But I don't know. I swear, every time I use an Incan weapon, you just get one kill and it applies it. Yeah, this is. I would just go to the compendium for this rather than me rattling them off.
Yeah.
I can get you to the page where it is.
Either way, I like. I'll get the picture as we continue to explore the build, because you'll be like, and this one has Jolt, and I'll be like, Mickey, okay. So yeah, we can keep going.
Oh, it's in the prismatic page. Wait, let me just find it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, look. Light subclass verbs: Arc, Amplified, Bolt Charge, Blind, Jolt, Ionic Trace, Solar, Cure, Radiant, Restoration, Scorch, Ignition, Fire Sprites, Void, Devour, Invisibility, Void Overshield, Suppression, Volatile, Weaken, Void Breach, Darkness, Stasis, Frost Armor, Slow, Freeze. This is awesome. What the? Dude, this is awesome. This literal, like, if you like, you don't have to look at it now, but like the prismatic slide on the compendium.
Do you have the link?
Has, yeah, I can.
Well, I can just pull up the if it's just I just click Pris, then I can pull that up.
It's just a compendium, yeah. Just pull up the compendium and click prismatic.
Okay.
And it's the second thing. It's after Transcendence. Wow, that's actually a nugget. Like, that's a crazy.
Oh yeah.
That's a really nice like reference, and it's all color coded as well. I really like that. Compendium is so good, dude. I don't know who runs the show, but
also invisibility is a void buff.
It is. Mm-hmm.
Oh.
If you ever use like Rat King to get invisible, for example, it will say specifically void invisibility on the left.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like pretty much everything in this game is assigned. Actually, that's not true.
Many things though. Many are
assigned
an element.
A lot of things are assigned an element. Yeah, a lot of things. Yeah. You can also hover over stylish in game, but
is that
suppression is an interesting one.
Grenade and melee regen or something?
Suppression is mainly a PvP thing. In PvP, it just stops you from being able to use your abilities. And it actually stops you from being able to use your double jump as well.
There's definitely something that I've been hit with in PvE though. Like
Oh yeah, you can get hit by suppression. Yeah. Some enemies do suppress you, and yeah, it just takes away your light essentially. You can't double jump, and you can't use your abilities.
Oh, Hive Guardian Titans throw suppression nades. That'll be it. That's what I'm thinking of.
But there's an interesting thing with suppression.
Yeah.
Some enemies, when you suppress them, are unable to do certain things. For example, I believe specifically the Hive Guardians, if you suppress them, they're unable to use their super ability.
Oh, cool. That makes sense.
Isn't that really cool? Isn't that so cool? Dude, this game's awesome. I love this game. But yeah, I think that's like the only relevant interaction with suppression and enemies, but yeah.
Okay.
But yeah.
So, Stylish Executioner. Killing an elemental debuffed enemy does what?
Turns you invisible.
Turns you invisible.
Yep.
I'm taking notes as we go here. Elemental debuff enemy turns you invisible, and with this build, as we will continue to see, you will be debuffing things all the time. So you're basically just perma invis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Um.
Mainly through the strand abilities that you have and Ascension. But again, like a lot of weapon perks will debuff, like anything volatile, anything incandescent, anything with chill clip, anything with slice, anything with I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong. What's the perk that like spawns the threadlings? Hatchling, I think it's called.
Yeah, actually.
I think that also might just make you invisible. I'm not sure if hatchlings if the threadlings are killed. I'm not sure though. Spider might be able to set me straight on that one. But...
Okay.
Yeah, Spider also says suppression acts like pseudo blind for non-boss enemies. So I don't know if you've used like arc blind or disorienting on.
I've only used Queenbreaker blind, whatever that would count as.
Oh yeah, no. You know what it does to like the red bar enemies? Like how they put their like hand, they put their head in their like arm, and they're like, I can't see. Ah. Yeah. If you throw a suppressor grenade at enemies that aren't like boss enemies or like major enemies, then they'll. I think it's just non-boss enemies. Yeah, anything non-boss will also get blinded by suppressor grenades.
Okay.
So that's kind of cool. Irrelevant to the hunter thing, but yeah.
Sure. A fun fact, regardless.
Yep.
So.
Yeah.
Is Stylist Executioner your second aspect? Just to make sure I understood that right?
Yep.
Okay. Did we not have enough balls?
We don't have enough Jumectans, no man.
Oh, no man.
I got it.
Okay.
Oh, never mind. The hatchlings do not make you invisible.
Okay.
Attractive. You know, if you have like Volt Shot as well, right? That's another example.
Okay.
Whoa.
So
Monsters.
fragments.
Yeah. Uh-oh. So, the main fragments, the main fragment.
Oh,
the
one.
The only one that, the only one that actually matters, like being honest, is 29, 23. Is that better? No. No, man. The only one that actually matters is Facet of Purpose. Legitimately. That is the only one that actually matters. Which, when you pick up Orbs of Power, it gives you some sort of resistance depending on your super. So the main ones would be Restoration on a Golden Gun and Void Overshield on Tether.
Wait, it gives you what depending on your super?
Facet of Purpose, when you pick up an orb, it gives you an elemental buff depending on your super.
Oh, okay.
So the main
Just
ones
a buff.
are... Yeah, it gives you a buff. Yeah, Restoration on Golden Gun or Void Overshield on Tether are the main ones you actually care about.
Resto on Goldie or what on Tether?
Void Overshield.
Void. Okay, Void Overshield. We know it's strong. I've heard people say that's strong.
Yes, Void
many a
Overshield is
time.
very good.
Yeah. I've actually noticed myself getting Void Overshield a bit using this Lotus Eater. I'm assuming that comes from Repulsor Brace. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. It's good.
Nice.
So Spider's saying protection as well. The reason I like said fragment instead of fragments is like that one's the only one you really have to think about. Like that's one
it's
thing.
Like an active fragment kind of thing.
Yeah, one thing I think ATP should stress is like learning how to play around those orbs.
Wait, ATP should? What is?
Well, Is ATP giving Fortnite men the rundown or?
Oh, I have.
Or are you giving Fortnite men the rundown?
It might be me, Captain.
Guys.
Yeah,
Well-
part of what I might be doing on my day off is getting on Hunter and grinding for Hoyle's Saturachnes.
Oh, dude, he's not gonna have printer. Oh, God.
Oh no. Does that cook the build? Do we need to change the plan?
It doesn't cook the build, but it makes the game harder for sure. I actually wonder if Ham said anything in our team chat about that change.
Attrition orbs, Captain, on multi-mac. Would that work?
Yeah, that works.
Although I say that, I think the multi-mac attrition orbs are way overrated. They just never proc for me. Like, I have to be shooting something meaty for the orbs to proc, and then yeah, okay, cool, I get the orbs. But like, when you're just when you're using a multi-mac, like, I don't know.
So, like, the whole point of multi-mac is to shoot big guys. Like, that's the whole point of it.
Yeah.
That's why, like multi-mac, I
was using it during Rulk. I was using it on the stairs so that we always had like a ton of orbs before we went up the steps.
Yeah, no, yeah, the multi-mac is good, but yeah, no, it's like, it's just a pretty bad ad clear option, compared to other, like, primary weapons.
Well, my issue would be that we'd be shooting something big, but it would die too fast because other people would just kill it, and then
yeah, I mean,
I would not be generating orbs. Like, it's just. Yeah. I mean, maybe that was just me. I should have calmed it or something.
That's why you use printer, guys.
Yeah. For now, for the next week.
Yeah, I don't know. That gun, like, it feels good, but like, it's very situational. I would say. Like, I think there are more scenarios where it's not good versus where it is good.
Yeah.
But when it is good, it feels really good. Like. Anyway, but yes, yeah. So like, okay, without printer and without multi-mac, the core of your build, like, your survivability on Hunter, is DR from Ascension and Woven Mail.
Yeah.
But it's healing from orbs. Like, that is like.
Oh.
Because I mean, you know recuperation, right?
Guys, I don't know if I do.
It's a boot mod. I'm sure you're running it.
Oh yes, sorry, yeah. I just needed the prompt of it being a boot mod. Yep, I know.
Yeah. That, like, that plus protection or plus the overshield, that's how you get your health back on Hunter. Like, that is the way you do it. Like, I don't know. Every class has the way that they get their health back, right? Like, Solar Warlock has healing grenade, healing rift. Well, so it's, but like, it has a lot because it's the healing class.
Yeah.
Freeze Warlock has.
A Devour.
Yeah, it has Devour. Yeah, Freeze Warlock just has Devour and Healing Rift and Phoenix Dive, right? Dude.
23, 26.
So bad.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
Pretty good. Like Conk Titan has knockout. Hunter doesn't have anything. Like, it doesn't have anything intrinsically. So it relies on
Big
oh yeah,
group.
Warlock also has Facet of Purpose as well for healing. But yeah, like, Hunter doesn't have anything really, so you rely very heavily on orbs with Facet of Purpose and recuperation to, like, get your health back. Like DR doesn't matter if like you have no way of refilling the health bar, right?
Do you rate better already? Health regenerates
No,
after pick up an orb.
terrible.
Always recuperation over.
Yes. If you're in the only time I run better already is, well, funnily enough, the only time I run better already is if I'm specifically on prismatic with a void super.
Okay.
That's the only time I'm on better already, pretty much. Or if I just have a slot open for it. There are other scenarios, like very, very niche scenarios, but like, do you know how better already works? Like, obviously, you can read it, I guess, but like,
I think you pick it up and your health regen starts, right? That's
yeah, but like, do you know why it's bad? I guess then
probably because as soon as you take any more damage, it gets cancelled.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why it's bad. So if you're running a build where you can, like, for example, if you're on a bubble glaive build, I guess you could put a bubble glaive on an orb and pick up the orb, and since you're sitting in a bubble glaive, you're definitely not taking any damage. But like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to kind of like make up fictitious examples.
Yeah.
Because for the most part, like, you're just gonna take damage immediately, and it's worthless. But yeah.
So protection is while surrounded by combatants.
Yeah, that's the other one that's like,
resistant
you should run that every time.
Yeah.
That's 15% damage reduction. That's just good.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you just run that on every prismatic class. It's just good. It's one of those, like, correct decision things. It's just like, if you're not running that, like, you're just kind of griefing a little bit.
Yeah.
But, like, that's basically in terms of, like, absolutely mandatory fragments on Hunter. I'm sure people in your chat are screaming Facet of Hope. I think that's the one that people run on.
I've seen one or two people say it, but not like...
Yeah.
It hasn't been screamed just yet, I don't think.
I think that one is very popular on Hunter for good reason as well, especially with Ascension. Because I could be wrong. Probably something needed for gifting conversion. Okay, yeah. Well, okay. Here's another thing. So the way Hoyle works, right, is when you use your ability, it empowers the other two and like they regen faster, right? Now, unfortunately, when you use your Ascension, like, it uses your class ability, right? When you use Ascension. I don't know if I told you that. But if you use Ascension, it uses your class ability. And also, like, on top of that, if you use Ascension and you have Marksman Dodge, for example, it will also reload your weapon. If you have Radiant Dodge, it will give you, and I think Allies Radiant, I'm not 100% sure on the Allies part, but I'm pretty sure it does.
Okay.
And similarly, if you use Gambler's Dodge, it will refund your melee. But
so you do the spin.
Count.
You do the spin, and it just gives it to you. It doesn't like make you also do another like dodge animation. You just do the spin and you get it. Okay.
Yeah, the spin effectively it effectively replaces your dodge.
Yeah.
Like, it uses up your dodge.
It's like a charge dodge.
It gives you the yeah. But it doesn't proc a lot of perks that come with. Like, it doesn't proc Hoyle, for example. It doesn't count as using your class ability for Hoyle. It doesn't give you, like, on the class item. Oh, I didn't get my secret item. On the class item, there are, like, mods that, like, give you stuff if you use your class ability. It doesn't work for any of those. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I accidentally didn't have well on.
I also did not see crash, so I'm not getting trouble.
So good. I'll make you guys radiant.
Guys.
Lock in. No, man. Guys.
Yeah, they're fixing Ascension in Edge of Fate. Like, it's going to count as a possibility for all intents and purposes.
Whoa, for Hoyle?
Yeah. For
nice.
Hoyle, I think it's gonna count, like, it's gonna work with all of the ability stuff, but I don't know. Maybe it's just oil, I don't know. But it's not gonna work in thing, but it doesn't matter. It's essentially so broken, it just doesn't matter. You just keep it, even though you're not getting the oil value. I don't know why that was relevant. But... Oh yeah, we were talking about fragments and you want hope. Yeah. I think hope gives you class ability regen when you have an elemental buff, which is, you basically always have an elemental buff, because you either have an overshield or restoration from orbs, or you have amplified, or you have woven mail. Wait, I think hope, I need to read hope again. It might be only light buffs they give it to you. I'm gonna forget. But either way, you want to run that because you get your ascension max faster, and more ascension means more invulnerability. There's more amplified. I don't have a lot of modes happening.
Sorry, I got 5 here. Do we have enough now? There we go. He's dead.
The other one that I would say is like most people use, but I don't think it's like super imperative, is Facet of Dawn, I want to say. It gives you Radiant on melees.
Okay.
That one's pretty good. Oh, Hope is any elemental buff. I just look at my console.
Bum bum bada 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 bum bada bada bada. I have a 29-22 helmet and a 24-26. Oh, that's strength, not int, actually. Never mind.
Your last fragment, there's so many you can run. There's actually a lot.
Maybe I'll leave that to him. I'll let him, like...
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Read them and...
Sure.
And digest or whatever.
I would say the ones that you should probably know about is Facet of Courage increases Goldie damage by 10%. You know Facet of Courage from the old stasis turret cook.
Don't talk to me about
it. Facet of Solitude is a way of severing. That's a way of getting a darkness debuff. Although I will say, Facet of Solitude can sometimes work on your teammates, which is so stupid.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Yep, you can debuff your teammates, which is, like,
big.
Actually hilarious, but, like...
Yeah.
That's a Destiny 2 moment.
Wait, does that work in PvP?
No, I don't know. Maybe. No, I doubt it.
I have a very specific, like... anti-cook that would require that to work in PvP.
Yeah, you should.
I will leave that one a mystery for now.
Ooh, another one is Facet of Command. This one is very niche. Freezing or suppressing a target reloads your equipped weapons. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Because
could be fun for the right weapons.
Well, the prismatic grenade, like on Hunter, that freezes. So if you're using a gun like Grand Overture, let's say, that gun, you barely have to reload it. But when you do have to reload it, it takes a really long time. If you use Facet, like I always use Facet of Command if I'm using Grand Overture, because you just have to freeze the boss one time and then you basically never have to reload. Which is like so awesome because you should already be throwing your prismatic grenade, your transcendence grenade anyway, because they do a lot of damage. Like the Hunter one especially does a boatload of damage.
Okay.
So Facet of Command is a nice one if you don't have that extra slot. I don't know if you talk to him about this, he would say like never run faster to command. There's always going to be like a better neutral game one, but
Oh
I
man.
don't know. I don't play enough Hunter.
Okay.
The thing with Titan and Warlock is you never have like a free slot. Like you're always using everything. I feel like. I don't know.
Okay, so those are the fragments.
Yep.
Before we get to weapons and armor. Wait, no, armor we've already decided is the class item, right? We're using the class item.
Yeah. Yeah, he's on a class item.
Yeah, so well. He's on a class item for neutral game. But
Yep.
he's on Celestial Nighthawk for damage. And
Yeah.
he's on if he's on Goldie. But if he's on Tether, what are the options for Tether hunters in terms of exotic armor?
For damage, like for during damage phase?
Yes.
Pretty much Orpheus rig.
What does that do? You know what? I'm gonna look at it in my collections just so I can recognize it as well.
Back.
Hunter. What is it? A chest? Oh,
It is
boots.
Boots. Yep, boots.
Ability energy for each target tethered. Mobius quiver has an additional shot.
Yeah, so this is not great.
Yeah, this seems kind
unless-
of ass.
Well-
No.
Well, okay. Think. Oh, dude. Wait, I'm just trying to think. Have you done a single raid boss that has any enemies around it? Like, I feel like.
Enemies around it.
Yeah. Okay. Think Atheon, for example.
Sure.
Yeah. There is like a constant stream of like Gemectans coming down
in the
stairs
sky.
with damage.
Yeah.
No. There's men like in the files, like down on the on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you have tether down there, like the enemies will wander into the tether, and then you get a bunch of super energy back, basically. So that's kind of cool, I guess. But that's basically it. Guys.
Okay. Yeah.
So like, it's kind of like, I don't know. Yeah.
Why does Hunter suck so much?
I think Bungie hates them. I don't know. Something like that. Like,
yeah, as they should, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. No, I don't know. It's like it's Nighthawk or bust. Often, like, yeah, you can just use like random class items during damage. I mean, like Joe Gemectin, like if you get to renewals, like you could put him on renewals for damage. I guess, like.
What is
to give your team
renewals? Aeon renewals?
No.
Did I make that up? Oh no, that's Aeon renewal is the that's the name of one of the set bonuses. Guys?
I believe renewal grasp.
I hope that's public.
The actual gosh.
Gosh? I'm pretty
Yeah,
confident
guys.
it is. I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Leaked. NDA.
Can you imagine?
Yeah, it's a class item thing. The gauntlets say your dust-filled grenades have a much larger effect radius. Allies inside the dust-filled grenade gain frost armor, and targets inside the area deal reduced damage.
Whoa.
So it's kind of cool. I think it just gives you the frost armor on the class item, but like, you know, that's an option you can do.
That was called renewals.
Yeah. Other one, Zathos in my chat makes a good point. Wait.
Oh, renewal
No,
grasps. Okay.
Cross made a good point. They said Knucklehead. Knucklehead is literally just free damage. That's kind of cool. It's not great, but like, it is free damage if they're on tether.
Okay, hold on. So renewal grasps was what is a dusk field grenade?
It's another type of grenade. It's a stasis grenade. It literally
Okay.
you throw it on the ground and it makes a dome of like ice, and enemies get slowed when they're in the dusk field.
Okay.
But renewals makes the dome, like your friends when they sit in the dome, they get.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the one that slows. Got it. Okay, so
People saying Foe Tracer, do not use Foe Tracer. That is insane.
they're throwing. Okay.
Yeah, so Foe Tracer gives you 4x surges under
Oh.
like some very specific circumstances.
Sanguine.
Which is just
goat?
useless because
Oh.
like Joe Fortnite should just be on Certarachnes during damage if he's going to use Foe Tracer, because like yeah he does 3% extra damage, but I'd rather be able to get 50% DR on tap. You know what I mean? Like you know, you feel me? Like Knucklehead is fine on like a final damage phase. Knucklehead is like an execute exotic. It does like more damage the based on the amount of like missing health.
Oh, that's quite cool.
Well, it sounds cool. It's the way it actually works is every percentage point under 30% health is 1 percentage point of extra damage, weapon damage. I think it's no, it might just be no, it's not just weapon damage, it's all damage. But
I can't find it.
Foe Tracer, it's no Knucklehead. Knucklehead Radar.
Yeah.
Knucklehead Radar is a helmet.
Like, oh, it's the very first one. I just was looking at the rest. Okay.
Yeah.
Radar while you're aiming down size, increasing
Radar is
damage.
gonna be...
Okay.
Yeah, so that used to be good, and then they nerfed it for PvP, and it nuked it in PvP. Because the way it works now, like the way it used to work was if an enemy was below 30% health, it would mark them. Well, I think it would mark them regardless, but if an enemy was below 30% health, you would just do linearly more damage to it, like based on its missing health below 30.
Yeah.
Now, when it gets below 30, it'll mark it for 3 seconds, and then you deal damage, the same extra damage you would normally do for those 3 seconds, and then it goes on cooldown for 5 seconds.
Huh? Oh my god.
And then after 5 seconds, it remarks for another 3 seconds, and then it goes on cooldown for 5 seconds.
That why, bro? Bungie,
it's a PvP nerf. It used to be broken in. It used to, well, not broken, but it used to be good in PvP, so they nerfed it. They gave it like a cooldown. I don't know if those numbers 3 and 5 are right, but
that's so weird. Like, that's just so weird. Okay, so so I get a 0 to, let's say, 29%. Well, let's just say 30. Yes, even though it's weird. 0 to 30% damage buff for 3 seconds every 10 seconds, let's say. So goofy.
Marks enemies for 3 seconds.
What should be 7-second cooldown?
I don't know what the cooldown is. It doesn't say on Compendium. I don't know what the internal cooldown is, but it's...
Cooldown removed, Pog, let's go. Can you imagine?
It's like 3 seconds, I think.
Okay.
It's... The thing is it's literally just free damage. Like, if you're on tether...
Yeah, it's a boost. A boost is a boost.
But honestly, dude, I would just keep him... Just to keep it simple, if anything, just keep him on Hoyle Cert.
I likely will. I also am enjoying learning, like...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Some of the options here, so...
Yeah,
I'll just try and be self-restrained and not overcook the pizza. One question I have is, you know how you can do Spirit of the Star Eater on the class item on Warlock? Yes. Is there any like stuff like that on Hunter that's valid, or is it not? That not never valid?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately, Haminator 100 got Star Eaters absolutely like nuked on Hunter. Thank you, Haminator. Actual fun.
All hail Haminator.
Yeah, no, there's nothing good with Star Eaters basically.
Yeah, I'm starting to see what you mean about Hunters really having a limited, just being limited.
Yeah.
Like in a really big way.
Yeah, I'm not kidding when I say if Notsov is a... Oh, dude. Why am I so...
Guys?
Weak? What's going on? Yeah, I'm not kidding when I say if not swaps the thing for day one, no one is playing Hunter. You will literally have your token Hunter for Tether. That's it. That is literally it. And at the first sign of we can track to the boss or like you know, we don't need a tether for whatever reason, the Hunter is swapping to Warlock probably. Like,
Thank you.
I don't know, it's kind of, yeah. We'll see though. Like, I'm making these statements and I could be completely wrong because, again, the sandbox is going to be very different. But
Yeah, but I also, like,
right now,
I have that recognition built in that, like, you're making a current assessment, and obviously I'm not going to be like, wait, but Bog said this. If it changes, like, that's the nature of the game, and that's
also,
actually the fun of the game in a big way.
Yeah. Also, I am just like guy on the internet, so you know.
Yeah. Maybe you're a dog on the internet, so you're more likely to be right.
Well, yeah, I get more leeway, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly that's true.
That.
Big facts. Guys,
Then someone can do a good captain.
still nothing? Oh, I guess we need 10 more. Be cool if there was like a visual tell for how close he was.
Yeah.
Like if the crystal like filled up or something, that'd be really cool. Because I feel like Bungie does that quite a lot, where there is actually a way that's sort of signposted to the player.
Narrator with Blade Barrage, like, I guess. But, like, then you're on Natty Solar. Like, why are we on Solar, you know?
Oh, is that not? I didn't cook it for long enough. There we go, pizza time.
Yeah, I mean, if you have any, like, I don't know.
Oh.
I'm... Ooh, hello.
Okay, so I was gonna ask about weapons, but then I got distracted by wondering whether there was any other specific exotic armor. But what I wanted to ask about weapons is... Actually, no, let me ask a different question first. Like, from the amount of like practice I've had on Lightning Surge, which is like, it's not tons, but I'm getting there. Like, I'm actively trying to use it as much as possible to like get better with that build. I'm starting to get a feel for like, okay, like honestly, even just remembering like, oh, I'm out of my melees, so I need to remember that I'm using my Hoyle to get my melees back. Like, I need to do that right now. In that same sort, and like the feeling of like, okay, like, if I don't have my melees, I'll probably have my grenade up, and if I don't have my grenade up, I'll probably have melees up, and like that kind of rhythm. Is there a specific rhythm to this build in terms of like, it's always going to feel like I do X and then I do Y and then I do Z, or not really?
Wait. Say that last bit again? I'm confused.
Like with this build, with the Sirotachnes build, am I like, is the like mental flow that I should be in of like, I mean, let me read it and like make a proposition, and you can tell me if it sounds like the right way to do it. So like, would I always use Ascension straight away as like the start of my like chain of actions, and then jolt enemies, get amplified, and then kill the thing I jolt to get invis, and then I like, and then what? Just shoot enemies, or like, is there like, should I be thinking of it more as like I should be using the melee, and then the ascension is actually like an escape card, or like that's sort of what I mean. Like, what's the like rhythm of the build, if that makes sense?
Dude, I'm not the right person to ask, unfortunately.
Okay, fair. That's
like,
fair.
I can tell you the things that it does, but like in terms of like the flow, like I really don't play Hunter
fair.
at all. So I can tell you like how I would approach it, but Ham will probably be like, well, actually, I'll do this, and I'll do this, and I want to do this. I don't know.
Mischief from my chat says Ascension's a good escape tool.
Yeah, like when you were reading that out loud, I was kind of playing through like a scenario in my head. Like if I was starting an encounter, right? I'm gonna melee first. Don't know why, it just feels like that's the thing to do.
Sure.
And if that kills something immediately, that's great. Because now I have a tangle, and now I can grapple off the tangle and not lose my grapple.
Okay.
John Fortnite might not be good enough at doing that, but he can do it once. Like, he won't be able to do, like, the... Oh, dude, I gotta show you some stuff, man. Cool stuff. But, like...
melee lets you summon up the ads and sever all of them. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
The melee just feels right. It's... Yeah. Like, when you were like, what's the, like, gameplay loop? I just, like, imagine myself walking into a room of enemies and, like, with everything up, what I would do. And I'm throwing my melee, either immediately grappling if it gets a kill, or since you're going to be in Master, like, that might not kill something. Yeah. So then I'm, like, I'm shooting the ads with a gun, and as soon as I start taking damage, I'm jumping and ascensioning to get myself the...
do you have to jump before you ascension? Like, that has to be airborne?
You can't... Yeah, it's an airborne move, yeah.
Okay.
And, like, preferably I ascension and it actually hits something, but if it doesn't, it's not a big deal.
Does it make you
By this point,
amplified regardless?
It makes you amplified regardless, but if it hits something, then it will jolt, and that'll, like, chain to enemies.
Right.
At some point, I am going to grapple to my tangle, and that'll give me Woven Mail. It's also going to unravel all the enemies, and then I'm just, like, killing ads. The thing that Hunter struggles with is killing major enemies, like big dogs, which is what I don't... Is Fortnite Joe going to have Lord of Wolves? Oh, man.
I've told him to get it, but I...
Because, like, Lord of
There's
Wolves
only
just,
so
like,
much
kind
you
of
can do
naturally...
Yeah.
Yeah, of course, yeah. Lord of Wolves just kind of naturally sits on Hunter. Oh, well, I've never seen Ham use it at all, actually, because he's always on Printer, but if he doesn't have Printer, like, Lord of Wolves just kind of makes sense, because it fills in the gap that you have on Hunter, where, like, you can't kill big guys, you don't have Syntho Lightning Surge or Consecration to kill big dogs.
Titan can consecrate, Warlocks can Lightning Surge, Hunters can die?
Hunters can, Gage? I mean, look, when you unravel and grapple melee and jolt and ascension and you use all that stuff, like, you can chunk through like big dogs. But...
It sounds like a cool chain. It sounds like a fun combo. Like,
yeah,
I kind of want to do it. Like, it sounds like mechanically fun.
It's fun. Yeah, it's fun.
But
other thing is, as I said, the melee.
Yeah.
It returns back to you, and if you catch, it's kind of like a boomerang. If you catch it, then it will reduce the cooldown on it. So that's another reason why opening with the melee is good. Because you throw the melee out, and then like you can catch it like after you've done all your other stuff, sort of thing. If it comes back to you the right time, of course. Yeah.
Is the melee something? Does it come back to you every kill, or does it seeks other enemies, and then when it's out of enemies, the track to it will come to you?
Yeah, it'll bounce around a few times and then it'll come back to you. I don't know if it does like all the enemies, but it'll like...
And do you have to like face it to get it to like catch, or does it just, if it hits you get it?
Yeah, when it'll come back to you and it'll make a sound. It'll make like a sound, and you have to click melee within like a second of that happening.
Oh.
But what you can literally do is you can throw the melee and then just spam the melee button. It doesn't have like a bad skill check like pass. It literally just goes, if you press the melee button in that zone, you will catch it.
Okay.
There's no like get wrong, sort of thing.
Yeah, we'll. There we go. I just realized he does this little, like, Witherhoardy animation thing when he TPs.
He's a little horde captain.
Oh, that, that makes a lot more sense, actually. Nice, Captain. Very nice. Bang, 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 bang. Like your melee severing.
Oh yeah, quiet. Yeah, Fortnite Dread definitely doesn't have choir. It's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Be another one.
Ascension's amplifying.
Like,
Mail
wait, does he have
seems-
multi-mac?
He will from Banshee, right?
Oh, he's
doesn't,
in.
Doesn't everyone get it from Banshee?
Yeah, but that's your big guy killer. It's Mickey.
Multi-Mac to
No,
kill
he's
big
big.
guys is just gonna plink
Yeah.
their kneecaps. It's not gonna do anything to them.
No, it has kinetic tremors. That's the whole point of the gun.
Isn't it still ass? I thought it was still
It's not.
cheeks.
It's still not. It's not great, but like, kinetic tremors puts that like DPS wise like at close to like a special weapon. Plus, remember, you're going to be unraveling and jolting the enemy, which is a lot of excess damage as well, right?
What does Jolt do to the enemy?
It does like periodic damage, and I think it gets accelerated when you damage it. I don't know. I forgot how Jolt works, to be honest.
Okay.
I think it's just damage over time, pretty much.
Lynn says, so your melee is severing, Ascension's amplifying, you're getting Woven Mail, so you're stacking tons of damage resist, but it's harder because other classes can hit one melee and just detonate the room. Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I can either eat lots of damage and live, or I can deal lots of damage and live, and I guess the other classes deal it, whereas the Hunter can eat it.
Yeah. No class is better for eating it.
Yeah.
It's not like it's you don't. I mean, like woven mail, bro.
Yeah.
You know.
I'm
Like,
gonna be right back 2 seconds. I'm just gonna refill my water.
No worries. Me too.
Okay.
Good point.
Water.
in town.
Gosh. Oh.
Hello, Captain.
Hello, governor.
Hello, Governor. Jubna, Jubna. Okay, so my weapons question was going to be weapons-wise. To what extent does this mean I want to be purposefully like equipping weapons that will give me elemental debuffs versus do you just not care because you get enough of it from your natural kit anyway that actually I should be just prioritizing weapons that do the best job doing what the weapons do, if that makes sense.
Well, let's just say Ham doesn't even run stylish, so I think you just run what's good. You don't think about it, because yeah, you get enough stylish from like Joshua ability, like your ability.
Just from melees, like sort of vibe, you know.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's not gonna have a great weapon selection. Legitimately, like, if he's on, like you said, Still Hunt, like, Still Hunt multi-mac and a machine gun is like, I'd like, sounds like a pretty good loadout, you know? But like, you know, if you need to change that, it's not gonna be because, like, I don't think you'll have to change that because he's getting cursed. Like, if anything, he could run a D-stave, like, machine gun, but like,
Yeah,
I guess he could run a
he's got
machine
one.
gun.
Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like, you know he has Still Hunt. Surely he can get a, Goose.
Mickey. It's a shame it's not marathon. I can't just lend him a gun. If only.
Keep going. Oh, muscles.
On and on and on and on. What's more important, the Hoyle or the Certarachnes?
The Cetarachnes.
Okay, so he should focus Certarachnes before we do any farming.
Or, I mean, I don't know. Maybe. The issue is, if you don't have Hoyle, like, you're kind of sucking it. That's another thing that I didn't talk to you about, is the crux of, like, the thing that makes that build tick, really, is this. I mean, it's the same for any prismatic build, but you really got to be getting your transcendence energy, because you really want to be, like, permanently, like, you want to permanently have transcendence, because transcendence is, it's 15% damage reduction when you have it on. And obviously, you know, you have infinite abilities.
So if he's using Still Hunt, then that is his second slot. So we're going to want to make sure that he's got Darkness and Light in his first and third. And he's going to get Darkness from his all the strand stuff, and he's gonna get maybe sunlight from jolting, maybe, but probably not a meaningful amount, I'm guessing. Good night, cats.
I forgot. Did I load you guys in?
Yep, we're in. You can join us.
Guys. Sorry, I'm like so spaced out today,
You're all good.
dude.
It's 3 days of this will do that to anyone, so don't feel bad.
Stockingtons.
Yep. Hunter makes darkness energy way easier than light. Got it. So
Yeah.
So
Which is
would it make sense for the LMG to be the light energy thing, and then use that to kill ads?
Yep.
Okay.
100%. Multi-Mac can be used on big guys to generate transcendence if needed, as well as orbs, because that'll give you both energy types.
Is this build going to be a kind of suck without orb printer?
No, I don't think so. He's on a machine gun. Like, that's pretty good.
Okay, I wasn't sure if like the orbs were like if you just don't have those, you're just like actually still screwed for damage resist. Like it's all well and good you resist it, but you can just never regen it, kind of thing.
Like, you don't need to be on orb printer perma to be like good on Hunter. It helps a lot. It's definitely a crutch. Like, it's nice.
Yeah.
You definitely don't need it.
Got it.
You have to be making orbs in other ways, basically.
Yeah.
So, siphons, multi-mac, the gauntlet mods, arm mods. But yeah, definitely hurts a bit. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Definitely hurts. But dude, like, if he's on a machine gun and he's just like a void machine gun with siphon mod, like, just killing her, like, I promise you.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, having
the
noob on a machine gun is like best case scenario. Honestly, like his damage is gonna be terrible. Like, don't get me wrong. He's like special weapon for damage, but
I mean, his damage might be okay. Like,
if you can hit his shots, then yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to get him to take a screenshot of his collections, like, tomorrow, so I can see all the stuff that he's got, and then in advance I can be like, okay, this man has 2 exotic guns, like, these are our options, and I can just, like, start to get a feel for that, like, how much breadth there is across his account, because, like,
yeah,
like, I don't know if there's gonna be a boss that's immune to snipers or something. Like, this game's weird. Does stuff like that sometimes. So.
Yeah. The game is weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember, the alternative of him was going to be no one damaging. So, you know, whatever he does is just bonus. Think about it like that, you know?
Yeah,
Think about
it's
that.
very
Like,
it's very true actually. It's so Mickey. It's five damaging is actually Mickey. It's fine.
yeah, it's going to be free.
Yeah.
You guys gonna...
It's gonna be
you guys
too
gonna
free.
Mickey it.
Minus
It's gonna be
60.
Mickey. It's gonna be way too... You guys might do it in sub 2 hours, Loki, the whole raid.
Yeah. We're gonna
Everyone in
fast.
chat's gonna be like, oh, guys? Guys?
I
My 48-hour content, what the hell?
What about my 2 streams, streamer? What happened?
What the hell?
Right, well, I'm loading into this one. Something I wish they would do, I wish I could stay in my menu without it moving me out of the menu while I was, like, loading into stuff. Just,
Yeah.
like, being in my vault and getting kicked out of the vault is so annoying.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Preaching to the choir, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, Captain.
Preaching to the choir, sire.
What is Red Death Reformed? Is that a energy weapon? I just did it again.
That is an energy primary exotic weapon.
Okay. Energy. Red Deathingtons. I do have it, okay.
Is that someone telling you to get that, or someone telling John Fortnite to get that?
It's just in the list of, like, the last couple of exotics that I don't have that are actually, like, any good. That was...
Just say, like, that gun is, like, fine, but not, like...
Not for John.
Not great.
Yeah.
No, but no, I thought someone specifically said that John should get it, because it literally, it does just heal you. So,
Oh, fair.
it feels like a thing. It's like, hey, you can't, you suck at the game? Here you go.
Yeah.
Healy gun.
Yeah.
But no.
Oh, so if you're on printer, you print orbs and then you just pick them up and just infinite still hunt from that.
Yeah, and if you're on cook, well, still hunt's in the same slot as printer. If you swap to still hunt, it will have an empty gauge. So like
So it's not actually that
not,
Mickey.
Not really, yeah.
Unless
Also,
someone else
you
is
need-
printing orbs for you.
You need 12 orbs to fully fill up still hunt. So
Oh, that's
like,
a lot. Wait, 12
Yeah, it's a
of
lot.
any kind?
12
Could that be 12 multi-mac
12
orbs?
Any orbs. Any orbs.
Okay.
12 any orbs.
That's still a lot. To be honest, that's still tons.
It's a ton, yeah.
Yeah.
It's more than you think, I guess.
No, I mean like with
I
like
make a bunch of orbs with like printer and multimac. No, you
no,
don't make
when you're multi-mac genning like a full mag I think is 2 orbs, right?
Maybe.
I think
is it even 2 orbs?
It might. I think.
I don't think it is.
I think it was for Rolk,
Maybe?
but I could be mistaken.
I've used my multimac a lot, and I do not think it's 2 orbs. I'm gonna keep it a Stackington.
Fair. Does this encounter
But,
not give you boots?
It does. Ooh.
It
If you don't have
does?
them unlocked in collections, then you might not get them.
Oh, that's why I'm getting 0 boots. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
That's rough as well, because
If you want, we can do a full run. On
I'd
normal.
actually... Yeah, I think that would be useful,
we should do
because
that, we should do that.
I'm, because I'm on Warlock, like, it's extremely unlikely that I'm going to have an exotic boot on. So, getting the max...
Bootsy Assembler, woo!
Lunar Factions, woo!
No, Bootsy Assembler is going to be meta, like, actually.
Wait, really? What is that? I thought you were memeing.
So, Bootsy the Assembler, when you're standing in a rift, I think it has to be a healing rift or well, it sends out
Men?
it sends out little men that like seek your teammates and give them a Blessing of the Sky buff, which is a 35% weapon buff that replaces the Well of Radiance like weapon buff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy OP. What, 35? What the hell?
Yep. Yep. Now the reason people don't use it is because the Seekers do not trap anyone that's sitting in a well. So like, you know,
kind of defeats the point.
That's one of the things they're reworking. Or not reworking, but like they're adding that to the boots.
So they will track the well now.
Yep, they will track people in well. So
Wow.
you well with Boosted Assembler on, it's basically just going to give your team that like extra like 10 percentage points buff.
Ooh.
Periodically.
23, 29.
It's going to be better than Sanguine. Like on one person at least. Like you want one person running Boosted Assembler. Okay, so
That's another good roll.
I'll just launch us into a normal grasp. Oh, never mind, I can't. You have to do it.
Am I team captains that way?
Yeah, you're Jonathan Johnson.
I'm Jonathan Captainson.
You're Captainson Johnson Jonathan's.
Where is Jonathan Captainson?
Grasp. It's on Cosmodrome.
Oh, right. Yeah, I found it. Okay.
Just do normal.
Okay. Yeah, I keep getting like 23 29s. I've got a 29 22, a 24 26, and a 23 29. Which are all okay, but none of them are really the pizza that I'm looking for, you know?
Yeah, no. Yeah.
But that one is pretty good. 23 29 is pretty nice. A built int.
Blinky, blinky, blinky. Healing Rift makes healing seekers, Emp Rift makes damage buff seekers, Well makes combined seekers, yep.
Oh. Well, they heal and give the damage buff. Mickey.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty good. Again, people didn't use it because, like, you don't get it in the well, so it's like, you would have to well, and then everyone would have to stand out of the well to get them, and it's just like, bruh, really?
Yeah.
They're also just kind of, like, inconsistent, right? It's not like a big circle you stand in and get the buff the whole time. They're little jamotives that, like, have to track to you and then hit you.
Yeah.
And then, like, if they run into a teammate on the way to you, then the teammate will eat it, and it's just like, yeah. But if it works in a well, then either you have the well buff, the 25%, or you get lucky and a Seeker hits you and you have the 35%. So, like, on average, you're going to be getting, like, a 30% buff, I would say. Like, just around.
Wait, just in response to Lynn's question, is Gallicati from this? Where do you get that? Do you remember?
Am I allowed to answer?
Yes. Yeah. I don't care about. It is from stuff in here.
Yep.
Should we do that now? Is it easy to do?
I mean, if you want, sure.
I think I'm not caring about solving. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong.
Kind of fun. I mean,
Oh, that was such a satisfying escape. God damn. I guess I'll just jump along the cliff, guys.
alright, Captain. First one's here.
I'll be there in an hour, guys.
There's treasure here. There's got to be.
I'm not saying you should do it, but it's a thing you can do in fresh runs. I think if it's easy to do, like, is it gonna add meaningful amount of time to what we're doing?
Nah.
It should be. I think I remember it saying it's pretty quick. No.
Come to me now! Yes, yeah, it's quick,
Yeah. Okay. We can.
Yeah.
Do I need to pull the I'll pull my galley and get it equipped or anything,
I
or
don't even think you need to do that, but I mean, you can.
why is this Jemecton strong?
This is the guy. This,
Oh, well, he pooped out an
this is
engram.
on Fortnite. Yeah, you need those.
Oh,
I don't know where you
it went in
go
the
with
it went in the hole. So
Oh, that's okay. So I have 7 riches. I have no idea where to go. Looks like Lynn knows where to go. Oh. Select loot.
requires
so
burden of
blindfolding
riches.
This,
Guys,
blindfolding this would be insane. Oh yeah, no, I did it. Don't worry. Oh, you can. Come. He's
oh, is
back.
he respawn?
Jemecton Joseph is back. Yep.
Jemecton Joseph. Do we know how many I need? Is it just one? One
No,
marks.
just get a bunch.
Yeet. Okay, just gave me glimmer. Is that's normal?
Yeah, I think I already did. I think I already did it. To be honest, I already did the thing. Did it say anything in the bottom left?
To be honest, I wasn't looking. I'm not sure. Hotsin says it's normal for it to, as is. So.
Yeah, like I.
Oh, I
Yeah,
might need the quest.
Oh, do you not have the quest?
I don't know. Let me take a look. Oh, not looking good. How do I get the quest?
No idea. I think you get it from Zerman in the horsey place. Wow, I'm so helpful, aren't I?
Sure hat.
Is it Sean? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure it's Zerman. It's definitely Zerman. Go to the Star Horse. I think. Chat. Am I cooked? Because it's the 30th anniversary, so it's definitely a Star Horse guy.
Catalyst is unmarked. What does that mean?
Oh wait, dude. Are you going to do the dungeons for Rite of the Nine? Are you going to do them? Yes or no? Right now. Not right now, but like, are you going to do them?
All of them, or I might.
You can get Hierarchy of Needs, the Navigator, and Galahorn Catalyst from just running those dungeons.
Is it like one run will give me one?
One
of those
run will give
rewards?
you one. Yes, I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Wait,
Mickey.
chat,
So I just need to. Is it one per week, or is it just one?
Well,
Well, it'll be one per character, probably.
I don't know that part, to be honest. Oh, you only get one? No, I got multiple. I definitely got multiple. Didn't? Maybe. No, yeah, I definitely got multiple on my alt account. You get 2 of 3.
Well, I've already got one of them.
You already have one of them?
As in, because I've already done prophecy, and then I picked the thing that I think whatever the one that was not hierarchy. Well, navigator, I think it was.
Yeah. Okay, then we should do Galley Cody.
Yeah. Okay. Because then I can get hierarchy from the thing.
Yep.
Okay.
So
I don't need a quest, correct? We've established, or no? I'm worried that chat is misinformationing us by saying you need a quest.
Just go to Zer. I'm pretty sure you need a quest. Just go to Johnson. Go to the Star Horse guy. Trust.
Let me pass leader to one of you then.
Zer doesn't have leader? You don't need quest.
Okay.
Well, We can just ban everyone in your chat who's saying that you don't need a quest if there is a quest
Yeah,
and we don't.
we'll be doing that, and we will be holding a comedic ceremony in the name of Hot Sins permaban.
Meeting ceremony. Whoa! I don't know where the next Jamokton is though. So, Gage.
You got the catty earlier tonight, Chloe. It's just the chests. Okay, Mickey. Thank you, Chloe.
Yeah, I believe that. If there was a quest, it would be at Jamekton Droth, I think. But yeah, I don't know.
Confirmed in Arrow's guide.
Hierarchy without caddies. Yeah, but like, he's gonna need to get hierarchy at some point, you know?
Yeah,
and like, you might as well get it from a non-RNG source than an RNG source.
Yeah, and I'll probably get the catty from all the nightfalls we keep doing and stuff. So like,
yeah. Mickey bro.
Second chest is in the room before first boss. Is that this room? I feel like that might be this room. Nuh-uh.
Wait, what did they say?
Room with broken bridge. Okay. Just where the next chest is.
Right.
Oh, guys! Guys!
Dude, I wish I watched you do this blind. This is such a fun dungeon to watch people do blind.
Yeah,
There's so much like tomfoolery. Oh, look,
Yeah.
Jamekton Joe's here.
Oh yeah. So it's where Jamekton Joe spawns you.
Yeah.
Gives you the indication. Jamekton Joe, give me an engram. You fool!
Oh, sorry.
Wait, how did that not give me the engram?
Well, you know.
Guys? There we go.
Lynn is on the ball.
Yeah, Lynn's my
Lynn's
goat.
locked. Lynn is locked.
My goat. Thank you, Lynn. Yoink.
You recovered looted fragments. I looted fragments. Yay.
Looted fragments. I'm so dead here for sure. Yay. Nice. It's posting cat too. Okay. Yeah. Plenty of time to hang about.
Dude, that was so funny. That was so funny when you did that guy's voice. It was like New Zealand, South African, and then it just started like getting like a tint of French, and I was like,
Yeah. Chest will be on the roof of middle building in the cannon encounter. Okay, thank you. Roofingtons.
muscles.
And that next one is the last one. Nice. Okay. Big.
Yeah, it's pretty chill.
Do I have to do the prophecies? Not prophecy. The Right in the Nine stuff on Ultimate to get
Probably.
the thing. Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Oh. Gosh.
There are muscle men here, bro. Crazy.
Muscle Mennington. Oh, he's coming, he's coming. Oh.
Nice,
Mickey. Give me the boots.
Really good
That's
boots,
a
really good
freaking class item, god damn it.
No, man.
No, man.
Oh.
That's bad luck. Yeah, this is a cool dungeon. Such a different
Where's the
vibe.
next Jumecton? Yeah.
Next Jumecton is last Jumecton.
Oh, it's post encounter 2. Yeah, Lynn said it. Dude. Oh, how did you like this part, by the way?
This bit?
You know when I was trying to go for Solar Force, this is the only thing I ever died to, and I died to it 8 times.
Really?
Yep.
The
crazy thing is, every time I died to it, I like practiced it, and then didn't matter. I just kept choking, bro.
I had a green sparrow on. I'm pretty sure. So.
Oh, dude, that makes it so hard.
That
like, actually.
Yeah, I can't. Chad, did I change it up in the end? I can't remember. I think I might have done because I was just like, this is fried.
That would have actually been really hard, yeah.
Oh, and I was minus 60. What was I? Minus 60 light and 0 resil? I don't know. I was like, I made it so that basically if I took like 2 shots from the dregs, I died. It was painful.
Dude.
It was fun though. Made it a fun challenge.
Dude, I did it. So I tried to do a challenge where I was on a new, like a fresh account, and I tried to do every single dungeon on every single character back to back, like in 24 hours on the new account.
Yeah.
And this one, I was like 9 dungeons deep, and I died on the sparrow part in this part because I had a green sparrow, like I had a terrible sparrow, and I completely forgot. It didn't even register until I started driving. And I'm like, wait, why am I so slow? And then it was just cooked. It was just cooked.
No man.
Cooked. Yeah. And we had the Theorycraft Sparrow section of this, the hardest part of the dungeon. I don't know where to go. I'm lost. I don't know.
You need to do master with many modifiers to tier 4, which means you need to be like 350 power. I mean, I think we can. I don't know if anyone's done this. I think you can do a pretty sort of like rough calculation to understand what power you're likely to be able to get to in 4 days. Because if you assume that the campaign is going to spit you out at 200, which is, I think, a reasonable starting assumption, and then just map rough amount of encounter time to like engrams gained, and just figure out a very hand wavy X amount of time equals Y power gain, and then go from there. I think it's doable.
Yeah, that's some nerd shit. I'm getting 364 guaranteed.
Okay. Listen, I mean, if you're 364, then you can get in GMs. You can get in GMs, then you can get tier 5s.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I've been saying.
That's extremely bullish for you, but that's
all these people that, oh, you can't do this. And
such as
every time
Bungie.
every time someone tells me what I can't do, I do exactly that. That's all I'm saying.
That's
okay?
bad. Yeah, I mean, listen, if there's anything I've learned from playing with Bearkey, is that I'm the same way.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, don't tell me that I can't do this encounter because I refuse to do it. It's too boring.
Yeah, this encounter is very boring. I'm not a fan.
So boring. Yeah, this actually like kind of ruins the dungeon for me.
Yeah, valid.
The first and the bosses are so good for like damage testing and stuff. It's actually awesome. Because the final boss just stands still kind of, and it's like a nice damage phase, and he has like a decent amount of health. And Greg is like used to be a good damage test, but now he just cooks you. But like, I like testing on Greg still because it's so fast to get to there from a fresh, and it's so fast to get to damage. And he's a big guy, so you can shoot like you can't miss basically. Yeah, Lynn is carrying us. I feel bad.
Yeah, I was about to say we're both ADHD running right now. How do we cook the pizza? Where do we need to go?
We wanna go to the next thing. So wait, it actually could be here. So
okay,
we should actually pause. It's not here. It's over there.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, this was one of the parts of the dungeon that I got the most stuck on, because I didn't know that you could hold down scorch cannons. So I was just stuck for ages, like, not knowing how to get in the teleporters. I didn't know that the hold down thing was even a feature.
That's so funny.
It's pretty rough.
I bet your chat was molding. That's hilarious.
Yeah, I suspect that they were.
We're like, guys, what the hell?
Yeah.
Guys. When we
I don't think we know enough about Power Grind to know how high we can get. I don't know if I agree with that, Spider.
Oh, I know.
Because...
Oh, I know.
Like, Scarrow's mentioning pretty hard plateau, but Scarrow is... And this isn't a dig, but he's
a noob.
He's a noob. He is... as far as I understand it, he's making that call based on conversations with the devs. But I also had those conversations with the devs, and the devs were not saying, like, at X number Y will happen. They were just saying it's going to take people a pretty long time. But if there's anything I know about devs, it's that when they think things are going to take people a long time, they don't take people a long time. So yep. I really think there's a world where, like I think I understand what the plateau is. I think that the plateau is that your powerfuls go from a 5 delta to a 3 delta at the higher difficulties. And so if you just assume the 3 delta for everything, you get the most pessimistic outlook of what the delta what your power gain might be per minute. And then that just gives you a ballpark estimate.
But like my thing would be, like, are we getting 1 powerful per thing, and is it RNG?
No,
like,
it's signposted. And Spider, it says in the UI how much power you're getting per completion. So there's a little, like, forgive me if I'm telling you something you already know, Spider, but there's the little green arrow is the power delta on the engram you're going to receive. I can pull up the screenshot if it will help just indicate it, because it's not very well signposted in the UI, but that information is there.
Oh, what am I doing, man? I don't know why, but I decided to go to where you were instead of where Lynn was.
And Killer, you're just spreading misinformation. You're saying they said nobody's hitting 400 by mid-season, but the power cap is 450 for mid-season. So it would make no sense for there to be a power cap that nobody is going to reach, and then to raise the power cap. Like, it's just wrong. Like, the devs did not say that. Or at least none of the devs I spoke to said that. You don't get how it will scale as we get higher or different activity levels. I'm fairly confident that it goes from a 5 power delta in the early difficulties to a 3 power max delta in the higher difficulties. Bungie dev said that? Oh yeah, I just wasn't at Bungie, you're right. My bad. I didn't speak to any devs there. Yeah, my fault.
Come on, Milo.
Yeah, I should have locked in. I think it was a dream. My bad, dude.
Yeah, you just imagined it all. I can't believe you'd hallucinate that. That's crazy. But like, wait, like, and if this is a question you can't, like, are you allowed to answer any questions or no?
Yeah, I can.
Like, is it like, do you get to pick what you get, I guess, is the thing. Because one of the really frustrating points about Power Grind in the past has been, you get the same piece over and over and over and over again, and then you don't actually get any
Hold on,
power.
I wanna just prove this guy wrong and then ban him real quick. This is gonna be satisfying for me, so just give me a second. I can literally just prove him wrong in
Guys.
like in a very, very limited amount of time.
That's awesome.
This is gonna be fun. Destiny 2 new seasonal model. Let me just get the graphic to prove you wrong. Wonderful, wonderful, what a wonderful world. Open image in new tab. Okay. So this mid-season is a month and a half. Yep. So you're wrong. So this season blue season goes to here, available December 2nd. Seasons are 6 months. Half of 6 is not 1.5. So when you're saying mid-season and you're saying the devs definitely said this and I can prove it, you're out of your mind because that's not how it works. Okay? And you're spreading misinformation on the internet and it's annoying. So, goodbye. Okay, moving on.
6 divided by 2 equals 1.5.
Like, right.
Guys.
Like, I'm fine with people making mistakes. It's annoying when people are so confidently wrong. Like,
yeah.
Don't spread misinformation in my chat, please. Where is my Aletha name?
No, but Milo, like,
yes.
he's sure that the devs said that. Like,
yeah.
Come on.
And I wasn't at Bungie, also.
Yes, you weren't there.
Yeah.
You weren't there.
That
6 divided by 2 isn't 3. Come
Correct.
on now.
Yeah. I have a Scorch
gotta log
cancellation
in.
to finish that, hopefully. Lynn, how should I get... How should I get
Lynn
there?
is locked. Lynn is locked.
Yeah, she's on
Lynn
the
is
ball.
locked. You might want to just use your muscles. Locally.
Yeah, I'm thinking that might be the case.
Like, if you muscles it, then it's Mickey. If you just come over, like... But yeah, what I was saying, like, do you know that, like, one of the issues with Power Grind in the past is it was very, like, random. Like, you would just get a helmet 3 times in a row, and you wouldn't actually gain any power, for example. Like, are they addressing that?
Yeah, because if you're, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Let me activate, let me complete this task that I'm doing here so I can think about what I am and I'm not allowed to say, and then...
Yep.
Well, I think it's fine, but...
It's like...
Bog, stop stealing my engrams!
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. They're just all going into you.
I'm just so hungry for my riches.
Yes. Tasty riches. Tasty.
If you don't lose it in this little sucker.
Alright. So I'm looking for a chest, yeah? Chesticles.
We might not have enough time, Captain.
Oh no, I got time. Wait.
Captain?
Oh, Captain. 3, 2, whoa! Made it. Muscles. Oh wow, Gallagher Catalyst.
Wait, that is so free. That is insane, actually.
Wow.
Oh wait, did you get your loot, by the way? Did you get your looties?
Yes, I got a chest, unfortunately.
Did you get boot? Oh. It's okay, you get boots from the final boss, surely.
Yeah, streamer loot. Streamer loot will save me. Lynn, thank you for being so locked. That was so helpful, thank you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Strider makes a good point. I think you should actually have asked the chatter for day 1 strats before you ban them.
Yeah.
The info.
Well, no, because I could have asked them for the strats, and then I would have known what not to do. So it would have really helped clarify things.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, I hit my head on the ceiling. My bad, dog.
Oh, I'm being told that the boots do not drop on final.
Oh no, man.
No, wait, no. Surely not. No, surely they do. No. We'll just do it anyway. It takes 2 seconds.
Well, if they did drop on final, I would have got them by now. No.
no, like, it's weird. And I don't even know if this works, by the way, so take this with a grain of salt. But
Sure.
I'm pretty sure the way
You're
it
banned
works
if you're wrong.
is when you... Oh, gosh. When you farm an encounter, like we've been farming Master Grasp,
Yeah.
After your first initial clear of the week, every subsequent clear is like it's like a farm clear, and you can only get drops that you've already gotten that are in your collections from that, like those subsequent
If you
clears.
farm it. Like if you're
Yes,
checkpointing
if you
it.
farm it.
Okay.
Yeah.
But now because we've done a full run... Oh wait, we haven't done any we've been doing Master Grasp, so this is regular Grasp.
Yeah, this is regular, yeah.
So this is a new... I haven't done this encounter this week, as far as the game is concerned. Yeah? Is that right?
Someone's saying that they got Grasp here. Also, I'm pretty sure the person who said that you can't get boots here also said that you can't get boots on the Master Grasp, which is wrong, so... Because I've gotten so many of them, so... We should just do this. It might as well. It's not like... Well... Takes like 2 seconds.
Yes.
We can... I don't know. I'm pretty sure we can also then do Master of the first 2 encounters. And that might also have additional drops.
Someone in my chat said it drops on first and third. It might not drop on second for the boots.
Oh, okay.
So we could just
Well,
do
then we can
first.
do a Master Greg. Yeah.
Yeah, Master Greg on
Greg.
the 3 characters maybe.
Well,
Like
other
if I-
characters aren't gonna
Oh,
help you.
that'll be the
Or it
wrong-
has to be specifically your Warlock boots.
Come on, game, give me the booties. You've banned 11 people on YouTube today, Olivia. What is wrong with what's wrong with Olivia? I mean, everyone's asking that question, but what's wrong with
Olivia.
YouTube?
Crazy.
What are they doing wrong? Why is it is actually wild how YouTube chat is just so often full of just absolute gremlins. Like, I don't understand it, man.
I don't dual stream.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's probably for the best. Like, save yourself the
So many
grief.
people are like, why don't you just dual stream, bro? It's free money. You stream on the other thing. And it's like, that's not actually how it works. Like,
Happiness. Like, that's why.
I don't know.
Okay.
I've heard like, like Ludwig. He's like, that guy is like, do not dual stream. It ruins everything. I'm like, okay. This guy seems to know what he's talking about, so I'm gonna listen to him.
Yeah, it depends what you're doing and what you're doing it for. There's
Well, yeah.
there's definitely some nuance to it, I think, but yeah,
Yeah,
there's a strong argument to be made not to. I 100%.
Sorry, when I say that, I mean like when he says that, he's saying like if you are like a Twitch streamer and you've always been a Twitch streamer and your audience is on Twitch, then like dual streaming can like split your audience, just like a weird dynamic.
Yeah.
And it's not just like only positives like it might seem. I have a sword on. Hello.
Yeah, I had the same problem. I'm out of Queenie.
That's okay.
Oh, we're on standard,
I
so
think we killed the boss.
yeah, we easily kill. Give me boots.
Come on, boots.
I got double hand cannon, bro. Oh my god.
No, man.
Why?
Ooh, I got
God roll.
Alright, let us into Master Michael.
Master Michael. Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
we'll
sir.
do Gregory's.
The map is not available here. I have to orbit us. Start streaming on TikTok. I actually did Black Ops 6 Zombies TikTok streams for a bit just to test it out, and it just kept getting, like, my account basically kept getting banned because I was streaming gore because it was zombies dying, so I had to stop. It was pretty rough.
Guys?
Yeah.
That's actually hilarious.
Yeah, it's so dumb. They warned me in advance. They were like, yeah, this might happen. And I was like, all right. And then I did it. And they was like, oh, okay, that's... My stream's been, like, shadow banned. Great. Thank you. Thank you, TikTok. Very
That's
cool.
awesome. That is awesome.
Cosmodrome. Grasp.
Wait till they learn Marathoner's blue blood. It's over.
Well, blue blood is good. That stops me getting demonetized. That's a good thing.
True, true, true.
It's one of the...
okay. So, sorry.
No,
Gotta get you back on track. The
Yep.
RNG drops. What is the... What are we saying, huh?
Huh? I feel like I've just been approached in a dark alley by the RNG drops.
You were gonna tell me about the power grind and the RNG drops.
Oh, gosh.
And you were like, let me just finish my catalyst. And now, are we dodging the question? Is that what's happening?
RNG drops.
Like, when you power grind, you're like...
Yes,
Yeah.
as it stands right now, you get a powerful drop, and that means that drop has a delta relative to your other slots. And there's various tricks that people would currently use to try and fill in the gaps, right?
Yes.
What you're going to be able to do in the portal is there are going to be specific powerfuls that will be they'll basically be focused, like it's as if you've focused a armor piece.
Dude,
so you'll be able to just
that is awesome.
Yeah. So if you know that your boots are 7 delta behind, you can do an activity that will definitely give you boots, and then that will slingshot your boots up. So you can kind of catch up mechanic your own gear slots, if that makes sense.
That means there's skill gap in power grind as well. Crazy!
Yeah, there's room for you to optimize it.
I love Bungie.
Bungie.
Did I ever tell you how much I love Bungie?
On a regular basis, you tell me how much you love this game, and on a regular basis, you tell me how much you hate this game. So, yes.
The duality of man.
Yeah. Looked at another example, and I'm clueless. Fallout got +4 gear at 300 power in master mode. Yeah, you can get 3 to 5 spider, and it's dependent on the difficulty you set it to. So I'm gonna guess that Fallout in that clip is my guess is that he was at a B+. But you tell me if I'm wrong. If it says his difficulty, if it says his difficulty score, I think they call it, or his forecast. I call it metal rank. That's the easiest way for me to convey it.
So, again, if I ask you a question, you obviously just tell me.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna answer that. But
that was A tier.
Did you figure this all out just by playing the game?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know the normal game well enough to have asked the devs the right questions when I was at the event. So I was I was just desperately being like, what the hell is this? How does this work?
That's awesome.
So Spider, what I think that means is that because what I have spoken to Scarrow about is that I think it's 3 to 5 is the delta in the lower tiers, and then as you get to the higher tiers, it goes from 3 to 5 to 2 to 4 to 1 to 3. So it shifts down 1 as you go up the tiers, and that's your exponential curve, fall off, right? That's your plateau. So it might be that what you found is actually just the perfect example of the first difficulty at which your max powerful drop is no longer a 5 powerful, but it's actually a 4 powerful. And so it sounds like that would start at master. Which makes sense, because then at Grandmaster it would be maximum +3 and minimum +1. And that the minimum would be if you set your difficulty score to like a D. But that's probably what that is.
So wait, until I'm at 400, let's say, until I'm at 350 is the golden ticket number, I think. No.
Yes. 350 is Mickey Jamecton.
I can load into the 400 thing and get tier 5s.
As long as what Spider's found in that screenshot is accurate, because I was under the impression you needed to be 400, but I think I've been disproven by the screenshot.
Yeah. It's okay. It happens to the best of us, Captain.
Yes, sir.
But so okay, up to 300, am I getting +5s, or am I getting +4s, or am I getting +3s, or is it like a random?
Wait.
Or
Okay, so to be clear, you're talking about power delta, not tiers, correct? When you're saying 5s here.
I'm talking about power delta, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
+5, yeah.
So
Is
if
it guaranteed +5s if I crack out, or is it random?
it's guaranteed. It says in the UI before you even do the activity. I mean, it's guaranteed if you perform. If you don't perform in the activity, you'll get worse stuff. I can't exactly remember off the top of my head now what the worst is, but it is skill based.
Are you guaranteed to get 1 powerful per activity completion? I don't know if you're allowed to answer that, but
More than 1 if you do one that gives you more than 1.
But if you're focused, then wouldn't it give you like a duplicate, so it'd be useless, or?
No, it would. I think it gives you. I could be wrong, but I think it gives you one of the focus ones, and then I think the other bonus drops are just generic, like essentially world drops that are powerful. If that makes sense.
But that part is random.
The bonus drops that you get, yes, those are not the same as the focused drop.
So there is RNG. No, man!
Well, there's RNG in the sense of, there's RNG of, like, will I get a helmet or a chest, but there's not RNG in the sense of, will this be a powerful drop?
Yeah, right. But I'm saying, like, if you had, like, generational bad luck, and you focused chests, and you got, the world drop was also a chest, then you effectively got 1 drop. Whereas if you're lucky,
yeah.
if you have streamer luck, then you get arms, then you effectively get double the amount of power than if you got unlucky.
So here's where I'm not sure if it would be accurate to describe it as double. I don't know whether the delta is calculated at the time of pickup of the drops or at the time of before the activity, and that changes things slightly, because if it's at the time of you starting the activity, then you'll pick up a powerful, and then technically your power will be higher, but you'll still be getting a powerful drop that would be based on your original power level. Whereas if it got him down. If it's sequential, then it will be giving you a delta of, like, let's say your power is 12, and then you pick up one of the drops, and then suddenly your power is 16, and then it gives you a delta 5 from power 16, then it could slingshot you even further. And I'm not sure which of the two it does. I just don't know how the game is going to process, like, those sort of sequential drops. Also, did I even get anything from this, bro?
You must have already done this if you didn't get a drop.
What the hell-y?
Oh, man.
No, man.
Yeah, this might be chalked for your
Or did I get a class
boots.
item? I don't know what the...
Oh.
I don't know what's happening here right now. I just know I'm being trolled by the game.
I think it's over for you, Captain, because you've already done everything now.
Yeah. No boots for me, I guess.
GG. You have to get them from the seasonal sucker.
Is that... trying to think if there's any other method here that we haven't thought of for me to get these booticles.
I think if we do a seance, then potentially...
Yeah.
So I could cook up a little thing that calculates how like the amount of power delta you get like on average per hour.
Yes, I think that is a totally viable calculation. I'm sort of surprised that like someone hasn't done that yet, because it's going to be quite an interesting number. Like,
yeah,
it will very quickly look like either a manageable number of hours or a completely unmanageable number of hours.
Yeah, I mean the time modifier that they put on stuff was like. Are you allowed to say what that was? I don't know.
Yeah. Like
10 minutes or something, 15 minutes. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's basically just like it's not a scaling thing. So long as you're under the threshold, and the threshold is fairly forgiving.
Right.
So long as you're under the threshold, you just get that bonus. But if you miss that threshold, then you will be missing your score forecast, and so you will not be getting your max gear.
Right. Well, then I guess the question then is like, what is the average length of one of those activities?
And the good news is that the portal tells you.
Right.
It gives you an estimate of the amount of time that you spend, and it gives you it tells you how many drops that you're going to get from it, and that varies depending on the length of the encounter. So for longer encounters, they give you more drops, and I have a bunch of data of what the menus look like, so I can very easily be like, this is a 10-minute activity and it's giving me 1 drop. This is a 40-minute activity and it's giving me 3 drops. But I know that I can speedrun the Whisper Quest faster than I can speedrun XYZ. So it's not a 40-minute drop, or 40-minute activity. It's actually 20 minutes. So if I can get 3 drops every 20 minutes, then that's going to be my fastest activity completion to get those drops. And then it's a question of what the power is going to be on those drops and at what difficulty I'm going to be able to do the activity, etc.
Okay. Assuming non-sequential.
Yep. Yeah. Which is more likely, I think.
If you get 3 drops, then wouldn't it be more optimal to do the 1-drop activities?
Perhaps, because then you would be able to make a curated decision about, if you then ended up with a hole, you could fill that with a curated, like a focused drop from somewhere else. And you would have that agency over that, as opposed to just doing the random thing. But then the equation becomes, do you want the faster, like if you've got a really fast funnel that gives you multiple drops, it might be that funnel is still better than you curating it, just because of the overall time saving. Like the randomness will just pad itself out and you'll be fine. As long as you don't get like crazy unlucky for like hours. So, yeah, I think it could go either way. It would just be a question of doing that calculation for both scenarios and then looking at how they each look. Also, if you want to go back to the last encounter here and keep farming, I'm down. Like, we don't have to just hang around.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay.
I was starting a spreadsheet to do the math.
Okay.
Because I don't know. That 364 number I threw out was just like a...
That was the seance. The prophecy.
That was the prophecy, you know?
Yeah. And
I bet, dude, what if I do the calculations and it lands literally exactly on 364?
It would be crazy. You ready for me to join you?
Yeah, I'm good. The way you have described how it works, I already feel confident in that you will be able to get past 300 at least before day 1.
I mean, let's do a very, very crappy, rough calculation now. So that's basically what you're asking is, will you be able to get 100 power levels in 3 days, right?
Yeah.
And let's assume that you're getting a 3 power delta from each engram you get. And let's assume best case scenario, literally best case scenario, right? You get, let's say it's 3 power from every engram, and let's say, how many slots do you have? I guess it's 8 slots, right? It's your Does
Oh,
power
dude, wait,
is power
can you-
based on your weapon power as well, or is it just your gear? I can't remember.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Wait, is everything okay?
Holy moly.
Holy moly.
Okay, wait. Okay. So you have to like if we do this. Hold on. I'm just gonna like. You might have a better way to do this. Are you
Yep.
like are you? I'm just like the way I'm doing it on the spreadsheet. I think is like a good way of visualizing it. But you might have a better way to do it. But let me just do this real quick.
Yeah.
So, the way it calculates the delta, I'm assuming, is from your average gear. That's how it's always worked.
Yeah.
Correct me if that's wrong, but so let's say we start at fresh, right? We're all on 10.
Yeah.
The optimal way to focus is to just focus whatever is the lowest, right? Like if all of my
I think
pieces
it's-
are
I
if
I
all
think
of my
it's gonna
pieces
be-
are 100 and my boots are 90, then I should focus my boots because it'll give it the most amount of boost. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Oh, do you think is the delta going to be per like piece?
I believe it's delta from your average level. I believe.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So
So yes.
when focusing, it's optimal to go to the lowest piece. So I wonder if there's a better way to do this, but like you can kind of see what happens. Like on the first piece, if you go from 10 to 15, the average doesn't even go up by 1. So the next thing is also going to be +5, so 15. But then it goes up by 1, so the next piece will be 16. And then it goes up by 1, so the next piece is going to be 17. And then it's going to be 17 again.
Yeah.
And then it's 18 because it's 13 now. And then it's 19 because it's 14. And then it's 20 because it's 15. And then the next piece is 22. And you apply it to the lowest.
Yeah.
And it's 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. Wow. 29. 30.
Big
Is
jumps.
there any way we can like
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like would there be a way to like if I were to program for this, I feel like it would be better.
I mean, it's definitely, you can definitely do it, but just for the back of the envelope calculation, so you just did 16 drops and you gained an overall power, you made an overall power gain. Well, do it another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times for me here. Like go to the bottom of your list.
Am I doing legs now? I lost track.
You haven't
Yeah, I
added
am.
to legs yet. Yeah, so that was 24 drops, and you gained. Your screen is really small. Is that 23 and a half power? Call that 23 power.
Yeah.
So let's just be loose. Back of the envelope, we'll just be loose. Let's round that up. Let's just say it was 25 power that you gained.
1 per drop.
So you gained 25 power there from
Guys.
call it 1 per drop. So that means if we want to gain 100 power levels, we need 100 drops.
We're getting tier 5s before day 1. It's happening.
But no, but you have not factored in the decay that comes in. So that is 5 power per activity while you are between specific power bands, but that falls off.
When
you are no longer at So the screenshot in Fallout's video was when you're at master difficulty, which if I consult my chart, when was master? Spider, is 250 the entry band for master? I think that's the case. I think you said that Fallout was at 300. Yeah, he was at exact 300, but I think you can enter it at 250. I think it would be, to be careful with the calculation, I think it would be good to make the assumption that once you get to 250 power, you are then only ever earning 4 power per drop.
Oh. Guys?
Got you, Spider. Yeah. Yeah, and so let's just assume that means that you need to do an extra quarter of an activity, again, to be very hand wavy, an extra quarter of an activity to get what you need to get to. It would be 50 activities, and then it would be another 50 plus that, let's call it 25%. So another 60 activities. So it'd be 110 activities. And I mean, the more I think about this, the more I think that this is really just Mickey. Like, it doesn't feel... Maybe there's some mechanic in there where if they'll just like really heavily nerf your drops if you do more than like 10 things a day. But I have reason to believe from conversations with devs that there is no mechanic like that. So like Mickey, maybe? Like it's gonna be like if you log like 30 hours of game time, you hit 300 power. Would be like my like extremely hand waved calculation.
Yeah, I already proved that I can do that in 2 days. So
yeah, 30 hours is Mickey Mouse. That's also assuming you take 15 minutes per activity. That's my calculation, was based on 15-minute run. 15 minutes
surely
is
there'll
actually
be a way to do it faster. Like surely
well,
there'll be a way to do
there
it
will
faster.
be. I was making the pessimistic like number of 15 minutes there, but solo ops are intended to be 10-minute experiences. So
right,
you will realistically be able to I mean, this actually, if we haven't missed any key assumptions here, this makes me a bit worried, because this isn't enough playtime. Like, I was expecting there to be a 0 added. Like, this is a little. So, but okay, to be clear, what we have assumed here is we've assumed perfect RNG, getting every single drop in the exact perfect slot that you need, right?
That's not RNG though, isn't it? Because the focusing.
There is focusing only for specific things at specific times. There isn't a focus for every single slot available at all times, all at once.
What?
Because lol time gating. So
no, man.
There'll be a
RNG grind.
Yeah, there'll be a boots focus day 1, and then there'll be a chest focus day 2, and blah 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 blah. And then simultaneously there'll also be like weapon focuses as well. So let's say you halve your activity time from 15 minutes to 7.5, which you guys can totally do. I say you guys, like I will be trying to do the same thing. But let's assume, and again, basically the real question, and let's play while we yap about this.
Yeah.
But the question, I guess, is... Oh, you changed your character?
250 drops.
Oh, I rallied. I'm sorry. You're not going to have thingy for...
That's fine.
You're not taking into account unstable core economy? Why does that matter? You don't need to infuse drops. That we're talking about getting to that power in the first place. I think you're talking about a separate thing, Choco.
That don't matter. Captain.
So
RNG of it all makes me sad.
yeah, the question will be, what is the differential between the optimal RNG that we've just calculated versus realistic RNG on bad drop rates? And
so the answer to that question kind of depends on, like, as you said before, like, in the past there have been ways to mitigate that RNG.
Yeah.
Through various ways, like some things only drop specific things, for example.
But yes, yeah. But this is the thing, like, I think it would be fair to assume that tier, no, not tier. I think it would be fair to assume your RNG wouldn't be worse than tripling your grind time, in the sense that if we assume that 2 in 3 drops are doing nothing, right? They're literally not increasing your power, i.e. they are the worst possible drop, because they're giving you a power value that you actually already have. I think that's a reasonable pessimistic assumption to make, right? It's very pessimistic, but
like, I mean, we don't have to do that. I mean, like, I feel like we could be more mathematical about it.
I think so. But
right?
just while we're yapping, if we did make such an assumption, and it's 2 in 3, but we're also going from a 15-minute activity time to a 7.5-minute one because you're speed running with an eager edge, then. And also, it's a 10-minute encounter, so you're not going to be struggling, no matter what the difficulty modifiers you put on. You can turn on no HUD and still eager edge as Mickey. That still means that you're just, like you're halving your 30 hours, and then you're, like, timesing it by 3/2, but it's...
No,
it's still... No, sorry, not your...
Times it by 3.
Times it by 3, sorry. Yeah. Times it by 3.
In total, you're timesing it by 3/2.
Yeah, that's why I was mixed. So, yeah, you're timesing it by 3/2, so you're timesing it by 1.5. So you're still not adding a lot of time. It's 45 hours. It's still doable in 4 days. So, like, no matter...
But getting to 300 is not really important. Getting to 350 is the key.
Yes.
Then you're hitting tier 4, tier 5s? You can get tier 5s from...
Yes. Yeah, then you're doing tier 5s.
Woo! Nah, we're in. I'm doing it. We're just gonna get really lucky.
364, baby.
364?
364. I actually believe it.
And then I'll farm tier 5s, and that'll get me to the 364.
Yeah.
Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey Mouse.
And then first is, like, actually free. All these chumps gonna be on tier 3 armor, like...
Well, then you'll get tier 5s, and then you'll get no good tier 5 rolls, and you'll be using your tier 2s anyway. Like, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, probably. I'm gonna come on now.
No. Like, it's nice to dream, but...
No, dude, the armor farming is gonna be so much better, dude. It's insane. Like, even the worst tier 5 is 10 times better than, like, anything we're getting here, bro. Because of how bad this art. Dude, you know what the probability of getting a 30-30 is?
I don't know if I want to hear it because it's going to make me depressed, but that also means that I need to hear it. So you tell me.
It's 1 in, like, 4,000.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
And ATP got on first go?
Nah, you got a 29. Still pretty good, but
still, like...
Dude, literally, like...
That's top 1%. Dude, like, that's crazy.
The day after I focused, like 100 exotics, someone in my Discord sent an image of a 30-30 that they got in
Aw.
my general chat. Like, oh. I mean, I'm happy for you, but also, what the fuck? That's
Yeah.
insane. I mean, guys, bye YouTube, VOD, 07s.
Good night, Spice Dust.
I think
Yeah.
it's Mickey. I think it's Mickey.
That's why I was like, yes, like I do agree with you, Bog. We can do the calculation, and that's why I've been surprised that no one's done it, because I think it's just waiting to be done. But hold on, my brain is just stalling. Yeah, like we absolutely can do the calculation, but even just the back of the envelope kind of tells us what we need to know for the time being anyway. Which is that it's Mickeyable.
I guess so. I don't know about you, bro. I'm such a nerd. I want to do the math.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm also interested for sure.
I bet Spider's doing the math right now.
Yeah, I hope so.
I haven't seen, like,
yeah, chat's been a little quiet. Spider's cooking.
Yeah,
Spider's cooking.
I haven't seen Spider in a bit. I bet Spider is deep in like something.
In these spreadsheets. Yep.
Because Loki, the way that it's bedtime soon. No, man. No, man. Okay, I'll do it. I'll take one for the team. It's no, it's only 4:34 p.m. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean.
Power system is so vile, I'm just quitting. F these people. Okay. Why are you here watching? Why are you here watching a Destiny stream?
Guys.
I'm confused.
Guys.
Did you join the stream to tell me that the system is bad and you're quitting? Guys.
Guys. How long per activity? I'm down to say 2 minutes per activity.
2 minutes?
Guys.
I mean,
I actually don't like. Are they activities that we've done before, or like?
Yeah, bro. It's like Sepix Prime.
Wait, actually, my goat.
Yeah, your goat is back.
Holy, the big bad of all time.
Yep.
Sepix Prime.
It's what? Devil's Ruin, I think, is the name of it, right?
Yeah,
Or am I spreading misinformation on the internet right now?
Devil's Ruin is like.
I think that's his name. That's the strike, the Destiny 1 strike, right?
It's like a type of burrito, I think.
Oh, that's the name of an exotic?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm spreading misinformation. Devil's Lair. Devil's Lair.
Oh.
Yeah. It's back.
Guardian down.
Who's the devil, and why is he Larry?
Yeah, so true, King. So true.
Yeah, I've reached the point where I'm
Yeah.
start saying,
Glop.
"Oh my goopers!
Blair.
Oh my goopers!" I'm getting a 30-30 right here.
Okay.
I've just spoken it into existence.
Yeah, bet. Sounds good.
I'll let that go. No, just
Yeah, you really did. Is Bog still a bow abuser? Yeah, he abuses bows, it's true.
oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
Oh, dude, I hate those.
That's abuse. Right there.
Oh, Banner of War. Oh, I know who that is.
Oh.
Know who that is.
It's the banner.
Yep, I knew it. Gage.
When is Witherhoard good? When is its time? When is it? When?
Solo.
Really? Just for damage over time?
Yeah. like, because only one person can use it, it literally is just like a solo moment. Like, it's, I don't know, it's, yeah.
Oh, you know what? One thing I should do before palpitations. Oh, maybe one thing I should do before Ron is get my outbreak sorted. Finish that.
Oh, yeah, good luck with that. Gation?
Yeah, I think I've done some of it. I think I need to do the, like, I don't know, something or other.
Why? So why is the delta before after 250? Like, what's the like?
Because they just purposefully make it harder for you to.
So is it just minus one delta per 50? Is it just minus one delta per 50? Like at 300 it would be plus 3, 350 would be plus 2, 400 would be plus 1, and then 450 is just like you.
I believe that the greatest it goes. Like, I believe it goes down to a plus 3 as the, like, you'll always be able to get a plus 3. I believe. But I could be wrong. There is also a chance, if the system is dumb, which it probably is not, which is why I've not said this up to this point, but if the system is dumb, you might be able to get higher power deltas from doing easier activities. But it would require the system to be so dumb that I'm assuming that's not going to be the case.
Oh, hold on, Milo.
Yeah.
You see, we're playing Destiny 2, the video game. And
yeah,
unfortunately...
but you say that, but it's like, it's so fundamental to their power grind, and their power grind is their, like, key player attention mechanism, that I think it would have had more scrutiny. Watch it now be dumb. Like, now that I've said that.
It's really cute that you think that. Literally every expansion season, whatever, there is a thing that people use to speedrun whatever Bungie set up to retain players. It happens every time. Every time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, they could have Albert Einstein cooking this power grind up, and Joe Schmo's gonna find, like, hey guys, if you do this and then this, you get 500 instantly. And it's just over, you know? Okay,
so in that case, the eventuality where the dumb thing would happen would be that you would...
Don't leak it.
You would do something no, it would be, dude, it would be the most obvious thing in the world. It would just be that you would just keep playing normal, and you would never start playing on master, because normal would still give you plus 5s. It would be that simple. Whereas master would only give you plus 4s. And master would take longer. So it would just, it would make no sense at all to do that. But I'm pretty confident the way it's going to work is that once you reach master, i.e. once you reach what we're presuming is the 250 mark to get into the 300 master difficulty, you will then only get tier 4s, period, from everything you do in the portal. So I think that delta is based on what your power is, not what the activity power is. That's my guess.
Can only hope.
Yeah.
That would be so funny. Like, the crazy thing is, like, when you were going through that thought, when you were going through the motion of that thought, I was like, it sounds eerily familiar to, like, every time they've ever had, like, some sort of, like, thing. It's just like, there's a... You were like, surely they would have thought of, if you just do the easy... You know what's crazy? I mean, obviously this is, like, a side thing, like, not main thing. So I'm not saying they're comparable as to say, like, it's definitely gonna, like, that's definitely gonna be an oversight, but, there was an event that I took part of, which was like hold on, I'm locked in.
Yep.
Oh, dude, I got all 9 rockets off. That was awesome.
Hell yeah.
That was actually fire. Yeah, what I was saying is, I took part in an event where it was like, you had to do, like, Guardian games. I probably don't know what that is. It's like a little, like, seasonal event thing.
Yeah, I know of Guardian games. I don't think I...
And basically, like, the event for Guardian games, it was actually really cool. It was like a mini Pantheon. It had, like, story bosses, and, like, it was like a gauntlet, like, of, like, story bosses.
Oh, I did it once. I did it once, and I looked at the floor the whole time, because people said that one of the bosses was a spoiler. But I did do it, so I've been in there. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, yeah, so there was a little, like, it was a little creator event, like, competition.
Yeah.
Where you had to, like, get the highest score. And literally, the way to get the highest score was just do it the fastest. Like, your score is just based off how fast you did it. Now, this activity had 2 difficulties, and they basically said in the creator event, they were like, hey, you should do the harder difficulty, because you get more points. And you just didn't. You just got the same amount of points, but because it's harder, you inherently do it slower.
Yeah.
So you actually just got less points. So a bunch of the teams did the hard difficulty because that's what they said you should do. And like in theory, it would make sense for that. That was what you do. But we were like, no, I'm just gonna do the speed run, the easy mode, and we won so hard. Because like half the teams were doing the hard mode for the first 2 weeks, and like, they just didn't realize. It's just like, I don't know, that like level of oversight I feel like happens a lot.
I feel like this is a really great example of like the same thing that I do in raids, where I'm like, surely Bungie wouldn't have done it like this. Like that would be too simple and it wouldn't make sense for like these reasons, and I give some like very valid reasons. And then that's actually exactly how it works, and I'm like, ah, okay. Great. Seems to be a common theme with a lot of the raids. Surely it wouldn't be that simple, guys.
Guardian down.
Muscles.
Yeah, exactly, PTT. It's literally like, I'll say something and be like, there's just no way it's this simple. And then the narrator's like, turns out it was exactly that simple. And I'm like, God damn it, dude.
Know. It was that simple.
Yeah.
Again, before the 10th die.
Yeah. When would he learn his lesson?
Dude,
apparently not today.
Next time you're about to say this, next time you say this would be too simple, they wouldn't do that. You're like, actually, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah.
And then test it, and then like, that'd be fire.
That'd be cinema.
Fire emoji. I would put a fire emoji rating on that one.
The nice thing about Vow is that Vow felt a bit more schizophrenic. Like, my crazy cooks were just actually how it worked, which was nice.
Yeah. I mean, dude. Nah, I love the give symbol thing at roll. That's so cool. I love that.
Yeah, it was
a little hint of like, I mean, on the day one, I don't think we knew that symbol was give. We were calling it like some random stuff, but like
spread cheeks.
You guys were calling it, what was it?
Sleep paralysis demon.
Like, sleep paralysis demon. Like, oh.
Yeah, I really enjoyed Vow in terms of the like the feeling of the improvement in team efficiency, I guess, from some of the other raids. Like I felt like we all just like we locked in pretty well to cook the pizza. Like it felt pretty good in that regard.
Excited to see how you lock in with Salt tomorrow.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. I don't know if like, I don't know, like, some people just don't. Some people are just bad at being being a knower, and like it's no reflection of their character or anything at all. They're just not good at, like, they just don't have that skill. And
Yeah.
I'm really curious what Salt's gonna be like, if he's gonna be a bad knower or a good knower, because I honestly think it could go either way. Where like he's done that stuff so much that he's gonna have so much muscle memory.
Dude,
And
I don't know, bro.
Yeah, really?
So Salt, okay, well, I'll say Salt is like, Salt's pretty particular about spoilers, dude.
Okay.
We're playing again, you know Night Rain, right?
Yeah.
Dude, we were playing Night Rain, which is like the most unserious thing ever. Like, it's just like it's literally Elden Ring Fortnite, like, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And we're getting kind of cooked, and people in chat were like trying to help us, and I was like, it's fine if they like explain how stuff works in a game, right? Because like, this is kind of like giving me Destiny vibes, where like, there's like a bunch of words and they don't really have any meaning, and I need like, you know, a thing will be like, this increases your like, I don't know. This increases your physical damage. And I'm like, well, I'm using a bow. Does that count as physical damage? And someone in chat's like, no, it doesn't. And there'll be a thing that's like, subsequent attacks do this. And it's like, oh, by the way, that doesn't work on bows. And it's like, okay, man. Like, you know what I mean? It's like Destiny, where it's very Destiny, where it's just like, how am I meant to know what's going on? And so, like, I was like, surely it's fine. And he was like, yeah, that's fine. Dude, we were in the boss fight, and someone in my chat was like, oh, there's this mechanic, and he was like, dude, they spoiled the whole boss, what the hell? And then he complained about it for the next 10 minutes, like, dude, your chat spoiled it. It's like, what do you want me to do? Like, but like, so yeah, I feel like he's gonna be.
Maybe he's gonna be a good knower. Hell yeah.
I think he's funny about spoilers, and if you're funny about spoilers, then you're definitely more likely to be
so much more likely to be a good knower. Yeah. Because I think honestly, like, a big part of it is just like empathy. Like, if you can empathize with the position the other person is in and be like, oh yeah, they wouldn't know anything at this point, it's a lot easier. Whereas I think a lot of people, not that they're not empathetic people, but like, I think that they get kind of swept up in their own view of where they're at in an encounter, that they are deprioritizing the other person's lack of knowledge, kind of thing.
Also, I think like there is like a fundamental like failure for people to realize that like stuff carries a lot of information. There's a lot of like implicit information.
Yes. Yeah. Like, massive. Oops.
And like, I think that's something that people like really don't grasp until they like actually think about it. Which, I mean, a lot of people don't think about it because they don't like really care, you know.
Yeah.
But
it is crazy how there's just there's so much information that you can learn from like
literally nothing. Like literally just nothing can happen, and that it still gives you information.
Yeah.
Captain?
Oh, Captain.
I've been burdened by my riches.
Captain, not the riches, Captain.
I'm trying to think of like an example of like. It's hard to think of examples.
I'll probably
when it
think of
happens, it's like so clear.
Yeah. I mean, I can think of a lot of examples that like that will just sound like I'm calling people out, but like it's not the intention.
What if you just don't use their names?
What if I said their names and called them out?
What if you just don't use their names.
Their first and last, their government names? Okay.
Their gov names, yes.
Yeah.
Make sure you use their gov names.
Got it. Let me think. Government names. What's something that I feel like I've just like... I think out of everything we've done, it happened the most in Vow. Vow was just like... I felt like there was just a lot of information learned by the environment. Which is why Ilsa didn't want, like, when she originally was talking to me, she was like, I don't want to be in Vow because it's just too much of a risk that I, like, accidentally do something or say something that is a spoiler, because she's just done it. I think she does a lot of Vow helps.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to think of, like, a specific example here.
Wait. Wait, Milo, put on Galley.
Okay. Oh, and farm my
With-
catty.
With Catalyst. Yep.
Well, I'll need to unlock the
I think
catalyst.
I think it just gives it to you, no? Or...
I don't think that's how they ever work, is it? I thought you always had to get 100 kills or whatever. Maybe not. We shall see. Yeah, I need target defeats.
Just save one rocket for damage, trust me.
Alright,
It will
I
be
believe.
dicky. You know what it does, right?
I've been told 3 times and I forget every time. It just goes one.
It gives your team wolf pack rounds.
Yeah, but what is that? That's
Like
the question.
They're like, it's like insectoids that like track. You'll see.
Okay.
That's my favorite gun in the game, by the way. That gun's awesome. It's like the most basic thing ever. Like, cause like Galley was like the best gun in D1, I think.
Yeah.
So like it was everyone's favorite, but I'm allowed to say it's my favorite because like, you know, I didn't play D1, you know, so it's not basic for me.
Oh, hierarchy buff for rocket launchers. Okay.
Yeah, kind of.
Little missiles. Mini rockets. Got it. Okay. One example I can think of in Vow was, well, actually the like transition, no, not, it wasn't a transition, it was Encounter 3. What's after Caretaker? Is that Encounter 3? Is Caretaker 2?
Caretaker's 2, Exhibition is Encounter 3.
Yeah, like Exhibition, like where I had to be like, okay, guys, I can just tell that, like, all of you are just about to spoil everything. Like, it was just in the air, and it was just lots of, like, implicit language that, like, sounded like it, to a knower, it would have sounded vague, but to a not knower, it was just, like, giving me loads of information, so I was like, nah, no, we're not gonna do that.
Oh, yeah, I wanted to like tell you at the very start of the encounter. I wanted to be like, hey, if you pick up a relic and then deposit it, you can't pick another one up. So just kill yourself. I mean, in game, like, so that you can pick it up again. Like,
yeah.
I wanted to say that literally right out of the gate, but I'm like, well, then they're gonna know that there's relics, and then they're gonna know that there's a mechanic that doesn't let you pick them up again. And so I had to wait, and I had to hold my tongue, and like. And what I feared would happen if I didn't say that happened, which was when you deposited the relic and you couldn't pick it up, one of the knowers immediately picked up the relic, and I'm like, dude, guys, like, come on, come on. I should have actually just whispered everyone. That's what I should have done. But I just wanted to tell you. I just wanted to be like, hey, relics, and you're the only ones allowed to use them. Bam. Good luck.
Yeah, I think in that scenario as well, like, if a knower is picking something up, like, they're also just throwing. Like,
100%.
They shouldn't be doing that unless explicitly, like, ordered. Yeah. Clay, thank you for the sub. Yeah, I think Vow, like, I think Vow is the messiest that we've had so far. I think, like Deepstone, the 3-2-1 is the most obvious example we can sort of.
That one's so funny to me.
Yeah, and the fact that I still don't know what the deal is with it is so extra funny. Like, it's like
It is.
It's like I've got the on-pam challenge in my head, and I need to figure it out. Like,
Dude, it's like when you figure it out, you're going to be like, what?
yeah,
You'd be like,
probably.
You'd be like, what?
Yeah. So
But
there
no,
was
that's
that. There was Painter talking about stunning the boss when no one had said the word stun about anything at any point up to that point. He's like, I stunned the boss. I was like, what? You can stun the
Wait,
boss?
no.
Okay.
No, I remember that. No, I remember that.
Yeah.
Becky had pointed out that there was stuns on the leaderboard. But he still shouldn't have said that, but still.
Yeah,
like,
okay. So it was on the
I'm pretty
leaderboard,
sure, yeah.
but he knew that he was getting it on the leaderboard. Like, he knew he was doing the thing that was a stun. Rather than it being like, we get to the leaderboard and it's like, oh, how did we... I mean, that's the scenario where Zwerg would just not stun the boss, right? Like, she would have just been like, I'm gonna shoot the walls right now. I'm stealing your riches, I'm sorry. There's brain
I saw
AFK.
some of yours. I saw some of yours.
Oh, hell yeah,
I
we
may
traded.
have accidentally stunned the boss. Oh,
No, man.
what? I just lost 30 Jimictons.
No, man. I'm gonna deposit mine and then we can just loop around. Painter, it's not about whether or not you were the first person to stun the boss. It's the fact that you said that you stunned the boss. And we didn't yet know when or when not we were stunning the boss. Like, so the comparison is Zwerg will literally shoot the walls until she's explicitly ordered to do a thing. And when she's ordered to do the thing, even if the thing is right or wrong, she won't give any information like... Oh, my game crashed. Oh, wait, it's still moving? That was weird. I've never had the crash where it goes a couple frames further. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the game crash.
I think we'll just wait.
Okay.
I guess.
Yeah, I'll order 4.
Yeah, no, it's like... Oh, there was something... Oh, that's right. Oh, yes. You know the roll crit spots? Dude.
Maybe,
When you
yeah.
up the top, you know how you shoot the crit spots to start damage? Like, that's how you start the damage, by shooting his like shoulders and then his kneecaps or whatever.
Oh, sorry, Rulk. Yeah. I was
Rulk, yeah.
still thinking about Caretaker.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
As soon as you guys dunked for the first time and he got one of the crit spots, on Pam immediately started shooting and stopped shooting immediately. The muscle memory was insane. And I was like, on Pam? No. No. You guys did not notice at all, so it was fine. But
yeah. But that's the thing as well. It's like, even just firing your gun is like,
yeah.
Oh, that means this is a moment where we are meant to be firing our guns. Like, it's like,
yeah.
Which is, it sounds so obvious, but like,
I mean, dude, if like someone had if one of the Noahs had somehow got emanating and walked into the thing, like the field, that would have been a spoiler, right? Because then it's just like, oh, so you can walk in there now. I can't believe how quickly you cottoned onto that. You were like, oh, if you get the buff, then you can probably walk in the thing. And I'm like, what? Really? That was your like first thing? I was like, damn, okay, my bad.
Well, I think I probably
know.
made that inference because I think Becky survived, and I was like, oh, you must be able to survive. Like I think I was connecting dots that I was seeing. I don't think it was like a blind guess.
No, I mean, well, no. I'm saying like
Yeah.
she survived sitting in the beam.
Yes.
I'm saying like when you get beamed, you can now walk into the force field that like pushes you back. You basically just said that outright, like immediately. And I was like, damn.
Yeah. I'm gonna be honest. That whole step section, I was really trying to give Becky space to cook but it was very like it was very immediately obvious to me what was happening. But I wanted to like allow her to, if she wanted to sort of like think about it, I wanted to give her that space. But I think if it was just like me, I probably would have just like walked through some of those steps fairly quickly, because it just happened to be like my first idea was the correct thing in the end.
Yeah.
Quite
Also,
lucky with it.
I had a proud moment there because we actually did that that part. Like, I definitely remember solving the mechanics for that part of the raid.
Okay. Yeah.
And we cooked up the like. We were doing single, people call it like single dunks, like one person dunks at a time.
Yeah.
But like when we did the raid, like when I did it blind, like on day one, we like me and my friend who are like the mechanic solvers immediately were like, wait, there's a really nice, neat way to do this with like where you like double dunk and it's like it like lines up nicely. And we did like a paint diagram and everything. That was really satisfying.
Hell yeah. Also, I
single
gallied.
dunks... Oh yes, thank you. Yep, you see what's happening now?
Is it the little sparks coming out, the orange ones?
Yep.
Okay, nice. Also, I'm having that issue again when my frames have gone to crap.
No, man. Interesting. That happened right after a crash.
Yeah. Is something maxing out?
Wait. Lynn's locked.
Wait, what's Lynn doing?
Lynn is locked. Ready for the blinds.
You've got to get me as an emergency for the blind stuff because I'm so good at RPing as a literal robot. I did a blind raid with my friends and I just played like a Roblox enemy until they solved mechanics. Big. That is what we need. I'd only move my camera at 90-degree angles. Literally the perfect sixth player. Like, it is so, you refuse to sprint. Literal Call of Duty NPC. That is magical. Yeah, it's so hard to...
Literal
like,
marathon gameplay trailer player.
Like, an example I can give is like, if you were in Sundered on Kevin, and obviously like, with the fire, right? Like, you get the fire just before you do damage. Yeah. Like, the sort of muscle memory things that would happen is like, you might, no, okay, actually, yeah, I'll finish that example. Like, you might be getting towards the end of the fire and someone might place a well. And like, that's a spoiler. Because we don't know if he's going to do something else once his shield goes down and then do damage. But if you're placing the well, it's like, oh, okay, we're just going to start shooting the boss now. And like, things like that are so hard for a knower to not just be like, oh, this is the time where I press my well. And then once you've pressed it, like, the well's going down. You can't cancel that. Like, you're screwed.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? So, during, like, I was, during something like Rogue DPS, there's a very, like, it's very distinctive when the damage phase starts. And so, like, optimal John, like speedrunner, like, brain in me is like, okay, I need to do all of the things that I normally do at the start of the damage when he starts damage. And so I'm, like, fighting that urge and waiting for you guys to be like, oh, he's damageable. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Damage the boss, go, go, go.
Dude.
And that I love doing it. I love that. Because me and, like, all the knowers are just looking at each other being like, guys, what could it be? What could we do?
Like, it was like, and I think everyone was, if I recall correctly, everyone was quite well restrained for this, but, the end of the, like, rocket crashing encounter in Deepstone, where the hole in the floor opens up, and I think my comm was like, all right, no one go in the hole. And, like, and to everyone's credit, No one went in the hole, I'm pretty sure. And then I was like, okay, everyone in the hole, but we were too late.
Yeah, that was awesome, dude.
Yeah. I was like, is something gonna come out of the hole? Like, I thought that was gonna be like a flood of enemies or something. Like, I had no idea.
You guys did that trio, yeah?
Yes, I've now trioed it.
How many plays do you think you need for that particular encounter? That, like, the rocket crashing encounter.
1.
Wow. Okay.
I'm pretty confident you could solo it because what we were doing. I think.
How would you solo it? How would you do it?
I mean, you'd need some Jumecton tech. Like, you need some silly, goofy stuff. But like,
some silly, goofy.
the silly, goofy tech that is possible with 3 makes me think that there's probably a similarly silly, goofy for 1.
How did you guys do it with 3? Actually, that's an interesting question. Do you remember?
My brain's so fried. I probably figured out. What did we do with 3? Person who gets blueberry was running all the way across and then grabbing the nuke from the far side. That was the sort of like first job. I mean, I think 3 is kind of chill because you've got 3 hats, right? So like, I don't think it's really a problem.
Well, I'm just gonna tell you. So, if you
Yeah.
have a buff, right? Like, let's say
Yeah.
you have blueberry.
Yeah, remind me.
Buff,
Yeah, and
But
then,
then you
then it
wanna-
deactivates. Yeah. I need to. Yeah, I missed the moat. Oh wait, it's damage? Oh, I didn't realize it started. My bad. No, man. That's my bad. I really just did nothing for the first 10 seconds of damage.
Nice.
Yeah, my mistake.
So, yeah. So, like, let's say you have blueberry, right? And you do the blueberry job.
Yeah.
But now, like, you don't know where to put the muscles, right? So you need to do the yellow job, right? So you put the blueberry in the little container.
Yeah.
Like in the buff swapping thing.
Yeah, the hot
And then
plate.
you pick up the yellow buff.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the hot plate, yeah. So then you pick up, I forgot what we're calling yellow. I don't know why you're here.
Yellow is
Whoa!
chef's hat.
Then you pick up the chef's hat, right? Now, what happens when you need to do blueberry again? What do you do? Like, because, like, blueberry's in the thing, but you can't put chef's hat in the thing.
Okay,
in the hot plate.
so first of all, one solution to that, which is not a perfect solution, but one solution is you can just RNG it. Like, it would be very, very rough RNG, but like, it's technically possible to just guess every single time and get it right.
Yeah.
And so like, it would be horrendous. It would be such a miserable experience, but like, that would in theory work. I don't remember what Gordon does. Gordon lets you shoot the little pad.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably fine. There's probably a way to, and it also wouldn't surprise me if like there's a way to like grab Gordon, place a damage over time thing on the Gordon panel, dunk Gordon in the hot plate, but then your damage over time will still count as if you have Gordon. Like, that wouldn't shock me either. Just to sort of like buy yourself time to do other stuff.
Right. But like, if you do Gordon, right, and then you do blueberry,
yeah,
now Gordon is in the hot plate. How do you get Gordon back is the question.
Oh, well, we were not picking up one of the buffs. I think we were letting Gordon despawn the whole time. Because if you... I think that's what it was. It's if you let Gordon despawn, then something happens. Everyone has Gordon, maybe, or something. There's some mechanic like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
If you don't use Gordon, then you'll get 3 bombers. 3...
Yeah, we were running all 3.
Yeah. So, like, those things have a 10-second fuse, and, like, you know,
Not
like,
viable
person,
solo. Yeah.
Yeah, like I can just tell you that is impossible. Like,
Yeah,
straight
fair.
up. There's no Jemectonry, like, that you can use to get 3 nukes.
Like, well, I'll put them in the trunk of my Sparrow, and I'll drive them all over there like a bunch of oranges.
Gosh. But you can do it solo, so you know.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some Jemectonry with Gordon.
There is
that
some
you can
insane
figure out.
Jemectonry, but
Yeah.
the one of the funny things is like that is when that first got done, it was like the hardest solo in the game. And it's still like I still think it's up there. Like it's very, very difficult.
I feel like you could also... Couldn't you also use an like? I feel like you could draw the ads aggro to you so they could carry buffs for you, so you can juggle buffs like across the room. I feel like that might be possible. Like if you find Gordon's carrier, and then you're like, all right, come with me, buddy. And then that way you just have access to Gordon wherever you need it, instead of Gordon being on the wrong side of the room. Those sorts of things I could imagine being part of it.
Yeah, that is actually part of the solo, yeah. The operative issue is the whole like, I have one hot plate, but I need to like revolve around buffs, and there's no one else to hold the other buff. Like you can't. There's no functional way to do that.
Yeah.
Well, except there is, but like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
Dude,
what mechanisms are there to juggle those buffs?
So,
because like you can't put Gordon down in one hot plate and Chef's Hat in another, right? Because if Gordon is in one, that means Gordon is in all.
Yeah, it's
right.
Yeah. It's like a server. Like you've uploaded it to the server, and now it's just like you can access it from different terminals, but it's in the man.
Yeah.
It's in the man. Like you can't. Like there's only one man.
I mean,
you know?
Is there any kind of weird Jemectonry with like, if you've got a deactivated buff, you can like, I don't know, like things bank differently, or you can carry 2 buffs, or like, is there any weird Jemectonry in that vein, or no?
It does. So yeah, there's no Jemectonry like that. I'll say it involves an oob. Is the Jemectonry? That's what the like?
Oh, do you join allies and you lose your buff?
Yep, that's what you do.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. So you join allies, get rid of the what? I guess you join allies to get rid of your chef, right? Probably first. Or can Chef only make the call once Blueberry has stunned? I think that's how it works, right?
Okay. So there are 2 different ways to do it, and I'm pretty sure NA Painter is the literal only person to have ever done it in the
like the
other way.
Nice, hell yeah.
So one of the ways involves you doing some insane Jemectonry that really breaks the encounter.
Yeah.
And it essentially allows you to put the, what do we call the buffs? The nukes? What do we call the bombers?
I actually can't remember. Cabbages, maybe? I don't really know.
I think that's, yeah, well, you can, basically one of, like, there's Jemectonry that allows you to put the buffs wherever you want. Like, and it'll be correct every time.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Maybe other people have done it, but I'm pretty sure Painter's the only person. Well, he's definitely the first person to do it without the Jemectonry. And that was super impressive. There is still Jemectonry involved in that, but like it's less Jemectonry, like I guess. But yeah, that's how you get past the chef's hat. Like there's just a way to bypass the chef's hat sort of thing.
Right.
The reason it's so hard is just like just even if you remove the whole chef's hat, the idea of the chef's hat, like doing the Gordon job and then putting the Gordon job in the hot plate. Oh, no man, I shot the Nova Bomb.
Yali is not cooking. Nice.
Yeah, Galley is a support weapon, so it busts my damage, but then I die when I move, so
Yeah. 28-27. Big.
dude, you're
Big.
in.
So big. Honestly, that might be the slot sorted for me. I don't think I'm gonna get better than that.
Yeah, probably.
That's pretty large and in charge right there.
That's insane. 28-27 is like, yeah, that's really good.
Yep, it's +2s and everything else, so it's a 63. So it could have been a little higher, but it's 28-27. So I'm not mad. And it's 28-27 in helmet, so I can run that with sanguine.
Yeah, that's big. That's actually huge.
That's pretty nice.
But yeah, the reason I bring that up is because, like, it's such a hard solo, and then when you've, like, done the like, everything, like, all of the thing, then the floor opens up, and then you literally just walk to the end. Like, that's it, right? Like, once you dunk the last, like, ball, you're done. My friend, Silamere, he's renowned for... he did solo descent, and then the floor opens up, and he goes down there, and then he just Eager's edge into a wall and just dies.
No. Oh man.
And it's
like, did he track to an enemy? Is that what happened? Because there's enemies
No,
on the
it was
sides in there.
No, so it was back when. So physics damage used to just kill you. It wouldn't put you on one pixel. Like if you took physics damage, it would just kill you. So he just eagered edge really fast into the wall. It's actually so funny, dude. And he didn't bother running it back because like he effectively did it, but like, you know. So that's the Silamed descent is you beat the encounter, but you die at the easy part at the very end. And,
man.
And I was just laughing that we did that in the fire team run. You were like, no one go in the hole. In the very obvious hole in the floor, while the room is exploding, no one go in the hole. And I'm like, all right. And then in the next run, you're like, all right, we'll send one person in the hole.
Yeah, I think we sent one in, and then I was like, everyone else come apart from Ilsa or something. So we just left Ilsa behind.
Yeah.
Which I still think was the right move, because
absolutely. It's
yeah,
just funny.
yeah. Like, and also it really could have been a Noah. Oh, sorry, it could have been a blind player staying behind, but instead I was just like, nah, we're just gonna sacrifice her. Like, yeah.
You will die for my sins.
Yes.
Yeah, we're talking about Descent ending. Man. The Eager Edge change is huge for the economy. I hope it's actually like meaningful. You can never tell with those like things. It's like, yes, we changed this by this, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
I don't know what that means. Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
No.
Man, I'm so glad I got that helmet. I was gonna be so sad if all this farming and I like didn't even get anything even close to usable.
Oh, that's actually really good. You can use that with, like, helmet. I don't know. Actually, I guess like the speakers. You can use that with boots and sanguine and stuff. Like, was it weapon super or?
Yeah. Weapon super.
Yeah.
So like for sanguine, it's perfect. Assuming. Oh, whoops. Guys.
No man.
I don't on my mouse, so it'll be fine. What the hell? Where'd the boss go? Where is bro? What the? Holy moly. Where is he going? Oh my days. Huh?
Teleport, gotta love it.
I got killed by a shock grenade. Love that. Nice.
I only get chest pieces on Titan. It's insane. Dude. This is actually the only piece I get dropped. So dumb. Oh. So you still have the oh, not I guess not all the repairs rate, but you have Crota and King's Fall as well. Post Edge of Fate.
Yeah. And then Destiny 1. If I ever go back to play that, which would that'd be kind of crazy.
Oh, dude, wait, if you do that, I low-key want to join you when you do Wrath.
Come in, dude. Come in. Yeah.
The only thing is, if you're doing it for the, like, if you do it for the raids, you will have already played the reprise ones.
I mean, I'd be so curious to see how, like, Vogue runs on, like, a PS3. Like, that'd be so interesting to play Destiny 1 back on old console.
Oh, dude.
Like, 30 FPS, Vogue.
Dude, yeah. Dude. If you do play D1, I actually have to play, because I need to play Wrath. Like, the only thing is, actually, I've kind of, like, seen stuff from that, so I don't know if I could. I'll just watch, it's fine.
No, you could play, just be a Noah. That's fine.
Nah, but if I'm a Noah, then it's not worth playing on console.
Not worth the hassle. Yeah, fair.
Yeah, I'd rather just watch, honestly.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it'd be a real effort to find a team. That is something I'd have to contend with. Olivia, it's 5 p.m. is when Blind Run is tomorrow. 5 p.m. UK. No, maybe 4 p.m. UK. 4 p.m. UK.
Oh, I have to go to bed soon then, bro. So do you.
Oh, actually, yeah, I kind of do. Might be nearly time to wrap this up. I think we do a couple more, but then there might be time for sleepy EPs.
Yeah. How do you get Bolt Charge 5 after using your class ability? I have Storm's Keep.
Can we do an exercise bog? Can we do what we did for Hunter, but for Titan for build?
For sure.
That would be Gemectic Eptic.
Mine's got a little bit more Juicingtons, I would say.
Like options Juicingtons, or
yeah, like. So who is playing Titan for you?
Olivia.
Okay.
And Olivia has been grinding, so she's actually got like a lot of gear and stuff. I think she's pretty.
Well,
she's in a pretty good spot.
I mean, this is more of like a personal question, but like.
Is she ass? Yes.
No. It's more like.
Oh, okay.
What does she normally play on Titan?
I think that she's been trying to get the class item and has not been successful so far with whatever the role is that everyone goes for. So I think that's not been something she's been able to get reps in on. She says Priz Arc Strand.
Man, okay. So no solar is good. My side.
I guess, Olivia, what's your like strongest builds that you've been on? Like what's your like go-to? She started on solar, okay.
So yeah, because like solar, like, I mean, dude, I'm pretty sure. Like,
is solar good?
I'm allowed to tell you what like someone went into Salvation's Edge with, because like they still haven't seen it, so it's like they were blind, so it's fine. Or like.
Yes, but I fear that any continuation of that sentence would then not work, so... Do you know what I mean? Like, if you were about to say, like, oh, my buddy went into Salvations on Solar Titan, and then he switched off after 10 minutes, like...
Yeah, I see what you're saying. No,
yeah.
that's not... I guess... The reason I asked about Solar Titan is because, like... You know, Salvation's Edge came out 3 days after Prismatic came out, and everyone was like, wait, Prismatic's broken. And everyone's like, everyone's gonna be on Prismatic for day one. And Sol was like, oh, I'm on Solar Titan, bro. I'm always on Solar Titan. So like, if I guess for your like breadth of knowledge, I would kind of have to go through Solar Titan, because like, it's like old and gold, I guess.
Okay. Okay. Really so it's a classic. It's a classic build.
Arc Titan, Strand Titan, and Prismatic Titan, which is like, it's a lot of stuff, but like it's.
Okay. Where should we begin? Olivia also says she's very comfy with Solar as well, which is a good.
Yeah, that's why I did ask about Solar, because like a lot of people will critique Sol for being Solar Titan merchant, but like, you know, if it works, it works, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah. So it's kind of like I make fun of ATP for being a gifted conviction merchant.
Yeah.
Sol's
okay.
kind of a Solar Titan merchant. But yeah. So okay. So.
Appreciate you, Lobro. Thank you for the raid, Lobro. Welcome, raiders. We're just doing some build understandings.
I mean, honestly, I feel like we go through the light subclasses because like they're the most like lightweight. There's really not much to talk about.
Okay.
Solar Titan is just like. Okay. So let's try to summarize it. Let's summarize the default boss, and then I'll try and summarize Solar Titan.
Yeah. We'll cook the pizza first. Boss is a freak. Where is he going?
Yeah, okay. So Solar Titan is basically just like, it's kind of like Solar Warlock, but for yourself, in that like you just have like a really, really good healing and really good survivability, but you do a lot of damage. So Solar Titan has like a. Oh, hello.
Oh, we got something good? God roll?
No.
Prage?
It looks good, but it's bad.
Pain.
Like what you said, like it looks spiky and then it's like 23. It's like, okay.
Yeah,
so,
dude, I hate that. Yeah, it's rough.
I'm a bum, is what you're saying.
I'm a bum. I'm nothing but a bum.
So like, Solar Titan is like, so the two aspects on Solar Titan, one of them is, I don't even know what it's called, but it makes sunspots. So every time you get a solar ability kill, it makes a little like pool of solar, like fire on the ground. And that pool of fire damages enemies, and when you stand in it, you get healing. So that's the first aspect on Titan. And the second aspect on Titan is Roaring Flames. I actually know what that one's called. Oh, the first one's Sol Invictus, but the second one is Roaring Flames, and that is when you get solar ability kills, you get a like buff. Like you get a stack of Roaring Flames, up to 3 stacks, and that literally just increases the amount of like ability damage you do. It's very straightforward.
Okay, hold on. Just pause real quick. Lynn is going to bed.
Okay.
So if you want, because we could also go to bed, we could just stop here.
Okay,
if that feels like a natural stopping point. But
Yeah.
I am also keen to hear everything you're about to say, so I don't want to interrupt that, but I just wanted to let you know that Lynn is heading out.
Yeah, it's fine.
Thank you, Lynn. Appreciate
GG's,
you.
Lynn.
Yeah, big GG's. Thank you for the carry.
Yeah, basically, like, when you get ability kills, you get a stacking ability damage buff, and you make little pools of healing for you and damage for enemies.
Okay.
And your core ability is your melee. It's a mini hammer. You literally.
Oh yeah,
literally
I've used that.
Hammer.
I've used the hammer.
Yeah, you've used that, right? Yeah. It's a very intuitive, very safe, very simple build. It's literally just you go to an enemy and you throw a hammer at it, it kills it, you pick up the hammer, it spawns healing for you, and now your abilities do more damage. And you just do that. And those hammers, when you have Syntheceps on and you have 3 stacks of Roaring Flames, those hammers do 1 trillion damage. They do so much damage. Like, you can kill big guys like so quickly just with the little mini hammer. And
okay.
So that build is good. Like, it's very simple. Kind of old, but like it, still barking. It's still
barking. All right, like that.
In terms of like what you would need to know about that is, doesn't have very good damage supers. It's got arguably like the best roaming super in the game.
The hammer throw one.
Yes, yeah, that one is insane. It gives you insane DR. It gives you healing on casts. It does a lot of damage. Like, you can do a lot of work with that.
So they're like
the
survival moments, but not damage. Yeah.
Damage, survival, and like slaying out, like actually slaying out. But you do technically have like a damage super if you use the other super, the not that one.
Yeah.
And you have Pyrogales something. Pyrogales? I don't know what it's called.
Okay.
Let me look at it. It's gauntlets.
I think they might be called Pyrogale.
Pyrogale gauntlets. They're literally just
gauntlets.
called Pyrogale gauntlets. It just makes it so that your super just does a lot of damage. It's kind of like the Cuirass equivalent, but on Solar. The issue is it does less than Cuirass. Well, actually, it might do a little more.
So it means your hammers do more damage, or something else?
No, so that you have 2 different supers on Solar Titan.
Yep.
It makes the other one, not the hammers.
Okay.
It's called Burning Maul. It makes that do a lot of damage. There's 2 issues with it. The first one is the boss has to be on the same like elevation as you, and they kind of have to be on like a flat surface, because otherwise the super just like won't, like, the geometry of it like won't like register full damage, and it's just kind of awkward. So it only really works on like big bosses, or like bosses that like stand still completely.
Yeah. So it would work on what's his name? Caretaker. For example.
Yes, it would work on Caretaker.
Yeah.
Would not work on Rogue very well. Like, unless you were sitting on top of him.
Yeah.
But he would just bop you.
Okay.
Also, it wouldn't really work on Rogue well, I don't think, because he's kind of skinny. The other issue with it, which is honestly a bigger issue for most things, is the super, even with Pyrogales, does almost no damage if you don't have burning roaring flame
times 3. Okay.
Which is like, you don't want to be like in a 5-team setting. You don't want to be like, hey guys, leave these 3 ads so I can get roaring flames.
Yeah.
Like, you do not want to be doing that. There's no world where you ever want to do that.
Yeah.
So those are like the 2 big drawbacks. Like, I would say the big drawbacks of Solar Titan is like, it's kind of old. Like, you don't have DR for the first thing. You don't have DR. Like, you have a lot of healing, but if you get one shot, it doesn't matter how much healing you have.
Yeah.
You just die in one shot, right? So you don't have DR, which kind of stinks. And it's a very, like, you're up close and personal with stuff. Like, you have to be, like, in melee range to get the healing of stuff. And so, like, if there's just a big enemy that's, like, like doesn't care about your hammers and just stomps you, you don't have DR, like you just lose kind of thing. And you don't have a very good damage super. Those are like the main drawbacks. But other than that, like it's really good. Then you have Strand Titan, which like I wouldn't recommend to
This
be
Banner
honest.
of War.
Yeah, Banner of War. I wouldn't recommend Olivia playing it in a blind raid, to be honest. It's like you have to be really, really good at it to get the amount of efficacy that you can get from anything else on Titan.
Isn't it just like really mechanically intense?
Yes, and it's very like it's very situational. Like, you know, it's only really good if you're like the GOAT.
Okay.
Kind of thing. You know what I mean?
I've seen you using Banner of War on Kevin, and it looked like hell. Like the refreshes of the grenade that you were having to do, and just like all of the flicking, and it just looked very mechanically involved.
Arc is literally Arc. Your neutral game is pretty bad, and without Artifact, it's even worse. And you guys aren't using Artifact. Arc Titan is literally just if you need a boost in damage. You have a great damage super with Thunder Crash. You have Storm's Keep, which I can explain to you, but essentially it's you put down a barricade and then everyone does more damage. That's basically it. Like,
okay.
To just to be blunt, like that's pretty much all you need to know. If you're struggling with damage and you're like, Olivia is kind of just like chilling and like the neutral game is fine, then I'm gonna put Olivia on Arc Titan because we can post up behind that barricade and we're just gonna do more damage, sort of thing.
Okay, so I want to talk about the barricades real quick.
Yes.
Rally barricades.
Yes.
Without any other augmentation from aspects, fragments, whatever, do they just intrinsically mean that the whole team gets faster reload speed?
Correct.
Okay, and it's X%? I guess we don't really care. It's just a buff to reload speed.
I believe it's a multiplier, which is like one of the good ones. So it's like, it makes you reload faster.
It's
but you have to be behind the barricade. Yeah, it's.
But you can place the barricade behind you, and something I've learned is that you can place the barricade behind you, and then it prevents you from taking any AoE damage if you are in the barricade's zone, and that means that even if the barricade's behind you and you take AoE damage from the front, you're still protected, which is so counterintuitive, but it's useful. So I like it.
Yeah.
So that should always be dropped either behind us or in front of us, depending on what we want. Well, I mean, I guess that's the question.
I would still say in front is better in general, because like as much as that is true what you just said, if anything hits the barricade, it also just completely blocks the damage, right?
But could it destroy the barricade?
I mean, yeah, but like it's not going to.
Okay.
Like, maybe, but like if it's gonna destroy the barricade, then you probably die to it anyway. So
fair. Yep.
It's better if it destroys the barricade than you die, you know.
So that's the rally barricade, but then there's the other one. I don't know its name.
Storm's Keep is an aspect on Arc Titan.
Oh, I thought.
Oh, you're talking about Towering Barricade.
Yeah. Is it throwing?
No, it's good for what it does. It's just a big wall. You can just sit behind it and it's free cover.
Okay.
Not a lot of people use it though, but like it is good.
There's no damage resist, like no AoE damage resist in the same way, or is it's still the same? Like, do you get the same buffs? Do you get the reload speed buff?
Not even sure, to be honest. I can check.
Okay, that tells me how few people use it. If you don't know that, like, it must be.
It's more that like you wouldn't use that to get reload speed. Like, where you care about reload speed would be like during damage, and you wouldn't use Towering Barricade during damage, for example. People sleep on Towering Barricade, is all I'll say.
Okay.
People sleep on it. Because, it is good. It is good.
Waterboy says same damage resist. Do you get the reload speed, Waterboy, or no?
I don't think you do. I don't think...
Okay. No reload speed. Okay. What is taunt? Like, do ads shoot the barricade instead of shooting you?
Yes.
Okay, is that for both?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait. Yeah.
For both. Okay, cool.
Yes, they both get taunted. Yep, they're both taunted. Rally Barricade is 30 stability, 100 reload speed, a 0.9x reload duration multiplier. Wow, that's broken. 10% increased damage fall off distance and 50% flinch resist. Holy moly!
Wow,
That's
so
insane.
my still hunt man needs to be behind rally barricade at all times when he's shooting. That's massive.
Guys, absolutely. What?
Yeah.
I've never read that. That's crazy.
Okay.
I still think towering barricade is like it's nice. But yeah, no, rally barricade's crazy.
Okay, so those are the barricades. So Arc Titan, you stand behind your Oh yeah, so we should probably talk aspects and fragments for Arc Titan if it's one that I should know more detail about.
I mean, it's you only care about the one for like aspect fragment, whatever.
Sure. Okay.
Like, I mean, we can like the other one is knockout, which is the same one as prismatic, so we might as well go through it. But, Storm's Keep.
So that's an aspect. Yeah.
Yes, it is an aspect. Yes.
Okay.
So when you cast your class ability, you grant bolt charge to you and nearby allies. And while behind your barricade, you and allies gain stacks of bolt charge over time. And your weapons can discharge max stacks of bolt charge. That is the key.
Yeah.
That part is the important part.
And you
Because
just nuke the boss
bolt
every
charge,
10 seconds with lightning
well,
bolts.
yeah. Normally, bolt charge you can only discharge using abilities. And like when you're shooting Queenbreaker at a boss, unless you have a Hellion up or you've got like a Arc Soul, you're not, or unless you have like Unravel. There are actually a lot of like valid times that you're proccing bolt charge basically off cooldown.
Yep.
But there are also a lot of times where you're not, right? Like when your Hellion runs out, or when the Unravel drops somehow, or when, your Arc Soul runs out. All of these things, right? This means that you are just discharging bolt charge at max efficiency, sort of thing. The reason it's so good right now is because of the artifact mod that over doubles the damage of bolt charge discharge. So without artifact, it's going to be weaker. But again, you still get the reload. You still get all of those things that I just listed out with it.
Yep.
You still get the DR, and you still get if Olivia's on this, she's still using Queenbreaker or whatever damage you're using and she has a damage super, right? T-Crash.
Yeah.
She's
Also,
still using,
at the end of the day, it's a raid, so she's buffing 5 other players with damage for this. So it's like,
it's also like, I don't know, the way I like to think about it, because this is a pretty solo like oriented mindset, is I'm like, okay, if I use Storm's Keep Titan in a solo, it's terrible because like not only is my bolt charge only buffing one person, which is fine. Like bolt charge buffing one person is
also if you T-Crash, you're not behind your barricade anymore.
I mean, yeah, but you just like T-Crash and then run back. It's not a huge deal.
Fair.
The issue with being solo is that now I don't have a weapon buff because I don't have a well, and there's no way to get a weapon buff on Arc Titan. Pretty much solo, and I also don't have a debuff, right? And like there are solutions to, well, the weapon buff kind of not really a solution. The debuff I can Tractor or I can Withering Gaze, or
yeah.
There are like solutions, but it's like kind of, whereas if I'm in a fire team and like let's say someone's diving and then I'm in a well, I literally lose nothing by being on Arc Titan. I lose like, like it's not like I'm sacrificing a damage super or I'm sacrificing like, if I was on Galley, for example, I'm sacrificing my own rocket damage to buff my teammates. So there is like a balance, like, how do I say it? Like,
It has a role, and that role requires there to be other people. And if there's no other people, then you're like throwing. But
So
otherwise,
there is a Titan super called Banner Shield. You should actually know about this, like just for general info, because it's a kind of cool niche super. So Banner Shield is on Void Titan. I think it's called Sentinel Shield. Basically, you get like a shield and you can block with it, and it puts up a giant like force field in front of you, and anyone standing behind the force field gets greatly it's like insane damage reduction. I think the force field might actually just shoot back like any projectiles or anything, like any incoming damage.
Yeah.
But behind the shield, you get, I think it's 40% increased weapon damage.
Damn.
Let me look. Like it's
40 is crazy. Like does that replace well?
Hold on. Let me get the number first.
You're about to blow my mind if it stacks with well.
It is okay. 90%.
Huh?
Wait.
90.
Wait. No. It's not. Wait. What? Stand behind the barrier are granted 40% increased damage. Yes, so that replaces the well buff, right? So 40% increased damage sounds great, right? It sounds like, oh, why isn't everyone using Banner Shield? But there's a very good reason, right? Like 40% over the well that you would get. Like if you're using well, you get 25%. Use this, you're getting 40%. It's a 12% increase, right? But it's only a 12% increase on 5 members. So if all 6 players are doing 100 damage,
you're losing a quarter of your damage.
You're losing,
because you're like, if your well's 25% and this is 40, that's 15%, right? So the 15% loss is, the 15% gain is over 5 players. That's 75% gained across the 5. But then you're losing 100% of your damage.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
So the trade is your net, you're losing 25% of your potential output.
Yeah. Like you're overall you're losing damage is like the point, I guess.
Yeah.
But so when I'm thinking about this stuff, I'm thinking like, okay, if I am doing the debuff, what are we losing for that? If I am being the galley, what are we losing for that? Like, how does that balancing act work? And galley used to be like, I think it was something absurd. Like, you would increase other people's damage by like 60% or something.
Wow.
And so even if you literally did 0 damage with galley, like galley still does a little bit of damage. It's not great, but like it's a little bit.
Yeah.
Even if you were literally doing 0 damage with galley, like you were just shooting it off into the air, like you always run a galley is the point. Like it's, whereas now, I'm pretty sure that was the case. Like even in 3-mans, you would run galley. Whereas now you never run galley in 3-man. It doesn't make mathematical sense.
Right.
It barely makes mathematical sense in a 6-man. I'm pretty sure. But the thing is, like, if you have a galley and a tractor, I'm pretty sure the galley's bad.
What's the galley numerical? What's the actual number?
I don't know. It's weird. Wolfpack, like, calculations are really weird. It's definitely on Aegis sheet somewhere. If Spider was still awake, then Spider would be preaching. But I guess what I'm saying is like, there's some like, there is a balancing act you have to do there. Whereas with an Arc Titan, since you have a damage super, as long as like you're using like whatever weapon you're using, like if you're using Heathen or Grand Overture or QB, Sleeper, whatever, Levy's Breath, whatever, you're not doing any less damage than like someone who's like, you know, on Hunter, for example.
Yeah.
If they're going to Nighthawk, but then you're going to T-Crash. But then, so you're essentially just getting 6 players of Bolt Charge discharges for free.
Yeah.
So you are getting like a lot of extra damage. So in the damage front, you don't lose anything. On the neutral side, you do lose stuff because like Arc Titan is not consecration. It's just not. It's just not consecration.
So,
you know.
CZM in my chat says Wolfpack's roughly 20 to 25%. How often do you need to fire the galley in order to keep that up for the team?
Every 15 seconds.
Okay.
I think Wolfpacks are 15 seconds.
And it's only worth if everyone is going to be using the rocket, and we're not going to have everyone using the rocket, so I can write off using galley for ours, is my thinking.
Right, because Joe Fortnite doesn't have a rocket.
Yeah, I think Joe Fortnite only uses the gold scar, so...
Man. My gold scar.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Arc Titan, pros and cons.
Yeah. Basically, like, ask your Titan, hey, do you think you could run Arc here? And if they say, yep, I got it, then...
Mickey.
If you're getting damage checked, for example, like, if you're like, I just want extra damage, I want it now.
Yeah.
Give it to me now.
Would you be able to estimate how much more damage the bolts add if we did a damage phase just shooting our guns, then we did a damage phase standing behind a barricade and getting all that bonus? Is it like 10%?
It depends what guns you're using, because some guns build stacks of bolt charge faster.
Is it higher RPM
sure,
guns, or?
I'm pretty sure the best things for building bolt charge are like rockets with galley.
Okay.
But I know Aegis would have that info. I don't know what the numbers are. To me, like, I don't think the numbers matter. I think you do, like, I think you do, like, you have your Titan not on bolt charge unless you think, hey, we might need a bit more juice here.
Yeah.
And like, I was talking to Salt about this. He was like, in encounters where, like, Rolk is both a good and bad example of when you would use bolt charge.
Okay.
Because that, like, getting to damage is so easy, right? Like, you don't need consecration.
Yeah,
there.
it's free.
You literally just need 2 people with a white, like, Kvostov, and then you get to damage, right? Like, you just get to damage every time.
Yeah.
So you don't, like, that would be a perfect scenario to use bolt charge, except because you're moving around during damage and the boss is being a douche, it's actually kind of a bad time to use bolt charge. Because what's going to happen is damage is going to start, you're going to put down the well, the Titan's going to put down the barricade, and everyone's going to sit behind the barricade, and then Rolk is going to
step on you. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to get a quad feed on you, on your whole team. Because you're all baited into sitting behind this barricade, and he's just going to eat you, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas, like, I mean, Atheon's a great example. Atheon, well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like Atheon, you don't really need, like, crazy ad clear Joe. Like, you could afford to have an Arc Titan on Atheon. And
yeah.
Atheon, I mean, you're just sitting in a well, like, sitting behind a barricade anyway. So, like, might as well, right? It's just free damage. Again, I would just say, like, have your Titan on whatever they're comfortable with, aka Consecration, because it's the best build in the game. And then if it's like, okay, there's a hard damage check here, and we can kind of sit behind a barricade, do you think you need to be on Conk? And if the answer is no, I think I can handle it on Arc, then put them on Arc. But that's my philosophy, at least.
Okay. In that case,
some people might disagree. Some people might just be like, no, it's like you get so much extra damage that like you just always have them on Arc, and they just have to suck it up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's talk about Priz then, because Consecration, I need to understand Priz for sure.
It's actually a good. Consecration is very similar to Lightning Surge. It really is.
Okay, that's helpful for my brain to
like
process.
Yeah. So Consecration, yeah, it's very similar to Lightning Surge. You do like a little, if you like after sliding, you can activate your melee, and you do a little like upswing, and then if you activate the melee, you slam down. So the Consecration is like it's like a slam. and it does like a cone of like solar damage. Yeah, and the cone of solar damage it causes an ignition. So well, it applies enough scorch to ignite.
Which is how many stacks?
Oh no, it doesn't. No, sorry. So okay, I wasn't gonna break it down like this because it just kind of overcomplicates it, but it's kind of important. So when you consecrate, there's two parts to it. Like
Oh, you're lagging. Hold on. Let me change the server here. Test. Can you hear me?
hello.
Hello? Alright, let's try this. You started lagging a little bit, so I changed the server.
Okay, so consecration has two parts. You do like a little upswing, and it sends out like a wave of like solar in front of you in like a cone, and it scorches everything that you hit. Then you can reactivate the melee, which generally you do.
Yep.
And it does a second wave, like a bigger wave of damage.
Yep.
And if it hits anything that is scorched, then it ignites them.
Okay.
Basically, if you hit an enemy with both parts of the wave, then they ignite. And the reason consecration is getting like reason people are saying like rest in peace consecration, Edge of Fate, is because the ignition damage scales off of melee buffs. It scales off of like melee,
and they're becoming additive, right?
Well, they're becoming additive, but they're becoming additive, but that's not what's killing consecration.
Oh, okay.
What's killing consecration is they are getting rid of that interaction. Ignitions are going to do a like set like amount of damage.
Oh.
It's not going to be like right now. Your ignition is doing like 3x damage than a normal ignition.
Yeah.
And in Edge of Fate, it's going to just do normal damage. And the ignition is like the thing that makes consecration actually good.
Okay. Olivia, have you run any consecration? Have you run that build so far? I feel like she has. I think she's... Oh, yeah, she says. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's the best build on Titan. So
yeah.
The other aspect that you run with consecration... the other aspect you run with consecration is knockout, which is just... Knockout is just stupid. So without going into it, it's a little bit finicky how it works, but basically, when you get melee kills, you heal, and when you get melee kills, you increase the damage of, like, your next melee sort of thing.
Sure.
Like, just to be very basic.
Yep.
It's just a melee buff, and you get healing when you get melee kills. So, those are the aspects. Now, for the abilities, you run Thruster, literally just because it has the lowest cooldown, and it's like a little bit of movement. And the reason you care about the cooldown is because you're using it for Hoyle. You're using Hoyle, usually.
Okay.
The melee doesn't technically matter. You use the green one, the Frenzied Blade, but you basically never even use the melee. It's literally just you use it because it has 3 charges, so therefore you get 3 charges of concentration.
Same as Lightning Surge then. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly the same thing. Although I will say, a little thing that you should definitely know is if you use the regular melee, it severs, which is pretty sever is pretty broken. So you should keep that in mind.
Yep.
So then for grenade, look, some people run Shackle Grenade. They're wrong. It's Glacier Grenade, unfortunately.
Okay.
And literally the reason is because it gets you back your darkness energy really fast. That's the entire reason you use that grenade. You can use it for like utility and like other things and like damage, right?
Yeah.
But the whole point of that is to get your darkness energy back. You're getting a lot of light energy from the actual consecrations, but that's how you get your dark energy.
When you're in your Transcendence, are you just spamming consecration slams over and over again, basically. Like,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, you're throwing the grenade every now and then as well.
Sure.
Because when you get hits, I'm sure you know this, but in Transcendence, when you hit stuff with your grenade, your melee gets increased regen and vice versa. So you should be like throwing grenades every now and then.
Yeah.
Also, the prismatic titan grenade is just like really insanely good for crowd control. It suspends and jolts everything. Like, it's actually broken.
Olivia's asking, do you need lost signal to get darkness energy, or is that overkill for if you're using the grenade, would you say?
You can use both, I would say.
Fair. I think the lost signal's great.
Look,
solid.
shackle grenade is fine. The shackle grenade is fine. I'm just digging it.
Yeah.
Literally use whatever you're comfortable with. The glacier grenade is better for darkness energy, but the shackle grenade is better for, like, if something's beaming you, you can just chuck a shackle grenade in it. Although I will say you can do the same thing for glacier. I don't know.
That's fine. We can
whatever.
Use whatever. Yeah. Okay. Exotic armor on that. So you're running Hoyle and something else.
Hoyle Synthos. Yeah.
Hoyle Synthos. Olivia, do you have that? I think there was something that Olivia said that she hadn't been able to get from Dual Destiny, and I'm not sure. It might be this. Is this one that you don't have? Okay. How could we farm some class items? Because we're going to want that for Olivia and Avery.
I mean, just doing Dual Destiny, like...
It's just, like, it's quite slow, isn't it? Is there any way to do it faster?
I mean, legitimately, so... As a reminder, when Salvation's Edge dropped, they didn't have class items, so, like, Olivia could straight up just use regular Synthos. Looping the abilities would just be kind of rough, but, like, Olivia's already been using Honk, and I'm assuming she's been using Natty Synthos.
Yeah.
So, like, she could honestly just use regular Synthos.
Are they... What slot are those in, the regular Synthos?
The arms.
Okay.
Literally, all you lose is you lose the Hoyle, which, like, arguably on Titan doesn't even matter because you just have Transcendence up 100% of the time.
Wait, is this true? There is an oob for Dual Destiny for double drops on every run.
That one is like, that's, I think it's really annoying to do, but yeah, you could try that. I think that is true.
Froggy says true.
Also, strange coins. You can buy class items from Binkus Bill.
Oh yeah, Binkus Bill.
Yeah, I don't know where he is right now. Oh, he's not here.
I have a decent amount of strange coins, so I can try my luck tomorrow. Okay, yeah, we can start there. I'm just also stressing about, like, Avery's going to have no strange coins, and I'm going to need him to do a couple... I mean, I don't even know if Avery's going to have the ability to focus stuff at Ghost. I don't know if there's prerequisites for that or not.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Yeah, no clue.
Avery's got to lock in.
Okay, so... So that's the so use class item or just Synthos. No class item. Anything else key with that build? Is there any, like, specific fragment cookery that is special, or is it just like use the same old?
It's like I think the core is still protection, purpose, dawn.
Okay.
And then yeah, it's kind of whatever you want. My friends all hate on Facet of Blessing, but I think it's good. And then Facet of Balance is good. It's not great, like, but it's good.
Okay.
Yeah, I definitely like. Facet of Blessing has the issue that one thing has, but it can be a lifesaver because Knockout is very like annoying on how it works. But
Olivia, how comfortable are you with Knockout?
wait, oh purpose. Oh, that's right. Purpose gives bolt charge now instead of amplified. That's actually the worst strength they ever made. Gauge. I think you still use purpose. Like it's free bolt charge.
Blessing. Melee final bows start health regen, while transcendent melee final bows start health regen for you and your allies. Okay. Are you good at knockout? Does knockout feel good, Olivia? What super do you run on Prez? Good point. Fell.
T-Crash. T-Crash, if it's T-Crashable, some bosses won't be T-Crashable. And then use Twilight Arsenal.
Which one is that?
Twilight Arsenal is it's void. You throw like axes and it debuffs. It's a 15% debuff.
Okay.
If you want, you can also use the Glacial Quake is also good. Situationally. But those are the three like options.
Okay.
You would literally never use the solar one or the strand one. You wouldn't use either of those. They're terrible.
Cool.
IMO.
Okay. So that's consecration.
Balance. Wait, did you write down balance? I said balance, did I not?
You said protection, purpose, dawn for your like primary three, and then you said your friends troll you for it, but you like blessing and balance.
Yes, balance. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, blessing. You can miss blessing, but you definitely want balance. I actually think balance is probably more core than dawn. Oh, they're both core. Just
cool. I'll just move it to the core list.
Slots. Yeah, just put balance in the core list.
Yeah. Okay, so that's consecration on Priz. And
the weapons are literally just getting back transcendence. Like
same as lightning surge then.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's again, very similar like loop to lightning surge.
Yeah.
The thing is, it's just stronger than lightning surge because it does more damage first of all. And it's way safer than lightning surge because while you're using the while you're in the consecration animation, you get like a ridiculous amount of damage reduction. It's like insane.
Nice.
Yeah. Like I'm pretty sure Compendium says it's 20%, but I'm pretty sure they're like wrong by a factor of like 1,000,000. I'm pretty sure it's like some stupid amount of DR.
Okay, so that's overall Priz Titan, Arc Titan, when we talked about Solar Titan as well, which I think wraps it up, right? Oh, well, we talked about Banner of War and said it was going to be too mechanically hairy. So I think that's everything for the time being. I just need to try and make sure that everyone gets their class items. Like Avery, Becky, and Olivia all need the class item. I think the chances of Becky getting on to grind are near zero.
No, man.
So I think that she might end up staying on Void Hunter.
That's fine. That's what she's comfortable with. So
Yeah, which will just mean that she doesn't have to relearn it.
yeah.
Let's leave it there then, but then sometime, maybe tomorrow, maybe, or maybe Saturday, what I would like to do in my head is I'd like to go through, like, myself, the guns in the game, and just like write down the guns that I think sound good. And then what I think would be good to get from you would be basically a, like, you know, when you were saying before of like I did all the right things in theory in some of the build crafting and VOW, but then like I also just don't know like some of the dumb ways the game works. That means that like sometimes stuff just like doesn't do damage or like whatever. So it might be good for me to be like, all right, here are the 15 guns that I think have a usage. Can you just tell me if any of these like actually just don't work?
Right.
Just to sort of like check my assumption of what the game says with the reality of what the game does, essentially.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, for sure.
And
Absolutely.
then like, am I ready? Is there anything else I need to? Like, I'm pretty happy with my builds. Like, I'm very, very likely to be running speakers the majority of the time, and then and then swapping to sanguine for damage. And I'm very likely to be running like lightning surge if I can get away with it if I'm not running speakers.
Yeah.
But otherwise I'll just be on solo for speakers and then I'll be welling. And my current plan is that I think I'm gonna have us starting with someone on div, because otherwise I think I'm gonna forget that div exists and we're gonna get 12 hours in. I'll be like, oh right, yeah, I forgot that was a weapon.
Yeah.
And that person might be me. I might run div Sino.
Guys.
But then there's no speakers warlock, and we probably need a speakers warlock.
Doesn't Joey play warlock?
I don't remember. He won't have